Good morning to all of you lads at home. Welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup 3. We are ready to kick things off with another day of the main Swiss stage. I'm your caster Ted. Joining me, of course, this time around is going to be this good-looking gentleman right next to me. It's Hayes. How are you doing, my brother?
Oh man, I'm great. I was having a good chuckle coming into the game here. You and I sounded a little bit like a choir there, clearing our throats. We had a bit of a rhythm and a beat going. We've got some good rhythm early on here in the morning, Ted. So I feel like it's going to be a banger of a cast. And what a banger of a game we have lined up here as well. Sinners taking on Tricked. Ted, personally, I've been following Sinners in every single game so far here in the Pinnacle Cup, so I know these guys inside out. Yes, okay. I've cast their first two games, and they lost both their games as well, so it's been pretty rough so far.
Yeah, it has been. I actually got really surprised when I looked at it. You know what? Around midnight when the matchups for today came out, I was like, Sinners 0-2? Wait, what's going on here? Yeah, truth be told, this has been a pretty rough year for them. A lot of people had questions whether Forzy is going to be a nice addition to the lineup after Oscar decided to step down. I still don't doubt it. I still think that Forzy is really good, but for whatever reason, Sinners, they've been really shaky.
Yeah, they have been. Just getting a look at the table, as you mentioned, finding them in that 0-2 bracket along with their opponents, Tricked, who have also shown a lot of potential, so it's kind of rough to find them there, but I guess that's kind of the nature of the competition here in the Pinnacle Cup, right, Ted? There's so many strong teams.
You know, when I was looking at the main Swiss table before the start of it, I was thinking maybe teams like Kova, teams like For Glory, even Anonymous were looking shaky to me. Into the Breach maybe would be down in the 0-2, but now I look at it: Tricked, Young Ninjas, OO Nation, Sinners. Okay, fair enough. Young Ninjas, they've been really shaky as well in recent history, so I kind of understand that. But OO Nation, Sinners, and Tricked are teams that normally I'm not used to seeing in the 0-2, and I believe that I feel like I'm going to go for a really bold prediction. I think two of those four teams are going to still be able to qualify for the playoffs. I simply don't see teams like that missing on a playoff attendance in a tournament like that, because I know how important it is to them, especially for someone like Sinners that have been an integral part of the best teams in the Tier 2 scene throughout 2021. They started this one off a little bit awkwardly, of course. Oscar deciding on his own to step down from the roster, Forzy coming in, but then they managed to qualify for the RMR, which I think was really crucial for them, and I think this is the thing that maybe could, or rather should have, dragged them out of the hole.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going to be a confidence booster for them. And speaking about Sinners, let's bring the team up and talk about their roster. Of course, Beastick, the IGL, Stock Standard, Shock, and Zedco, two pillars in the team. Neofrag's kind of, as the star player, even had to up his game by a few percentiles after Oscar departed the roster, which is asking a lot from a player who was already doing a lot. But it feels like he has been consistently still been, putting up really good numbers for the team, kind of negating Oscar's departure a little bit. And then Forzy, the most recent addition, he came through from Enterprise. You know what? I would say he's done a pretty good job so far, all things considered. I think he wasn't going to be as impactful as Oscar. That's like easy to say, but I would say that he's actually been pretty commendable, and that there's a lot of positive potential there.
I don't think people expected him to be as impactful as Oscar as well, because you see a young Oper going into a team like that. Now Oscar has helped out the others, people like Shock, like Neofrag that you mentioned, to gain that experience and become more complete players. Now it's their turn to help out Forzy in that same scenario. So I guess this is the plan for Sinners. But on the other side, we have a pretty interesting side of Tricked. Every single time I watch these Danes, I'm thinking to myself, this should be on paper what people who, for example, just look at Tier 1 CS and have no idea what's going on in the doldrums of Tier 2, look at this team and they're going to be like, oh, who are these young guys? They have no experience, they have nothing. No, apparently, well, not apparently, but obviously, they are one of the experienced sides that were just struggling in 2021 to find consistency. And as much as they've been struggling this year as well, I believe that some of the results and some of the games that they've played have shown that progress is being made, and I think this is the best looking Trick we've ever seen.
I'm right there with you. I feel like they're on the cusp of breaking into making this team sort of not just a team with potential that has like a few upset games here and there, but is consistently winning their matches and breaking into the top 30. The problem, Ted, is that they've just been in some really rough form over the past few weeks, like losing a majority of their matches, losing to teams like Astralis Talent, Ingentium, okay, you know, Anonymous, Sangal. Maybe not the worst results, but still, like, based on the way that they were looking coming into this year, I thought, okay, this is when we're going to be seeing them as a force to be reckoned with, but they haven't really consistently lived up to that level, so hopefully we see them bring that force into the server today up against Sinners. Let's have a look at the veto, Ted. I'd love to see what maps we're going to have here in the series between these two teams. Of course, it does too a permaban for Sinners, so I'm sure that's going to be taken out. Of course, it is going to be ready for us in a minute. We'll be bringing it up and then jumping into the game soon after that. I'm sure we're going to see Nuke here, mate. You know, Nuke. I haven't looked at the maps, by the way. I haven't checked the Discord or anything like that. I'm sure we're going to see Nuke because it's a map that Trick love to play, and Sinners also enjoy playing it as well. So that's almost like a guarantee. Any thoughts when we go after that?
I guess it's always tough with those two teams because they play plenty of maps. That's why I'm so interested in this one. I feel like I really want to watch. Now, look, I'm one of the biggest Vertigo haters in the world. Okay. Still, Sinners are one of the few teams that have made me excited on this map. Okay. Whether we're gonna see Vertigo, I don't know. I'm not sure. I maybe wouldn't fancy it, but I really want to see Sinners on Vertigo again. I really want to watch them. And well, hey, we're gonna find out. Sinners, of course, as you pointed out, are gonna go for the dust to removal straight away, tricked with the Mirage one. Now, Inferno getting picked by Sinners, this is a safe pick. They're just going, okay, you know what? We know our Inferno. We know we're good on it. This is the map that we've had the most success against, even tier 1 sides on. So we're gonna go for it. And yeah, I'm really disappointed that Nuke is going to be the decider and not Vertigo. But still, Nuke is a more entertaining map than Vertigo. I just really wanted to watch Forzy on it.
Yeah, and I hate to break it to you, Ted. It was actually Sinners that banned Vertigo as well. So they were the ones who even deprived you of it. Yeah. It's fair enough though, right? Trick have been in some in amazing form on Vertigo lately. So probably better to avoid them on the map in general.
Yeah, probably I'm just thinking Oscar Sinners as well. But yeah, okay.
Yeah. And then they remove Ancient to opt for Nuke because the decider of the match is live is the voice in my head. So let's jump into that first round of the first map of the day. What a day we had lined up as well. Of course, after this, it's going to be 0-0 Nation versus Young Ninjas. And there's still 2 matches after that as well, Ted. So Counter-Strike aplenty.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah. Of course, if you were wondering which ones those are going to be, Finest are going to be taking on Endpoint. And then SKADE are going to be playing MADLions for... I believe, no, it's not for a spot in the playoffs. They're 1-1. Okay, so it's a safe matchup. Okay. People are going to get eliminated only in this one.
Yes, both of the first 2 games are elimination matches in the 0-2 bracket, so pretty rough. Pretty rough. Going to be saying goodbye to our first few teams here in the Pinnacle Cup.
Nothing better than feasting on your opponent's tears and...
Wow, Ted, okay. Woke up and chose violence this morning. I see you. So did Shock, by the way, just peeking out a boiler dry like that. Finds a kill. But Trick's have a lot of information. I mean, look at Quasar's forward position. Even though he's lost 2 teammates in middle, he's still going to push straight through. But, oh, man, that's so much information for Shock. Oh, God, how lucky is that he spots him on the cross?
Yeah, that's really awkward for Quez as well. He doesn't want to take that fight. He just wants to kind of try and get a quick sneaky timing, but in the end of the day, as soon as he gets spotted, it's really awkward for him. He doesn't really know which fight to pick up, and with them just jiggling and going for the headshot angle fights, it's always going to be tough. That's a nice recovery from Iceberg. It could force them back into the hands of Kier towards the A-bomb side.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be the case, yeah. Working here, get done. P2000 in towards pit right now. Back against the wall. Wall's closing in on him as well. Hasn't been spotted until he takes contacts. And wow, Shock is just completely dialed in right now. 3 fantastic taps coming through from him here in the round means that he's going to pretty much single-handedly get his team across the line here. Yeah. Only Iceberg left remaining, and he's got the kit, so I think he's going to have a crack at this one. But you won't have really expected Shock to be coming through from Archers. And wow, what a big pistol round.
Yeah, 4K for Shock. You know, he is one of the people that on the Trick line, or rather on the Sinners lineup, you're looking at and you're thinking, okay, he is one of the players with the most mechanical capabilities in the server, but he is one of the most inconsistent ones. But there are the facts, and they state that when Shock is having a good game, most of the time, Sinners are going to be able to put up a pretty good fight, if not even win it in the end. So him getting all those kills is really impactful for the team overall, because Obviously, yeah, we can say the same arguably for Neofrag, because he is the one who a lot of the time going first. Yeah. We can say the same for Forzi as the AWP, but Jock is that man that is really good mid-round situations, and he is really good at just turning the tables in favor of Sinners. Even if they're a man down, 2 men down, his multi-kill potential is just insane.
I'm right there with you, Ted. I think he's like an integral part of the core for the Sinners squad. Like, you look at Shock, Forci, and Neofrag. Those are your 3 fraggers, right? Like, Zetko is one of the support players. He's like an anchor. Doesn't really see that much action on the CT side because he doesn't put in like the 6 spots. And B-Stick is obviously also takes on a bit of the crap roles as well. So, you know, Shock... You almost Neofrag you expect to put up the big numbers. Shock, if you're going to be competing against like strong teams, you need Shock right there as well to also be contributing. So yeah, as you said, seeing him get off to this good start is a really good sign for Sinners. Well, the favorites here in this match according to our title partners Pinnacle.
Hey, yeah, if you want to take advantage of those odds, by the way, head over to Pinnacle. Cup 22 is the code that you should be using upon sign up.
Yeah, let them know that you came from the Pinnacle Cup. As we do see the odds on our screen right now, 1.34 for Sinners, the favorites on their map pick right now. They're strong on Inferno, aren't they, Ted?
Yeah, they are. But now we're gonna get into the buy rounds. You know, CT side tricked, guns are out. No AWP for this one, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, Larson goes for the glass cannon. That's how I like him, IG. You know, Larson is one of the people that I actually appreciate a lot, because I wasn't expecting anything from him in the beginning of the year and in the beginning of let's say my journey as a person that's following Trick's games and their progress. But he's actually impressed me with how consistent he is with the AWP and how good he is with the transition from a hyper aggro oper to a mega defensive one.
Yeah, I agree with you completely, man. I think that he's got a lot of depth to his game. I think sometimes he blows hot and cold. He seems a little bit inconsistent, I would say, in some of the games. But the thing is, like, when he is on, he is really strong. And you can see that the potential is absolutely there. It's just more about, you know, working his game out more and ironing it out. And that's what you expect. He's still in the early stages of his career, right? So he's on the natural trajectory and path.
By the way.
You like that one? Is that the black scope, Azzy, there?
It's Larson's Ope. I think it was a Star Trek Asimov with a golden crown.
I think that it's one of those Battle Squad ones where the scope is also like black, right? And I think those are pretty sought after Azzies, if I'm not mistaken. They're actually quite highly valued.
Yeah. It's sick.
Spoke a lot about skins yesterday, Ted.
Yeah, I heard it. Good job, by the way. It was sick.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Ooh. Entry into this fake B bomb site coming through. There's 2 players here. Kia looking to take contact off of his teammate himself, and Iceberg doing a fantastic job, but look who it is. Shock left remaining. He will fall towards Kia though, so Trickster on the board.
Yeah, that was a really good defense there. Obviously, the B execute, especially when you're a team like Sinners, when we have no doubts whether they're going to be able to use their grenades to their maximum extent. The B execute is a really powerful round to have, especially when you're able to get banana control fairly easily. Yes, you're walking into a 3 versus 4 in the end of the day, but there's only 2 defenders towards the B bomb side. So it's always going to be tough, especially when you have people that can hit as heavy as the Sinners players. But a really good defense from Trick. Really important that they get around on the board. AWP saved as well. Larson now not going to be naked. Well, it doesn't really matter. There's a scout on the other side. Hello, Forzi. I was just about to speak about the armor, the diffuse kit, the nades. It's all gone.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. 1 scout shot to the head, that gets the job done.
Yeah,
Quez will smartly cycle the gun away so that they can't collect that AWP towards top mid.
Man, look at it. Look at how sexy it is.
Yeah, it actually is really nice. As for Trick, though, they have rotated that extra player out from the B bomb site, right? So they've got 3 towards Zay. Looks like Quez wants to try and get a bit of information. Nice smoke there thrown by Kia means that he can try and re-secure mid control here and get that information. And you see off the back of that, Prime immediately starts shifting himself back.
Yeah, Shock has to wait, though. He doesn't have to play just yet, and he knows that. Now they're going to force a rotation towards the B bomb side. They spotted the player that was just jumping towards Scar for some information. Now he's been forced back. Prime is going to rotate, and Sinners can pretty much go wherever they want at this point. They have a 5 versus 4. They know whether they're going to be walking onto the B bomb side or the A bomb side. They're still going to have at least a 3-man advantage, which seems like a mad one. And oh, that's going to be the fake. They're just going to throw out the smokes, but that's not going to force any rotations for Tricked.
Yeah, because they drop a smoke of their own, so they know they've got full control. Now there's still 2 players over towards the A side of the map. Quez won't be able to connect on the shot. Now it's on Secure, up close and personal. He's just been completely overrun by Zedco, and Quez will receive the same treatment. He misses another shot. My god, Zedco. Full gas, no brakes.
You know what? I love that. I love that from Trick, by the way. I mean, Sinners make it look really easy, but how often are you going to see such a tough commitment when it's a 4 versus 5? Obviously is a 2v5 on both bomb sides, and you see Trick not even, most of the time you're going to see a team go for a bit of a gamble stack, let's say the 3-man stack that they had towards the A bomb side in the beginning of it, and then just drop all your grenades over to the B defender and pray for the best, just so you're going to be able to have some firepower chance if they walk into the A bomb side, because obviously when you have only 2 members it's never going to be enough. But yeah. I feel like they were just looking for the moment of surprise, because I don't think Sinners would anticipate just to be there and to be standing in such an aggressive angle towards short.
That's true. I think maybe that's kind of what Tricked were relying on, but I also like what you pick up on there, the fact that Sinners do throw that fake towards the B bomb site, knowing that there's only 4 players left. They're just making absolutely sure that there's not a stack on A, right? And that they have to make sure somebody gets pulled from that A bomb site, and there will be only 2 players there at the maximum. And so they know that they've just got the numbers to overwhelm the defense at that point. They didn't even have to trade their way forward. Zedco just gets the job done with the Tech 9, takes the AWPer down, and then finds Kia and then the AWPer. Either way, Sinners are back to winning ways, and they didn't really have, a fantastic buy in that round either. Ted, that was a scout, and a Tech 9 that did most of the work.
Yeah, that's why I'm not maybe such a big fan of the peak towards middle from Larson with the AWP. I believe that maybe last round when you were with the glass cannon, it would have been just a little bit better. But when you get such a massive investment, I mean, he even had the armor with helmet, had a diffuse kit, had full utility, if I'm not mistaken, even a pistol to work with. You know that the money on the T side is going to be potentially looking shaky. So going for a peak like that is always going to hide its dangers. And well, in that scenario, you got just a little bit scarred there with the scout. But hey, they can take a breather now. They can just play with the M4, try and make something interesting happen, and potentially have a nice reinvestment in the next one.
Oh, nice boost up. Love this so much coming through from Tricked. They know they've only got those 2 rifles in play yet to try and make something happen, and both those rifles have already been singing in the round. It's a 5 versus 3.
Yeah, spraying through the smoke against an M4 on the other side is never a good idea. Most of the time you're going to get overwhelmed. No bullet tracers to help you out, and now there's 3 pistols and apps to deal with. All 3 of them, and Boiler shocks him for a really nice treat here. Oh, there's one. Hello.
Oh, that's the treat.
Yeah.
USP shot to the head. Larson gets the kill, gets an AK. It's spiraling out of control here for Sinners. They had everything in their favor in this anti-eco. All they had to try and traverse was 2 M4s saved from the previous round, and they would have known that those were in play as well. Yeah. But they just haven't been able to navigate them. And I love the innovation from Trick to bring that boost into the round as well, Ted. To try and find some sort of special way to find that opening kill. You can't just go about business as usual.
Yeah, you know that Forzy is an opener that loves taking a bit of a freebie towards middle as also. Most of the time you're gonna see him just jumping around. Really rarely he's not gonna be peeking more aggressively, especially if he doesn't see anyone on the other side trying to challenge. So that was a really good round there. Still not over though. Zedco finds the kill onto the side. Quest goes down, and now it's Larson and Pit, but they can actually overlook him. They can actually just go for the bomb. Plan Iceberg closing out the gap, and Zedco is gonna drop him.
Yeah, really good kill coming through there from Zedco. What a tough post-plant situation this is for Sinners right now. Trying to just keep themselves alive, fighting. Way. But somehow they've actually got the advantage now. AWP on the angle as well. Prime's there for the 1v2. The player who started off the round is going to be the last to fall here as well. What a save coming through from Zedco and Neofrag. The way that they're able to pick up the pieces. The pieces were scattered everywhere, Ted. And, you know what was...
Come on, don't do me like that. Come on.
I know. I've come so close.
I know it's muscle memory. I know it's muscle memory.
And you're both T's and everything, and I'll be with him after this game, but okay, it won't happen again. Either way, what a sick post-plant from Sinners. Like, they barely had anything to work with in that site, but they just hit the shots.
It's absolutely insane, the fact that we speak about Zedco and how normally he doesn't have a lot of chances to get involved in the game. Well, apparently he does. And I love the fact that even though things don't go well in the biggest part of the round for Sinners, Zedco is still able to kind of embrace the lurk row and just find gaps and find something to work with. He's been looking really crisp so far, finding the kills, finding the impact. That's why Sinners used to be one of the most dangerous teams on this level of CS last year. simply because you look at it, this is one of the teams with the less definition of roles. And what I mean by that is everyone can entry, everyone can support. Well, not everyone can op. Well, excluding of course, Neofrag, because he is a good second oper. But let's say that this is the only role, including the IGL role of Beestick, that could be done only by one player. Anything else, everyone can do, and that's why they're such a dangerous squad. Because you can see in one round, for example, Zetko going in first. Next round, you can see Beestick. After that, you're gonna see Shocking Neofrag. You can see pretty much everyone lurking on the other side of the map. So most of the time, there's gonna be shifts. And when you see that Zetko is, for example, having a good game, you just drag him back a little bit. You send him in second, third, or even fourth, just so he's going to be able to get the refrags and embrace the entries. And, well, hello. Speaking of the devil.
Yeah, there we go. It's going to be Larson who has to try and lock it down. He does have some support from Kia in the bomb site with the FAMAS. So both of them on top of the boxes right now, but they've just been cleared. Entry, Beestick taking on the role of entry frag. As you say, these guys can just shapeshift as they need to. And I kind of feel like that's like the direction that the meta's shifted into as well, Ted, when you think about it. It's been teams that are able to just mold to what the situation needs that are the most successful. You know, you think of like the Gambits and the Navis, the Vitalities. Like these guys just redefined what it means to have roles and actually kind of moved away from hard set roles in general, right?
Yeah, I guess with Sinners it's even more of that. Like obviously if you ask me to kind of give you the roles of all Gambit, Navi, Vitality, as you gave as examples, I can give you the roles that on paper should be implemented, right? But in the end of the day, they switch really well in certain, like, depending on the occasion, as you pointed out. And this is what I think is one of the really good parts of, or really big strengths of Sinners, and teams like them that not necessarily switch all the time, because Sinners, I would say, are maybe one of the most adaptive teams in that scenario, but in that manner. But teams that have the chance and the capability of doing so, you know, you have that option available if things don't go to plan. And this is what makes it so dangerous. Teams like, even on this level of CS, you can give, let's say, ENCE as an example, a really good one as well. You can give SKADE as an example. These are teams that have a lot of firepower. So, yeah, they don't switch most of the time, but if it's needed, it could be done.
I think that's what the most important part, though, is that you are able to change when you're required to. Like, you can be in a lurk position, but you can still all of a sudden become the entry in the round if you have to for your team. It's not like you need to swap positions with somebody to go in front, right? Like, you just can't have that anymore in Counter-Strike. Needs to be free-flowing. Everything needs to transition smoothly. So the teams are able to do that the most and the most efficiently. It feels like those are, the teams who have been the most successful, 2021, 2022. I agree with you. It's going to be another anti-eco here for Sinners. Last time we saw them have to, bring up like a sick 2 versus 4 to win their anti-eco. This time, they've been able to find the opening kill. One thing I do want to just highlight here, Ted, is both of these teams have been in some rough form lately. It feels like in the past week or two. They're both in the 0-2 bracket right now. So they're both on a quest to try and right their wrongs, aren't they?
Yeah, I think that even though they're in a similar spot, I feel like for Sinners, the pressure is just a little bit bigger. Simply because people expect more from them because of what they did last year. I think that tricked, no matter what happens with them, people were still impressed by the fact that they were so close to qualifying for the RMR. Of course, nearly missing on attendance there, but they were really close to that. They've had a couple good showings in other tournaments as well. They're starting to show that they're one of the up-and-coming dangerous Danish teams. This is something that I missed, by the way, because back in the days, like when I started watching CS around 2016-17, there was always like the Danish scene was one of the biggest ones in terms of they had their tier 1 competition back in the day. That used to be Astralis and North back when they existed, still in my heart.
Yeah.
But there used to be a lot of really good Danish tier 2, tier 3 sides. Obviously, Heroic was a bit of a tier 2 back then. You had a lot of Danish teams that were in contendance of like in contest of trying to break into the tier 1, and whenever they would play Astralis and North, even though they were lesser teams in terms of skills, in terms of experience, in terms of achievements, they were able to put up a fight. This is the kind of team I think that Tricked are trying to transition into, and I believe that they are really good at just getting the know-how from the tier 1 Danish sides And you can see that in the playstyle that they're implementing. I would say them and Astralis Talon maybe now are making it really exciting for me to watch Danish CS, because it gives me some flashbacks.
Yeah. I think what I would say on that point is that they probably have a lot less experienced players than what those previous other Danish teams had that were trying to break into the tier 1. I feel like
absolutely.
Yeah, like Tricked and Astralis Talents. It's actually so sick to see them sort of going on a similar pathway, but
even if you compare them, compare them
discovered.
to a Copenhagen Flames, they have less experience.
Oh yeah, by a long way, especially when you couple Roy and Hooksy in there. Yeah, I'd say Ecstatic are probably a good, like tier 2 Danish team who you put them against a Heroic or an Astralis, and you probably expect them to, like maybe
Ecstatic
have
is majority
zero
Danish.
or yeah, they are. They're majority Danish. So I'm gonna go ahead and group them in there. So I think Ecstatic could give some of those tier 1 Danish teams a run, maybe like win a map or take some close maps or something like that.
Man, Burr from Sky is a crazy cookie, this guy.
A crazy cookie?
Yeah, he's insane. Like
I haven't heard that one before.
You haven't heard a crazy cookie?
No, I haven't heard a crazy cookie.
I'll tell you what that means when we were off broadcast, but
okay.
He is a guy that doesn't give no respect whatsoever to his opponents. Just the things that he's doing in the server are mad. Like he's a really smart IGL.
I just love how much space he creates when he plays the game. I just love how much space he creates. There's going to be a bit of space created on the map here. Shot gets a kill, Kerr gets the trade 1-for-1. Not too bad for Sinners. Does look like Zedko says, okay, if there's so much attention towards apartments, maybe I can find a gap here in Archers.
Ooh. Okay, that's a nice shot from Larson. Doesn't let Zedko peek, and now this is a bit of a tough one for Sinners, right? Because you spoke about Zedko trying to find some space towards Archers, trying to kind of catch a bit of a timing, but when he gets denied, as soon as he gets denied, they need to find another option. Now, this smoke is going to force Larson just a little bit back, so it could actually allow Sinners to have a freebie towards the B-bomb side, but still they will have to deal with 2 players. At least Prime is going to be worried for his back.
Yeah, that's a good point. So you can't really hyper-focus his attention towards the top of Banana, I suppose. But Iceberg still does a fresh smoke to drop. There's only 17 seconds left on the clock. B-Stick will be the first one to fall. Nobody can come through immediately afterwards either, so there's no trade.
Yeah, that's safe.
They're just going to commit to the save. It's done. Round's over. Tricked finally back to winning ways.
Nothing you can do in that scenario. Unfortunately for them, in the moment that the first guy just drops, you need to commit to a save. If you run out the smoke, yeah, there is a chance for you to be getting a couple kills, but I wouldn't fancy it. That was a really good round for Trick. It felt like they just contained Sinners in a really good way. It felt like for a moment there, yes, there was that unknown factor with, okay, there could be a player wrapping through CT, but in the end of the day, it didn't go out of control. It didn't go out of hand. Now, it's really important that they start building up the economy, though, because it's been looking really shaky. This is only their second round on the CT side. And when we're looking at Inferno, we want to be seeing at least, let's say, 6-7 rounds, even if it's going relatively bad for you. At least 6-7 to give yourself a bit of a chance.
Absolutely. I mean, it's kind of like the most 50-50 map in the pool, right? At least in my opinion. So you need to be putting up some sort of numbers here on the CT side.
Yeah.
Also, what I will say, Quez has got 0 kills right now, so we need to see him coming on.
Man, come on!
Look at the numbers in Banana.
I tried not paying attention to that.
Oh, man, just an unfortunate little,
I wanted to save him.
Sorry. Sorry, Quez. Ted was trying to be a good guy, but I just couldn't help myself. I mean, it's a matter of time. I back him. He's a really strong player. I actually really enjoy watching him play.
Imagine he finishes at 0-25.
Is he not got like one of the highest ratings in the past,
he is.
3 months for Tricked?
Yep.
Let's see this B-bomb side. Iceberg here by himself on top of Orange. Once again, he's got AK this time. He gets 2 on the spray down. That's a huge second kill.
Neofrak with the bomb on his back. Gonna commit to a bomb plan. Larson fires a shot, but he knows they have the advantage going into that retake. Now, Sinners, they need good post-plan positions in that scenario. They have no further utility left to use, so post-plan is gonna be everything they need to hit those shots.
Yeah, there's even kits in play for the CT sides. They've got everything they could possibly want right now. They're still just patiently waiting to see if there might be any aggression from that T side. Molly's coming in as well to try and displace them. Larson gonna get taken down first. Neofrag on point, only good for the 1 kill. Means it's 4C left in the clutch, but he misses his key shot with the AWP.
Oh, no way.
Is somehow able to navigate his way around the pillar. Quez needs 1 kill. It'll be his first kill of the map. It's only 4C left remaining. The bomb's ticking. 4C's buying time.
He doesn't have it, surely.
Oh my god, even though Quez finds his first kill of the map, it's not going to be enough to result in a round win. Forsty got the shot, and then he just stayed alive for just long enough. Oh god, Sinners, why are you doing them dirty like that?
If you want to send your children to a dance instructor, make sure to send them over to Forsty. Hit him up.
Oh, he's got fast feet, man.
Those were some fresh moves. This is just Forsty realizing that he can win the round only when using his keyboard. He didn't really need anything more than that. Guess the first kill. Truth be told, the first kill was really hard. He managed to peek in such a short strafe that gives him a chance to isolate a 1v1. And to isolate a 1v1 when you're a back pillar and both players are just in front of you is really tough. Now, I have no clue how NeoFrag finds this entry through the smoke while being full flashed, but I guess it works.
I mean, you just put your cross in the right place. You press mouse button one like that, Ted. Why do you struggle with the game? Look at NeoFrag. He makes it look so easy. Just put your cross there on the head and click the button, bro. That's all you got to do.
Wow.
Those were sick entries.
Insane.
Okay.
That's massive for their mentality, by the way, as well.
It just feels like Sinners have pitched up in a big way here in this game.
Yeah, it just shows that they've realized how important of a matchup this is for them as a team overall. It's not
agree.
It's not even going. It wouldn't be that much of a disappointment if they get eliminated, let's say in a 2-3 matchup, or if they lose first round of the playoffs and so on and so on. But they realize they're in an 0-2 right now. They haven't been in that scenario for a long time, let me tell you that. I don't remember the last tournament when Sinners were in an 0-2 in the main Swiss. So normally they get invited straight into the playoffs. I mean, what are we even talking about? So I guess they realize the weight that they have on their shoulders. I guess they realize that this is a bit of a must-win for them, and this is what we're seeing from NeoFrag. This is just him feeling himself, and you know, NeoFrag is a bit of a funny guy. He is a man that knows how to enjoy the game, and when he hits shots like that, I can tell you that he's smiling. But he's not just smiling; he is smiling.
Okay, he's really happy after those entries. All right. I mean, the first one was pretty lucky there through the smoke, completely blinded up, but you can't take anything away from those next two kills there to completely open up the round. Does look like Sinner's going to try and open up this round over towards middle right now, top side of mid. There's a bit of a stack from Tricked here as well towards lane. 3 players upgraded pistols. Yeah. But they will regress back into the A site.
A bit of a slower one, obviously. When you're Tricked in this round, you want to try and force the AKs up close. You want to try and force them into awkward fights that they don't want to be taken. I like that play from Sinners, though. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, NeoFrag.
I mean, that's fair enough.
Karma.
Right? Like, that's karma. Yeah.
If it, I wish it was NeoFrag as well. Would have been fair.
Too.
Shock right now is just thinking, why me? Why?
Yeah,
it wasn't even me that got the kill last round. Yeah.
Exactly. Life's not fair, Ted.
Yeah, he has to atone for the sins of his teammate.
Oh.
They lined up for him.
That was nearly a collateral. Yeah, I saw that as well. They're still going to go A here. 34 seconds left on the clock. There's 2 players in the same bomb site right now. Crossfire in place with the Desert Eagles. Can Larson hit the shots? Ooh. Absolutely. Just continues to tap away himself.
No way.
Doing the damage. Sick shot coming through there from Larson. It's only 4C left remaining, and he will suffer the same fate. 4 kills, 2 players, job done.
Shotgun Diego. Who said that after the nerf it was useless?
Not me.
Man, that was insane. I mean, Sinners didn't really realize what was going on. Not a single shot missed, by the way, from the Deagles. Every single shot hit, even though most of them were body shots. It still does damage. It still makes the T's just a little bit pressured. That was absolutely insane from Trick. Once again, they managed to make Sinners work in those anti-ecos. And, you know, the Czech powerhouse, they're going to be just a little bit upset by how close some of these rounds have been. And by some of those that they've been losing. Because you remove that one, you kind of forget about it. In the buy versus buy rounds, they've been the far better team so far.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good point. It kind of feels like they've actually had a little bit more of a difficult time in these rounds that they should be winning more easily. The gun rounds, they have been the superior team. They've been playing very slowly on the C side as well for the most part. That's why Tricked have just been holding on to their utility, right? Using their utility reactively, trying to keep it as deep as they possibly can. We've seen Larson holding on to his smoke grenades. We've seen Iceberg as well. And that's why as soon as they're turning up the pace here, they go for flashbang. Prime won't get caught off guard though. First kill does come through from him. He's taking a lot of damage in the process and he will be traded through the smoke.
That was a really crucial kill for Shock. It's going to force them into a 4 versus 4 retake. Not a lot of util for the T's though. Bomb needs to go down. No further smokes. Just one Molotov and Shock in the flash. for the same man. But look at Trick, you spoke about it. They can just reactively use their grenades. They have so much utility going into that retake. Would have loved the Molotov, but still a couple of HEs, 3 smokes, a couple of flashes, and diffuse kits of plenty.
Taking their time though, bomb's nearly halfway gone as they start to set themselves in motion here, get the pieces in place to get this retake underway. Oh, there's a bit of a stack going on here. Forcey peering above the smoke. I love that so much because he can even tuck behind the wall when he needs some cover to reset the scope. Here now does try and make some inroads, won't expect Neofrag in the back of the site here as well, so he's got free reign. First kill for free. Now he just has to stay alive as mere presence alone is enough. He's even going to be able to rack up a few more kills from that position as well. 3 frags for Neofrag. Yes, he'll die to the bomb explosion, as does his teammate, but highlights is that the round goes the way of Sinners and they're straight back to winning ways.
That was amazing. They had so many mini plays just struck into that post plant just to make sure that they win it in the end. And this is what you need when you have no grenades to further delay it. I love the bait towards Dark, but you know, in the end of the day, you need to kind of create some chaos because most of the time a T-side team, when they're holding a bomb site, they would have one of those sneaky, cheeky plays, right? It's either going to be the boost towards Banana over the smoke for the AWP or the bait towards New Box, a bait towards Dark. It's never going to be all of them in the same time. That's why you saw that Trick weren't even considering. They were like, okay, this is the shenanigans that they're trying to use to kind of overwhelm us in this post plan. So they never consider a second player towards Dark. And I spoke about the absence of a Molotov. They had so many grenades, but just one Molotov could have changed the tempo of the entire round and of the entire retake. That was a really crucial round to pick up for Sinners.
Yeah, I feel like that's actually something that's really important to keep in mind when you're defending the A-bomb site. They're not just like mindlessly throwing your molly into apps or boiler or something like that just because of the timing in the round, right? You want to try and think a bit deeper, like, yeah, what if we have to retake B? Mollies are so vital. Like, they have so much impact, right? Towards New Box, towards Shadow, maybe Banana in the club.
Nifty.
Look at Larson right now. Oh my god, not the nifty 50. He's just been eliminated from the round straight off the bat. It's left remaining. Only play on the side of the map right now. We'll be able to find one nearly gets the lineup, but unfortunately, only 1 kill. And I'm loving these changes in tempo from Sinners, mates.
Yeah.
These guys are just in full control of the game right now. This is beautiful Counter-Strike.
It just shows really great adaptiveness. You spoke about Trick being able to kind of save up their grenades because Sinners, what they were doing for the most part of those rounds, or the biggest part of them, was just initially aggress somewhere. A lot of the times they would send Neofrag towards Banana or send Zco quick towards Zaps to try and find an opener and then slow down mid-round, wait it out, see what's going on, group up and play and execute later on, right? But when they saw what actually Trick were doing with their grenades and that they're not getting baited out because Trick realized what's going on, they're like, yeah, we're just going to play from the back of the side. You're just taking some aggressive map control in the beginning, then slowing down. We can just save up our grenades, have plenty of utility for the retakes. But Sinners realizing that, they know that now late game in this half, not only Trick are going to have lesser utility because of the money problem, but they're going to be really paranoid by the possibility of Sinners just running this exact same setup that they had in the beginning of the game. They're going to be like, yeah, but we don't want to throw our grenades because they can be just trying to bait it out with some initial aggression. And then when they commit to an execute, we're going to have nothing to defend with. So it really becomes a bit of a brain game at this point. And there is no way that Trick know what's going to come through because Sinners, right now, everything has been working for them. It's not like they have no, everything's wide open.
Now you bang on. They're in full control of proceedings right now. Everything they touch turns to gold. And as you say, what did Trick even do? How do they respond? How do they go about their business now? Do they adapt to what's happened in the past few rounds? Do they try and stick to that longer term tempo? I think Forcey might just have been spotted out there by Larson. Either way, he would have seen the gun barrel. So they've got the information at least. And it does look like they still want to maintain these forward positions. I like the positions Kier's taken up here. I want to start calling this ROPS. I don't know if we can make that happen.
Call it ROPS?
Yeah, remember he got that insane, like, quad kill or, like, ace to take the game to overtime in, like, a 2 versus 5?
Oh,
was it against
G2, yeah. Well, it was against G2. Wasn't it the final? I think it was.
It was.
I think it was. I think it was the final with VM Katowice.
It was. It was when they lost 3-0. Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. I think it was the final with VM Katowice. Yeah, I remember.
And
that
it's what
fight.
took it to OT. Yeah.
Yeah, that was sick. That was sick. That was sick. When he got the first two, then he dropped, turned around, and got a couple more kills of the players going out of apps. Yeah, that was insane. Yeah, let's start calling this one Robs. Okay, guys, over the stream. This is Robs now. This is Robs now. This position is Robs. Okay, on top of roof is not Robs, but here on the mini balconies,
yes, that's on top
Robs.
of quad. Yes, exactly. Because let's go to our pugs, our games, our face level 10 stacks, our scrims. We're gonna change the world, guys.
Yeah, that's called Robs now. You know what? We're gonna implement that, and when one day Gaben puts a graffiti that says Robs there because of the call out, we're gonna sue him for money.
Exactly. Yeah. There we go. We're on board, Ted. We just need to go study some law for a few years, and then we've really got something going for us.
When people ask you why you became a caster, well, that's why. Wanted to force a massive change into the game so I can sue Valve after. Yeah. Copyright strikes. You love them. You know, Sinners love the A-bomb side. It has been working out quite well, but as we pointed out, everything seems to be working out at this point for them. They've played a really good T side, and I don't really get the vibe of Tricked even doing something bad at this point, you know? I don't really get the vibe of them having a lot of options. I feel like they've just lost it. This is one of those moments when they're not even making massive misplays. It's not like they're not hitting the shots. It's not like they're not going for the right calls. No, they had a good setup in that scenario. They were prepared for that very same play, but it just doesn't work out. And the odds, well, they speak loud enough.
Yeah, and the problem is, Ted, is that it's not even like this is a punish pick for Tricked. Like, it's not like this is a map that they rough on, or like a Dust 2,
normally
or a Mirage, or an Ancient, or something like. This is a map that you expect Tricked to be solid on, to be strong on. They're normally pretty, competitive on Inferno, so this is a worrying sign right now. Aggression for Kia. Haven't really seen this option from the CT side, and it does draw first blood.
Yeah, and this is what you want to be seeing from people like Kira and Quest. They're the momentum guys in the team, and Iceberg, of course, going to be able to crunch in the numbers. Iceberg is actually a guy that I appreciate a lot because of the consistency he has. I feel like if you wanted to compare him to another Danish player, I would say Cage and B. I think they're really similar in the way that both of them are really steady. You could see that they're not the flashiest players out there, and both of them are not going to be the hyper carries of a team, but they're really consistent. By that, I mean, that's a player that's every single map going to be dropping between 15 and 25 kills. He's not going to go below. He's not going to go above. But he's going to be in that margin. And most of the time, he's going to be doing his job. Yes, he might not be ready to compensate for others' mistakes, but he is going to be doing what you want him to do. And I feel like this is a really important part of every single successful team, like to have that glue player that's always going to be consistent. That used to be, for example, Rain for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I think
and from time to time you can make him cry.
That's horrible. Why would you want to do that? Such a nice guy. But I think those players kind of were undervalued at one point in competitive CS.
Oh yeah,
they were kind of the ones. Beautiful nade there. Oh god, love that from Neofrag. Only one play on the B side. Let me pause that point. We do have the XQ coming through. 18 seconds left on the clock. Prime on top of the oranges. We'll be able to get a kill, but that's all it is. Trade does come through immediately afterwards. Larson just trying to buy as much time as he can. Not only does that, but he gets a kill as well.
Yeah, just go through the smoke, Larson. No need to wait it out. Defuse gonna come through Tricked. At least get 4 rounds on the board. That's gonna make it a little bit doable because obviously 3-12 seems a little bit harsh. But Tricked, I think that this is a fair result. I think that's a fair score considering how things have been going. Sinners have been the better team without a doubt throughout this first half. And yeah, speaking about something good, speaking about good news. Well, good news is that you can head over to AstroPay. It's a really good platform. You can deposit and withdraw money safe in your own currency as well. Kobe.
Yeah. Shout out to our partners, AstroPay.
By the way, that was a clean HE.
Click the banner below the Twitch channel and you can check it all out yourself. It was a clean HE. It was literally perfect. As good as it gets. And Sinners can pretty much put the final nail in the coffin here in Inferno if they win this pistol round, right?
Look at that investment from Tricked. This is when you know a Danish team is playing.
Oh my god.
Look at the utility.
Okay,
no, it was only Iceberg and Larson to purchase it, right? But they distributed it in a way that it looks like everyone has bought something.
Well, there goes one piece. They will be able to get the trade at least, though. Shock's been taken down, won't play any further role in this round. And look at the aggressive setup Sinners have towards top mid right now.
Yeah, these nerds. They're trying to lure him in. That's why you send Shock on such a mission as well. You kind of pretend that he's just spotting in, trying to win more space for his teammates. So you're trying to lure him into that false sense of security. But Trick, they read the fact really well. They're going to reposition back towards the banana area, and Sinners, they don't seem so keen on the rotation just yet. Neofrag smoke is going to delay them for just a little bit longer, but now the smoke in CT is going to give it up. Yeah, they're going to run through it.
Drop your nade now, son. You'll do so much damage. Great flashbang comes through. Oh, it's Larson's flash. Iceberg stood no chance. Easy kill for Neofrag. Yeah. And I guess they can actually just commit to the retake from here. 80 grenade comes through on the money. No, not really, actually. Could have done more.
Yeah. Had a lot more potential. Still, they need to aggress now. And oh, Neofrag, he's hurted. Surely they know what's going on. They know that they're aggressive towards ruins. They can just double peek them. No, they can even triple peek them. That's better. Forzy with a double kill, leaving Larson in a 1 versus 3 clutch. He needs to try and isolate. He needs to try and push it to CT. This kill is everything. He needs to find it, but Zedko is going to stay alive for as long as possible. And not even that. He's going to get the kill as well. Sinners with 12.
I love the way Zedko plays that, mate. He realizes he doesn't have to push and try and take the fight from CT. He just needs to make sure that Larson can't escape, because that's when Larson can become a little bit, snaky, get behind Church, bob and weave, play with the diffuser. So really good role there from Zedko. But as you even mentioned, not a double peak, but a triple peak comes through from Church. They said their prayers and they were answered. They found all the kills. 12-4. Pistol round goes the way of the CT side. It's going to be a force back in response from Trick, who did find the bomb plant. And it seems like they actually opt for more utility over firepower in this force buy. So it's not like we're seeing Galils and armor. Lots of util, and I like that on Inferno.
Yeah, especially because it's a map where the MAC-10s could be really effective if you go over towards apartments, let's say, or banana. In that scenario, it's going to be apartments, but a bit of an apps pop could be on the cards.
Yeah. Does look like that might be what they're leaning in towards right now. A couple players top mid. They're going to be lining up that utility. They'll smoke towards Moto. Flash look over Molly as well. Forsy playing from Rops right now. We'll be able to get one kill completely blinded up, though. We'll force him back. But the counter util's good. Larson was forced back. Oh no, it's another team flash again. What's going on? Because Forsy should have been dead. And I'm not saying that completely changes the round, but it's almost like that kill sets things in motion for Sinners to just get all the frags afterwards, because there's no pressure from lane.
Yeah, it doesn't completely change the round. It makes it possible for them to win it without dropping a single player on the CT side, and that makes it really devastating for the T's as well. Now you're down 4-13. Looking at the Pinnacle odds, of course, they speak loud enough. I feel like this has been just a really well drilled map for Sinners, and they've just played it textbook. Everything has been going to plan, nothing going wrong. Yes, maybe the anti-ecos, but now you remember what rounds Strict were winning in the first half, and you think, okay, if Sinners were to actually convert the anti-ecos and the anti-half-buys without any troubles, that would have been such a... Like, I'm not saying it's not one-sided now, but it would have been annihilation.
That's true. That's true. I mean, it's kind of difficult to try and picture a more annihilation scoreline compared to what we got right now. But
you haven't watched me play Face It, have you?
It does get worse than this?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, shit. Okay. Well, I mean, better you than Tricked, right?
No. You ask me? No, it's not better. For me, no. For them, yeah. Hell yeah.
Sorry, I'm here for the Trick boys, Ted. If it means that you're the one who goes 16 and Face It, well, then I guess that's that's the price I have to pay. I do like what they're doing right now, by the way, is that they're kind of not showing any presence banana. I thought they were going to rush up B, though, and hope that, there would only be one player there, because there's actually still 3 players towards A. Sinners have made a really good
welcome to the meat grinder for Z with the 4K, and Zedko is going to finish it off with a nice little one in the end. But 4Z, 18-9. We love them eco kills. Really good for the confidence, really good for the KD. 2 for him now, and is going to enable him to actually go for the big green in the first and potentially last buy round of the second half.
Okay, I mean... 14-4. Yeah, I it's not really just about Trick fighting back here, Ted, to try and, make a comeback and win the map, because that's near impossible without Tom Cruise on the server. But just about bringing themselves, or the Rock, sure. It's just about bringing themselves into the game, right? It's just about building up some confidence, some cohesion, some synergies, some momentum, and all the rest as well.
Yeah, you know that at this point you're probably gonna lose the map. Just try and win a couple rounds. Oh my god.
Oh god.
That's.
It's so simple, Ted.
Yeah, they just make it look so easy. It's just as easy as it gets, right? Just throw a flash for him. He's gonna be waiting behind half wall. He peeks, gets a double kill. Easy as that. No problem whatsoever. I was just about to make a point about Tricked having to kind of, because I feel like mentally and realistically they're out of this map already. But it would have been really positive for them if they were to win a couple rounds, just to make sure that they gain some confidence and they have some momentum going into map number 2, and they kind of managed to forget about what happened on Inferno. But then this happens, and I'm like, unlucky. You know what's lucky, though? It's lucky that we have MSI supporting us. They're really sick. Have you played on a 360 hertz monitor, by the way?
Oh, man, Ted, that's like asking if I've driven in a Tesla. No, obviously not. Have you?
No, I haven't.
That's
but
like,
I've heard it's like flying. I've heard it. It feels like flying
or something.
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know, man. That feels like an unfair advantage.
Well,
I am on 144 though. Thank God for that.
Yeah,
hopefully everybody is. Right now though, kills gonna be rolling in left, right, and center. Sinners not taking any prisoners at all. It's only here left remaining. Doesn't even feel like we've seen the Danish team pitch up here at all on Inferno. They've just been devastated and blown out of the water. We're gonna be taking a short break, and when we return, hopefully Trick return to the server because they've gone missing. It's Overpass up next. It's their map pick, so let's see what's gonna happen.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
A lot of questions and doubts going into this 0-2 matchup, but for the biggest part of it, on map number 1, Sinners absolutely dominated the competition and managed to upset Trick. Now the Danes, they will have to fight for their dear life here on Overpass, and as we're seeing, well, they're not gonna take this time. They're not gonna take their time with this one. I'm your caster Ted, joining me is Hayes, and well, this pistol round is almost over.
My lord, what an angle taken there by Beastick. Steps out, gets the kill onto Prime. Quiz also spots out Zedko.
Yeah.
Oh, he's really
At least give me time for the entry, please.
No, you didn't even get a moment there to get a breath, and they were rushing up long, taking the fight at Fountain. All 3 kills came through for the CT side. It seemed like the pistol round was over before it even begun, but then Quez answered back with 3 sick frags of his own. Unfortunately, it proved to be in vain, as Sinners do still get the round across the line. Ted, I do want to throw this at you. We're on Overpass right now, picked by Trick.
Hey.
Obviously, they are 1-0 down in the series right now, but this is a map that Sinners don't really play, mate. This is a map that they've only played once in the past 3 months, so maybe a chance for Trick.
I actually watched that game, like I played the Devo yesterday, being like, yeah, probably Overpass is a possibility, I guess. They're gonna rely on Sinners not having a lot of experience on it. So I did watch, it was a game in ESL Challenger, if I'm not mistaken, against SKADE. They lost it 14-16. I actually want to point out something. Sinners, as much as I like the team and I like the lineup, there was something I got really confused about. It was the lack of consistency on the CT side. Their CT side seem a little bit tough on Overpass. Obviously, Overpass is one of the hardest maps for rotation, so the rotation player is kind of screwed over. Hey, Neo, how are you doing, man? But in the end of the day, I feel like this game against SKADE that they played in the beginning of this month as well, that they lost 14-16 in Overpass, I was really impressed by their T side. I think their CT was where they were lacking. So I'm looking at this matchup and I'm thinking, if they manage to carry on the momentum from map number 1, this could be a done deal.
Oh, Beastick does get taken down, but at least Forcy's there for the trade, and he wants to go one step further, but he loses his life as a result, and frags elsewhere on the map. Neofrag's been taken down, which means it's a 2 versus 3. I mean, 16-14 against SKADE on Overpass is still a really good result, though,
yeah,
mate.
because
I mean,
SKADE are a decent Overpass
on the
team.
map.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really strong on Overpass, aren't they? It's like one of their favorite maps.
Yeah, I guess Sinners not to be overlooked simply because of the players that they have as well. Such a good team, well assembled. But Tricked on the other hand, Danish team and Overpass, what a better classic.
Oh man, Shock's gonna have to go huge here right now. MP9 up close and personal. 3 players making their way up short. Does look like he'll be able to find the first for free. Should get traded out afterwards. No, able to stay alive. Maybe that brings Zedko into the act. It does indeed, but Zedko can't get the kill, but it's a team frag. And Quez only has 28 points of health. Shock's looking to finish it off. He's brought him down even further. Now Quez is shaking in his boots, but he doesn't have any boots to shake in because he's dead. How did Sinners win that round?
He even gets the TK after the CT falls as well. It's not like he kills him in order to get the kill that they needed on the bomb side. Zedko was already dead, and he just continues shooting. Oh, that was so unfortunate. Trick, they're gonna be feeling painful after this one. Oh, that's gonna hurt. You don't even get a bomb plant, which means that, yeah, you get 4 kills, but you can't even reinvest into this one. You're gonna have to take this one up the chin and just go for the pistols.
Yeah, let's see what they can make happen. I mean, it's kind of a similar start here to Overpasses to what we saw on Inferno, kind of domination in favor of the side of Sinners.
Yeah.
Tricked. What can they do? They need to do some economic damage. Is kind of what they're going to be looking for, Ted. See if they can, keep Sinners in that territory of lose a round and you're economically reset.
Yeah, just try and inflict the damage. Of course, in this round, it's going to be a little bit tough. You know what is not tough? Participating in the CCT survey that we're doing. Guys, everyone on the stream, you can click the banner below. Make sure you tell us, and it's a pretty interesting experience, by the way. I've never had this while watching CS tournaments. People in the chat can actually tell us which parts of the stream they like, which parts of the stream they don't like, and win some skins while doing that. So you can pretty much like, the only forbidden thing is telling us that you don't like us two at Haze. Everything else, okay, we're not gonna tell the other casters if you say something, but don't speak about us, please.
Oh, damn.
But in the end of the day, yeah, click the banner below the stream, participate in the survey, tell us what you don't like, of course, what you like. Of course, I'm joking. You might not like us. You can give us some criticism, but you can win some pretty cool skins. Just don't win the gut knife, please. No one wants a gut knife.
I think there's worse knives than gut knives, Ted. So let's be grateful what these people are.
Navaja, yeah. No, we are really grateful. We are really grateful. But
I know.
I still, it's personal preference.
Look at Faze, got the angle, waiting for the aggression to come through, but he's going to be traded out. Become a popular option, pushing two players through Monster Tunnel like that, and works out really nicely on that occasion, I suppose.
Yeah, it's really sick, especially when you know that Danish teams normally... Okay, so a signature thing when you're playing against the Danish team is whenever they take short control, most of the time they're gonna end up playing B. But you know that when they take short control and when you have the confirmation of it, chances are there's not going to be a lot of players holding towards monsters, so you can kind of go for aggression. Now, that was a sick play coming in from Prime. Unfortunately for him, he gets refrag, but it's still a 1-for-1, and that's going to create some chaos. The spray through the wall, I think, tagged down Larson, but Iceberg is going to find a refrag, and now it's all up to Shock, and he's been taken down.
Molly, there's a Molly in play for B-Stick. He hasn't opted to use it though. Gonna be able to get the first low HP player on the side, but Larson's got a scope and a sniper and a shot, and it connects, and Trick get their first round as a result. They needed that one so badly. It was back and forth throughout, but they're actually able to make it work. I love Prime's play there, pushing through the smoke and getting that kill on 4C and bathrooms. Just kind of unsettling Sinners. You know, he did get traded, so they still had that information. Unfortunately, I think it was actually a boost there, Ted. I don't think they were shooting through the wood. I think whoever was boosted up missed all shots onto Larson once he came through. Brought him down to 2 points of health, and then Iceberg just swung out and got the kill. So... yeah, Tricked actually showing a bit of fights of their own. They're on the board.
Maybe. I wasn't looking at the minimap, I'm not gonna lie, but in the end of the day, Trick finally managed to convert a round, which was really important for them. I mean, you lose that previous round, that means that Sinners are gonna be able to strengthen up the economy even more. And from that point on, you're gonna be on the T side, and you're gonna be the team struggling with money, which is far from ideal in that scenario. But hey, they've started to wake up. Let's see how many rounds they can mount on their T side, because as we pointed out, Overpass is one of the really, really good maps for Tricked, if not the map where I believe that they have maybe the biggest upset potential, as well as, of course, Vertigo and Nuke. But Overpass is a really signature one for them, even though last time they played it against Astralis Talon, they got stomped just a little bit. But in the end of the day, I actually find it really intriguing to watch Quez and Kier on this map. I think they're quite sick.
Okay. I'll keep my eyes on them. Always a big fan of watching players play. Bit of a boost coming through right now. Kia, as you mentioned, the player. Oh, he does see a player as he falls off. It looked like Zedko was actually spotting for that boost as well, though. So good awareness from both of the teams. 35 seconds left on the clock here, Ted. Where do Tricked end up? Looks like they're gravitating towards the top side of the map here. B-Stick in a forward position. He's got 4C and support on the site itself.
Yeah, there's the execute coming in through. B-Stick aggressive. Toilets needs to find at least one, and he's done so. Kier with the 1-for-1 refrag, but that's gonna win them enough time for the rotate. There's not enough time on the clock now. Forzy, he can just try and delay.
Oh my god, really good Molotov forces.
No way.
Will be able to get the kill there. Trade comes through. Kier doing a fantastic job. Third frag for him in there in the round as he just pulls his team by the collar into the post-plant situation. Man advantage in play. Neofrag trying to come through from back. Don't think he actually spots the player towards long. Might have heard him there, though. Will get the 1 bullet on the cross. No kits in play, though. Not sure if there's one on the ground, but it doesn't look like it. So, no utility, no kits. This is going to be difficult.
Oh, and Quest getting that kill. Neofrag in such a tough position. He's just going to get double B. Quest swarms him down. 2 kills for him. in the round 2 in the after plant and 2 on the board for Tricked here as they finally reset the economy of Sinners. That was way better. That was really good, especially when you look at the clock. There was like, what, 15 seconds in the moment that they were starting to make their way onto the bomb site. That means that if you don't isolate those members, if you let them go for the bait, because initially their idea was, okay, Forza is gonna fight from truck. There was a second player, not sure who that was, but there was a second player hiding behind truck as well. So they wanted to kind of go for the bait, just send Forza to go maximum damage, and then have a player with the M4 with the multi-kill potential to try and seal the deal. But that Molotov, that Tricked actually managed to throw again towards truck, that was the game changer. This is the thing that made them really uncomfortable on the bomb site.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, man. Nice shots there from Qued to finish off the round as well. And off the back of Trick getting all the information towards Fountain, they saw numbers there from the CT side. They just immediately shift themselves towards the opposite side of the map, get full control of the site, and yeah, Trick just starting to give us something to get excited about here. Starting to build themselves into the game. Easy cleanup here and the anti-eco as well. Everybody just jumping from heaven into hell. And it is the end of their time here, at least in that round. 4-3. 1 round separating these two teams.
Yeah, another buy coming in through for Sinners. By the way, so far Sinners have been quite passive on the CT side. I mean, bar the first buy round when we had that push towards long. Other than that, they've been kind of defensive. I'm still waiting for the first time we're gonna see them fight for short control. I think that so far they've been pretty much letting Tricked have it for free. But this is a bit of a, I guess it's a bit problematic because like that you need to be worried about it all of the time, and it kind of delays your rotation, doesn't allow you to have a lot of information, doesn't allow you to have that extra man towards the A bomb side. And as we saw when they go for a full and execute towards A, it is a problem when you don't have that extra man.
Well, I mean, no problem at all for Trick to find the opening kills on this occasion.
Yeah.
1 frag found through the smoke, I think that was over towards Monster, and then the other kill just in lowers. And I mean, Blinken, you would have missed it, but it's a 5 versus 3 now for Tricked. Obviously, both of these teams kind of playing for retribution here in the series right now. Yeah. Neither of them want to be eliminated 0-3 from the Swiss stage, but it goes deeper than that. It's not like they've been incredibly competitive in the games that they've been losing up until this point, and they want to be showing some good form here. Yeah. And both of these teams, you know, would be backing themselves to reach the play, or they'd fancy their chances, right? They'd love to reach the playoffs, so they're going to want to display some sort of form here, and it's looking like Trick are doing exactly that. Trigger discipline, maybe?
Oh, okay.
Didn't need to.
Even
jumps to go down here though.
Okay.
Oh my god. Finally, Larson gets the kill, but he's bought so much time for the rotations.
He has. A player up close from long though is gonna win the bomb side for them. Neofrag already close as well. He's gonna try and make his way out. Now, if Neo gets a kill into the Oper without them realizing what's going on, there could be a bit of a chance. I think he was spotted. Neo gets the kill, but Iceberg is really quick on the refrag. Zedko attempts the wall bank, not fortunate enough, and that's an error. And look at Iceberg, I love that. He's won the round at this point.
Oh, no kits. It's so unfortunate. If Zedko had a kitchen, maybe that would just, make things a little bit more interesting. In the end, Iceberg will get the kill.
I have the same knife, by the way.
AWP as well. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't actually see it. Was it an M9 Slaughter?
No. Is the Skeleton Night Stripe.
Oh, the Skeleton Knights. Okay.
Yeah, and I
big fan of the
I have it
with
with the lunar waves gloves as well. It's a really nice combo. Like they're the same gamma, the same color. Sick.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up something I forgot to mention. It just came back to my mind now. I noticed that Quez actually picked up an M4A1S over an AK in the end of the round before the previous where they won on that A bomb site. Okay. So I just think it's something we've been seeing happen every now and again where players are opting for the A1S over the AK on the T side, and it's just something you've never really seen happen in Counter-Strike before, choosing the M4 over the AK on the T side.
Yeah.
So yeah. Quite an interesting call.
Didn't even have it with the Oak meta as well, because like using the Oak on T side is a little bit awkward because it's a bit of a more static weapon, let's say, a weapon that needs you to hold an angle. Yeah, but with the M4 and the AK, it's a little bit odd. You know, I don't know how I feel about it from time to time.
I mean, have you been seeing it happening at all? I've seen it, like, I wouldn't say regularly, but I have seen it in some of the games I've been casting.
It's like seeing someone use the M4A4. Like, that often I see it happening. Like, every now and then. Oh my. Why? Don't you like it?
A4?
By the way, before the buff of the silenced M4, I was using the other one.
Are you using the A1S always?
No. Before the buff of the A1S, I was using the M4A4.
Yeah, of course, everybody was. No one was using the A1S before the buff.
Yeah, it was a lot better, but now it's just...
I know, I liked it then, but now that the A1S is like... The A1S is like the easy mode rifle in Counter-Strike. It makes the game easier.
The laser.
No recoil,
the laser beam.
no traces through smoke. The laser beam is so easy to like spray through a smoke as well. No, that kind of like millisecond of undetection where it takes that T a second to try and realize where he's being shot from. That gives you an advantage to get multi-kills. Like,
and it's got better skins compared to the M4A4 as well.
oh, easily better skins than the A4. That's an easy one.
Yeah, Bart, how?
5-4 though, by the way, and also Victor are going to be getting themselves in the lead for the first time this series, Ted.
Yeah, D side looking really fresh. Sinners, of course, on the Nico in this one, and we spoke about the problems that they have normally on the CT side of Overpass. Well, we're starting to see them again. They're just struggling to put on rounds here on the board after winning the first couple ones. It feels like from time to time they're just playing this one. It's really awkward. I don't really know how to explain it. I mean, half the rounds they've been just playing from the back of the side without getting any information, without getting any idea on what's going on around the map. They're just waiting for Trick to go to them, and when they go to them, they just annihilate them. The other half of the rounds they've been trying to be aggressive, but that aggression has been immediately shut down. So it feels like you kind of need to get the better of the two worlds, if you know what I mean. I would love to see Sinner just go for some initial aggression, then switch up the tempo, try and fall back into more a defensive setup after they get something done early round. But you know, so far they've been struggling to do anything early round simply because Trick have been landing all those shots and just denying it so well.
Absolutely, mate. I feel like Trick have been doing such a good job at finding these opening picks and just putting the pressure onto Sinners, as you say, punishing any aggressive plays that they have been making at the starts of these rounds. And so Sinners have fallen back with a bit more of a passive approach here, I would say. You got 4C on short with the orb watching into water, and then only B-Stick on the top side of the map right now, all by himself in bathrooms. So kind of just playing a bit of a gamble game right now, you know.
Yeah.
Bobbing and weaving back and forth between long and middle. And he realizes that he can't actually afford to stay there for too long, so he's going to commit to the long push here.
Yeah, that's a really good play from B-Stick. Realizing that they have 4 towards the B-bomb side, he will have to be in a position where even if they get up to the bomb side, he's still going to be able to dwindle their forces and get maybe 1 or 2 kills and make it easier. And if it goes like that, he can actually drop the bomb here. He can get 2 kills and the bomb in that scenario. Oh, that's insane. Kira just turns around, knowing that there was a possibility, but B-Stick wins the fight nonetheless, and still he has vision of the bomb. He can go for rotates, but he needs to give his teammates the information that there could be T's up close towards the bomb side.
Oh man, Neofrag gets a big kill. Shock's got in control of the B-bomb site though. What on earth is going to happen in this round? It's all on 4C. He's in water. He's the man that stands between Trick in this round right now. Can he get a kill is the question. Yes, Iceberg's got his goddamn knife out. Never expected 4C to be there. He's now been legged by his opposite number, but he'll find the blow, and he finds the 180-degree pivot onto Quez as well. What a sick sequence from 4C.
Wow, that was insane from him. The fact that they as well give him the chance to do that, because you could see the spacing wasn't there, and you know, we can't really blame them. You get pushed from long, the bomb gets dropped, then you lose a player towards the A-bomb side. You might be thinking that everyone from centers has rotated and that they think that you're already on the bomb side, so they just go in for the rotation. They might be thinking, okay, surely if there's a native BP, it's going to be playing the B-bomb side on the retake setup, because they have no presence towards Monster as well. And most of the time, you're not going to be ready for an op to be left all alone in that position, but 4Z makes the best out of the situation, wins the round for Sinners, and now continues to tear them apart. He's looking really keen to commit fighting towards Skull. Now takes the more diligent option, fullback, a 1-for-1, but a lot of damage done as well.
Yeah, here sub 50 health, prime sub 60 health. So let's not forget the impact. Those A1Ss might be able to land some one-shot headshots.
I spend way too much time in Twitch, by the way. I just heard you saying prime sub.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I did? What?
I don't know why. No. I'm pretty sure you didn't, but just too much time on Twitch.
Oh, okay, alright. Either way, Shock's got a really good flank coming through. In the meantime, Trick have taken side control. They've been able to walk their way into the B-bomb site.
They have indeed, but it's still a pretty awkward one, right? I don't know how to feel about it. Look at the double push towards Monster. Surely you're not going to be ready for Zedko. He's going to be able to find one. Another refrag, but Iceberg's position, this could be everything. He takes down B-Stick, the round is over. Oh. Really strange.
Yeah, it is indeed. Looks like it's going to be Zedko left remaining, 1 versus 2 clutch situation, but as he extends and exposes himself, there's 2 players on the opposite side, and it's going to be Trick to reclaim the lead.
I was worried there for a second. And the moment that Iceberg actually allows his teammate to go down there, I'm like, okay, this could actually spiral out of control just a little bit. But yeah, in the end of the day, Trick managed to save the day. They go for a tactical timeout. This is something that I like as an approach. I feel like people have started embracing it more and more back in the day, or rather, when I say back in the day, it feels like I'm speaking about 20 years ago. But a couple months ago, you would see only the most experienced teams, like teams that have those old dogs that have been playing CS for maybe around 10 years now, going for tactical timeouts like that when you don't go for the tag because something's not working out. It's not like you need to fix a problem. It's like you know that right now you can reset the economy of your opponents, and that's going to set you up for a really flawless first half. So in the end of the day, I feel like now people have realized that this is actually a really useful method of making sure that everyone's on the same page and making sure that you capitalize on these rounds. Whereas younger teams didn't used to do it that much. But hey, now I'm really happy we're seeing that from Trick. Shows that they're thinking long term.
Yeah, it's a bit of an evolution, and no surprise to see that coming through from a Danish team as well, right?
Oh yeah.
Maybe inspired by Carrigan, Glaive, either way.
Myself.
There's enough cash in the bank here for Sinners to buy up. And it feels like if they lose this gun around here, though, Ted, then this half could really get ugly pretty quickly.
Yeah.
The 10-5, not completely unfathomable.
Oh, what a nerd. You're a nerd. Absolute.
Great awareness. Oh, man, I love that so much.
I was looking at him as well. I was looking at him through the wall, and I'm thinking, like,
see the player
surely he's not jiggling for the boost, right?
In the end, it's going to be the first kill that goes the way of the CT side. What did Trick do from here? They've got Prime in bathrooms. It looks like he's just trying to have some presence there, but he's not pulling any rotations as of yet.
Yeah, the problem is that he has some long presence, and still you have Neofrag just jump spotting and being a nuisance and tagging Quest down through the wall. That's insane. Really, really devastating to be playing against a player like Neofrag. He gets so much information, but look at that play towards long. This could actually be huge. I don't think they're ready for it.
No, they're not. Prime's going to be having full control right now.
He doesn't spot him.
Force, though, hits a great shot, but Prime will get the trade. The fact that Forcey gets a kill before he goes down, though, is huge because he was always going to go down. 20 seconds left on the clock. Trick will have no problem in getting the bomb plants itself. 3 versus 3 retake. Fairly low HP on a couple of the players. Look at Neofrag. He's gone straight through the molly, looking to try and catch him off guard, and he will get the planter.
What a sick kill on Secure. Now it's Prime and Quest. Quest with the AWP has to step up. Normally not an opener, normally not known for his capabilities with the big green, but will have to deliver in this one. Has a flash to work with. Both of them going to be playing from the same direction. No smoke for the CT side as well. Is going to make it really tough to retake.
Oh, beautiful double P coming through there from boosted up onto the sides and from in front. It's going to be Neofrag who gets the kill. They know exactly where Prime is. He's been brought down to 9 points of health. Defuse will come through. Zedko's already punching in the digits. They know he's the one with the kit. And Sinners make the unlikely retake happen.
Top 5 jump scares in the history of Overpass. That was an insane triple P coming in from Sinners. Even if the Oper lands a shot there, he's just going down. And it's still a 2 versus 1. And in the end of the day, the damage that they managed to do to the second player makes it really, really tough for him to even think about going into the round like that. I like that retake from Sinners. Even though you had no utility whatsoever, you managed to make it work. Spacing was on point. Teamwork was on point. Communication was good. And, well, even though they kind of forgot about Long and they got caught with their pants down, managed to reiterate themselves into the round, and now they go for the double AWP setup, by the way.
Yeah, maybe that's, I mean, if they could win the half from here, wouldn't that just be a fantastic turn of events for Sinners and put some serious pressure back onto Trick? So let's see if the double AWP setup's going to enable that. Neofrag with the second. The thing I love about Neofrag's rifle is just how, you know, versatile he can be, how maneuverable he can be. So I feel like maybe an AWP just limits him ever so slightly, but he's still really potent with the gun.
Yeah. We spoke about him on Inferno just a little bit, about the capabilities that he has with the second AWP. Well, didn't have the chance to watch it on the first map, but now we will, and he will have to deliver because I think it would be an understatement to say that Sinners have been struggling just a little bit here on Overpass, and this is a really nice peak for Iceberg, nearly going down there, but in the end of the day, getting the kill is going to make it really tough, especially for Forzy, who's pretty much stuck there now.
Yeah, and it actually looks like, where's Neofrag? Is he in heaven? I think that he is right now. So they've kind of got 2 players hard committed to B, and then Neofrag can have some sort of an impact from the distance. I expect a smoke to be coming through here, though, to obstruct him and not allow him to have that impact. Does see one, maybe a bit of a gap here to try and catch the players as they cross, and there we go. He will be able to get a kill. The problem is his teammates have just been completely dispatched off by Prime.
Wow, what a spray transfer that was. Absolutely insane. And Forza is going to go down as well. This is a save for Neofrag. That looks so good for Sinners as well. I mean, the fact that they have so much trust into Forza's capabilities with the AWP. After his teammate towards A falls down towards Long, I believe that was B-Stick, they don't rotate another player there. They're just like, yeah, Forza, we're going to let you be. We know that you're going to be all right. We know that if they go away, you're going to be able to get a couple kills and we can play this late retake as we did last round. But in that scenario, it works out perfectly. Tricked actually double back towards the B-bomb side. Neofrag gets the first kill, but from that point on, that double kill from Prime, it was absolutely everything. Godlike sequence from him. And, well, Tricked, they're going to win their 7th round, putting the economical state of Sinners in a really tough spot once again.
Yeah, it just seems like Tricked are making sure that they win all these really important rounds to make sure that Sinners can't really find any momentum here. I mean, they got off to a nice start. They went 4-0, but then ever since then, it's just been Tricked who have kind of dominated proceedings, and they've been in full control. And anytime it's gotten close, they've been able to just, like, win that round to keep themselves ahead. And there's that transfer from Prime that you were referring to. Beautiful 2-piece out of him, and buried the round at that point.
All for Forza. And for a Neofrag and a couple pistols. Ooh, sick ult, by the way. Surely he gets at least 1 kill. I mean, that's Medusa. That's one of those skins that when you pick it up on a Faceit game, you just get a kill simply because of the skin.
Yeah, absolutely. Skins definitely make you better at the game. There's no 2 ways about it.
It's like the... I believe there's like 4 skins like that. Is the Medusa, the Fire Serpent, the How, and the Godlore.
And the Dragonlore?
Yeah.
Okay. You call it Godlore?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you're a god when you're with it.
Okay. Fair enough. Never really been much of a fan of the Fire Serpent, to be honest.
No way. You didn't just say that.
I think there's better AKs.
Well, obviously there is, but it's a Fire Serpent, man. Oh,
Zedko.
It is a blaze.
He's got some fire in his blaze. Yeah, exactly. Nice kill coming through from him. Let's see if Shock can emulate that as well with his desert. He will continue to inflict some in the course of the round in the long term. Should I say? But can he win the round for his team is the question. Needed that 2nd kill, but look at Forza. Is he undetected? AWP up close and personal. The scope would have been heard. And Larson gets the kill.
I was worried there for a second, you know. Forza, on map number 1, he showed us that he's got the moves. And in that scenario, if he lands that flick, he can actually win enough time by dancing around the pillar to try and get a 2nd shot with the AWP on the up-close player. So that was completely doable by him. I mean, or rather for him. In the end of the day, though, Tricked are going to be able to cement their victory in the first half of Overpass T side. 8 rounds already, looking at 9 potentially. Yes, the money on Sinners is going to be all right again, so they're going to have another reinvestment going into this one. Didn't really have it last time around, bar the 2 rifles, but in that scenario, I mean, you look at the round distribution. That was a 4-0 lead for Sinners on the CT side. Now it's an 8-6. They've won 8 out of the last 10 rounds. Tricked. That just shows some great effectiveness on the T side. We spoke about the struggles that the Czech powerhouse has on the defense from time to time on this map, so I'm not so surprised by how things are going, especially because Tricked have been doing a really decent job on the T side. But it's still really impressive, especially after how Inferno went. Maybe we had some moments of questioning the confidence of Tricked going into this map. But they're just showing us that they're true professionals and they don't really care what happens on map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a little bit disconcerting when they got off that, 4-0 start.
Yeah,
on the
exactly.
map here, really good trade there from Prime to take down Neofrag, who nearly gets around the corner. It was looking a little bit concerning at that point, but they completely rescued the map and they're in control. What I will say is Sinners has only got, 4 rounds against SKADE on their CT side, and they lost that map 16-14. So the fact that they've got 6 here means that they've kind of given themselves a fighting chance, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
They would goddamn love a 7th, though.
Yeah, they would make it a lot easier, especially if you get the momentum working for you on the T side. You get the pistol and the bonuses. You're suddenly going to be 2 rounds ahead. And I say cheese stack. I like the idea. It doesn't work out, but we read the attempt.
Where they end up from here is the question. We reach that minute mark in the round, last round of the first half.
Oh, if they
It's going to be
contact
anti-flash for Shock ZCO on the angle right now. Does look like they're going to go for the contact, and
yeah.
ZCO just snaps them up. They don't even know that Shock's here. Shock steps out though, and he'll be the player to lose his life. This is still doable for the T side. Larson gets a second in the round. There's only 4C on the site itself with an AWP, and he's in an awkward position.
A bit of a misplay coming in from Shock here. Going down to the Oper, but Force is still in a good spot to try and save the round. Really tough angle to be playing with an AWP though. He needs to focus on staying alive at this point. Needs to focus on staying alive. Needs to focus on not letting the T's get water control. Larson just barely going to be able to make his way out of the bomb side before B-Stick arrives. Still, I don't think they know there's a player in the water, but it's not going to make such a big difference because now they've repositioned themselves and they're looking for it.
Yeah, smoking towards short. The problem is there's no kit here. No kit at all, so they have to bait these players out. They need to win the gunfight before they can actually commit to the defuse itself. Quay's going to rattle off the shots through the smoke. Larson actually peeks out, seeing there's no one sticking the defuse itself. B-Stick looks to try and chase down the sniper, but he ends up receiving the same treatment as his teammate. 9-6 is the halftime scoreline. Tricked after going down 4-0 when 9 of the next, 11 rounds? That's a great performance coming through them. What a fight back.
Yeah, Shock has to say sorry after this round. That looks
Agreed.
it looks so great for Sinners as well from start to finish. I mean, you look at the setup. Yes, Shock is staying anti-flash, but you're just thinking if they go contact out, it's so tough to clear out that initial position of ZCO. So he probably gets at least one, if not two, in that scenario. He gets both of them. And after the second kill, Shock just needs to stay there. Even if ZCO gets refragged, Shock doesn't really care about it. He just needs to hold on to his life because he's got 1 kill guaranteed.
Agreed, 100%. They don't even know that he's there. He kind of just lacks a gate, like lazily steps off the angle after his teammate gets 2 kills. Kill coming through for Larson. I mean, he's landing some really clean shots coming through in these past few rounds. Looking good. 4 versus 4. And Tricked want to maintain control of this forward position here towards bathrooms. They're not falling back to the site itself. More contact taken. That brings Kerr into the fight. Ooh. Oh, God. All the kills for the CT side. Great defense coming out of Tricked.
Yeah, Forge is going to be able to catch a bit of a timing, but they're going to be ready for it. Nice shot onto the first. Not ready for Larson. He's been crisp, by the way. 14 and 8
yeah, for
now.
Sure.
You know, he was... I believe he had what, like 7... He was 7 and 8 or 7 and 9 just before the last round of the first half. Now he is 11 in that. No, rather, not 11. Even 14? 13? Yeah, 14.
Yeah, he has been racking up a lot of kills in the past few rounds. You're definitely onto something there. I feel like in the last like 3 or 4 rounds and a half.
That's insane.
14 and 8. Yeah.
7 kills in 2 rounds. And both these rounds were quite crucial, you know? A Y round, that was a 2 versus 4. And then this pissed around.
Yeah, he is having a lot of impact. You're right. He has definitely come to life in a big way, and it's been important rounds that he's been winning for his team as well, just to stop Sinners from sort of like keeping it a 50-50 game. They even found the opening pick in that pistol round, but they weren't really able to navigate themselves towards the bomb site because Tricked was still holding those forward positions. Prime's been spotted out. Wants to get aggressive with the MP9. He will be able to get the lineup. Beautiful flashbang comes through from Larson. He'll pick up 3 assists. ZCO does get the kill, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, farming the cash. He's not going to be too unsettled by the fact that he's went down. Found 3 kills on the MP9. Now that's awkward.
I mean, when you consider the fact that Sinners invested nothing into the round and they get themselves 2 kills, you'll take that.
Yeah,
you'll
nearly
take that
a
as
third
the
as
T-side
well.
eco round. Good result.
Taking a look at the odds, though. They're starting to even up just a little bit. Of course, if you want to take advantage of those, make sure you click the banner below the stream. Head over to Pinnacle and use our code CUP22 upon sign up. You need to be at least 18 years of age in order to bet, though. That's the no fun part.
Yeah, I guess rules are in place for a reason.
Yeah.
That's how life works, Ted. What did you think school was supposed to teach you? Education? Nah. About systems and rules. Like that nade, Ted.
That was painful. Amazing.
Lots of damage done. Important gun round here for Sinners as well, mate. Yeah, you think about, they've kind of been falling behind the game. You losers, 12-6, no money, 13-6. That's a pretty scary position to be in. And, oh my god, look at this aggression from Trick. They're just running straight into ZCO while he's trying to drop some utility. He's been completely overwhelmed.
Yeah, and that was one of the high HP players as well. New Frag and Shocker are still in play. And with the M4s and the MP9 in game, that's what can happen. Shock just 1 bullet away from death. Of course, it's a headshot, but wouldn't be enough if he wasn't tagged that low. And look at that from Sinners. They're going to try and regain monster control here, which is going to be really dangerous. Oh, Quest. He didn't spot him going out. This is such a dangerous prospect. He's going down here. He's gonna spot the Opera. He's not gonna be ready for B-Stick to be so close. Actually manages to deploy the smoke in time and to stay alive. That was really scary there for a second, but still able to contain himself.
Oh man. Isn't that just such a fortunate timing there for the Dane, able to drop the smoke and keep those T players at bay. And it's kind of forced Sinners to re-explore their alternative options here. 24 seconds left on the clock. I don't even know if there's a way for them to win the round here. I think they're probably just going to end up committing to the save.
Yeah, I guess at this point you're just holding on. You get the kill into the player and connector. Yep, that's a round. Neofrag gets the refrag. Standing up to his name, but that's gonna be 12 on the board for Trick. This has been extremely one-sided. You know, it feels like we're just looking at a punishment pick veto at this point.
It does seem that way, and I think that's what Trick kind of intended to be the case when they picked Overpass coming into the series as well. Looking increasingly likely that we're going to be going across to Nuke to determine who gets to keep themselves alive here in the Pinnacle Cup and who's going to be eliminated in a 0-3 fashion from the Swiss stage.
Yeah, unless now Sinners just out of nowhere transition into the best T-side Overpass team we've ever seen in our lives and win at 16-12.
I have my doubts. Especially based off of how good Trick have been looking in these past few rounds.
Yeah.
Which has been good because we saw Sinners really strong on Inferno and we were like, cool, you know, they've had a rough past few days, but here they are looking good. The Trick have had a rough past few days. They didn't look good on Inferno, but they've absolutely looked good here on Overpass. So both these teams are showing that they've got that potential, and I just hope that they both bring it at the same time in the decider. Like, let's see a map where both of these teams are, you know, at the top of their game and you know, making it super competitive.
I guess this is the ideal outcome, and if there was a map between those two for that to happen, it would be Nuke. I'm actually still really interested because Nuke has been really shaky for both teams in recent history in their recent matchups. I remember even watching Trick's last 2 or 3 games. In their last 3 matchups, they haven't been able to win even 10 rounds on Nuke, not even getting up to double digits. Their last 2 games were 16-4 loses to SKADE and Anonymous, where most of the time their T sides were letting them down. I think they won only 3 rounds on their T side in both these games, which was quite a problem. So there's going to be a lot of questions to be answered once we get up to Nuke, which I think now it's almost 100% happening.
Yeah, that's actually some really good points that you raised. I think the one thing I will say is, like, I'm not going to completely write Tricked off based on those recent results, just because the past 3 months it's been like their best map. As we see Sinners try and get in towards A, 1 kill will come through for Forsey, but he goes down afterwards. He's going to have to Galil armor in this round, as will Neofrag, unless he opts for no utility. Someone make sure Neo has an AK, please. Someone get that guy an AK and make sure he doesn't have a Galil in this round. Shout out to our partners MSI, providing some of the best monitors and just peripherals in general in the industry. Make sure to check them out. Banner below our Twitch channel. Big shout out to them.
Yeah, 360 hertz monitor makes you fly like a bird, like an angel.
Doesn't get better than that, man. Sheesh. Maybe I could actually kill some things in CS at that point.
Maybe. You know, there was some rumors for a caster versus production game once again.
Problem is, mate, I'm in South Africa, so I'd have 200 ping.
Oh yeah, you can be a coach.
I'll cast.
Yeah, you can cast. I
mean, it's pretty boring to be fair, but I'll do that.
Is it?
Yeah, because you guys are all going to be having fun playing the production, like the show match. I don't want to do my normal thing, which is cast. I'll do production. What about that? I'll do the streaming. Yeah. Fish can do the casting.
Yeah, Fish and Mick on the cast.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, here we go. This is the gun round, by the way, for Sinners. It's not just like an anti-eco we're talking over, but it kind of seems like one because they're just getting destroyed. Another kill coming through. It is going to be a frag for Shock on this occasion. First blood drawn by Sinners. And they get control of the A side, but the problem is, look at the little red dots on your minimap there, Ted. It's too far away from everyone else, and he's got C4 on his back.
Yeah, it's a bit risky here. I think he spotted him, though. Oh, Forsey. He's got a kill. He knows what's going on. They have the information. Neofrag should get this. One is low HP on Prime as well. It's the headshot. Doesn't really make a difference. Now they can actually go for the run towards the A-bomb side, but look at those positions. Look at the AWP. Oh, Larson. I think he's been spotted. I think Neofrag saw him. But now they realize it's Sinners. There's only 30 seconds on the clock. They need to somehow make their way onto a bomb site.
Yeah, 20 seconds left remaining. I love the position that Larsen's got here as well. Trick know exactly what's going on. They are in some phenomenal positions right now. 15 seconds left remaining. Flashbang is going to be a good one, at least initially, to try and dispel. Larsen will connect on the leg shot. And now the pressure's on for Quez. Molly's going to be actually doing damage to the plant. It gets the kill. Oh, and Kia finds a frag of his own. It's a disaster. Only Neo frag left remaining.
And there is nowhere where he could be. He can be only towards truck or towards long, so they will know the flash is good. Doesn't give up his position. He's gonna get mollied off as well. There is no chance. Neofrag realizes that he has to hold on to the AK-47. That was such a well-drilled round from Trick Esports. You know, I always highlight it, credit where credit is due, when we see some really good ifs, buts, and maybes, some really good protocols built up by a team. That was such a sick round. Even though you let the planter cross over to the side, you leg shot him, you molly him off straight away, they knew what was going on. It wasn't like, yeah, I'm 100% gonna hit that shot so you can focus on your crosshairs. No, they were ready for the possibility of the player just crossing towards the bomb site, and the molly was already prepared to go there. So Trick really didn't have a chance to lose that round. Well, maybe if they lose the fight towards Bank, there is a possibility that Sinners get themselves into a pretty comfortable 2 versus 2. But in the moment that the player towards Bank falls, it's a done deal.
Absolutely. I love what you touched on there. There was so much depth to Trick's setup that they were basically covering all their bases, right? So 14-6, enough cash for the T side to buy up again because they got that bomb plant with the max round loss bonus behind them. But it's 14-6. They haven't won a round yet here on the T side, and we were talking about this as maybe the half on which they could fight back.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be the better of 2 halves for them.
Just never able to get started. This is a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Even if you're a team that's good on the T side or respect to the CT side, look at that. How can you counter it? Neofrag just goes down. He's like, yeah, I've seen you. You've seen me as well. But you've seen me better. And now you've seen the bomb.
Oh my god, once again, just all the kills going the way of the CT side. Does seem like Leipzig will find the timing here. It does come around the corner, free frag onto Larsen. That's the A-bomb site that's been compromised. The problem is, look at the bomb. It's been dropped towards the fountain, and I'm pretty sure that Prime knows this as well. It's only Shock left remaining. My goodness gracious me. I just can't believe our Trick just able to win so many gunfights. Seemingly so easily as well.
Yeah, they're making it look really easy. It's absolutely flawless. It's pretty much like watching Inferno all over again, but just with reverse teams.
Yeah, roles reversed. I mean, what a quick 2 maps we've had just to start off the day, Ted.
Man, Sinners had a 4-0 lead going into this map.
Yeah, that's true. Holy shit. They've 15 of the past 17 rounds have gone to Tricked.
Exactly. This is what I'm trying to say. Sinners haven't been able to get into the map whatsoever. Like you had the couple initial rounds. You had the pistol, you had the conversions, and so on and so on and so on. From the moment that Trick actually got onto the guns, from the moment that Trick actually won their first round, and the machine had the chance to kind of start moving just slightly a little bit, Sinners haven't been able to stop it. It's just been like a tank rolling their way.
And Trick are going to take so much momentum into Nuke as well, so much confidence. They're going to be feeling really good about themselves.
Imagine they start CT side Nuke now. This knife round is actually going to be important.
Round. Yeah, exactly. Zedco steps out, really nice shot there to take down Larsen, really good crosshair placement, bit of a pre-fire as well. He knew that the sniper was on the site. 4 versus 4, maybe a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel here for Sinners. Try and do some damage on this T side. There's been none of it to speak of so far.
Yeah, to register around. A bit of a mistake coming in from Prime. Neofrag is going to capitalize on it, but look at that from Iceberg, recovering real quick. Mid-round multi-kills. When you're with a man down, and who better to do that than Prime Beastie gonna try and shift his way out of Monster, find an opener, but Quez.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe that timing.
Yeah.
And this is actually perfect for Quez, because now he's going to be holding short. In the meantime, Iceberg has dropped Neofrag. That's the bomb that's been dropped as well. Iceberg having an absolutely mega round. The IGL standing up and taking the responsibility on his own shoulders. There's only Beastick left remaining. Speaking of IGLs taking the responsibility on their own shoulders, he's going to have to clutch this 1 versus 3 with barely any time left on the clock.
Yeah, and they're going to hear it as well. They know exactly what's going on. The player is already towards truck. Beastick should be going down here. Shouldn't be clearing this one out. Has the time to do so, but Pure not going to lose the fight. 16-6. Trick Esports managed to fight back here into the series. They don't want to get eliminated from the Pinnacle Cup 3. Sinners will have to fight for their dear life on Nuke. Ladies and gents, we're going to be hopping into a short little break. We're going to be right back in just a couple minutes to see who's going to go home and who's going to continue fighting for survival.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
map number 1 was a complete dissimulation. Sinners absolutely destroyed Trick, but guess what happened on map number 2? Well, pretty much the same, but vice versa. Trick managed to absolutely annihilate their opponents on their map pick of Overpass, and here we are. Third map of the series, an 0-2 matchup for those of you wondering what's going on here. Loser goes home, winner gets to fight another day for survival. I'm your caster, Ted. Joining me, of course, is the sexiest voice below the equator. I'm gonna use that one again. Yeah, I know it's reused, but I like it.
I mean, fair enough. You haven't used it today, so
yeah.
It's,
and I don't know a lot of
it's
people from below the equator as well.
Well, I mean, I'll take that. I'm happy to be your, your brother below the equator.
Nice.
Your African brother.
Nice.
Let's go. It is going to be Trick to win the knife round, by the way. We were talking about how important that knife round is going to be coming into Nuke. Trick absolutely dominated proceedings on Overpass to catch anybody up who's just joining us now. First map was Inferno, picked by Sinners, and they won at 16-4. We went to Overpass afterwards, and we just saw Trick dominate proceedings there. So now it's 1-1 on Nuke. We're going to see a closer game, Ted?
Oh, I guess. I hope so. I mean, both teams... I feel like both teams deserve a close matchup on this last map. No one deserves to lose it in a disrespectful fashion. Because in the end of the day, yes, momentum is going to be with Trick, but Sinners played really well on Inferno as well. So I hope we're going to see something like a 16-12, 16-13, even an OT for one of those two teams. Would be entertaining. But hey, speaking about entertainment, the pistol round has already begun, and it's...
Yeah.
There's been a lot of blood spilled around the walls of Nuke.
Yeah, the pistol round hasn't just begun. It's in full flight. 2 versus 2. A lot of time left remaining. That's exactly why Trick have just paused. Both Quez and Larson aren't moving a muscle at this point. Sinners are the ones who are trying to shift themselves in position. Beast are gaining control. And realizing that this A bomb site's completely vacant. So it's going to be Sinners who will get the plant.
Yeah.
Retake underway.
Quest realizes it. Now Larson is going to be heard. They know exactly where he's coming from. And Shock, he kind of has to get out of the bomb site. So I respect that play. Now Quest, he's going to hold on for it, but Shock doesn't decide to face it.
Yeah, this is a really nice play being made by Shock, though, because he's going to be able to completely wrap around. The question is the bomb actually planted for him? Free frag down to Larson. That drops the bomb as well. So Quez, all he can do is try and tap and bait these players up with the molly. It's pretty much just secures the round. It's over. It's done.
Yeah.
Sinners will draw first blood and get themselves on the board.
Insane play coming in from Shock. He realizes so well that there could be a player coming in from ramp, and he's like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to wait it out. I'm going to wait it out just for the possibility of the timing of him pushing into me or simply holding for it. When some time passes, I know I will have a gap. There's no way he's going to be waiting for such a long period of time, especially when he knows that his teammate is rotating all the way from secret. He's like, yeah, there is a chance that they will try to group up eventually and play this one with the buddy system. So probably going towards Squeaky Door is going to be a nice option for him. So a really good read from Shock. He pretty much wins the round only while using his keyboard, only based on his moves. And awkward.
Okay.
Awkward!
Okay, another kill there. That's going to be 3 frags in the round for Trick. They don't invest anything there. USPs alone, that's a really nice round for them to actually, walk away with.
Yeah.
All things considered, coming into this gun round here, they've got themselves the opportunity. Win this round, they'll reset Sinners' economy. I mean, Ted, we've had 2 blowouts in our first 2 maps before this, very one-sided by the team who actually picked the map. So here on Nuke, we've got a map where both of these teams historically have actually proven to be, really good on. No punish picks, no uncomfortable territorial ground. This is the map that should actually be like the really entertaining, closely contested affair, right?
Yeah, unless Trick decides to lose it again. Because in their last 3 maps, well, obviously I'm joking, but in their last 3 maps on Nuke, they haven't been able to even get up to double digits, which is a bit of a problem. Truth be told, in both these maps, they've started on the T side, and this is where they were struggling. So their CT side should be their comfort zone. It should be their comfort pick. They are a team that, by the way, loves stealing things away from other Danish teams. So don't get surprised if you get a feeling that you're watching an Astralis and Heroic hybrid as well on this map. But I really hope that we see something more, because I think they're a really good Nuke side, and to see them get absolutely annihilated in their last couple of games on this map made me just a little bit sad, because I feel like they couldn't showcase their true potential on the map.
Yeah, true. I mean, I feel like they're just going to put that behind them. I'm sure they've watched those games. They've done their homework.
Yeah,
they've figured out what went wrong. They're going to be...
We just need to win the knife this time.
It's that easy to start on the CT side. I mean, all jokes aside, Trick actually pick Nuke a lot in the maps that they, in the matches that they play. So they'll be very used to starting on the T side. Like, this is a goddamn luxury for them to get to start on the CT side for a change.
Feels like a dream. What doesn't feel like a dream though is Trick getting that round. Sinners though on the wrap towards heaven. You can see that Larson is thinking about it. He's spotting it from time to time, but timing is going to be everything. If he's off with the timing, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Neofrag doesn't want to be quiet about it though.
Yeah, going to be making his way through from heaven right now. There is Larson, I believe it is, on the site right now. It's back against the silo. Going to be able to find a second kill, but oh my god, Neofrag, he finds 2 quick kills of his own. I have no idea how he gets Iceberg. Wait, what's Iceberg even? Was he towards Squeaky, perhaps? No, he was on top of Hut, I think. Or he was coming up the vent. Either way, it's Prime who should get the jump onto Neofrag, who's just got in towards the vent. Oh no, Prime! I thought that he had missed his prime opportunity to get the kill onto Neofrag, but he will still be able to find the kill and with that the round.
That got me so anxious there for a second. I was just thinking, Prime taking his time with this one is going to actually give enough to Neofrag to just move all the way towards second vent and turn around and look towards heaven. I was just thinking, he has such a big gap of time, around like 3-4 seconds in between the bomb plant and actually Neofrag making his way up towards back vent for him to peek and just get a free kill, but he waits out long enough for Neo to actually get into a decent position and be able to take the fight. But in the end of the day, winning this one was crucial. The bomb plant gonna mean that Sinners can actually avoid forcing into this one, which I think they wouldn't want to do either way, because it wouldn't be it would be a really scrappy one with a couple of Deagles, a couple of MAC-10s, maybe not even the MAC-10s, just the pistols. So yeah, one hero AK for Neofrag to try and keep the enemy economy at bay, and the rest are just gonna be going for the Glocked round. That's with a W as well. Glocked.
The Glocks?
Yeah.
You rock out with your Glock out, bro?
Oh my god. What is that accent? Where's that from?
I don't know, man. That sounds like some sort of horrific, like, American...
Sounds like you're just from the hood. Yeah,
but I don't know. I don't even want to try and label it to anything because it would just be so offensive. It's just such a bad job. I tend to butcher accents, but there's some fun in that, right? The problem in the round here, though, Ted, is that the hero AK is gone. It didn't even get a kill.
Oh, it's back. It's gone again.
It's a poison chalice. Whoever picks it up will just immediately die afterwards. And that's exactly what happens to 3 players.
Yeah, clean round from Trick. Absolutely crucial on the CT side, considering that money is vital, especially on a map like Nuke. You need the AWP to be brought in as soon as possible as well, for that rotator to be just a little bit more impactful as well. But in the end of the day, you need the grenades, and they've already got them, so it's going to be easy stuff from now on, potentially. Neofrag, of course, downgraded to the Desert Eagle because of the cursed AK that he brought into that last round.
Yeah, unfortunately, he has to suffer the consequences, and nobody from Cinders is going to have any sympathy for him either and say, mate, give me the Deagle.
Atone for your assist now.
Exactly. He has to carry the can. MP9 towards ramp for Quez. Peeks before the smoke blooms, and that costs him his life. That was audacious from Quez, man.
Yeah, the smoke wasn't even good. Even if he doesn't peek before the smoke blooms, he's still gonna be... I think he still goes down. Like, even if he peeks after the smoke, there was a huge gap. It didn't go where it was supposed to, so... Yeah, a little bit overzealous maybe. Quest not to the best start of his, like, truth be told, he had a really bad start on Overpass as well, and look at how that one turned out.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, we don't want to make any early inferences. Great shot there from Prime on top of the garage. Exposed to both silo and towards the bottom side there, but doesn't care. Stays in the open, gets the kill. Now the pressure's going to shift, though, towards the B-bomb side. Who's there? It's Prime. He's got support from Iceberg as well. Not really going to be able to beat Sinners to the punch, however, so they're going to have to contest from control room and stairs. 40 seconds means Sinners do have time to take these fights. Neofrag gets the kill. It's on Prime again, but he's only good for the 1, and I'm not sure that's enough, especially not with Kia going down.
What a nice
6 shot from Shock.
Locked out.
Awesome.
That's really unfortunate. Or maybe he's just double-checking who arrived to work today.
This is, this is actually, no, you think he's lagging? I don't think so, dude. It doesn't look like it to me.
No,
this is actually how you do the retakes on Nuke in 2022.
Is it?
Yeah, so it's, like, it's called the stutter step. You get your opponents feeling like they're safe.
Okay.
and then you just steamroll. No, jokes aside, it actually looks like his teammates are telling him like go straight, go right, go straight. Like they're trying to direct him to get to somewhere that he can save his gun.
Yeah, maybe he's got some monitor
now. He
problems.
doesn't want to restart now, right?
Yeah, you
no,
don't
this
wanna...
looks like lag. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's just like down and they're like, yeah, you're still moving in game. Okay, press W. Now go D S A. Okay, you're safe. And now they're just gonna make him drop everything and then lag out and then restart his game.
Looks like some of the people I play matchmaking with running around like that.
Oh, you still play
and
MM?
Not lagging. Oh yeah, with the boys.
Yeah, I'm actually curious.
MM with the scrub friends, you know.
Okay, guys at home, guys watching the stream right now. Type 1 in chat if you prefer playing MM for fun, and type 2 if you prefer playing Faces for fun. Okay,
I would type 2, by the way, just for the record.
Yeah, same.
I only play MM because there's friends who don't play any other form of Counter-Strike besides MM, so I have to play that with them.
Yeah.
But Face It will always be like the ultimate experience. Like for me, I want to play Counter-Strike competitively, not like at a super competitive level where like tournaments and stuff. But when I play
you want to give chances to the rest.
Yeah, you want to play the game, you know how it's supposed to be played, essentially.
Yeah. You know what's a nice experience as well?
Seeing player cams.
Yeah, that's really cool. I was about to tell you about playing on a 360
Quiz.
hertz monitor. Hey, he's smiling at us. So look at it. He's
good
just
at lip reading, guys.
Yeah.
Who's good at speaking Danish and lip reading? We didn't know exactly what the hell.
He's just laughing at us, by the way. I think this is something that Danish players have in their veins. I mean, it all started from Kerrigan, but every single Danish player loves toying with the cam.
I mean, Kerrigan is definitely the hero.
Showcasing the muscles as well, by the way.
Yes, prime. Sheesh. I mean, muscles in and out of the server, bro.
Get that bread in, boy. But yeah, I was about to tell you about playing on a 360 hertz monitor. MSI, our lovely partners. Make sure you click the banner below the stream. One of the leading producers in peripherals, making only high quality products. Really nice. And if you're playing on 360, I'll tell you what, you're gonna be insane. You're gonna feel like you're floating around the map.
Yeah, it's almost like you're playing on a cloud or something like that. I wouldn't even know how to describe it. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I thought 144 hertz was like life-changing, so I didn't know what it's like to almost triple that.
You know what's the thing though? Kids nowadays don't understand that we used to play on laptops with 30 FPS and 60 hertz.
Well, I don't know about that, mate. I was on 60 hertz. I never played on like a CRT monitor or laptop. I started when there were like LCD screens at like 60 hertz. So
yeah, exactly.
They're a bit of a boomer.
Oh my god.
How old are you,
20?
What? No ways.
You thought I was older or what?
Yeah.
I'm a young lad. I'm turning 21 this year.
You're talking about playing on 30 FPS, on 30 hertz, and you're just trying to be a hipster at that point.
No, I'm not. I did play on 40
FPS. Look at the round.
FPS.
You don't get to answer. No, you're a liar.
Oh
That's we're just banning your liar. You don't get to answer in this court, Ted. You are what you branded right now. It's a 4 versus 5. Trick don't have any money in the bank. They don't have much health in the server. MP9 looks like the A-bomb site's going to be breached. Shakir has such a big job to do, but he's only good for damage. No kills. 5v3. I'm pretty sure this round is done.
Yeah, you just save it at this point. Money is not looking great in the bank for Tricked as well. Sinners will get this round on the board. Now the problems are going to start dwindling slowly but surely, because this A-bomb side has been shown to be quite the liability, right? I mean, Tricked have had some relative success when Sinners attempt outside. They've been doing alright when Sinners try to drop down secret towards B, but most of the time, when it goes to that A-bomb side, it's been really tough. Especially when you even manage to get some damage done. Especially when, I think it was last round or the round before that, you even get a couple kills on the players going out of door, and it's still a relatively close one. It has been just really hard for Trick not to do the damage, but rather than to shut down Sinners in the end of the day. And, well, that's going to be a bit of a problem. You've already lost 4 rounds on your CT side and you've won only 2, and money is not great. Even if you wanted to, you couldn't reinvest into this one. It's going to be a bit of an eco.
They're going to have to just, save around these guns that they brought into the round here from the previous. We're just going to report back on your poll, Ted, because everybody answered the way that you asked them to, and seems like it's kind of 50-50, to be honest, between MM and
okay, someone typed 3. I'm pretty sure that means ESEA, right?
I think, no, that means like, haha, you asked me to type 1 or 2 and I typed 3, I'm really funny, and, yeah.
Wow.
Creative. Maybe it's both. Maybe he likes them, maybe it's 50-50.
Yeah.
Maybe he wants to be different. Who knows, Ted? There's so many explanations.
Or maybe he just wanted to type 3.
Could be in a completely different reality. You could be in Anders's reality for all you know, in his dreams. Do you see his dreams? Did you read his dreams on Twitter?
No.
Oh wow, Anders has some of the most outrageous dreams, man.
Did
That
I
guy
miss
needs
it
to get his
out?
dreams checked out.
Wait.
No, it's something that it's almost like a series. It's not like something
Oh,
that
he
posted
types it
recently.
regularly.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like, just
let me
reports
check
in
it
his
out.
dreams.
Okay, let me check it out.
There's some really whack ass ones that he sort of conjures up. Right now, though, it is going to be an anti-eco round for Sinners. They do still have some weapons to try and overcome that all can play the M4 as well, getting themselves in towards the B-bomb site here, ruling with force right now. But Trick have rotated accordingly. They got players as well, so maybe a chance to make something happen in amongst the chaos. USP comes through from Iceberg. He gets a kill. It's a 4 versus 2. Lobson's AWP lets rip a shot, and it's only B-Stick left, and he's too far away.
What a nice
Round
recovery.
Is won by Tricked.
Yeah, that's over. Beastic, nothing that you can do in this one, buddy. That was such a nice recovery coming in from Tricked. I mean, all of them stepping up. You couldn't really say that this was someone stepping up individually, and that has been the case with a lot of these rounds. It's just a team effort. I guess Quest is still struggling. He's 0-4, not able to find a kill yet, but it was pretty much nearly a team ace coming in from Trick. Everyone getting a kill, bar of course Beastic being alive, but 4 different people pulling their weight. And that has been the main reason that they're still able to pick up some rounds. And it was a crucial one as well. I mean, we spoke about it. That wasn't even the full investment coming in from this one, Hayes.
Absolutely, that was supposed to be Sinners going up 5-2 and really getting a commanding lead. It does look like they're going to go progression in towards the A-bomb side. Flashes are so good from both of the teams. Iceberg gets a kill, but it's a great response from Sinners.
Look at the damage.
Has to try and get the damage through here, and he will find 2 frags of his own. So it's a 2 versus 2. So early on in the round, the plant's going to come through, and it's going to have to be a retake for the CT side.
We spoke about the A-bomb side being a viable option for Sinners in so many of those rounds, and when things don't work, they go back to the basics. They go back to A. The retake is on now. Forzy with the AWP, though. He's going to be holding for this one. A really cheeky double scope, and he's going to take down Quest. Now Prime coming in from the same angle. They might not be ready for it, but I don't think he wants to go for this.
It's happened again. That you were talking about how frail Tricked have looked when Sinners get super aggressive in towards that A-bomb site. They kind of seem to just get steamrolled, and they've just done that exact same strategy. Everybody pushing through Squeaky Door. Even though Iceberg got the first kill, they were still able to just keep charging their way forward. The utility usage was really good as well from the T side, because those CT players were blinded up forward. Felt like eternity. So just a really well-rounded strat in general from Sinners.
Yeah.
And they get back to winning ways, 5-3 up. They've got pressure on their opponents right now, who can still afford a buy.
You know what's the problem now for Tricked as well? The problem is that they're going to be so paranoid about the possibility of that fast play towards the A-bomb side. Exactly. The thing is that they're going to be over-rotating people towards the A-bomb side now, because they don't want to be saving no more. They don't want to be left in those 2 versus 2s that they don't really have a chance into, because it's really hard to walk into the A-bomb side without having any grenades. Even if you have a grenade, it's really tough. So now Tricked will have to somehow find a way to contain Sinners for the biggest part of it. And I like that idea to be fairly aggressive towards Ram. Just use all your grenades early on towards the A-bomb side. Make sure you neglect the chance of a fast place, or rather a fast-paced play. And then push simultaneously towards Ram to kind of limit the options that Sinners have. Well, not really limit them, but just destroy them. Just not give them any options for a fast-paced play, because this is what has been working. It feels like as soon as Sinners walk into a bit of a default in the slower round, it's Tricked who are able to pick it up. As soon as they're able to set up their crossfires, able to feel comfortable on the CT side and get a rough idea on what the Ts are doing. The fast rounds are when Sinners are actually able to capitalize. And Trick, they've done a really good job in this one to slow it down.
Sinners deploy their wall of smokes towards outside. Normally it's B-Stick there who's using those smokes as a lurker, but not on this occasion. He's going to be joining up with the team probably because Neofrag was taken down earlier in the round. And, well, they're hoping that because of the, lack of information for the CT side, that they might be a little bit vulnerable over towards the A side of the map right now. Not necessarily the case, though. You've got Iceberg, the 2 players in place, but it's only going to be 1 kill between them. And Sinners, once again, find success bursting into this A side, this time just a lot later in the round.
Oh, that's such a problem as well. Larson was down secret. He had the information that no one has crossed Trick. They knew exactly what was going on. They knew that there was no one going on towards outside. They could focus, but now they need to retake once again. No smokes available. The fuse kits are there. Flashes as well, but the AWP on the retake gonna make it a little bit tough.
Yeah, he's looking to try and find some sort of contact here to help his teammates coming out of heaven. Going to throw a support flash there to try and find a player underneath the silo, and it will work successfully, but the problem is that there's still kills raining in. Prime left in the clutch, so will be dropping into the sites. He doesn't have much time left remaining. There's no help for Forsey, so he wants to force the issue. He catches Prime because he knows Prime's objective is to tap the bomb in that instance to force the T player out. So Forsey thinks, I'm just going to get one step ahead of the game here. I'm going to kill him while he's still focused on tapping that defuse. And he gets the kill, and with that, the round for his team. 6-3, Sinners in full control.
Yeah, that was a really good recovery once again from Sinners, as you pointed out. Really intelligent in that clutch, Forsey. Going for the early peak, not really giving the Trick player a chance in this scenario. But the A-bomb side is starting to worry me heavily for Trick. Because now Sinners, they've won 6 rounds. And you remember what we spoke about? We spoke about Trick struggles on the T side, and then we were like, but yeah, if they win the pistol, or rather if they win the knife, if they get things going well on the defense, we actually could see that's a bit of an NA Molly.
Shock.
Yeah, props to Liquid and EG. We love you guys. But in the end of the day, and Furia, but yeah, Furia know they're grenades. In the end of the day, this A-bomb side has become a massive liability now for Trick, and the CT side is just not working out. It doesn't seem to be able to, like, if you were to tell me that this is their stronger side on that map, I would be like, are you crazy?
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, it's kind of looking like for Trick, we're seeing more of these results. It's sort of following up with the past few results we've seen from them on the map.
Yeah.
You know, it used to be a stronghold for them, a powerhouse. Nuke for the Danish squad was synonymous with Trick's success.
It looks uncomfortable now.
Yeah, and this is this is on the CT side, as you say, supposed to be their favorite side. They've only won 3 rounds. One of those rounds was an unlikely one as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we've just had blowouts on blowouts so far here on this series. Still a chance, though, for it to be a close one. I'm not writing it off just yet, but this round shouldn't have too much going for the CT side. And there we go. Easy cleanup in the end.
Yeah, cleanup crew arrived. Zetko is the boss. Just hold on to the M4 Prime. That's going to be good. Going to make life a little bit easier in the next round. But speaking about easier life, it's 7 rounds already. Sinners looking really, really hot. Almost as hot as the survey that you can do below the stream, by the way.
Yes.
If there are some things that you like about the stream, some things that you don't like about the stream, make sure you let us know. Go and fill that one up. And you can win some pretty cool skins as well. There's plenty of knives to begin with. I think 3 knives.
Viewing experience.
Yeah, and your inventory.
We want to improve your viewing experience and your inventory, so be sure to give us some feedback. Prime will be able to save the M4 here. We will be seeing the gun round coming through for Trick. The thing is that Sinners, with already 7 rounds behind them here on this T side, they're in the ascendancy. They're in such a good position right now, and I think both teams have just been impressive with their mental fortitude, just that they've displayed today. Ted, you think about Trick fighting back after being destroyed 16-4 in Inferno. They just didn't look like they dropped any sweat on Overpass. They were great, and now Sinners have done the same thing here after losing on Overpass coming into Nuke.
Yeah, it feels like Sinners have absolutely forgotten what happened on map number 2, and they're playing another Inferno. Shocked. Oh yeah. Oh, that's pain. He thought he made it into the vent as well. You could see it. He was so confused there for a second. Neofrag actually manages to find a refrag, and I'm pretty sure Forsey did spot the player towards back.
Yeah, definitely. 100% saw him. He must have just been looking at his minimap maybe, or flicking his scope and didn't see him in the motion blur. Either way, man advances for Trick in what feels like a must-win round.
By the way, Prime is so funny towards outside. He's just jumping around. Everyone's spotted him, but no one's able to kind of get into a fair fight with him. And the reason Forsey gets taken off guard, he's never thinking, okay, he's like, okay, I've seen him, he's seen me, he's surely not gonna peek into me, right? He knows I'm with an AWP, he's gonna respect that.
No respect at all.
Nope.
Kill comes through in the end. I do love playing with the rifle towards outside. I think it just gives you that sort of freedom that you need to actually sort of play around the smokes, take different fights from different angles.
I do love banning Nuke on Face It.
Fair enough. You just play Mirage, Inferno, and Dust 2 all day, don't you? It is going to be Beastic who does find a kill to at least trade Iceberg out. Larson, the next man up to the plate, showing safe offside. Got support coming through from heaven right now. Might not even need it. Frag does get the kill. 24 seconds left on the clock. Where does he go from here? There's a player on each bomb site right now, so Frag doesn't have any obvious options.
Yeah. And not a lot of time as well. 15 seconds. I mean, he can try and walk out. Nope. Yeah, hello, Quest is already down here. Neofrag wasn't ready for it at all. You could see that he wanted to be quiet with this one. You could see that he wanted to take his time, but he was like, yeah, I just don't have the time for it. And, well, in the end of the day, it's going to be Trick to win another one. But they've been struggling with consecutive rounds. I mean, bar those 2 rounds that they won in the beginning of it after losing the pistol and the anti-eco. And we were thinking, okay, maybe we're onto something. Well, apparently we're not, because Sinner's already on 7. The Pinnacle odds, of course, heavily in their favor. You can take advantage of those. Head over to Pinnacle, click the banner below the stream, and use our code CUP22. If there was a code for Trick to win some rounds with, I'm sure they would have used it by now.
I mean, at least they've been able to win 1 round there. My God, missed opportunity from 4C. He probably backed himself to hit that shot more often than not. Prime lucky to be alive. Quez, unfortunately, he's not afforded the same luxury.
1 and 8.
I wonder if we're just going to be seeing Shock take control here. He's making his way straight through. Kurt's first responder, but he's going to have a lot of opponents on his doorstep.
Oh, actually decides to face. They're going to line up for him here. Oh my God. Yeah, they lined up, but it was... I didn't actually see that.
I think he still probably gets all those kills though.
He's still gonna get both of the difference. Yeah, I guess it just instills the injury. I shot 4C. Imagine they win the round now. By the way, there's no one actually.
There's a chance actually. Yeah,
they can plant.
This is doable.
Diop can hold heaven. If Larson overpeaks, he's going down. There's a player in the vent. 4Z no scopes him as well, and then they isolated 2 versus 1 against the player that's coming in from lobby.
Ted, I mean, I think you've just gone a little bit haywire with that one there, mate. Let's just calm down for a second. There we go. Curses. Ted, I'm not sure which reality you're seeing play out, but it's certainly not the one that we live in right now. And he's even going to be finishing off the round as well. Quad
let me have fun.
For him. Yeah, you can't have nice things, Ted, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It is a 5th round, though, for Trick. Looking at the money for the T side, probably just enough cash to justify a buy, but yeah, Trick actually starting to fight back here.
Yeah, they are. You know, even though I overlooked them just a little bit in that after plant, I was like trying to go through my crazy wild ifs, buts, and maybes, but that was a really well played retake. I mean, no one overpeaked. Obviously, Larson never gonna go out of heaven in that scenario. Doesn't have a reason to. He's just throwing grenades to try and drag some attention away, so his teammates could get up closer, and then they could just shrink the circle around the 2 Sinners guys on the bomb side. A really good one for Trick. I mean, that defense towards B, the reaction was really good. And I like the fact that Trick are still able to be composed. And, you know, we spoke about that paranoia factor that maybe would have occurred after the first couple rounds that they lost towards the A-bomb side. Doesn't seem like it. They're pretty composed. Their rotations are on point. And, you know, Nuke and rotations are a pretty nice couple. You know, they are vital.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised considering the fact that they've already shown once in the series before that they're able to reset themselves and keep themselves in it even when things are pretty tough. Going to be an eco round here for Sinners as well, so prime opportunity for Trick to actually make this a 6-7 scoreline. Talking a little bit more about the individuals, Quez only has 1 kill, by the way. And he also had a really tough time of it in Inferno. He's only got 21 kills in the first 2 maps before this, so 22 kills for Quez in what's about to be 5 halves, mate. 5 halves. That means Quez sort of been averaging like between 4 and 5 kills per half in the series so far.
Okay, stop doing him so dirty.
I'm sorry. I just have to run the numbers. It's rough, but it's just he's had a really tough time today from an individual point of view.
Case, I'm getting nervous.
It does look like there's a chance. So Quez, I'm just talking about how much he struggled so far today. He opens up the door, gets 2 quick kills. Bombplan has come through. Zedka has to clutch, but I don't think he's going to be able to.
Yeah, he's pretty much stuck. He needs to find an exit route out of this bomb side. He's going to try and look towards round, but Prime, a really good jiggle, followed up by the white swing, and the kill for him to cement the 6th round for Trick Esports. That was a really good round. A really good recovery from Quez. I mean, those are the moments when you just look at it and you're gonna be saying something like, oh yeah, but they were only pistols, no one was looking towards him, and so on and so on. He started this one 1 and 8. You spoke about him averaging 4 or 5 kills
per half.
Per half. that's enough for him. Like, rounds like that are so massive for his mentality overall, and just for him to be able to build up that confidence and make sure that he starts firing up just a little bit, because in the end of the day, they're gonna need him. He's normally their best clutcher, by the way, in the team, and one of their best performers. So you want a guy like that to be feeling well, and you want a guy like that to gain up confidence, even if it's just against the eco to start off with.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with you. It's certainly going to be making him feel better about himself. Shock should get taken down. Nice position taken up by Iceberg in front of the smoke. There will be a free frag. Shock wanted to try and get in towards the vent once again, but he hasn't had a good time of that throughout this half, has he? I mean, normally he actually gets into vents quite regularly for Sinners on the T side of Nuke, but not against Tricked. He hasn't been able to.
No, they haven't been. A lot of the times you would see those really amusing situations where he misses out the vent. You know, happens to the best of us. Or the best, or the best of them, I should say, because
the best of them.
Yeah.
Not you, Ted. You get in the vent every single time, don't you?
Yeah, no.
You're just the best.
That wasn't what I meant, but yeah, okay. Let's say, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it.
The best there ever was. Let's go.
Yeah. There's a Bulgarian joke. We say, like, when someone says that he is the best, you just add, yeah, you're the best in your building.
The best in your building. Okay.
Yeah, the best in your apartment.
I mean, are Bulgarian players not like pretty like full of themselves in general? I want to use the word arrogant, but I don't want to be rude.
Yeah,
like,
we are. Like, not we, because I'm not a player, but yeah, I guess.
I mean, the scene in the space, yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
But there's that confidence is part of what makes Bulgarian players like scary.
I don't think that. I don't think it's signature-ish nowadays. I think like it's with how open the world has become. I think it's like you could find arrogance everywhere. You could find humbleness everywhere, and
yeah, true. I mean, Sinner's kind of being humbled here in their half, by the way. 7-0.
Oh, yeah.
Trick make that gun round look easy. They just completely shut Sinners down. They're about to win 5 consecutive rounds here and actually finish off this first half ahead.
You know what's
an
the thing, though?
Scoreline for them. What's that, Ted?
Sinners are still on the T side. I think we're forgetting about that. Even though this is a good recovery coming in from Trick, it's still going to be tough considering how many rounds they've won on their T sides in their past 3 games.
I agree. The thing is, for me, though, is that it just kind of feels like there's a shift in momentum, and maybe with this being a decider in a 0-2 Swiss stage matchup, there's pressure. So momentum plays more of a role than it normally would. Sinner's going to go back to their trademark A, execute. This time here we'll find one to try and lock them out. MP7 does get the trade on Neofrag there, and he's going to be able to secure the plancher as well, I believe.
Yeah, that's awkward. Iceberg is still in a really good position, though. Beastic should be going down now. That's a bit of a surprise. Only one rifle in the hands of Sinners, and it's gone.
Wow.
A really good turnaround from Iceberg. Picks up the kill. Even tags down Neofrag. Quest is going to finish him off. That's going to be an 8-round Trick with a really good recovery into that first half, giving themselves the biggest chance that they could have in the end of it, winning it 8-7 after, what, 5 rounds in a row? Insane.
Yeah. 5 consecutive rounds. They were down 7-3 at one stage. It was just a stuttered CT side from them. They've been able to find a wealth of momentum here. Probably a lot more confidence as well to pull into this T side. Last half of the series. The loser of this match will be eliminated from the Pinnacle Cup, one of our first teams to be eliminated from the event altogether. Iceberg, he was the hero of this round here. Such good position, so much information, and so much impact. That second kill was the real one though, right? That was the kill that pretty much sealed the deal.
Yeah. By the way, it's gonna be, it is actually gonna be the first. I was just about to say, let me check out what's going on over at the B stream and see how the Young Ninjas and All Nation are going, but it's actually one game at a time. So yeah, the loser of this one is gonna go down as the first team to be eliminated from the tournament, and neither of those wants to be there. In fact, both of them want to be playing playoffs. So, well, let's see how this one goes. Tricked are going to go really quickly towards heaven. I actually love that idea. This is really cool.
Yeah, they've got so many players in towards heaven. Seems that Neofrag is aware of the potential somebody could be there, but will he ever anticipate 3 players to be in that part of the map is the question.
They're just waiting out for an aggression play right now for Sinners. They're
so
waiting for a reaction. And as well for the smoke towards door to fade. And now they can actually put some pressure coming in from hut and door as well. That's going to be really tough for Neofrag. He's going to get pinched from both sides.
Yeah, and then Zedko is also going to have a rough time of it watching towards hut and towards heaven. It will be Beastic who steps up from the dead vent, not able to get the kill. Neofrag forced forward by the molly. Oh my god, Tricked. Everything works out perfectly for them. All the pieces fall into place. It couldn't have gone better.
That went perfectly wrong there for Trick, by the way. That Molotov, it was supposed to go back towards the second vent, but then the jump scare made him throw it nearby. It actually forces Neofrag out of position. That just went, it went horribly right or perfectly wrong.
Oh my god, I mean, it's all about perspective. Shock just trying to jiggle peek. Not even be able to get a single kill in the round. Oh man, that was all 5 tricked players were just running him down there.
Why did Prime do that, by the way? Why did Prime deny me from having a knife kill?
Knife?
Yes,
I know.
Maybe we would have had a CT knife beforehand as well, because the T that was jumping towards him was low on HP. But Prime, obviously, he's thinking about the KD. Yes, Mr. 3 KD, face it. I hear you. He's actually 15-5. That's insane. Considering it's a it's a really close matchup. It's 9-7. He's 15-5.
Yeah, he's having a really good performance.
Yeah.
15-5. Those are some big numbers. 15-12 here for Kia. Did you say? Did I hear that? 15-9 or 15-5?
5.
How's getting got 5 deaths? That's insane.
Yeah.
Okay. It's going to be a force bind response here from Sinners, who are on a bit of a losing streak right now. Add that to the tally. That's 6. We'll keep counting that up. Doesn't seem like Iceberg's going to have a chance to count the frags up here in this round with his Mac 10 as well. Of course, he's going to step in the angle. Is he quick enough on the trigger is the question. Or Iceberg. He's going to farm 1. Tries to go for the jumper on the corner, but the Mac 10 betrays him. Forcey will get the trade.
Yeah, looked like he got the second as well. Not meant to be. A 1-for-1. Still going to be advantageous to the T side, but Sinners at least going to be partially happy with that 1 kill. Denies some presence, but I like that idea. You send Iceberg in first. He gets the kill. They commit to the fight, realizing that he's been left completely alone towards Secret. Then they fall back. But Trick, knowing that potentially Sinners, after clearing that area of the map out, they're going to be like, okay, surely there's no one else going in towards it. They might be trying to set him up into vents or and explode towards A, or just head over towards ramp. So we're going to focus on another part of the map. And Trick, just go behind him. They just send him into scout, wait a couple seconds, and play after him.
Yeah.
Nice stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Well analyzed, Ted. Is going to be a pretty easy round hit in the end for Trick. I think after getting that kill, unlocking their way through Secret in towards this B-bomb site, it's been, not much resistance there after. Kills coming through for the SMGs as well. Nice in the round, racking up a bit of extra cash. Are you starting to believe a little bit more, Ted? I mean, you were still circumspect. You didn't think that A was going to be enough on the CT side for Trick. And I know it's still early. Haven't seen a gun round yet, but it's going to be 11-7 before we get a gun round.
Yeah, momentum is surely on their side. Well, I mean, okay, hear me out. Because you know I love my ifs, buts, and maybes. I guess if Trick managed to get in touching distance of victory before Sinners even register around on the CT side, we could be singing their prayers. So we could be singing another tale. But in the end of the day, if Sinners win an eco round or the first buy or something like that, and they get going, like if they start winning consecutive rounds, let's say 2-3 rounds in a row, I'm still like I still think they're gonna be able to get the better out of the matchup in the end of the day. But it all depends on momentum, because you remember what happened in the first half. Sinners actually won all these rounds because they were able to kind of make Trick feel uncomfortable on their CT side. They delayed the process of them just being like, okay, we know what to do now, and we're actually feeling confident and all right with the way that we're approaching this. This is what Trick they're trying to do right now. You just want to make sure you make Sinners feel as unsettled as possible and delay them winning their first round. If you're able to do that, you might as well even close it out 16-7. You can close it out in a one-sided fashion. But this is really important. Like, it's important that they just don't give them any rounds now for the longest part of rounds that they can do.
Yeah, starve them, essentially.
Yeah.
Well, you cover all our hypotheticals, all our bases, and now we know exactly which directions this game can go in, Ted. Thank you very much, and we appreciate that. No problem, brother. The captain leading the ship.
Yeah. Someone's electricity could go out as well, and we can have an FF victory. That's something I haven't pointed out.
Now you're really you're starting to dig deep with the potential.
I'm speaking dark magic right now.
I mean, someone could get back banned.
Imagine. Cali. Who... You know what? I have a really interesting question for you. That's a question that counts for people in chat as well. If someone was to get VAC banned in this server, who would be the less shocking to get a ban for you? Like,
I mean, for Sinners, I feel like that's an easy answer to say Neofrag, just because he's like the best player, but he doesn't even seem like cheaty at all. Like, I'd say Forcey's almost got like more snappy aim than Neofrag. So like if you wanted to try and like jokingly say someone has aim lock, I think Forcey looks like he has more aim lock than Neofrag. So I'll say Forcey. There we go. He's a cheater, obviously. What about you? You're gonna say Prime?
I'm actually thinking about it. You know what?
That would be boring.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to just point out the guy with the most firepower in the team and be like, oh yeah, he's a cheater.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
You know what? I'll go 300 IQ. I think it's Quest.
Oh,
I think
okay.
I think
wow,
he's.
yeah, that's.
He would be walling and just having poor results, like poor scores, just because he wants to take suspicions off himself. And he's like,
no, you're right.
Yeah,
that would
guys,
be the least surprising. You're right.
Yeah,
that would definitely be the least surprising. Sure.
And he's just gonna be like, yeah, guys, I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna be like 0-20. No one's gonna suspect anything, and I'm gonna tell you where they are all the time.
Except Ted. Apparently Ted suspects it. So,
Yeah.
unfortunately, Quez, you've been found out. First gun round underway of the second half. Yeah, B-Stick towards outside. He plays his position on the T side and the CT side. Iceberg looking for the swing here. Might catch Zedko. No. Only does damage. Forcey finds a kill as well. And with that, Sinners look like they finally in the driver's seat to win a round back here on Nuke.
First buy round looking really, really solid for them. Oh, no, Prime. He's still in the server. He's still kicking. Larson has found another. And Neofrag is low on HP. Same could be said for Zedko. Oh, if Shock falls here, and he's gonna fall 1-for-1. Look at the HP now. 49 combined across two players for Sinners. And Prime is still in a prime position to deny that one. They're separated though, the T's. This is a bit of a problem, but Neofrag, he's fallen down. Zedko, 1 versus 2. That was a 5v3. Sinners. Oh, that's gonna hurt so much. This is the type of round that you need to be winning. And these are the types of rounds that could actually help out Trick to win it all in the end.
Yeah, this could completely break them. This could be almost the complete turning point of the game, because up until this point, we've all sort of been sat here watching Sinners. Okay, they gun on the CT side. This is the moment that they're going to start to have the impact. Zedko could still find a way to win the round for his team. He's got a full belt of utility in this 1 versus 2. Desperately looking for someone, but unfortunately, Prime's going to find the timing. 3 kills in the round for Prime. He goes up to 18 and 5. He is just absolutely tearing everyone limb from limb. That was a 3 versus 5 as well, Ted. Everything was going the way of Sinners of that round, but they still end up dropping it. That's 12-7, and with that, that could set things in motion for them to finish the map here for Trick, right? I mean, that's a really rough round.
Okay, now this is a different game we're looking at. Trick potentially win this anti-eco. We're looking at a 13-7. That means that Sinners have 1 more buy round left. Oh. Fake molly. Flash. Yeah. Like the idea. Result is actually gonna be
not bad.
Decent enough. AWP close range. This is tricky. Prime has fallen. No way. Oh, they've done it. They've done it.
Iceberg left in the 1 versus 2 clutch situation. Ice in his name. Does he have ice in his veins is the question. Oh my god, I can't believe he's gonna find the timing here on B-Stick. Is he gonna get the timing? He's coming around up the ladder right now. Does he clear the whole roof? I don't think he's going to. B-Stick's in the perfect position, even if Zedko falls. Iceberg's trying to find the second player though. Oh my god.
He's gonna fall down.
Yeah, but the problem is that B-Stick will have the full advantage right now unless Iceberg can get the bomb and get back inside. The bomb's on the outside, Iceberg is above you. Oh my god, Sinners win the eco. The lobby crunch is successful. Finally, they win a round back. They snap the streak.
Okay, maybe it's not gonna be so easy. It's not gonna be as straight and forward as we thought. Sinners actually, you remember what I said? They need to win the first buy round or an eco. So yeah, there you have it. There's 0 eco. Let's see if they're gonna be able to crunch in consecutive rounds. But that's gonna be a really big mistake. You know, Trick they're gonna be feeling just a little bit sad about this one. They know that they let it slip, and this is a round that you shouldn't be losing. This is a round that just revives Sinners into a game. And when you're playing against people like that, you need to shut them down completely in the next round. Otherwise, well, you could get absolutely stomped. And this is what's happening right now. Sinners find the opener once again. Iceberg ready to fight back. Even though he gets dinged down, gets a kill onto Zedko. That's a massive one as well. Denies all information towards outside for Sinners.
And look at what he's going to do with that position as well, because now Sinners are forced to have someone watching the B bomb site while someone else takes up position on ramp. But Larson's got the angle with the AWP. Forcey steps into it and he's lost his life out. And Tricked were looking to try and shift away from that B bomb site, but I think with that kill they're going to be going back here. Shock in the cubby. How on earth does Kia hit that shot? That is absolutely obscene. My god. Ted, that's disgusting.
That was amazing. That's really... Disgusting is the right word. You know what? Disgusting is the right way to put it in.
Yeah.
That's a second buy round in a row, by the way, in that second half where Sinners actually get the opener and lose the round. And it's not even close. They get the first kill, and from that point on, they're just annihilated. This is the thing I like about Trick on their T side. I've liked it so far in the game. It feels like every player is put into a position where he can have impact. It's not like you're sending one player down secret, for example, or down the vent, and you're like, yeah, we just depend on you to win us the round. We just rely on that one fight in the beginning of it to win it all. It's just you're putting your players in positions where they can react properly, and you can go for those simultaneous pushes and simultaneous peaks. This is what we saw in the first buy round as well, when they lose the first two openings, but then you saw that there was at least two players in position for refrag. So Tricked are always thinking, okay, what's our plan B? What's our plan C? They always have another thing that they can do. They're always prepared. What will they do, or what would they do if things didn't go to plan? And this is really cool. It's really nice to see such kind of preparation and such kind of just simply awareness of the possible outcome in a team. And this is what makes it really entertaining. This is what makes it really tough for Sinners to react properly as well, because they get a feeling of, okay, we've done what we wanted to. We got, let's say, the first kill, the second kill. Now we want to fall back. Now we want to play it a little bit more passive. But no, you have at least two more plays to be worried about.
Yeah, you're right. The tactical depth on the side of Trick is certainly something to behold. Not too surprising on a map like Nuke, I suppose. They've got so much experience. They haven't had great form on the map recently, but they certainly are proving to be a force right here, right now. Larson hitting shots left, right, and center. Of course, it is in the anti-eco, but making sure there's no potential slip-ups. I'm sure they were incredibly concerned about the potential lobby crunch coming through again. This time, Sinners are just kind of like lambs to the slaughter. They've just been getting picked apart. Shock the next man up to the plate. They're trying to get something done. We'll get one onto Prime. Ooh, nearly a second kill there as well.
Yeah, look dangerous.
Aussie, can you do any damage? No. The one thing I will say about Larson is he seems to be one of the, like a pretty consistent AWPer, just like holding the line, hitting the shots he's supposed to. And he does have that flashy element to him as well. I'd say he's been one of the big players for Tricked in the series so far today.
Yeah, he's a really good AWPer for a team that has star rifles. Like, for example, let's say that has been the pattern of Danish CS overall. Even if you look at an Astralis, you have BLUEJAYS, you have Config that are able to hit all them nasty shots, and you don't need the flashiest AWPer in the game, right? It would become just a little bit too much. You need a guy that's going to be able to consistently hit those shots, as you pointed out, just hit the ones that are just running in front of his crosshair. He doesn't have to be so dynamic as well when you have the people that are able to kind of crunch in the numbers with the AKs and open up some space. And this is what makes him so useful. He's really doing a good job in being able to adapt to that play style.
Good kill comes through for csgo in this all-important gun round to open up for Sinners. Have to win this round. Yeah, there's no two ways about it. Lose it, it's 15-8, and there's no money in the bank. So they have gotten it off to the all-important good start there by taking down Iceberg, who's been such a menace in these opening frags as well. Trying to find the timing, is able to do damage, but yeah, csgo makes sure that there's no chance to find the kill. Forces them back.
Yeah, Tricked have been extremely quick at finding those refrags in recent history. So for Sinners, what is important is to get that opener and then slow things down. Now, this could get a little bit sloppy for Forzi, and it has gotten a little bit sloppy. What a headshot coming in from Prime. 20-7. This man is in his prime form right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Some ridiculous performances coming through from Prime. Larson should get taken down. Good initiative found here by Neofrag, getting aggressive in towards Hut. He's lost his teammate, though. He's going to have to try and swing out to get the trade, but it's Prime who just continues to trade that train the entire way through to victory. Oh, man, csgo seeing one towards the vent here. Will be stepping through. Kills coming through plenty for the CT side. It's only Quez, and they know exactly where he is.
Oh, but look at the HP. csgo is so low. One shot is going to be enough. Quest turns around. He knows exactly where Shock is. Deploys a flash. He's going to go for the fight. He's not going to chase. And wow, Shock, he's going to land the shot. What a kill coming in. That was a crucial 1v1. It felt like Quest has it as well.
I'm surprised that he actually decides to commit to the fight the way that he does, knowing that the player's coming through from Hut. He goes for that jiggle peek. He sees that the player's actually not pushing him. He throws that flashbang, and then he goes for the peek. Like, that's a very confident approach coming through from Quez. In the end, the round's going to go the way of Sinners, and they keep themselves alive.
He wanted to surprise him here. He was maybe hoping that Shock wasn't going to be ready for it, or was it csgo? No, it was csgo. So yeah, he was hoping that he wouldn't be ready for the rephase, but in the end of the day, a really important clutch coming in for Sinners. But it's not gonna make life easier, is it? I mean, there is still enough time before we write it. Like, I'm not writing Sinners off. I just feel like there's still more work to be done before I consider them capable of winning this game, simply because their money is not looking great as well. So at this point for Trick, damage is all that matters. Even if you lose a round, get a couple kills, and oh, that's awful.
Oh man, Trick have got such a fantastic A burst here on Nuke. They've got a strong upper side take, very good utility usage, and fantastic on the entries as well. He is going to get another kill that should pretty much secure the round. Unfortunately for Sinners, even though they've done so much significant damage, I don't even think they're going to go for the retake here, because they're down 2 versus 4, and they can't afford to lose these guns because they got no money, Ted. So, you know, maybe if they watched the demo and they saw the situation, they probably think, oh, we should have potentially gone for the retake, but you just can't know that right now, and that's 15-9.
That's the most
killing
unlucky
blow
round.
From Trick.
That's the most unlucky round in the game so far. First, Beastie gets caught on a really, really bad timing. Then you do so much damage, you even lose every single gun. That's really unfortunate for Sinners. This is maybe the first round here on that side that Sinners actually just get really unfortunate. They just get caught off guard. They do so much damage. I believe that 2 players were below 20 HP for Trick. 1 was below 50. Beastie gets caught on the timing. These are so many variables that all of them just go in favor of Trick. Then, well, it pretty much sums it up. This map has been a one-sided affair. What an insane T side from Trick. Sinners kick things off so well on their offense. It felt like they were up, what, 7-3 on the T side of Nuke? Now it's 15-9.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Ted. 7-3 to 15-9.
Same story as Overpass.
12 of the past, what, 14 rounds? Yeah. Same story as Inferno as well, mate. Like, just complete blowouts, complete domination.
Yeah. And you know what's the thing? It's a bit of a closer map. Like, it's not a 16-4 or 16-5 or 16-6 or something like that. But it gives you the vibe of it, though.
Especially just by the way that the past, like, 10, 11 rounds have gone.
Yeah.
It's just been, like, from what was looking like a fairly, you know, closely contested game, if not, you know, favoring Sinners, to Trick just dominating proceedings. 6 opportunities to close out the map and the series, and with that, keep themselves alive in the Pinnacle Cup and eliminate Sinners.
Yeah. Oh, what an entry from Quest. He's walking up. By the way, we spoke about him. He's 15-12 right now. He's getting up that confidence.
And he's a man's man. He's got the A1S on the T side. I spoke about it earlier.
Yeah.
He was the player who did it on Inferno. He's done it again here on Nuke. And he's taken the fair fight. A1S on A1S towards ramp. And he still won it out. So, I mean, you can't really fault that one.
Crazy guy.
Look at 4C. I think that Quaz is watching for this, by the way. I'm not incredibly sure. He's on top of the platform right now. In the meantime, his teammates are trying to get him towards A. Quaz has gone down, and now it's on Zco.
Oh, but now they know. They know that their play has been compromised. The CTs are completely aware of what's going on. That's going to be a massive Molotov coming in. It's going to burn Prime alive.
Bobs and A.
Leaving Larson and Iceberg. Iceberg falls down, leaving all to Larson. AWP, Molotov not going to be good enough. Tech9 is going to find the headshot. 4-0 on the refrag. Sinners stay alive for one more.
15-10, as you say. They live to see another day, Tricked with more than enough cash to buy up coming to this next round here. But I do like the way that Sinners take some initiative after Quez gets that kill towards ramp. You have 4C who pushes through ramp. They even crunch through huts as well. They get the kill, and with that, they completely telegraph what's going on from the CT side, prepared for their hit to come through from heaven. Not only do they do damage with the guns, but the molly finishes off the kill as well. And I'm pretty sure the round was over at that point anyway. So 15-10. How far does this go?
Well, it's a matter of time. Let's see. This buy round for Sinners is going to be a lot better, and that's a lot better result for Neofrag. He's been aggressive towards HUD a couple times. Actually, a lot quieter than maybe what we would have anticipated from him on this map and on the last one as well. But if he manages to wake up, this is actually not impossible. It's just 5 rounds between them and overtime, and a man advantage in this one already. Money for the T's is going to start dwindling slowly but surely as well, and Neofrag continues finding kills.
Everybody finding the frags right now. Tricked haven't accomplished anything this round. They've just been emphatically shut down. Neofrag should go down here as he phases through the smoke. Prime will just welcome on the opposite side. He tries to come through, but he'll receive the same treatment at the hands of Zco. So there we go. 15-11. I mean, Sinners just going to be kind of kicking themselves, saying, why couldn't we have done this earlier in the half?
Yeah.
You know, it was 8-7 in the half. Yeah, still, you know, not an ideal halftime scoreline considering they're ahead 7-3, but they're showing fights on the CT side in these gun runs now.
Yeah, they are. Taking a look at the Pinnacle odds as well, still heavily favoring Tricked. Of course, we understand why, as the Danes go for a bit of a tactical timeout. If you want to take advantage of those odds, make sure you head over to Pinnacle, click the banner below the stream, and use our code CUP22. Of course, if you're wondering. By the way, I'm not sure. Can you actually deposit money into Pinnacle from AstroPay. That would be sick. I don't know if you can. But...
You know what? I mean, Ted, go to Pinnacle, go to AstroPay, click the banners, go find out, mate.
Yeah, you can check it out. You can check it out and just let us know.
But yeah, we've also got the survey that we're running because we want to improve the show that we put on for you guys. So give us some feedback, give us some information, and stand a chance to win some skins as well. You can find that below the Twitch channel, as we do find ourselves in an eco round here for Trick. So this should be 15-12. And Ted, if you're just tuning in at 15-12 on Nuke when the CTs have control of the economy, you kind of like, yeah, there's a good chance you go to overtime from there, right? So I think that Sinners are, they're doing everything they can right now. That's a really clean anti-eco round as well.
Yeah, that's two rounds in a row where they lose combined one player. Only Neofrag went down in the previous one, so money is going to be looking great. I mean, from that point on, everyone has upgraded pistols, everyone has armors, everyone has full grenades, rifles, everything. Like this is perfect case scenario for Sinners. Well, maybe it would have been just a little bit better if Trick were on 14 rather than 15, but still, they get the best out of the situation. You know what I mean? Like, you get the best weaponry possible. It's like you're just playing an OT and you've lost the first half 3-0.
Yeah, it's a good point. They need to win 3 rounds here. They've got everything that they need to try and take this into overtime. Can they make that happen? I like the analogy that you give there as well. Let's see what Trick tried to do here in their gun round. I mean, I don't think they're going to be sweating in this round, but if they lose this round here, then they'll be pretty nervous. I think the thoughts of overtime will start to creep in at that point.
Oh, I like that, by the way, from Trick. I think they go later towards outside, and if they do, this could actually lure Forsey, but he decides not to be aggressive. I like that. Do they contact their way out? Okay, there's
going to be seeing the smokes coming through right now. Forsey is there with the AWP though, so he's going to get information. If nobody commits, he'll be figuring that out soon enough. Molly's a really good one to make sure he can't maintain that position, at least not initially.
Yeah, but they have no intentions of faking it out. They just don't want to cross. They want to cross without making any noise, without making any steps, and now they're going to start being just a little bit louder about it. That's going to force some aggression, and Beestick once again manages to drop Larson. He needed that kill. They needed to trade that map control for something.
Exactly. Great heads-up play coming through from the IGL, as you say, realizing they need to make some sort of a play in the round. Is going to be a wrap coming through from Heaven. Quez gets a big kill though, and Forsey trying to drop a smoke from the vent. Will they be expecting the Heaven players to question? 2 players charging through right now. Oh, Iceberg gets one. Prime gets the trade. Zeko is still there though. He needs to be the hero, trying to lock him down from the side. He's only going to be good for more damage. And it's Shock, the only player that stands between Tricked and victory.
Versus 2, and Quest is gonna land the headshot. Trick Esport, they eliminate Sinners from the competition and get to live another day. What a round from them. The split aggression works out absolutely perfectly, and you can see it there. Sinners, they weren't ready for it at all. They lost all of the fights at one point. Even the reaction from Sinners was so good. The push into Hood, the kill coming in from Beestick, but straight after that, they were just not ready for so many T's to be around the A-bomb side. And well, we can say that Trick deserved that.
Yeah, we certainly can. We can say that we've got a lot more action coming through for you guys as well. Ted, thank you so much for joining me here on the microphone, man. It's been an absolute pleasure as always. Congratulations to Tricked as they progress through, and in the end, it is going to be their opponents eliminated. So, with that, we are going to be heading into a short break. When we return, it's going to be Young Ninjas and 00 Nation. I'll be joined by Trav. I will be bringing you all the action, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup. We've sort of swapped places. It was Ted, it's now me. Hayes is still here though, so if you love Hayes, I'm sure you're happy. But it's fine, we're all good, and we have another best of 3 to bring you. It's 0-0 Nation versus Young Ninjas, and this one's going to be an interesting one because at the moment, 0-0 Nation are a team brimming full of talent, but also brimming full of inconsistencies.
Yeah, the results haven't really been there to match the names on the server. I mean, we had the pleasure of casting them the other day, Trav, their matchup, and I mean, it wasn't very convincing, right? That was their opening game of the Pinnacle Cup against Into the Breach, where they lost 2-0 after leading 6-1 on Nuke, if I recall correctly.
Correct.
We do now have their matchup on our screen, 0-0 Nation versus Young Ninjas. The loser here, Trav, is eliminated from the Pinnacle Cup altogether. That's exactly what Meech is about to show us.
Exactly, you can see it right there. The 0-2 matchup, 0-0 Nation, Young Ninjas, the only 2 teams left who are 0-2. So, yeah, whoever wins goes into that 1-2 bracket, which we just saw Tricked make. And the loser is out altogether from the Pinnacle Cup. So, yeah, big game for these 2 teams. Young Ninjas also, of course, at the moment, are not really, don't really have a stable roster either, losing Sapek to the JW and Flusher Hellslayers project as well. So again, just like with 0-0 Nation playing Into the Breach the other day, they're playing a team which hasn't exactly got the most stable roster at the moment. So the question is, can they overcome it this time?
Yeah, that's a good question. I feel like for me, Young Ninjas, yeah, like you say, they've just been all over the shop lately. It's tough to tell exactly like what sort of team you're going to be seeing out of them, just because there's been so many changes back and forth with Lava and Fuzi and BQ coming into the mix as well.
There we go.
Seems like Fuzi is back here now, back into the young NIP squad. Of course, Sapich has been playing with that Hellslayers team, so you got BQ here. He's in the team now. ZTR, Rolf Linus. I don't think there's been any official statement on Sapich though. Have you seen anything?
I actually haven't, no. I had a quick look and maybe I passed it by because obviously, you know, the NIP main Twitter has a lot of things to tweet about.
Yeah.
So if I did, then I apologize, but I did not see anything.
I don't think there is anything public. But I mean, listen, I think Sapic's kind of set on. I'm pretty sure he played the RMR qualifiers with that team as well, if I'm not mistaken.
With JW and Plusher, they did,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, they played with, was it Shine?
And Shine, and then Hedgesv or something. It's a tough name to pronounce.
Svedjahed. From Little
That's
Mix.
the one,
yeah, that's the one. Yeah, so that's an interesting team. But yeah, it has
we could
sort
almost
of
speculate that Sapic's maybe got something going on there.
Yeah, exactly. It has sort of, it's a good interesting team, but as you say, like it has sort of just pushed Young Ninjas into a situation of unknown. With Fuzi coming back, of course, that's probably a positive for them and means that the main NIP roster will probably once again field Device again. But yeah, of course, we don't really know at the moment what's going on with that. I'm going to be curious to see where the veto goes in this one, but of course we're going to have to see the 0-0 Nation roster first and see the talent that we have, of course. As we said, we literally just casted them the other day. And don't get me wrong, I love this team. I've been quite critical of this team. And the reason is because it's tough love. I like Try, I like Morbs, I think Cold as an IGL could work well, Leo and VSM are solid, but there's just no cohesion and consistency. They've been blighted by it in recent times.
The one thing that I want to point out, the one thing that I've really liked about this roster based on what we've seen so far is Try. Like, this guy's so goddamn legit. He's so good at the game. He's really fast. He puts up big numbers against good teams. He's consistent as well. I would say he's probably been like the one shining light for this team so far. Leo and VSM I've just been incredibly circumspect about. And you know what? I love them as players, and I was really glad that they retained those 2 individuals from the previous 0-0 Nation project. Melbs has had a big role switch as well, coming from entry fragger, or coming into the entry fragger role here in the team, whereas on Team 1 he had like that star player role. Obviously Cold Zero looking to reinvent himself as well. So I don't know, it kind of feels like the only big positive I see for the 0-0 Nation right now team is Try. There's not much else that there is to get excited about. And you don't want to say it's early days, but
yeah,
there's still maybe enough time for them to right their wrongs. I don't think it's like the writing is on the wall just yet.
No, I mean, of course, they are still in the RMR, so there's no way they're going to make a roster change, before the RMR, but before they have a chance to show what they're really made of. But anyway, we're going to see the veto come in. We can see the Vertigo ban from 0-0 Nation, expected. Dust 2 from Young Ninjas will go as well. And we get to see 0-0 Nation pick Nuke again. And this is the map where they've either been good or really disconnected and not looking good as a group. So we don't really know what to see or what we're going to find seeing Zero Nation play Nuke. Inferno up a second and Mirage as a decider. Don't mind this map pool at all. I think it could be close. I'm going to pick today. Oh, Zero Nation 2-1. They're gonna come back.
0-0 Nation 2-1. I mean, I'm kind of there with you, you know, considering that Mirage is the decider. I think that it's a pretty good map for them. They're not bad on Inferno either. You know, like all 3 maps here for 0-0 Nation are maps that they can make work, but I just haven't seen enough form out of them lately to sort of buy into their camp. I think with Fuzi being in the server as well, you know, he's going to be a really strong prospect. He's must have just grown in leaps and bounds exponentially over the past few weeks, you know, his time in the main NIP roster. And BQ has really impressed me in the games that I've seen out of him here in the young NIP team. He played for Little Mix before as well, along with Fedgerhead. So I think he's like a pretty, you know, solid player in Sapek's shoes. And Lava was a little bit sketchy, to be honest. Like, this was his first big team. As we switch ourselves into the game, match is live. I kind of felt like Lava never really, you know, got to show us his true potential because this was one of his first sort of big-ish teams. So I think with Sapich gone and BQ in his place, and then Fuzi back in the main AWP role, Young Ninjas mean business.
Yeah, exactly. I don't disagree that they mean business at all. I think they've got a good chance with this one, and BQ, as you say, has been a very good player. So let's see how it goes. We've already got a player in the vents being cheeky with the knife, if they want to go for a fast B play. But we are going to be splitting in toward the A-bomb site, coming from outside. coldzera is here. The player in CT vent to clear out, but Fuzi does a great job of defending him. Thankfully, well traded by Leo, and VSM will take one as well. It's all down to Linus from the top of heaven. Can he get one? Can he get 2? He can. And now he's got help from ZTR, but big whiff in the back from ZTR. And in the end, that's the crucial miss that gifts 0-0 Nation the opening round.
I mean, that's exactly it, right? Because that was the kill, if you think about it. He gets that frag 1v2, he gets to try and trade out the player in huts. He's just kind of expecting to get the kill when you're tapping like that, right? You're just like, okay, I'm about to get the frag, he's about to run out of health, and then he just turns and burns you. So that's rough for ZTR.
Indeed. Turns and
Something
burns.
to point out, though,
Last one. Yeah, go on.
is that Nuke is not really played by Young Ninjas either, right? Like, this is kind of a punish pick when you're playing against Young Ninjas. They've played the map 9 times, and they've only won it, like, twice in the past 3 months.
Yep.
Recently lost 16-9, 16-8, and 16-7 against Tricked, EC Bruges, and Copenhagen Flames, respectively. So, you know, 0-0 Nation haven't looked great on the map either, but...
Yeah.
You know, they should still back themselves to win here against
It's a weird
Young
one,
Ninjas.
isn't it? It is a weird one because the last
It is a weird one,
the last 2 that 0-0 Nation have played, in fact the last 3 they've played actually have all been losses, 16-13, 16-13 and 16-11, and we saw that Into the Breach match as well, which they lost to the Into the Breach side with, you know, Smooya in tow. He had a great game, and that sort of the Smooya versus Tri battle was most certainly very interesting, which Smooya won on that occasion. But yeah, it's not often you see a map 1 with both teams on a 20% win rate or 20-odd% win rate on the opening map. It's quite unusual. The second map is a bit more what you'd expect when it comes to the win rates for the 2 teams. So I would say that if 0-0 Nation do find a way to win this opening map, which is, you know, thanks to the paper stats, you'd expect they would. I do favour them in the series overall, but yeah, it's up to the Young Ninjas to prove us wrong and try and show something different on Nuke now.
Yeah, I mean, they did get a win over Spirits. I got to cast that game, and that was like a huge upset. But
True.
Yeah, it was a bit of an anomaly. Didn't really like turn the tide and, you know, change the fact that Nuke was a punish pick. Look at this rotation. 0-0 Nation have got themselves in a great position here towards Vent right now. They've pulled all those rotations down towards the B bomb sites. They'll just make their way up with only 10 seconds left on the clock, so they leave it incredibly tight, but there'll be no contest. They win the round, and I'm pretty sure the CT side will just save their guns from here. Talking
about things that are incredibly tight, the group up toward ramp as well. I mean, all 4 of them were just holding hands, basically, walking up together there. And that's the gamble that didn't pay off in the end. Nice play, or nice choice from 0-0 Nation to go back up toward A. coldzera with the 1 kill that actually will seal this round. And last time we saw coldzera play this map, he was absolutely insane. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but he had so many kills on his plate. I think he ended with like 28 and 16 or something ridiculous. Bulbs will try and add some to that tally as they try and take down the saving players. And they're doing a good job here. They can afford to chase down Fuzi with at least 1 more player. Will just about get away, though. That scout will be saved. Yes, it will.
Great effort there from your 0-0 Nation to find 3 of those 4 players saving their guns. Means that there's barely going to be any resistance coming to this next round just by taking that extra little bit of initiative. So I do like that attention to detail coming through from 0-0 Nation.
Indeed. It's a good start for them, as you say. Like, it can always be a risk if you do let those players save on that forced buy save. You can sort of not... I wouldn't say not concentrate, but you can sort of be lulled into a false sense of security of, okay, well, we've won the anti-force buy. Oh, wait, they've saved, and maybe just relax a little bit mentally and not give it your full focus in the round after. This time, of course, they only have that scout saved, so it's the only thing they're going to have to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, not much of a threat. Fuzi has played a couple games with Young Ninjas since he's returned to the Young Ninjas team. He's played both of the Pinnacle Cup games before this against, it was MADLions and Copenhagen Flames that he played against. So, he's kind of been, got a little bit of experience playing with his old homies again. But it's been a while. A hot minute since he played with them, right?
It has. And I mean, coming into those, back into the team and playing those 2 rosters, it's not exactly the easiest way back in. 2 very good teams. Morbs holds down Mouse 1 and somehow gets away with all 3 there, adding to his tally. Thankfully, the fact that none of those CTs had armor made that one very simple. ZTR's going to try and grab one in the back here with the USP, but it wouldn't surprise me if we actually see Fuzi even save again here, because even though he can buy next round, not having to buy the 650 Kevlar might be a decent thing to save, but he is going to look around for at least a little bit of damage, which does make sense, to be fair, considering like he doesn't want to let the T's get so much aggression. But yeah, okay, he gets skizzing down anyway, and that is an anti-eco ace for Morbs MD, the monster himself. 8 kills already.
Just thinking a little bit more about Fuzi coming back here to the academy team, what that means for the main team. They're not playing any matches at the moment. They're not playing any tournaments at the moment. So maybe it's just because he doesn't have any commitments with the main team that he's able to come back here and compete with the Young Ninjas squad and help them out. Obviously, Brolan is waiting in the wings to join NIP. That's what all the rumors about. That's, Fnatic haven't been using Brolan at all. It's almost just like it's a matter of time before that signing gets announced, it feels like. So I wonder if they would use like S-Tag as an AWPer to try and bed Brolan in, and instead of, what's the plan for Brolan? I mean, we saw S-Tag used as the AWP in Cloud9. That was not remembered for a reason.
Yeah, I was about
to
say
speculate where this is going.
I was about to say the exact. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, poor old S-Tag has been just thrust into literally every single role imaginable in the last 2 years of his career.
I mean, he must have the best agents in the world if you think about it. Being signed from Heroic, supposed to go to Fun Plus Phoenix, went to Astralis, then he went to went to Cloud9, then he went to Complexity.
Good God!
And now he finds himself in NIP.
Yep. I mean, he's not done a terrible job, but, of course, the signing fee to get him to NIP was considerable, so everyone kind of expected a little bit more. But we'll have to see how that goes in the future. This is the present. ZTR's got a lovely line over the under portion of this smoke towards Secret. It can be used very often to get a cheeky opening kill, but they have taken complete control of Garage here, have 0-0 Nation. Fuzi does have his AWP scouting toward outside, looking for the information. He's got Linus and support as well. Actually doesn't see any of them toward Garage. I think he may have just now through the edge of the glass. And that smoke coming in will certainly give him a little bit of intel.
Yeah, Fuzi in a great position. You're playing back towards CT Spawn. Will get a kill. Can't find a second. Would have loved to have found a second kill. 0-0 Nation. They love leaving these rounds so late, don't they, Trav? This is certainly a hallmark of their game. That bomb towards Mouth. Linus is completely blinded up. Means Morbs will find that entry, but there's still work to be done to try and traverse this round into a victory. BQ, how's he found 3 kills? That's insane. Rolf has got the easiest job of the lot, and he's going to be finishing it off for his team. Young Ninjas on the board.
Oh boy, that was honestly not a bad way to get in there from 0-0 Nation, but the damage taken was just so extensive. You saw Morbs going up toward heaven there through the ladder. The flash was absolutely superb, but he did get dinked in the process, and that meant he was just 1 bullet from death. BQ clears up 3, as you say. Great job from him. And in the end, you're never going to expect Rolf already there toward Hut on the A site. ZTR helped him out with that one. Both players were there, and they had no chance to get that bomb down. A decent first gun round for Young Ninjas.
Yeah, it is a decent first gun round. There was lots of layers there that they had to overcome. So the fact that they maintained their composure on the defense on that A-bomb side is what's most impressive. particularly from BQ. Look at ZTI, he's waiting for somebody to try and walk through that smoke to get down the vent, but not the option in the end.
Not as of yet, anyway. Be curious to see if what the sort of play is in games like this, where you sort of have the advantage, or not necessarily have the advantage necessarily, but you sort of have a map where both teams are not the strongest on. coldzera will take one tick to that Molotov in secret, and I think it will alert the presence of someone down toward that position. Linus defending toward ramp, waiting to be thrust into action. Our players looking like they want to go as a group and maybe split the B-bomb site with coldzera in the position that he's in.
Yeah, what's the plan? Once again, 0-0 Nation taking their time in the round. Does look like we're probably going to be seeing a split down ramp in towards the B bomb site based off the positions that they've got to work with right now. But Young Ninjas are just holding onto their utility trap. They've got so many flashes, a molly, and an AT grenade to work with. And Linus is making his way back in towards the B side. There's only 22 seconds left. They've barely even started moving. I mean, again, they've left themselves so little time with so much work to do.
Look where's their tiaras.
And CT shut it down.
Yeah, there's two players here. Should be no way they get the bomb planted here. This has not even been checked yet. They're going to clear him out, but this is the snake in the grass. This is the player that's going to win the round. Bomb plant will be denied. They do deny it. 4 seconds. Oh, he just gets it down, but will they go aggressive off the back of it? That's the question. Rolf is here. No, he waits. And it may give Morbs a chance. Fuzi will take Leo in the meantime, but the big flank is checked. Yeah, exactly. The awareness is spot on there from Rolf, and in the end, Young Ninjas do recover it. It was very, very close. Actually, I thought 0-0 Nation had a bit of a chance to recover that one in the end. But in the end, it does work out for the Swedes.
Yeah, very important round one there by Young Ninjas as well. I mean, they're reading the situation very nicely. They're putting themselves really deep into the bomb site, which means they're difficult to root, right? Once you actually leave yourself so little time, it's tough to try and get those players out from behind those little nooks and crannies. You need time to clear out those positions and get the kills. And it's not like Nuke is an incredibly big map. I don't think 0-0 Nation, it's not like they're, changing the course of the round drastically by leaving it so late. I mean, they could be making these same plays with 30 seconds earlier in the round, and it's not even, it doesn't really feel like they would be that different in terms of how they played out. So I think we need to see them being more proactive, man.
Yeah, exactly. It's the amount of time they took to sort of make that call to go as a group. They were just sort of hoping that perhaps they'd get one more pick, right? But yeah, with 20 seconds to go, when you don't have a play on the actual site yet, it can always be a problem, and Young Ninjas had everyone in the right spots there. One man over in Linus toward that dark position, doing good work. Deny that bomb plant and make it a little bit of a panic. That round's not a panic though. They survived with all 5 players alive on the anti-pistol buy. And at the moment, really the only man putting up the big numbers for 0-0 Nation is Morbs. He's up to 11 and 4 already, and it's only, round 7 coming in now. So yeah, it's a great start for him. Can he keep it going? Gonna need help from his teammates at some point though. Don't forget you can scroll down and click all the panels below the stream to get involved with our partners. AstroPay, we've got MSI as well. And don't forget you can do the CCTEN survey, of course. This is the stream you're watching right now for a chance to win some nice stuff.
Yeah, we value your guys' feedback, so be sure to send some our way. 0-0 Nation, well, their early lead has been negated. They don't have any money left in the bank here either. Obviously, an eco in the process, but the points in cases if they lose this is probably a 5-3 scoreline. So, Young Ninja starting to show some fight, and a couple tags through the smoke there. I think ZTR might have been close enough to hear that. I'm not sure. Either way, look at this from BQ. He should get caught up by Morbs, and he does.
Good find. Again, took a lot of damage to get the kill, though. And the timing on the AWP push is going to work out possibly here. Fuzi's just been missed. Leo's still staring at it, though. And go for the Deagle instead, and that could be the end. And yes, he decides to push a bit further. That was... I'm confused for that one in particular, just as a solo play idea. If you've been scoped in the entire time with the AWP, like on your entire push, to not be telegraphed, you may as well just continue to go for the pick with the AWP rather than pull out the Deagle, right? Like, the AWP's the better gun.
I think you have a better chance of getting the kill. Yeah.
Bit of a misplay. But
either way, going to be an easy conversion for 0-0 Nation. No resistance at all over towards that lower site. So back to winning ways. This is something we saw them struggle to do in their game against Into the Breach. I think they went up like 6-1 on their T side or something like that. And then they never won any rounds thereafter. Like they just completely went AWOL on the map. they were never really able to reinvent themselves and start winning rounds back once their opponents had figured them out. So not to say that we won't see the same thing happen here, but at least they've already been able to win a round back here and, you know, snap that short sequence, get themselves the lead once again, and make sure they don't have to eco.
Exactly. Yeah, the save is a good call. Because they actually have, of course, after winning that round with all 5 players alive, they're actually in a good state. They can comfortably afford the reinvestment. But 0-0 Nation will retake the lead. Again, they're still still trying cold on 1 kill, but it doesn't matter when you just get the 2 kills to win the round. It doesn't really matter. Morb's getting that 1, and then Leo punishing that Fuzi push. And it was very close, wasn't it? I mean, like, I'm still thinking about it. If he hits the 1 dig with the deagle, maybe obviously like it'd be easier for him close up perhaps to use the pistol, the sidearm over the AWP. But in that situation, yeah, you want to say scoped in with the AWP, and you can just slow peek that angle and probably win the duel because Leo would have to hit, like, it was this position he was playing, right, where Morbs is sitting right now. Like, you'd have to hit the instant headshot, which is not easy. Again, and I think it's more of a CT favored angle as well for the AWP. So if Fuzi kept the AWP out, maybe we could have been talking about a different round. But at the moment, they do have an opening pick in this one, thanks to Fuzi himself. So let's see if they can keep it up and equalise the score again.
Does look like 0-0 Nation are going to try and make a move here towards ramp. You've got both Leo and Mulbs working in tandem. I'd like to see them make a move a bit earlier in the round here, and that's exactly what they do. They pounce. Linus will be good for damage, but he's been forced back, so that's at least still a bit of an accomplishment here for the T side. And in fact, Zeds, yeah, he needs to get his wits about him. He's about to get caught completely off guard.
Wow.
It's a free frag for Leo. Where's that information? Where's the awareness?
That is one of the most common calls in all of Counter-Strike. Guys, they have ramp. I'm falling back to B. Care hell. And
yeah,
he wasn't aware of it whatsoever. That's a weird one. It does get a pick back for 0-0 Nation. Wolf is in position toward Hut. Does take Morbs out of the round. He was very low, of course, and Cold is extremely low as well. So I think Young Ninjas are going to be okay in this round. But 0-0 Nation do have some form of way into the A site with Leo Heaven. BQ is creeping in, though. And I think there's going to be a way this will work out. Rolf should find DSM. In the end, he doesn't, but the instant trade is there toward Leo. BQ creeping up, as I said. And it's all down to the aforementioned VSM with 20 seconds to go. There's even Fuzi in the vents if he wants to go down toward B. So that is covered. If he dives down right now, it's going to be over. 3, 2, 1. Easy.
There we go. Back to winning ways for the Young Ninja squad. Back and forth. I feel like this is going to be an incredibly tightly contested game. Both these teams have so much to prove. Neither of them want to be eliminated 0-3. Obviously, nobody wants to be eliminated 0-3. But, you know, least of all these teams. And it is going to be, I feel like a back and forth game throughout all 3 maps. Drama, heartbreak, clutches, jubilation, you name it. We're going to have the full spectrum of emotions here.
Yeah, I think this could be a long one. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, Hayes, I can actually just have a quick look at this statistic to see if I'm right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 7 our last 7 best of 3s that we've casted, according to my personal records, have all been 2-0s.
Yeah,
so,
and you know what my previous game was without you?
2-1. I'm sorry.
3-mapper. That's okay. I mean, we did have a couple 3-mappers yesterday in the charity event that we casted.
True. I mean, that you know what? That cancelled it out. Forget it.
Count for something.
It's got to count for something, exactly. But
overtime in Aztec. Who never forget. Right?
Yeah, listen, never forget.
Casting Kenny.
It will. I'll tell you what, if we eventually go on to bigger things in our casting careers, that's one thing that we're always going to say. We say, do you remember when we casted Aztec as a third map decider, watching Kenny S? We're never going to forget that.
Yeah, and you got to cast with Londers. I mean, what an amazing opportunity.
I'm sorry you got that. I feel a bit bad, to be honest.
No, please don't be. Genuinely don't be. I'm so glad you got that opportunity. You got to interact with him. He's an awesome guy. You get to grow from that experience as well. It was just a great time in general. 0-0 Nation, they're having a great time of it right now in this round. They've been able to get full control of what's almost a vacant B bomb site. It's just BQ who's here, and there's no support anywhere near him. Opens up the double door, denies the plant. Can he get more than nearly a second?
Yeah, almost switches round there to take Morbs, but once again, Morbs is looking too strong. And look at what Cold's doing. Again, he's going to be on a flank here. This time the bomb will go down toward B, though. So Cole's just on the long lurk at the moment, but he's been found by Fuzi. So that makes this one possible, but that's a good piece of aggression from VSM. Takes ZTR out, trying to get a trade, but Rolf, he just can't hit the shot through the steps. VSM gets away with it, and that's going to force Fuzi to save.
Okay, well, I mean, good effort from 0-0 Nation. It did seem like they had everything going their way once they shifted in towards the B site. Gets a bit close there for a second. Rolf, unfortunately, can't get that kill on the transfer. Needed to find that frag on VSM. I thought maybe even gets the transfer into the low HP mobs, but no. In the end, it's going to be the T side who maintain their lead. What's the cash looking like? We probably see a reinvestment here from the CT side, you know? So, the game of ping pong could yet continue.
They've been inseparable so far. The only man, of course, leading in the server by far. Moles, I'm gonna keep bringing it up because, like, that's just it's been that way now for what, the last 5 rounds, I think, where Morbs has just added to his tally, and Cold and Try still only have 1 each. So, you know, we need to see Try especially step up, but I expect to see more from him on the CT side. I would say it's probably harder for him to get a really incredible start as an AWPer on T side, especially first map of the day. So I'll give him a little bit of time to warm up into it. Fuzi going aggressive with the AWP though. That's a lovely pick toward Leo.
Yeah.
And he can fall back as well.
Saw the gun barrel, so he got the advantage straight away. Knew there was a player there. Had his wits about him. Gets the kill. Draws first blood and takes the profit to the bank. Looks like Cold Zero might want to make a bit of a play off the back of a flashbang. BQ stood no chance at all, but at least ZTR's in position to get the trade.
An important trade. So it keeps that man advantage intact. There's a nade on the floor there for Mobs. You might want to try and grab that. That could be helpful at some point. And here we go. He'll do just that. Try will rotate all the way round. And they actually do have VSM in toward glass here. So at the moment, how about a possible way back into the B site? If they can trade Linus toward ramp, though, that's the big question. And with ZTR to peek off of him, look at the stack they've got toward this position. It's going to be impenetrable, surely. There goes Try. Morbs trades it, but he's got to find 2 more players. He's no way going to expect Fuzi as well. Even if Fuzi did get just immediately destroyed, they would have had a player over on the right-hand side of ramp as well. Impossible.
I mean, just good awareness there from Young Ninjas to rotate all those players towards ramp room. It's not even like they had a world of information there. I think they just had a hunch as to what was going on because VSM was in secret. So they decide to actually maybe just stack up on ramp. That gives them the option of locking down the defense or rotating quickly into the B site, maybe even a flank through lobby. Either way, I don't know if VSM can make much happen yet. It looks like he wants to save his 8k. Will be able to do that. But again, I mean, back and forth, Trav. You can't separate these 2 teams. You can't split them at the moment. Both of them just giving it their all.
Exactly. Fuzi has stepped up a little bit after that little bit of an error we made and we picked up on. With that pushing toward lobby from ramp. He's up to 11 and 4, looking quite good. That's what you expect, of course. We mentioned it beforehand. He's had a couple of games coming back to the Young Ninjas team. He's looked pretty solid, and that's the experience you'd expect to glean and gather from the main roster, of course, playing at some of the best teams in the world on LAN, as he was doing.
I mean, think about this Young Ninjas team as well. You've got ZTR, who was the first player to actually play in the main NIP team. He did that for a while. Then you had Linus, who played in that team as well for a while, and now you've got Fuzi. So 3 players, your 3 core players, your 3 arguably strongest players as well. I mean, BQ is proving to be really good, but they've all had experience at the highest level of the game now, playing with some of the best in the world. So imagine how much that's benefited and accelerated their career.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why we see this team, the Young Ninjas team, invited to these sort of stages of these events, like these tier 2 events. It's great experience for them, and they've already shown they can glean and gather that experience on the main roster as well. So that's they're names that we know. And quite often, in academy teams, they're not necessarily names that we do know. But of course, with the success that they've had, the Young NAP team is very well known at this stage.
Yeah.
Cold left last alive. 1 more kill would be nice. Linus has got 4 on his defense toward ramp. Good stuff. But in the end, he does get taken down. And it will be Young Ninjas back in the lead on the CT side.
I'd say Young Ninjas, Miles NXT, and Navi Jr. must be like the 3 most successful academy teams of all time.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I want to say Fnatic Rising, but like the only reason I want to say Fnatic Rising is because what they did with Smooya, what they did with what's going on with Brodon leaving. Like, that's the only reason we know, see players stepping up from that team.
I mean, I don't know if that's Fnatic Rising being good or the Fnatic main team being shit. But either way, like with their roster organized, like their organization and the management of the team,
Yeah. I mean, I can't deny that is not looking too hot at the moment. I wouldn't disagree.
I mean, the big question mark is how you letting go of Brolan, and then you're dropping Smooya because one player doesn't play with him. We'll put that thought on ice though. Big execute coming in towards the A bomb side. It's going to be Rolf who's able to get 1 kill. Oh, it is trades from the T side though, as they will actually be able to take control of the site.
Oh, Morbs gets 2 though with that Galil. We didn't actually see that, and that forces Fuzi just to go for some no-scopes on the ladder. That's just going to be a 0-0 nation round. We're going to equalise the scoreline once again. That was just a fast A play in the end. VSM burning out the player on the back of the site. I believe it was Rolf. Yeah, he was the only one to get that opening kill. And the spray transfer was a little bit missed. And because of that, in the end, it meant that that Molotov spread on the back of Silo. Took him out. Couldn't do any more damage. And Morbs gets 3 kills in the end. We didn't see the 2 Galil kills he got, but he ends it with a 3rd after picking up the AK.
Yeah.
Now he's up to 17 and 7.
He is, while Cold still has 2, and Tri still has 2 as well. Morbs just continues to do all the heavy lifting. He's having an incredible performance right now. I love that upper side take coming through from 0-0 Nation as well. They seem to have it really well ironed, man. I've seen them use that strategy a number of times in the Nuke games I've been casting, and they've got a lot of success with it. So definitely a nice fallback for them as they level up the scoreline here once again. I see a lot of speculation about Device in chat, by the way, and I think the main thing to touch on is that NIP aren't playing in any events right now. They're not playing any official matches, so Fuzi can come back to the team. There's speculation about whether that means Device is returning. Obviously, there's speculation about Brolan being signed, so there's really no telling what's going to happen. I mean, they've played their ESL Pro League matches, right? They qualified. Fuzi did great. Their next event, as we see the defense towards ramp line, is only going to be good for the 1. Had multi-kills in the past, but not this time. Is the PGL Major? It's the RMR event.
The RMR, so. Yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? I mean, that's a really sure. It's great for scrimming practice. Like the NIP are going to have a great opportunity to put a lot of work in before that RMR. But as they say in regular sports as well as esports, nothing beats an official. So they're going to be out of match practice for a good while before we see them in the RMR, and whether we actually see Device playing at that RMR or Fuzi obviously remains to be confirmed. So we'll have to see how that goes, and we'll have to see how this round goes as well. 4v3 for Young Ninjas. VSM behind the smoke. Will BQ get timinged here? He's not in the best of spots, but he does have a role for support on the A side, and there's a quick rotation if need be as well. In comes the Molotov towards CT vent, and in comes the smoke for main. VSM will be swinging wide. There's a player toward heaven to worry about as well. That is Fuzi. Can he clear out the close position? He will. Excellent entry, but in comes Rolf. Only does damage though. Hasn't finished off the kill yet, and VSM punishes him. What an entry. But now ZTR's arrived with the MP9. Gets both Tri and Coldzera.
Oh
and that forces Fuzi to peek from heaven. And the hero of the round, unfortunately, VSM cannot get any more done. It's 7 for Young Ninjas.
I just need to see this round somewhere at the top of the screen again. Look at this. I mean, there's just no consistency, no momentum for either team. We had 3-0 start. We had 3 rounds back in response. And then since then, it has just been back and forth. Really tough for either team to find momentum. And it's actually going to be a full investment coming back from 0-0 Nation here, which is a bold call, Trav. I mean, lose this, and it's pretty much a 9-6 halftime scoreline. So, that would be quite a change of momentum. I feel like Young Ninjas would love to take 9 rounds into that second half.
Absolutely. Fast play coming in here from VSM, down with the Tech 9. It's going to be a fast A split, actually, and BQ stuck in the corner. I think they heard perhaps a reload come in there. Rolf can only get 2 on the defense. Tech 9's doing all the work right now. Okay. Morbs will take ZTR again. Morbs somehow getting himself a kill. Feels like every single round in this half has found some form of impact, especially in gun rounds. And now it's down to a 2 versus 3. Can 0-0 Nation hit back again? Those dots at the top of your screen, as we said, so inconsistent, and we kind of expected inconsistency from this game, and we've got it.
Yeah, back and forth throughout this round. Looks like it's going to be continuing in that vein of form. Fuzi, the only player left remaining. I don't even know if he wants to have a crack at this. He's got no money in the bank, which means no AWP. If he goes down here, he's trying to get back towards CT. They're going to spot him cross. Going to have to fight with his life right now. Tri is going to be running into him. He thinks that Fuzi's turned and headed for the hill, but no. Fuzi goes for a re-peek and says, mates, I'm not going to be falling back that easily. But the theme of the round is 0-0 Nation. They win it and they make it 7-7. So, I mean, all things considered, you have to commend this T side from the Brazilian squad.
Yeah, it's actually not too bad. I mean, I've most certainly seen worse from them in the past. And yeah, in the end, actually, it's really important that Leo saves his gun. He couldn't actually afford to chase down Fuzi's up there because there's been so many close rounds that neither team have built up economy whatsoever. We go into the last round of the half with the saved AWP, 2 Deagles, an MP9, in fact 3 Deagles, an MP9. And although, of course, 0-0 Nation's buy is better, we're still, again, left with 2 Galils. And it feels like Morbs, even though he's been doing great work with them, has been on a Galil for almost the entire half sometimes.
Yeah, that's true. Even though he's been able to find so many kills, doesn't really matter what gun he has, he's still been able to be effective.
What a
It's going to
king.
be Leo who finds the first kill.
Ooh.
Second shot's really nice coming through into Fuzi as well. And
Yeah,
so
that's
with
the
that,
AWP.
the round is buried. I mean, when last did 0-0 Nation actually string 2 consecutive rounds together? I'm pretty sure, you know, since their 3-0 start, they haven't won consecutive rounds throughout the half. But Leo, no problem finding consecutive frags, 4 headshots.
Oh,
He does.
what an
The last
ace!
kill is the most impressive of the lot, and Leo single-handedly finishes the job.
That is one of the most, actually, high-key, low-key, one of the cleanest aces I've essentially all 5 headshots from Leo. That is one for the highlight reel. The first 2 were all. The last 3 were impressive as well. That one, thank you so much, production. I hope that's the Upper Fuzi gone, and we're about to see the last 3 as well. 3, 4, long range as well. Even the last was a nice flick. Perfect tap toward Rolf. How about that? What a play.
In the end, 8-7. 8-7, the halftime scoreline. 0-0 Nation. I mean, I'd probably say the happier of the 2 teams, right? 7 rounds on the CT side, you're never really going to write home about that. Right now, it is going to be the pistol round that comes through, though. Rolf will draw first blood. He opens up Mulbs, who's done a fantastic job in that first half. Not going to be able to get a kill here in the second, at least not in the first round. And it's actually all the kills going the way of the T side.
Yeah, the dual Berettas, unfortunately, not proving to be strong enough on this occasion. It will be in the BQ's hands, though. Takes Leo, the hero of the previous round, out. And that should mean that Young Ninjas are going to be equalising this game again. As I said, completely inseparable at the moment, these 2. coldzera looking for some bonus money before he goes down. Only 2 kills in the game so far. He was the exact opposite. Yeah, last time we watched him play Nuke, I think he got around 28, was it? I believe. He's going to double his kills, yeah. From 2 to 4. And 2 bullets, as you say. And yeah, in the end, I will give him that little bit of extra cash for the force buy in the next.
Yeah, a bit peculiar that Cold was only able to find 2 kills in that first half, considering how chaotic it was. You know, you consider the fact that he was lurking quite a lot. You feel like, you know, someone of his caliber would find timings to catch free frags almost, but that was a bit of a rough half either way. It's going to be a good half for his team, I guess that's what matters. Pistol round will go the way of Young Ninjas, though, so they're going to be able to level up the scoreline. I think when you're down 8-7 going into the T side, you know, winning the pistol round is almost a must, so...
Yeah, absolutely. And the full force buy does come through, as I said, and of course the kills that coldzera got means that he can actually afford a FAMAS in this round.
Okay.
Which is a rifle, at least, to work with. Maybe not as powerful, I personally think, as the MP9, but in the mid to long ranges of outside, maybe the FAMAS would be the better choice. He is actually down toward B site already right now, is Cold. On the off
Yeah,
angle.
unfortunately, I mean, even though he's got a rifle to work with, he's got 4 players who are coming into his vicinity soon enough. They've also got quite a bit of firepower behind them. Let's see what Cold can do. Just going to be the 1 kill. Good double peek. Needs roll to find the trade. And off the back of that, Young Ninja's just going to propel and accelerate their way in towards the speed bomb site.
At least he does get the 1. That is something, at least. Try his save with the scout. Trying to get some tags going, but the Molotov's going to spread, I'm afraid. And Rolf gets his second, thanks to the fire and flames. VSM still on the edge of the smoke. If Young Ninjas want to pounce toward B here. But they're going to take it slow. And they might even walk back toward A up the vents at this stage. If they want. They've got BQ working his way toward heaven. So that could probably be the insurance policy. And they are, yes. They're not even shooting the vents. They're going just straight back up secret. And make their way back toward the A site. Leo's checking it out. But he might be here a fraction too late, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I mean, 3 players from Mouth, 1 from Heaven, and he's here by himself right now. Practically mission impossible. At least we'll be able to get a kill. What a second as well. That's insane. There should never have been a second frag. Mulbs with the Desert Eagles is going to absolutely decimate Fuzi as well. That means the bomb still has to be collected by BQ. 15 seconds left on the clock. They know exactly where he is. If he goes down the vents, he's a dead man. VSM is actually going to expose himself, so BQ now has the information as to where these 2 players are located.
Oh, that Molotov is not the best either. Morbs can just push straight through that. BQ's got a lot of pressure, gets one, but now it's the scout up against him. Deagle on Morbs. We know how good he is on that Deagle, but he's going to make it happen. Good stuff from BQ to recover that situation, especially with the time pressure, let alone the man pressure, pushing him down. Good stuff to get that bomb planted and defend the site beautifully. And just about, they'll get a conversion. That is one that I think 0-0 Nation will be looking back on later saying, well, we got 2 kills with the MP9, we got that Deagle frag as well. Maybe we should have made that one happen in the end. Here are the 2 MP9 kills. You don't expect to get 2 from a position like that.
No. I mean, I agree they should have. They probably aggrieved that they're not actually able to win it. Feels like the spacing is a little bit off there between the 2 players in that final 1 versus 2 against BQ. He's almost able to isolate the fights. I don't know if the scout's actually the best option there for Mulbs to push forward with. Maybe the Desert Eagle would have been a bit better. Either way, Young Ninjas, by the skin of their teeth, will win that round. They need to win this round as well. Not only that, but they need to keep numbers alive. Might be a second kill up for grabs here for Try, considering how low BQ is, but won't even get an opportunity. And ZTR, outrageously just flying up the ladder, will be able to finish off the round 10-8 as we do shift into the first gun round of that second half.
We do. Morbs is still performing, but now we need to see what Try has to offer. He's only 5-12. When he gets that AWP, is when he can do quite a lot of his best moments, when his magic can come out of the hat and really see what he's made of. And CT side nuke can be a playground for an AWPer, especially toward outside and ramp, for example. Let's see if he can step up and get 0-0 Nation back even again. Young Ninja's timeout will come in. Good time to do so when the first gun round officially is going to be starting in the second half. So they're going to have a bit of time to mull this over, have a bit of a conversation with the coach and everything.
Yeah. I mean, in the games I have cast from Young Ninjas on Nuke before, their tactical depth has lacked a lot on the T side. So, you know, it's not like they've got an insane amount to fall back on. Probably just going to be using the outside smokes every single round. And, you know, some rounds going down secret, some rounds trying to just send one player and use it as a fake. But it's not like there's going to be an insane amount of variation. So, yeah, let's see. Can the simple approach, will the simple approach prove to be enough, I guess, is the question. If 0-0 Nation are able to deal with I'd say the basic approach of the T side, you know, on their CT side, then they should be able to win here. But if they get caught off from just like the 4-1 ramp pushes and smokes outside, pushing into garage and wrapping outside, if they get caught off by those players, they'll have a tough time.
Indeed. Indeed. We need to see a solid beginning to these gun rounds for 0-0 Nation. If the second half is anything like the first half, we're in for alternate rounds and possibly a very close end. But BQ actually will find Morbs. That was just through the door position, I believe, there, as that smoke was up. So that's a cheeky way to open. And considering that's your best player taken down, at least statistically, on the 0-0 Nation side, and with Linus having control of garage as well, it already puts the CTs in a pretty rough spot, it has to be said.
Yeah, it does. And Young Ninjas have just got so much time left here as well. Maybe there's so much time, 45 seconds. They don't have to commit just yet. They've got some players in forward positions they can look to try and use as well. That's Linus, but he steps straight into Try's scope. Good kill coming through from the Argentinian, and now he's going to shift his focus, I think, towards the A site. It's only Leo who's here right now, so he does need some support to come through.
So that helps Try, and this is where we need to see Try turn up. He does get the first toward BQ, but he's got more players to find, and ZTR. Oh, no way, as if he's taken both. That's so remarkable. Cold at least gets one back, but he took a lot of damage in getting that kill back, and now the bomb can go down. They were sort of betwixt in between their Young Ninjas, whether they wanted to go toward B or stick with A. But those 2 kills from ZTR might just seal the round, and there's Rolf taking VSM as well. It's all down to Cold. He has full utility, but no health, so you'd expect to see a save.
Yeah, it's done.
Me.
ZTR's gone heaven as well, so he's the insurance policy. Cold would never have expected him to be there anyway. Young Ninjas win the first gun round of the second half. I mean, there's been pretty much no momentum for anybody in this map so far, but Young Ninjas are certainly building some of their own here. This is going to be a 4th consecutive round for them. Yeah, really nice job on that A bomb site as well. I mean, it didn't seem like it was going to work out for them because it was a 5v3, right? Try finds the first kill outside, goes towards heaven, finds the second kills they're coming through, but then ZTR finds those 2 kills in the lineup.
Yeah, that was, you know, that was when Try got that pick right to sort of, you know, recover the situation slightly after Morbs had been taken out, and then he drops onto the site, right? And that is normal, because you so often get smoked or mollied off toward heaven. You want to try and change up your position. But then he's sort of on top of his teammate, Leo, at the back of the silo. So, like, they couldn't really organize themselves in that split second. And ZTR punished both of them.
Yeah, I mean, he is... I'd say he's one of the pillars in this Young Ninjas team. He's someone you can just always fall back and rely on. The IGL, ZTR. Big fan of him.
Yeah.
What can 00 Nation do here with these pistols, Trav? They've got the M4, of course, called Zero Save from the previous round. So if there is any way, he's going to have to be the hero.
Orbs once again has a deagle opening. I think he managed to just creep through that door smoke and actually fall back through it without even taking any damage with that one. So that's a good way to get an opening. But any more might be a difficult ask. Try is here. Orbs is still here toward the top of hut at the moment. Have they boosted a player into rafters? I missed that on the corner, and Try actually not expecting that to be completely open. And yes, they did boost Morbs up on top of the rafters from Leo. So it sounds like Leo on top of hut. Can he get any couple of kills with the 5-7 here? I don't know how powerful that 5-7 is. That Molotov might be a bit of an error, because that's just in the middle of the site now. That probably was meant for heaven. In comes the 5-7. Gets a dink, but no more. And now they know where Morbs is as well. Okay, catch the feet. And that's the problem with that position. If you're completely blind or have multiple players facing you, that's what can units get caught by the bullets, the stray bullets on the feet and the shins.
You kind of like need someone to bait for you or to take contact or hope that they don't check you completely. It's just it's just like how those angles work, right? You're a lot more limited on the angle than the players who are deeper are. Physics. Do you like physics, Ted? Trav? Oh my god, I'm sorry. I called Ted Trav earlier for what it's worth. So.
Okay, so it's 50-50 then. That's fine.
It's 1-1. Yeah.
Okay, all good. I'll accept it then. I won't be upset. I won't
But don't take
cry.
it personally, yeah.
I'm not going to cry live.
Did you enjoy physics though, Trav?
Actually, I think I kind of liked chemistry more than physics, if I'm honest with you.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I don't know.
That's fair enough.
Chemistry
was fun.
You want to know a fun fact? I was actually homeschooled. But
okay,
I did enjoy chemistry more than physics. Thankfully, with in that sort of setup, I could sort of, at least in the early stages, I could pick and choose the subjects I wanted to do. Thankfully, I didn't have like a personal set curriculum that I did, so like I could concentrate a lot on my favorite stuff and what I'd like. For example, I think it was some aspect of what was it? I enjoyed biology. There was another subject which I actually can't remember it. That's such a long time ago. We're talking like 15 years ago at this stage. Where like I hated it so much, my parents were like, "Okay, I can tell you're not enjoying yourself. Just stop it." And that's why I'm very grateful for that start in life. So thank you, Mum and Dad. Appreciate it.
Well, there we go. Foos are going to be appreciating that start to the round. He takes down his opposite number. He's not going to be slowing down for anybody or anything. Look at this. He's got the Julies out. He's pushed all the way in towards Secret. My God. It's 1:28 on the clock, and he's in vents right now. I don't even think that 00 Nation know he's here, by the way.
Yeah, this is what a spot to be in with the AWP as well. That is not usual whatsoever. It's a place that, as you say, could go overlooked. The fact that you just got control of it. That's the full rotations held now with that position. If they do take control of B, then they're going to try and do that by the looks of it, by creeping toward outside. Deep smokes are in, one toward main, one toward the hell glass as well. So they're going to make their way down.
This is actually perfect, though. Look at 00 Nation. They don't have anybody towards B at all. The closest person is VSM, and he's not even committed to a quick ramp rotation. He's, perfect. Thank you, Observer. Showing exactly what I'm referencing right now. Young Ninjas are going to get into this B bomb site completely uncontested. So it's going to have to be a retake, if anything. That's even if they commit to the retake.
They'd probably call it off immediately. They're going to hear the utility thrown down on B, and they're probably just going to think, okay, well, we're going to have to concede 13 here because we have no money available. Cold will even get taken down by that lurk, and that's what that lurk is meant to do, and that does 100% force the save. So, well, I tell you what, this is a very, very well-versed T side at the moment from Young Ninjas.
Yeah, I mean, I was incredibly skeptical and even critical of their T side once we began proceedings, but they've proven that the simplistic approach is proving to be enough. That's what I mentioned would be the difference maker, whether they could get the job done without much tactical depth, and it's proving to be the case right now. I mean, what was the tactical depth in that previous round, Trav? It was Fuzi go outside, Fuzi kill try, Fuzi rush into secret, and everybody else just follow him later in the round.
Yeah.
Not like they were crazy.
There's not much
anything ridiculous. Yeah.
There's not much physics that really went into that one. It was just let's
No.
get physical. Do you like that one?
There we
Is that
go.
Bad? Or...
No, I actually kind of like that. That was
physical. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Do you think I can use that again in the future? Maybe.
I don't know if it's like
Is it that good? Okay, it's not that.
I don't
good.
think
Never
so.
mind.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
like a one and done.
Okay, chat. If you think let's get physical is really really bad, type 1 and flame me. It's fine. I'll accept it.
That's at Trav, by the way. In
Yeah,
case
it's
anybody was
Travis.
wondering. Not
It's
at
Travis,
Hayes
yes.
Castings. Yeah, just want to clarify that. and
Hayes is the
disassociate
normal
myself.
one. Hayes is the normal one. Yeah.
There we go. Oh my god. 0-0 Nation haven't won a round yet here on the CT side. They've lost 6 consecutive. It's going to be mobs towards Squeaky Door. He was the hero in the first half, and he will get a kill as we'll try here to stop important gun round. This is looking good. Not to say they haven't been in a 5v3 before in this half, though.
Exactly. But they need to convert these ones, though. They've got not really much breathing room left now at this stage. Wolves and try. Important to get those opening 2 kills. Cole's got that very defensive angle toward the deep garage as well. But oh my goodness, no way. No way Rolf gets that kill. And that's a miss from Try as well. And they still have the advantage in this round with the damage done. Look at this. ZTR is 11 and Rolf is 16 after somehow not getting taken down by Cold. Absolutely spun on there. I think got 2 headshots through the edge of garage to take Cold down on that 360 or 180, I guess.
Half a 360.
Exactly. I can do maths, even though I haven't been to school. Trust me.
I mean, maths is hard. There's a reason we don't do it live on stream.
Yeah, fair
Or
enough.
generally avoid it. Sometimes I like to live life dangerously. What's the plan
Well, I
here for
mean,
young ninjas? Yeah,
And they got 27 HP combined, I can tell you that.
there we go. Does look like it's a very passive hold on the safe side right now. They've almost completely forfeited control in preference of taking lobby. So maybe a way for young ninjas to get a bomb plant at the bare minimum, which would still be quite nice.
There you go. Morbs will get one more and a second as well. Really nice second towards ZTR. That's the 2 low HP players done. That
Yeah, Linus
is
is
to
done
be
as well. He needs to
expected.
just save.
Yeah, 2 seconds. He actually can't really go down after time here. He needs to escape. Oh, it's going to be a close one. I think he's just about going to be okay. Yeah, he will. If he went down after time there, he would have been left with no gun and 3150 in the bank. So, good, important save.
Okay, so you're getting your response to people in chat. Did
Yeah.
they say they like? Did you say press 1 for?
I said press 1 if they think it's bad. So
okay, great.
So
All right,
I
well, there we go.
purposely, it's okay. I purposely set myself up. That's the whole point. Don't worry about it.
Right. Awesome. Well, I'm glad that chat's also, on my
I
side.
see
on
the
this
1-2 though. Fluffy X Princess with the 1 number 2. I appreciate you. I see you there. Thank you.
They're just being nice, Trav. They're just.
I know.
They just felt bad.
I know. It's fine.
It's okay.
There we go. 1 noob
I
castle.
appreciate
That's
the
what I
effort.
wanted to see. There you go. That's
There
what I
we go.
expected. Let's go.
Makes you feel at home, right? Seeing those types of comments.
Exactly.
These are normal. Either way, it's going to be young ninjas who are taking some time in the round here. Outside smokes do come through. Does look like they're going to be at least initially trying to use those smokes. Whether they go down secret or not is still to be discovered.
True. Very true. But now we need to see Try. Have a good play here toward outside. It's actually a weak position toward a different position. Yeah, we see it down towards secret at the moment. Morbs. Oh, again, he doubles down. How many double kills and multi-kills has he had in this game so far? The guy's a monster. He's single-handedly dragging 0-0 Nation to what feels like a respectable scoreline and could even keep them in the game. Fuzi's looking for Cold right now after he got that 1 kill to help out Morbs. And he might get the timing. He does get the timing. But Morbs is still here, repositioned, takes BQ. Now it's all down to Fuzi, and he's been tagged down to 19 HP as well. I appreciate the match of his loadout with the black laminate and the black gloves, but I'm afraid he's not going to be long for this world because there's VSM on the angle, and he'll take him out. So that's 0-0 Nation, up to double digits now, and it's not 2 zeros. Change that 0 for a 1. They're in the game.
There we go. They are in the game. Demon Nation starting to show up here on the server. Showing some fights on their CT side. It's been a while, but the engine is on, and it's looking like it's starting to gain some traction as well. I mean, just winning the early gunfights essentially to make sure that, young ninjas are constantly playing with some sort of a disadvantage. Massive effort there from Mulbs once again, locking it down towards Mouth once they swing out, making sure not only that he gets kills, but he wasn't even traded, which was actually the most impressive part. So,
Yeah.
13 to 10. Young Ninjas are starting to lose their lead a little bit here.
Right, spots line is cross, and if that box wasn't there, I reckon that might have been a kill. I'm not sure that's fully wall-bangable with the AWP. Early outside smokes will be in already, and it's the more deep versions to get Linus a little bit closer toward
become
main.
the popular version, right?
It has, yeah. No doubt about it. Already first kill comes in for Cold, but he does get instantly found by ZTR, so at least that's a 1-for-1 for Cold, who's been struggling a little bit in this game so far. VSM holds that tight line to get one kill and just hop over the railing down toward the B side. And yes, ZTR is here. But Morbs didn't spot it. Morbs has no idea. But he is actually holding an angle that he could still find ZTR. He can open the double doors. Now they know he's around this position. And Morbs sort of just looks in that direction as if to say, be careful. He does get ZTR in the end, but they still have to worry about the player in the cubby, and they actually find him immediately. VSM goes down. So okay, 2 versus 3. Fuzi and Rolf, they have a chance to get this bomb planted. But Morbs has a chance to deal with them immediately because he's got a hole in the door now.
Yeah, let's call it the glory hole. Let's see if he can find any glory through the hole right now. There's going to be patience from Leo. Oh my god, I was going to say, pays off perfectly. Fuzi walks into the crosshair. Didn't even look like he was initially looking at that direction. Somehow able to find the kill. 2 versus 2 ensues. Is there a way for Young Ninjas to actually win this round? That would be insane. Try coming through with the AWP, but it's Rolf who catches Try off guard. Now it's all on Morbs. He's been the hero so far, but unfortunately, he's going to get cut short on this occasion. 14-10. How on earth do Young Ninjas win that round?
Oh my goodness.
It's not even like ZTR was the hero, because he was the player who got through into secret undetected, but he still died. He still actually got taken down. It was still was that a 2v4 in the post plants, I believe?
Definitely a 2v3.
Or 3v2 at the bare minimum, but my
absolutely. Word. It was a 2v3 for sure. And yeah, the fact that just B in general is such a hard site to retake. You can see that, that Morbs was just left to wallbang the railing as a sort of last-ditch attempt to take down the player above him. And that's not reliable. 0-0 Nation will not complete that retake with any conviction at all, and that gets the Young Ninjas up to 14, just 2 away from map 1. Don't forget, this was 0-0 Nation's map pick as well, but that doesn't really matter at this opening stage, it feels like. VSM will grab that kill towards ZTR. Don't ask me how that's not a smoke kill in the kill feed, because he definitely didn't see him.
Good question. I mean, that was... VSM had no idea what was on the opposite side. They're still able to find a kill, though. Important frag as well. You look at the money here for 0-0 Nation. Lose this round, not much round loss bonus behind them. I think that they probably lose the map afterwards. So it's important that they get across the line here to keep themselves in the hunt.
It is. And I said it yesterday in our charity event, and I'm going to say it today. If ever you feel like your opponents are, still wary of not winning the map yet, if they're on 14, you always feel like you have a little bit of a chance. Try rotating in, gets the timing, but misses the shot. Now it's all down to Morbs. He needs multiple, but he can only get damage, and Leo will only get 1 as well. Linus takes him out, back into a 3 versus 3, but again, we all know how hard retaking is, and Fuzi with the rifle will find VSM. Cold has the only kit, and Try has somehow gone all the way around toward main, and is stuck behind that smoke, but look at the health. There's only about just over 50 health between the 2 remaining Young Ninjas players. Cold, Zero and Try left. Can they retake this one? Cold has to be the one to do it with the rifle against the 2 very squishy opponents. Should be 1. There it is. Now it's all down to Rolf with 9 HP. They've got time to figure this one out, and Cold makes it happen. He's had a very, very poor game by his standards as Cold, but he's turned up with the impact frags when it matters. 14-11.
Whew, everybody from 0-0 Nation breathes a massive sigh of relief as they do get across the line in that all-important round. Big effort coming through from Cold there. It seemed like because of how long the round had gone on, Young Ninjas had stopped sort of checking HUD to see if somebody might be coming through. And in the end, it is going to be the round that goes the way of the Brazilian squad, which was super important as well. Like I was sort of alluding to in terms of their economy. Did get close though. I mean, I'm so impressed by Young Ninjas' prowess on the trades. And hasn't Fuzi just been super impressive as well?
Yeah, he's really had a good map so far. But that round win for 0-0 Nation, with some important calculated retake work by Cold Zera, actually does give them a glimmer of hope, because Young Ninjas are down to pistols. They've fully forced into this one. They've decided to go for Tech 9s, Deagles, and full utility. So, if 0-0 Nation find a way to overcome this one, we could be in for a very close game still.
Yeah, I love this call so much. They know that the CT's economy is low, so if they can win this round, and there's actually a really good way for them to win the map afterwards. Bold call, Cotton coming through from Young Ninjas. Let's see if they can make it work. Seems like it's going to be a bit of a double pump. They've still got that smoke in the front of Squeaky Door. Lots of utility held right now. You can see the white highlighted pieces on the HUD right now on the left side of your screen. Now all the smoke splashes and Molly starts to rain in. Support and response from Zero Nations. Good deal gets blinded up though. Everybody's blinded up. The first kill goes to the T side. Tries in the open with the AWP. Still somehow alive right now. Able to make it back into heaven, and the retake ensues.
Oh, you could have predicted this one. The utility is just absolutely perfect from Young Ninjas. They really need to find a way back in now, do 0-0 Nation, but it's going to be so difficult. A dink toward Linus, so that could again be some more critical damage. Try will miss that flashbang. He's got another one to work with. VSM lurking in from Hut. Probably needs 2 kills from this position to give this round a chance for the CT side, but Cold does get one. Does he swing round? He does. 2 kills back. It's now all down to BQ, and he's found by Cold as well, and that's a really, really well-worked retake from 0-0 Nation. It keeps them alive in this series. Of course, the bomb plant is good, but it doesn't afford Young Ninjas a buy here. They're going to be saving, and 0-0 Nation should have a free path to 13 and just 1 behind.
Arguably the most impressive round we've seen so far from 0-0 Nation based on the way that they had to salvage the situation. Fantastic awareness from VSM there to double back from Hudson, clear Linus who was coming through with that flank. And from there, all the kills just roll through for the CT side. Everybody alive does exactly what's required of them. And now it's going to be an eco from Young Ninjas. Got a few upgraded pistols and some Kevlar because of the plants and the round loss bonus. But this should be a 1-round game after this.
Yeah, and the most impressive thing about that retake as well is that one of the Tech 9s just destroyed Morbs like really early on in that play, and he's obviously been their best player by far. He was, what, 28 and 14 or something a few rounds ago? He hasn't got a kill for the last 3 rounds, but 0-0 Nation have won them all, remarkably.
Isn't that just insane? How ironic.
Yeah.
VSM doesn't have any support right now. AK in play is a nice weapon to have in this position. Lone Ranger towards ramp will get a kill. Zetiar's had a pretty tough time of it. You know, trying to, I don't know, find the entries, get the job done for his team. Been taken down a lot. And actually, look at this change of pace here from Young Ninjas. They're not going to be incredibly aware of this. No one's close enough to get these south cues, and now they see the numbers. Should be a plant at the bare minimum.
Should be. Coldzera will get 1, Morbs will get another, and there's Leo with the last 2. So that is the round sealed, and they win it with all 5 players alive as well. We're at the business end of the game, so economy is important to not be fully broken, and, well, we're at a very interesting point now. We saw Young Ninjas build up a run of rounds on this T side. They looked very impressive. Look at that run on top of your screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And in the end, we thought it could be an easy first map victory, but 0-0 Nation are not going away. Very impressive recovery on the CT side at the moment.
I mean, it's a great display of Counter-Strike coming through from 0-0 Nation, right? I mean, it was Morbs who carried them initially in the first half. Everybody coming to the party now to get them across the line. Win this round here, it's going to be scores level. Young Ninjas could still snatch this one away, though. I mean, maybe sounds like a bit of a stretch saying snatch it away, considering they've been on 14 rounds for a while, but you know, you haven't won the game till you get to 16 on a map like Nuke, T-side Nuke. It's even though the end is in sight, it still can be really difficult to reach.
Yeah, at the moment, this is actually looking quite good for 0-0 Nation. They figured out the pattern, and Young Ninjas, if there was a side they wanted to be on, I would probably say they wouldn't want to be on the T side at this stage now. There's 0-0 Nation coming back at them. Tries rotated round toward Secret, spots the smokes mid-air, so he'll know what the idea will be in the early stages of this round.
Oh man, good Molly forces try back. Where do Young Ninjas go from here is the question. I think in the past sort of situations where they've been in this position, they've tried to go through the smokes and then actually wrap in towards heaven and mouth. But 45 seconds left here, Trav. They're not leaving themselves a huge amount of time. Normally you want to be a little bit further forward than they are right now, with this amount of time left on the clock. And in fact, they're going to go A. I really like this call.
Yeah, this is probably... I do like it. It's a change-up. 30 seconds to go, and they're still hard clearing Garage, though. And with, 3 players in Garage with 25 seconds, that is not something you see too often. It's going to have to be a fast A play coming in here. There are 3 players ready and raring to go. Leo, Cold, and Morbs. What can they do? There's 1, not 2, though. Cold actually gets that first kill, but he gets 3, does Cold, and he could even get more. He's wasting so much time. It's great work from Cold. That's going to secure a 14th for 0-0 Nation, and we have an even game. Cold has stepped up when required. What a time to do so.
Perfect setup from 00 Nation. Because Try was so far forward towards Secret, he hadn't been forced off of that angle. He was feeding so much information through to his teammates there with sub 20 seconds left on the clock that there was no ways they were coming B, which meant the sick crossfire setup here. Even though Mulbs only gets one attention of the other 2 players away, I mean, Cold Zero can complete the perfect triple kill. Even though he gets traded out, he's already done his job and then some. And as I said, Try's information was invaluable to allow them to commit to that stack on a perfect work. 14-14.
Here we go.
From the T side, they're rushing in towards the A side. Can they shut it down? Yes,
oh,
they can.
Leo and Cold, great combination. Considering again on a pistol buy, Mulbs is the one to go down first. They've recovered it immediately. And Young Ninjas, oh my goodness, their money was in such a rough spot at this stage of the game. It meant that they had to buy pistols again. They couldn't afford just to fully force buy and basically throw the game and give them no chance at overtime. They had to eco. And now we get to see whether we get overtime or a 16-14 comeback victory for 00 Nation. They've only lost 1 round in what? Was it last on the top of the screen there? The last 8, I think?
Yeah, it's been a massive turnaround. It was 14-8 at one stage, so it'd be 7 consecutive rounds here for 00 Nation.
Yeah.
14-8, 15-14. 1 more round left remaining in regulation. Where do we go? Cold's going to get boosted back on top of the ledge here. Does look like the A bomb site's going to be where Young Ninjas try to end up, but Linus is drawn first blood. That's in secret. They might be able to catch them off guard.
Oh,
it's just dry contact coming out the squeaky door. It will be kills back for Mulbs and Leo though, but it's still a man advantage for the T side, and I think they need to go down the vents here. That should be the call, and it is.
Oh, they've done so much damage done by VSM there, pretty remarkably. And that was, again, that is actually so unfortunate for 00 Nation. They were just completely unaware that they weren't in position in time. Cole getting caught off without even doing anything at all there. He's been brilliant in the last few rounds, but it looks like we could be headed to overtime. It's VSM 1 versus 3. He's got a player behind the backside silo, 1 player toward double door and 1 player toward glass. Spots the first, takes it, almost readjusts toward Fuzi, but it is overtime confirmed in map 1 of this series. Oh, what a banger it's been. In the end, 00 Nation can't pull it through, and we have more rounds to play.
I mean, in the first half, I definitely would have expected us to go to overtime just based on how back and forth it was. Then the way that we started the second half, it felt like Young Ninjas were just going to coast to victory on their T side. We then had a really sick comeback coming through from 00 Nation. They were down... 00 Nation, they were down 8-14, and they managed to make it a 15-14 lead. They then end up losing the last round of regulation. We find ourselves in overtime. The slate is wiped clean, and here we go.
It is indeed. Let's see which way this one goes. There's been a little bit of a conversation I've seen recently on Twitter and stuff like that, saying in overtime, should we switch sides? I think it's a bit unfair to continue on the same side as the whole second half, and then just switch after. But that's the rules at the moment. 00 Nation continue to stick with the CT side, and they will recover 1 thanks to Try. Take it back into a 4 versus 4 after BQ's opening. Cold looking like he wants to go for more. Cold's been so good in the last few rounds. He was having a very poor game. He was like 12 and 16 or something. Now he's 20 and 18. He has a chance to do more as well. Does he hear the information? Oh, he gets spooked. You get spooked by the dead body on the floor. And that means that it's all down to Leo coming in from the vent. Goes for a big wide swing. Even basically leaping out the vent. But that's because Mulbs is still here. He could make something work here. Fuzi's looking for Cold though. And it's all down to Mulbs thanks to that. Should have 1 free kill in the back. He takes him immediately. And he looks for Fuzi as well. Almost finds the spray on the edge of the smoke. But he's got ZTR to find first. Immediately destroys him and goes back for the kill, Mulbs. Expecting Fuzi to run him down. Now the clutch is a possibility. 32 kills. He's going to hold the bomb. He's going to hold the bomb. Fuzi's not peeking yet. He's hit the shot though, but the defusers come in, and 00 Nation, thanks to Mulbs again in this game, retake the lead.
Man, oh man, I mean, you spoke about how great Cold Zero has been since the start of the second half, pretty much. He's just been, coming to life in a big way. Only had 2 kills at the start of that second half, up to 20 and 19, but Mulbs is the reason that they're here in the first place. He's the reason they've actually been able to get themselves into a competitive position in the map alone, and he's the reason that they're able to win that first round of overtime as well. 00 Nation, wow.
Oh god, what a way to win that round. Absolutely unbelievable. And now Try's feeling confident, peeking basically dry toward outside before those smokes bloom. And that gives 00 Nation another opening. That was such an unwinnable situation for Mulbs, but I've got to say, he played it perfectly. Just the way he went about that, even spooking Fuzi as well to go for the reface, because it would have been obvious to Fuzi once that kill from Mulbs came in towards ZTR that he was just going to go straight to the bomb. That's why Fuzi was just running toward the position to try and hold it. But Mulbs went back to spook him, almost got the kill anyway, and in the end held the defuse at the right time. But now this is the present time, and BQ's just taken 2 immediate headshots. How has he done that from door? Mulbs and Leo are gone.
Yeah, the heaviest hitter in the server being removed from the equation is a great way for Young Ninjas to start off this round. After they, lost that opening pick. Linus has been taken down. Try took him down at the start of the round before those smokes bloomed towards outside, but VSM will get a kill back. And there's also a low HP player in and amongst the mix, so still doable here for 0-0 Nation. Seems like the T-side are going to take contact back through Squeaky Door, trying to go undetected towards the A side, but try. Oh, perfect awareness. The first shot was fine because it was the low HP player, but the second kill is mega.
Oh, Fuzi. Can't even get that no-scope towards Cold Invent as well. We're up to Try, and there it is. Try is in a very, very quiet game by his standards, but this is the time to show up. 4 kills for him on the defense. 3 with the AWP, 1 with the USP. Beautifully held. And that gets his tally almost up to an even KD at this stage. 0-0 Nation are speeding toward a CT half of overtime sweep here.
Man, oh man. I mean, it does feel like it's definitely been like Mulbs who was the team who was pulling... Mulbs was pulling the whole team through, but everybody has now started to contribute and chip in where they've needed to, right? To keep the flame going, keep the game going.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Fuzi has been tagged down early on in this round as well. Rolf towards silos, having a little peek above that position to see if there's someone going a little bit too aggressive. 0-0 Nation, maybe a bit too eager, a bit angsty, wanting to close out this half with 3 straight rounds. Linus going for an entry though towards Secret. Cold's got that off angle again. It worked for him before with that FAMAS in the early on in the half. Can it work again? It can.
Good kill coming through from Cold to open it up. Perfect start to the round here for 0-0 Nation as they look to try and complete the clean sweep here in the first half of overtime. Does look like Young Ninjas are going to be heading back in towards ramp. Who's there right now? It looks like it's VSM, A1S at range. Holding a bit of a nasty off angle right now.
Oh, this could be dirty. This could be dirty from VSM. He's got help from Try, and that's a beautiful pick from Try. And they're so focused on Try's position. VSM can just peek out very sneakily and get 2 kills in the back. It's all down to Fuzi, and he's going to get caught by Try as well. What a half of overtime by 0-0 Nation. It did not look likely they were going to take all 3, and it looked in those early stages. Mulbs is to thank for that. But they're now just 1 away from map 1.
Yeah, Mulbs is having an absolute blinder here, and he just actually set things in motion there by winning that clutch in overtime as well to, you know, get them that first round. 15-18, 0-0 Nation on the cusp here of taking their map pick to the bank, getting themselves a 1-0 lead, and it's Inferno up next, which is a huge map for Young Ninjas, by the way, like a really, really good map for the Swedish squad. So it was absolutely vital that 0-0 Nation won here on Nuke, which is looking incredibly likely at this point.
Yep, 19 the magic number. If we go 18 all and Young Ninjas get 3 in a row, we go again. Fuzi pushing aggressive toward Hut again, looking for that opening pick. We saw him be successful with this earlier on.
Just running through Mulbs' numbers for in his time in the 0-0 Nation outfits. This is actually one of the best performances that he's put up on a map. He got 39 kills against Gravity in a match, but I mean, this is a much better team that he's playing against, and to be putting up the numbers that he is just incredibly important. And I think he's had a bit of a maybe a bit of a tough time of it here in the 0-0 Nation team, having to, you know, come to grips with the new roles. But this is just a scorcher of a game coming through from him.
Absolutely. He's having a banger of a performance at the moment. If he can keep that up on Inferno, it'll be pretty interesting to see. But they need to win this one first. ZTR looking for someone creeping towards the secret smoke at the moment. Coldzera will get flashed in though, and they're going to be taking the A-bomb site. It's all down to Rolf. Will get mollied off, and he's so blind, but they can't find him yet. VSM gets dinked through the edge of main, and ZTR goes down, and Cold has found Rolf. Could we be about to see the end of map 1? They have a 4v3 and should be able to get the plant down. Fuzi, does he go super aggressive through this Molotov? It looked like he wanted to.
Yeah.
The bomb will go down.
They've got utility to play with. Smoke on BQ. He's going to drop that onto the paint, and I think we're going to see all 3 players retaking from Heaven. This is less than ideal for the CT side. Fuzi's lining up the flashbang here as well for his teammates to push off of. Cold0 will get blinded up, and he will get dropped on. Loses his life. Trades coming through. 2 versus 2 is the name of the game. Great snapshot there for BQ. And in fact, Fuzi's going to be able to get the kill into try. Round alive. It goes the way of Young Ninjas, and the map is still alive with that as well.
Oh my god, that was such a reactive flick shot from BQ. It's like he did a double take, didn't even realise there was a player directly below him. And as you can see, they're looking remarkably calm on the player cams actually at the moment. Fuzi's up to 30 now. It's been a bit of the Morbs versus Fuzi show in this game so far. Both of them on 30 at the moment. And we go on for one more round. The flash to completely blind up Cold in the corner was so good. In the end, they did get one in response, of course, but it was still an even situation. And now we're going to get to see a bit of a run boost coming in. Fuzi going a little bit faster toward door, looking for a pick, but Try has his number this time.
Yeah, once again, 0-0 Nation going to be opening up around here with first blood, as was the case in the previous. Oh, Cold0.
Okay.
Great shot there while they were still moving. A little bit lucky there, I think, to actually get that kill. Didn't look like it should have been as clean as it was.
Bit of a
ZTR's been hard done by. I feel like ZTR has been, like, you know, fairly unlucky in this map so far.
Yeah, that was a sort of like shoulder peek pre-fire from Cold. Like, he knows his angles, he's in the right spot. Linus at least does get that kill back to end Cold0's round, but now BQ is here to top of heart. All the 0-0 Nation players are actually ready and raring to go from door, but that resmoke is perfectly timed. They're just going to walk through it, and it catches BQ off. It's all down to Rolf. How many can he get? Gets 1, gets 2, but he can't get 3. It's now a 1 versus 2 for Linus to save the map. They don't know where he's coming from. Try staring toward Heaven. Leo is on the edge of the smoke at the moment, pushing up toward the site. Linus in the cubby could make something from this. Does he walk through it? He looks so tempted to walk through it, doesn't he? But the bomb will now go down. It will go down safely as well. Spots Leo. How can he creep up without being spotted? No, he can't. He can't. Man. Try has really... I tell you what, that game, it was all Morbs, but I have to say, huge props to Try and Cold0 for stepping up when they needed to in overtime. They had a poor game in regulation. They got so many of their kills in OT. In the end, as you can see, they're off to a break. They're delighted with the map 1 victory. We'll see you after our own break for Inferno.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Things are only going to be heating up as we shift ourselves into Inferno. It's the second map of the second game of the day in the 0-2 bracket in the main Swiss stage. Losers eliminated, winner progress through to tomorrow. My name's Hayes. I'm joined by Trav, and Inferno is live, brother.
Exactly, and I'm looking forward to it. Should be pretty exciting. Mobs has already got himself to an opening. And he was insane on map 1. Let's see how many numbers he can put up in map 2. Already, he gets an opening pick and stalls the push, really, toward Banana. Linus and ZTR have double smokes, though, so they're expecting to see a full execute, and in we go.
Yeah, Smoke CT, smoke Coffin. It's going to be a smoking response from the CT side as well. Try and keep them at bay, but the Caesars comes charging straight through it. They spot Mulbs out on the boost, able to do some damage, but it won't be the kill. Cold Zero called into action now. He was being baited in all along, and it will all be with good purpose as well, as he does clean up the round for his team.
He does. It was very well played, and actually that's a very good setup that can often work. Funnily enough, I actually use that myself every now and then. In Inferno games, you just have a couple of players peeking, maybe get a cheeky opening pick, fall back to the site, maybe have like an extra player there, but just not peeking. Yeah. They don't expect that final player there. Cold just swung at the right time, got 2 kills, and it seals it very easily in the end.
I think having that third player in the pistol round on the B-bomb site's a really good option for almost exactly that. You just bait them in, they never expect that third player there, they kind of commit to the plant without clearing out the site. There's going to be a force back in response here for Young Ninjas. They didn't actually get that bomb plant, so it's not like it's the traditional force buy with Galils and SMGs. Right. They still have the utility, but it's not too much firepower.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it might worry them, especially if they do lose this one without getting too much damage. Damage will probably be the order of the day, at least, if they don't get the kills. At the moment, VSM and Try doing a good job of making it very simple. They've had 1 kill each for all 0-0 nations so far. Try will make it a second, and it'll make it a third as well. Good stuff from him. He had a poor start to Nuke. This is most certainly a very good start on Inferno. You can see the Pinnacle odds on your screen right now. 0-0 nation favoured after taking map 1, as you'd expect.
Wasn't it awesome to see Mulbs performing at the level that he was as well on Nuke? Because, you know, from the games we've seen out of him so far, he seems to have, you know, struggled to really contribute in a big way in terms of the fragging department. You know, doing well with the entry kills, I would say. He's had a pretty good success with his opening kills in this team, but, you know, going maybe 18 for 18 isn't something that he would be expecting in a map, right? So good to see him putting up really big numbers in that previous map and having a lot of impact with big clutches and big opening kills and all the rest. So, you know, shifting into the map here, Try. He's the player I'm going to be watching on the CT side, Trav, of Inferno, with that AWP. He's going to have it in the first gun round as well because of how many frags he's gotten. So let's see how devastating he can be.
Exactly. There's some right-click nades coming in to try and force him away, of course. There were some nades brought up on the T side, but Try is farming up that money right now. Cold will finish it off. I'm almost certain that Try will drop that MP9. He already has. He hasn't even dropped it at the beginning of that round. He's going to easily just get rid of it and let it disappear into the history books of Counter-Strike. It'll buy up the AWP. Don't forget you can scroll down below and click on the panels below the stream to get involved with our partners. We've got AstroPay, we've got MSI, of course, as well. Great partners. And if you scroll down a little bit further, you can see our stream survey as well. If you complete that, there's a good chance you'll be getting some nice skins, of course, to win. If you help us out, we can help you out.
Young Ninjas would like to help themselves out here, Trav, by winning the first gun round. Let's see if they can make it happen. They've got everything that they need, all the utility. They've got the firepower as well with the AKs.
Yep. And hey, it's after yesterday we did that charity event, right, where we casted Old Inferno. Look how big Banana is.
I know.
It's
wonderful. My word. I feel so much better. I feel so much more comfortable. He's not going to be comfortable taking a lot of damage. They don't actually end up checking them though. So even though he takes so much damage from the AT grenade and he loses his teammate towards Library, he's still able to find 2 kills. Fantastic work coming through from Cold. And now the shift focuses towards the A site itself.
Yeah, I'm surprised Cold got both there, especially with the FAMAS. He can switch to the AK as well, and VSM still on the site, ready and raring to go. Gets 1, gets 2 as well. It's all down to BQ. He's been tagged, I think, by the AWP there for 99 in 1, if I'm not mistaken. So, Leo's going to feel a bit hard done by that one, but only need 1 bullet to take him down. Just 1 bullet VSM, just 1 bullet anyone. There we go. Cold hits the 1. And that is still the clean sheet intact with 0-0 Nation. And this is a surprising start. We know that 0-0 Nation don't mind this map, Hayes. They've won their last 2 on it in that Blast Premier qualifier against some Portuguese teams. But Young Ninjas have only they've only lost 3 times on Inferno this entire year so far, and they've played it 12 times. So that's a really solid record. That's against some good teams as well. They beat Finest 16-1 in one of the Malta Vibes knockout events. They beat Club Bruges 16-7. They beat Ingentium 16-11. They also beat Ingentium again before that, even with a more convincing scoreline. So yeah, this is a great map for them.
It certainly is. That's why they pick it so regularly. It's their home map. They feel incredibly comfortable. They've got so many things to fall back here as well. So many, different layers, I would say, particularly on the T side. It's going to be Molds up close, flashed up. We'll get the kill. Just pistols here for the T side. So, yeah, getting a plant and a couple kills would be welcome. But there's a third player who ends up proving to be the difference on the site once again. Leo looking to finish off the round, tapping at range with the USP himself and Linus. Neither of them actually landing too many shots. So I don't think that's... I don't think there's any chance for Linus to make something happen here. Good effort from the T side, but again, that third player trap.
Yeah, insurance policy is too much to handle, and yeah, only really one bullet needed to take Linus out of the round. The USP wouldn't have been enough, unless it was a headshot, of course, but yeah. That's a Tech9 brother. Look at that face staring back at us. Isn't that
That's such a sick skin, actually.
That's terrifying. What do you think? If he met you and gave you that face, what would you think you'd say? You think you'd say, "Oh, sorry, it's okay, man"?
Nah, I'd say, "Hey, bro, how you doing?" Have a conversation with him, turn that frown upside down. Life's too short to be mad, especially when you're bad. Linus out of the round 5-0-0-0 Nation. They are feeling good, Trav. I just said 0 3 times. 5-0-0-0 Nation.
Yeah,
it is.
I mean, they're not on 0 right now. That's for sure. They're on 5. Good stuff.
They're looking good, and I mean, they swept overtime, didn't they? They have a good amount of momentum behind them right now. Yeah, wait, was it 1916? Yeah, it was 1916. But still, I mean, they convincingly won overtime, and they've been looking good on Inferno in recent times. Like, is there a 2-0 on the cards here potentially?
I mean, if this series is going to go 2-0, I feel like beforehand, I felt like it would have been a 0-0 Nation 2-0, purely because they're pretty well versed on this map, just like Young Ninjas.
Yeah. True, I wouldn't have expected Young Ninjas to win on Nuke like that. I would, if anyone was going to win 2-0, it would have been the Brazilian team, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I predicted 2-1 0-0 Nation beforehand, so let's see if we still get there.
I actually don't think that I mentioned a prediction. I kind of was just looking at the maps and I was like, yeah, that's a fair call. So
yeah, fair enough. I mean, you kind of agreed with me at the beginning, I think. So fair enough.
I think so. You kind of just group me in.
High five.
Right? Yeah, I'll take it.
I'm not going to high-five the mic because that'll make a disgusting sound. It's fine.
Yeah, no one wants to hear that. Young Ninjas are looking for their first round here. It's going to be aggression in towards middle, coming through Smokes, Archer's Smokes library. And I wonder if they're actually going to try and use that avenue of entry in towards the site. They do so much damage. House Cold Zero alive right now, trying to get around the corner.
Wow.
He's goddamn lucky. VSM draws first blood, but there's still going to be a lot of pressure felt on the A site.
How is Cold not dead? That is pretty remarkable. Sliding behind the edge. Oh, that's a lovely flick up from Try. That's his 8th kill of the game so far, up to 8-2. But they do have the bomb site in their control now, do Young Ninjas, and they do have after plant utility as well. Molotov in toward long. We'll hold Leo back a little while longer. Nice has this one flashbang left, and he'll deploy it right now. But oh, it's a whiff! It actually hits BQ in the side of the chest there, so he actually doesn't get the information on the peak towards short. But Cold is so low still, of course, as well. So this is still going to be a difficult retake for the CTs.
Oh, is that MADLions going to spread into Linus? Won't get enough damage to kill him because he's got full HP. They're just trying to stay alive for as long as they possibly can, but 0-0 Nation will make the retake happen.
Done.
They had some really tight retakes on Nuke where they were still able to maintain their composure, and they've done the exact same thing here once again. Kind of felt like we would just see a sea of red in the kill feed because 0-0 Nation had too much work to do, but they've made it work. I mean, they've done it, and you know what? I wonder if, you look at the fact that they're able to make those really late rounds work on the T side where they've got like 20 or sub 20 seconds left on the clock when they start to execute. I wonder if that aids their sort of composure in retakes when there's barely any time left on the bomb there as well, right?
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
Circumstances.
Yeah, Try's flick close up from the back cubby as well was actually like such an underrated kill in that round because it would have been basically in Young Ninja's favour, 3v3 rather than a 2v3. If Try didn't get that kill. Leo's lucky to be alive toward the bottom of Banana, and Morbs has been tagged as well. Both B defenders right now are basically sub 40 HP combined, and now they're basically sub 10 because Morbs is the only one there on 6 HP. Great damage early on from Young Ninjas in this round. They finally have a good advantage to work with.
They have taken some damage of their own. I mean, they've got all 5 players alive, but Linus, PQ, and ZTR, all in one-shot potential of the M4. Only one M4 in play, though, on the map, so probably not going to be much of a factor. There are 3 players over at B right now. This is a big call from the CT side. They have to go for some sort of a retake towards top banana and get information. Problem is, VSM's not even controlling A right now, so...
Yeah, they're out toward long. 0-0 Nation have been loving this cubby, though. in the early stages of this game. Had a lot of success from this position, and he's about to get some more, you think. BSM gets away as well with his 1 kill. Does he peek for more, knowing he's the only one toward the site? Oh, he does, and that costs his life. It should be a Young Ninjas round. If 0-0 Nation, yeah, they're already back toward B. I was about to say, if they decided to go for this, that would be a little bit too confident. And finally, it took a while, but finally, Young Ninjas are going to have control of a site, and will have a guaranteed round here.
Yeah, 6-1. Remember, they are down 0-1 in the series at the moment, guys. Not only that, but they're down 0-2 in the Swiss stage. Which means if they lose this match, they will be eliminated from the Pinnacle Cup without even a single win.
Yeah, it's a big game for both these two teams.
Yeah.
No one wants to go 0-3.
So, at least we're seeing a fight back here on Young Ninjas' map pick. I mean, you know, they are the significant favorites here on Inferno, as 0-0 Nation were on Nuke. But we saw how tight that map was. And I feel like the scoreline's not indicative of what we're going to see either. I don't think that the Brazilian team are going to dominate by any stretch. This should be a tight map as well. Love to see Mirage, by the way.
Yeah, I think that would be a great finishing map. I think, if I'm not mistaken, from a quick glance I had earlier on, I think both teams are 50% on that map. I think one team's played 6, one team's played 8, I think, or 12 and 8 or something like that. And they both won half of their games. So yeah, that could go either way for sure. But yeah, as I said, I mean, Young Ninja's record on this map is just so good. Like, their only 3 losses have been against Tricked in the Pinnacle Winter Series 3rd edition, MADLions the other day in this very event, and early January as well in the We Play Academy League against Big Academy. So you kind of can't really count that one. One's in official tournaments that aren't just the Academy Leagues. They only lost twice in 11. And they were semi-convincing losses, 16-7 and 16-9. But other than that, they've been very good. So yeah, you'd expect to see a bit of a comeback come through here.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I think that should certainly be the progression throughout the rest of this half. I mean, you look at the money, though. The one thing that 0-0 Nation have done a good job of is just keeping numbers alive in the rounds that they've been winning, right? So they've got a healthy amount of cash coming into the rest of the... Well, maybe not the rest of the half, but at least these next few rounds. It means there's a lot of work for Young Ninjas to do to actually break that economy. I also love this deep smoke, by the way. Have you noticed how it's become like the popular variation? Instead of throwing the smoke a lot closer towards middle as the CT. Damage done. Good response as well. Just means that you can't really get pushed by the T side as easily. They can't burst through the smoke and catch you off guard. Just think it's gives you more room to breathe as the CT side. Probably boost a little bit easier as well.
I wouldn't disagree. Yeah, I think that's spot on. Good damage early on, as we said, and Try will go for a little bit of a cheeky pick. Does put that incendiary down, but he's got help from Long surely at some point. When he pushes through the smoke, he does Morbs. We've got a rough frag to find. Oh, he just about manages it. Does get traded by Fuzi, though, as he falls back. What a great find. Trades on trades go in the favour of 0-0 Nation early on in this one. Only just, though. It's down to BQ and Linus, and they're going to run down the B side.
Oh my god, Leo's here by himself right now. He's desperately, frantically going to be calling for the support to come through, but they're so far away. We know how long the rotations can take on the CT side of Inferno, and VSM, well, he's on the polar opposite side of the map right now, so he won't have any impact. Flash does come through. Leo tries to fight off. They can't kind of kill, though. We'll find Linus, though. That's a massive frag. Yeah, absolutely wild on the drive-by. Now he just needs to stay alive.
Oh, he's doing such a great job here, Leo. Even if he doesn't get their second kill, he's basically won the round for his team. This is really, really good. Good flash assist as well. He's absolutely blind by that one, BQ. But Leo, of course, can't really afford to swing, as only one bullet would be needed to take him down, even if he was full white BQ. Colzero's got a very elevated angle, and he takes him down. And that was very, very well played by Leo toward the back of the site. As soon as he knew that he wasted down enough time to at least get another player close toward the B site, he just went for a wild hold of the D and just went fully to the right, no hesitation, held down mouse 1, got the first kill, and could even hide after that. That was one of the widest swings I've seen in a long time, but it played off perfectly.
It was so ironic because he didn't actually get the kills while the players were blinded up off the flashbang. He made it a lot more difficult for himself, but he still achieved the desired result. Something I noticed there, I think that Roll, EQ, and ZTR only have 3 kills between the 3 of them. And it doesn't look like BQ is going to be adding more to the tally in this round either. What a fantastic way for the CT to start off this gun round. They fully invested here of Young Ninjas. Lose this, it's 8-1, no money in the bank, it's 9-1. And I mean, the narrative completely shifts at that point.
Oh my goodness, what they wanted to play aggressively, they wanted to get banana control immediately, but the spray through the early smoke and the combination of the grenade takes Linus and BQ out of the round immediately. Before the round had even really begun for them. There's a minute 15, minute 10 to go, and it's a 3v5. Lovely pick from Fuzi though, takes Leo out. That's the hero of the previous round really gone already. Now it's all down to Morbs holding this default angle. I think we call that the Benta angle, but it's not going to work well for him. ZTR destroys him. And they've got the 2 frags back in response, surprisingly so as well, to make this an after-plant situation.
Yeah, they've got some utility to aid their cause, do the T side. Try and keep 0-0 Nation at bay. Obviously, Kit's in play. Means that they do have that time on their side. Probably see a boost up here. Cold Zero going to go aerial, but they're starting to run out of time. Oh man, Cold needed that kill so damn badly. I think once ZTR gets that frag, the round is over. What a fantastic situation being salvaged by Young Ninjas. After going down in the 5 versus 3, to be able to win the round and, I mean, essentially, you know, only keep 1 player alive. But hypothetically, it was 3 players who won the round for them, the 3 that were left alone. And I guess that's the best option as well, Trav, to just go for that execute into the B bomb site when you're down in a 5v3.
Absolutely, it usually is, right? Like, it's your best option because you know there's usually going to be a maximum of 2 players there. If you can just get 2 entries, you've got an even round again, like just like that, at the snap of a finger. So, yeah, they played that very well. As I say, only, as you said, only 1 player left alive after that, so their money is still very stretched, where 0-0 Nations is still at a good state. So, yeah, they're going to be under pressure still. That round in the end kind of, you know, hung on whether Cold Zero got that kill boosted up towards CT or not. The fact he didn't, or would always be forcing a save. But ZTL's already out of this round, thanks to Try. Another fantastic opener from him. Leo is looking for that player in the smoke, and he's going to feel hard done by with that one. Thankfully, Morbs is still here to recover the man advantage. He needs to be careful. One bullet. Oh, Morbs, you just need to fall back in that situation, my friend. You can't risk that.
And it's just not necessary in the 4 versus 3 as well to try and, you know, take that fight and take that control. And off the back of that, looks like Young Ninjas will be shifting their focus towards the opposite side of the map. So this could be 2 consecutive rounds for 0-0 Nation in which they spill advantages. Obviously, a bit more so in the previous round than on this occasion. Let's see.
3-man wall.
Does look like it's going to be the outburst. Yeah. No one to throw flashes though, so this is going to be dry contact. Oh my god.
Yeah, dry contact. It actually works out. The first player jumping out, of course, forces the spray from VSM. Lovely tap from Cold, though. He's been looking very good in the early stages of this map, up to 12-2 right now. And he can wait for the rotation of Try to come in here. Of course, retaking with an AWP is very, very difficult, but they do have 2 flashes. In fact, they have 4 flashes in total. And they have a smoke for the bomb as well at some point, if needed. So, this is very doable.
How do they set up the utility is the question. Looks like the 1 smoke has been thrown to try and allow them to get in towards the side. Flashes over the top floor. Try leads the charge with the goddamn USP. Easy kill for Fuzi. Looking for the second. Cole's now left in 1v2, but the time is against him as well. And Fuzi's playing it to perfection, not giving him anything. BQ not giving him anything either. At this point, Cole's looking to just try and take them to the grave along with himself, but does that happen, Fuzi?
Well,
I don't think so. Yeah, the round ends actually before the bomb explodes. So 7-3, Young Ninjas again salvage another situation and win a round.
That was very well played again by Young Ninjas. They've been forced into some very tough situations in this T-half so far, especially with the early losses and that streak you can see at the top of your screen. But they've recovered really well, and that hold was really smart. Fuzi gets that first kill toward Try, and literally just, you can tell he's being basically yelled at by BQ. Just don't peek anymore. Don't peek and we win the round. Hands off the mouse and keyboard, and we win the round. And they did.
Yeah, great effort in the end.
Burning.
Young Ninjas. There we go. They find the opening kill as well.
That's a bit of a mistake from Leo.
Did I miss some? Was he waiting for a smoke from a teammate, maybe? Or
he either whiffed his own smoke or was waiting for a smoke from a teammate, and it just never came through. And now they're going to try and push down Morbs. How many can Morbs get? Only the 1. Now down to Cole. Can he get flashed through the smoke? He's already been taken down to 31 points of health.
God.
I'll just have to deploy his utility to try and wait for teammates to come round and help. But I think already, with just that Molotov kill, it made Young Ninja's mind up to go toward B quickly. And they might win the round off the back of it.
I think the round is over. Yeah, Cold Zeros has been taken down as that smoke starts to fade. He's sent into oblivion, and VSM and Try probably going to have the call come through soon enough just to take these guns to the next round, which is actually going to be an eco, by the way, because they won't have enough cash to buy around these saved weapons. So great effort coming through from Young Ninjas. And you know what? 0-0 Nation really only have themselves to blame here, Trav. I mean, think about the 5 versus 3 that they lost over towards the B-bomb side. That was at 7-1. They then lost a 4v3 by overextension and over peaking. So they've kind of given Young Ninjas the way back into the game, and now Young Ninjas, they don't need reprieves anymore. Now they're taking control.
Exactly. And I've got to say, I am very impressed with their recovery in this half. Fuzi especially is, again, even though none of the players on Young Ninjas at the moment still, none of them are actually positive yet at the moment. But yeah, that's kind of the way Inferno goes, right? I mean, often you'll look at a scoreboard at the end of a map, see like the CTs ridiculously positive, of course, from having to save so much, and see the team who won with just not great KDs. And you'll say, well, who won? Oh, I think this team won. Nope, it was the other team because their KDs are skewed from all the saves.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we know that some people are paid by by the statistics. So the better the KD, the more you get paid.
Maybe.
So
well, we all know that outsiders are paid by the round, so.
That's the classic, of course. You always win in overtime. 16-14, maybe if you're lucky. But they will win. BSM, unfortunately, he's not going to win anything.
Poor timing, that unlucky.
Yeah, and he was making the play, right? Because he had the rifle. Did he have the rifle? I think he did have a rifle, right? Yes, he did.
Pretty sure.
I just saw that Leo had a rifle as well, but he actually bought his rifle coming into this round. He has a FAMAS, which he's dropped across the mobs. But the point in case is that they're actually on the right side of the map right now. Tries AWP, needed to have an impact though.
Yeah, and already Leo's gone and Mob's going to be mollied out as well. Very, very thorough from Young Ninjas. We're starting to see, while they've only lost 3 out of 12 this year on this map, their T sides are very, very well versed. Great utility usage, absolutely being completely thorough in their clear of the site. They killed 2 people and they still had a Molotov for the back of the site. Good stuff. And now Cold is left with his famous Eagle.
You know, regularly been sort of caught off guard from that extra person, so they're not taking anything for granted.
Good point. Good point, yeah.
Cold is 13-4, by the way.
I mean, really good start, yeah. Unlike Nuke, in the end, he stepped up at the end, but his start was very poor. I think he was on 1 kill for the first, what was it, maybe 10 rounds, maybe 8 rounds, something like that.
Yeah,
and to find the rifle that
you've
talked about, by the way. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's good. At least.
You were right.
But that's VSM had the M4. Yeah.
Don't worry.
Cold did only have 2 kills after the half, though. So, yeah, DC's been able to pick it up since then. You know, it's been looking a whole lot better from him. But the problem is that 0-0 Nation's fantastic start, you're going up 7-1. It's kind of just been negated somewhat.
Yeah, it's basically an even game now. Like, you can't even think about the fact that they had a lead. It's basically anyone's map again. That's for sure.
Young Ninjas building themselves a platform here on their map. They're looking to try and take this to Mirage as the decider. They're down 1-0 after losing out in overtime on Nuke here in the Pinnacle Cup. Remember, we do have some fantastic partners providing the resources for us to be here today, guys. So be sure to scroll down below the Twitch channel. Check out all the various banners. We've got MSI. We've got the survey that we're running as well to feedback some information. And then, of course, AstroPay as well. So be sure to give them some love.
Indeed. And thanks to, of course, title partners Pinnacle as well, who always provide the odds for us. So let's see what it looks like. And at the moment, I reckon it's still, even though 0-0 Nation are a map up, I think it is still quite close in those odds. It's one of the sort of closest odds we've seen recently with a team already a map up, because they know Young Ninjas have a very good record on this map. And we're expecting to see a decider. Both of us are expecting to see a decider. We haven't had much luck in our cast in these events lately. I think, as I said earlier, our last 7 best of 3s have all been 2-0s in these events at least. And
then the one game that I did earlier today without you, with Ted, it went to 3 maps. So what does that say?
I mean, production must love me. They give me shorter days.
That's true. You're Meech's best friend. Right now, it does look like Young Ninjas have lost the first kill in the round. ZTL's been taken down. Doesn't look like that's going to be stopping them from pressuring the A side. I think Rolf has completely discounted VSM. Frag free comes through. Now VSM takes the bait. That allows Mobs to get on the act, and it's only Fuzi left remaining.
Yeah, VSM took so long to peek there. That was really well played. That was really, really well done. It just activated Mobs to peek off of them. Both of them were distracted, wanted to clear out VSM from that spot, knowing that he got that cheeky kill up close. And that just activated Mobs to swing wide. Mobs once again is having a great start to this map too. It's not just Cold performing well. Mobs is again up to 12-7, looking quite good. He's having a very, very solid series. I want to see him perform well on the T side as well. Looking forward to that. A long time ago when he was still on Team 1, I remember I casted a Cash Cup where he had a 1 versus 3 with a Deagle on the A site. On CT retake as well. Absolutely, I've still seen nothing like it since. Just disgustingly perfect crosshair placement. I want to see more of that later. Try going for the pick towards second mid, and that is textbook AWPing on CT Inferno. Great start.
0-0 Nation looking to actually fight back here and try and finish this half off in good form, because if they can make this 10-5, they'll still feel really good about themselves. You know, if this is an 8-7, it's definitely not going to be the same sort of feeling. Have found that first kill. Young Ninjas like to fall back on that B execute once things are looking a little bit shaky in the round. It's become the stock stand of Inferno, as has been the case for the longest of times. The question is, can they make it work? 0-0 Nation not incredibly convinced. They've still got the standard hold going on right now.
They do. Thankfully, Young Ninjas, of course, are not pushed for utility or anything. They've still got the 2 smokes and the Molotov required to take the B site. But often, in the disadvantageous situations, we've seen them go toward B and be very successful.
Yeah.
There are still 2 players here, so the majority are toward A at the moment. They'll be choosing the right site. They want to pounce now, but there is a very good spot being used right now. A boost on quad. That is more. Surely he should get 2 from here. Well, actually, he gets 1, but dinks the other through the teammate, and that'll hopefully help out Leo, and it does. The low HP player goes down immediately. He wasted time beautifully, and in the end, he does get taken down, but it's going to be an advantageous retake for our 0-0 Nation. Cold, Try, and VSM. But again, retaking on this map is tough, and Young Ninjas have a good record in these sort of situations.
This round is bigger than just the round win, though, for Young Ninjas, because if they win this, they break the CT side economy, and it's almost a gift at 8-7. So Fuzi and ZTR looking to try and secure a really strong first half performance by winning this post-spawn situation, and Fuzi takes the initiative, swings out, gets VSM, and he's going to double up with ZTR to get the kill on Cold Zero. No chance for Try, who doesn't even have a kit. And he misses his shot. He just needs to look to try and take the AWP into the next round, and that's even an unlikely prospect. There we go. He's been taken down. Young Ninjas again just fall back onto that B bomb site once they've been losing, or once they've been put into an advantageous position, and they somehow again make it work.
Yeah, look at the kills on the doors right now. Fuzi up to 12 and 9. Rolf 4 and 12. Linus 8 and 11. BQ 2 and 12. It's really Fuzi doing a lot of the work at the moment, and that round was also helped out by those couple of entries. You would have thought in that 3 vs 2 that 0-0 Nation would have a chance to retake, but as you say, the double up, that's the key word in that one, with ZTR again peeking to help out from coffins. Made it incredibly difficult for Cold. There's no way you can shoot at 2 people at once if they're not lined up, and in the end it works out in Young Ninjas' favour again. And as you say, the money's not in a good spot. Lots of wall banging coming in from Rolf, does do some good damage, but it could be on the edge of an 8-7 here.
Would be surprised if that wasn't the end of the half scoreline type of thing, right? If Young Ninjas bottle it, that would be, yeah, I mean, pretty rough one when you consider the set of weaponry that they have to go up against right now. Very light and useful, no kits. 0-0 Nation have caught on the trend this time. They have shipped that extra player across, but I'm not sure if it's going to be making much of a difference. Yeah, Leo will go down. There we go. Good kills coming through from Rolf. 8-7. I mean,
it was 7-1, Hayes.
It was, exactly. It was 7-1. That's a familiar scoreline for Brazilian supporters.
Oh, what? Why? Why have you done that? Can't believe you've done this. You know, some people used to say to me that they thought that I sounded like that guy. I can't believe you've done this guy. I can't believe you've done this.
Why is he... Wait. You mean, why has he gone and done that?
Yeah, it's fine.
I don't know. I've never heard that line. Why is he
you don't know the meme? Aw, I'm sad
I
now.
know the meme, like, I know James Baldoff, like,
no,
why has he gone and done that?
It's not even a Counter-Strike meme.
Oh.
It's not even a Counter-Strike meme. But it's just, you know, you actually said the exact words, so, you know, it made me think of it. You know what? I'll link it to you later, I promise.
Yeah, I guess I'm not cultured enough. Either way, 8-7. Young Ninjas, they're doing the most right now to take us to a third map.
Yeah, they are, and I have to say, I'm super impressed by that recovery on the T side as well. We've been shown why they have a really good record on this map. Look at this play into the second half, though. Already the pistol is underway. Big piece of aggression to have a look at the second mid window, and they'll be right to see nothing because everyone is toward B. They're going to play for the full 5v5 retake here, our Young Ninjas, and I like seeing this on Vertigo, and I like seeing this on Mirage, and maybe even Overpass as well. But on Inferno, it's going to be tough. Cold already gets the first.
Oh my god, all 4 players going to be coming from the same part of the map right now. There's such a sick fight set up in towards church. They've said their prayers, and Young Ninjas have been sent to the heavens. Oh my god, Linus does get 2 quick kills back, but it was just consolation frags. No chance to win the round from that position. 0-0 Nation open up their account on the T side with the pistol round win, and it couldn't have been easier.
Exactly, and that is the point that I made, sort of just literally at the end there. Like, I saw the setup. As soon as they pushed like 3 or 4 players in toward Church, as you say, and toward the back of Ruins, those crossfires are basically impenetrable no matter how many players you have. Like, if no one overswings, no one overpeaks, you've won the round, and 0-0 Nation will conform to that form book. Usually, seeing, as I said, retakes on CT pistols more common on Mirage and Vertigo than I would say on Inferno, and we've seen exactly why there. Linus has a full belt of utility to use, all on his own. Because you can do that these days, of course.
Yeah, he's going to be trying to buy as much time as he possibly can. Try and, flex his muscles on the side of the map to hopefully send his opponents into the stack. He wants to corral them.
Yeah.
And, one smoke. Immediately everybody pivots 180 degrees and goes towards the opposite side. So maybe it's that simple, Trav.
It is.
Maybe that simple.
I mean, we all know that...
They don't have much util on the T side, so...
They don't, but like... I don't know. That is scary. They only got 2 smokes left. The fact they got no flashes could be, vaguely worrying.
This is nice. This is real nice. This is just extra because it's like, cool, if they've smoked CT, let's not sit in Banana doing nothing. Let's just go back to middle meanwhile.
Library as well,
and we just at least force them back into the A site. There's another smoke that comes through. Oh my god. And that's actually going to force him to A. This time it's legit,
no way.
This has worked out perfectly according to plan for Young Ninjas. Molbs, push the smoke.
Goodness.
If you're Molbs, you commit into the B bomb site single-handedly right now to get the information. You need to find out if there's a stack or not.
This is genius. This is a genius play. This is going to be about to walk into about 3 players. Can he get 1? No, he can't. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath, but they do get 2 entries, and now the player in pit is out of bullets. Great recovery, but BQ's still here. That's the bomb dropped. 9 seconds to go.
Okay.
He's causing havoc in the smoke right now. He even gets a second kill toward Coldzera. Leo's trying to plant it in the smoke. He has to, and Morbs bails him out. Can you believe it? It's now all down to Linus. What a brilliant round this has been. Pure entertainment. And I think Linus now on 6 points of health is going to be forced to save. Wow. Now that... listen, a lot of people say that Inferno is not really that exciting for rounds that, can be against an eco and so many saves. That one was absolutely fascinating.
Perfectly played by Young Ninjas as well. I mean, that was a very basic approach. Stack 4 players on the A bomb site, drop an extra couple of smokes over towards B, and just allow Linus to recycle those smokes throughout the round. And it worked perfectly. 0-0 Nation felt like they had to commit into the A site. And BQ does a good job there to try and stay alive and cause as much chaos as he can. But you really heads up play from Leo, Trav, because he picks up the bomb in and amongst the chaos and he starts planting. He doesn't fret in trying to find the kill. He doesn't waste his time. He knows that they lose the round if he does that. So he plants, Molbs covers him. That was chaos, but it was beautiful chaos.
It was. Apologies, I just choked on water there. Mid-cast.
You good?
Oh god, carry on a second.
Alright, I got you. Take some deep breaths. They get your arms above your head. Get some deep breaths in, mate. Let me know if I need to call anyone for you.
I'm back. I'm back. Happens
right.
to the best of us. Choking on water, don't do that, guys.
What you just saw there, did that just make you just like just struggle to...
maybe, yeah. Maybe I just struggled to process it. Exactly. Yeah, maybe that's it.
It's going to be an eco, yeah, from Young Ninjas. So as for 0-0 Nation, this one should be a lot more calm.
It should be. It should be, at least, because there's only one player with armor. That's Linus, of course, who saved. So, yeah, that truly was an amazing round. I mean... The sort of the fake on fake was unreal, and as you say, I mean, Morbs was the one, right, who stayed to the top of Banana for so long, and you wanted him to push the smoke because you needed him to find the information. In the end, he was actually the one that basically won the round for his team because he stopped BQ from, taking down the bomb planter in Leo with, 4 seconds to go. He only just got it down after BQ got the deagle kill and the AK kill toward Cold. So, yeah, that was an incredible recovery from Morbs just to be there at the right time.
Oh my god.
But this round's getting a little bit scary.
Yeah, it's an anti-eco here for the T side. Cold0 does damage. He's got both of the players on the side of the map right now, so at least it's information. He'll fall as well. Lots of damage being done here by the T side, rather by the CT side to the T side's economy on their eco round. So this is very successful. I mean, there's even a point at which I was a bit concerned about 0-0 Nation getting across the line. Try exchanges dinks, but he's got the AK up against the Galil, so he was able to kill the player in middle. And with that, they get A side control. Rolf's having a crack, though.
And he can afford to do so. Got the Galil picked up. Sure, he's got no armor, but he's buying in the next round, so he doesn't need to keep it. Looking for the angle on the edge of the hay cart. You'll be able to see Leo, the timing's not going to favour him, and yeah, then Trial can just flank him. So, all good. 0-0 Nation will be up to 11-7. My throat's cleared up from choking on just a little sip of water.
Can you breathe again?
Happens to the best of us. Yeah, I'm going to be okay.
The airways.
Yeah, everything's fine. Don't worry about it.
All right. Full gun run coming through here at 11-7. I mean, we saw Young Ninjas actually doing something similar to what 00 Nation are doing, right? Except on Nuke, where they were actually able to go on a sick run at the start of their T side. They got up to, 14-8? And then the opposition came back on their CT side. So let's see. How does this first gun round play out?
That is the question, indeed. Thankfully, Fuzi does have his AWP available, so basically full strength. We don't see, of course, the money available for try to get his, but it doesn't really matter. Inferno is one of those maps where you can very commonly just see a 5 rifle setup on the T side, but oh, that's an excellent flash from ZTR. Linus gets that frag toward Cold, and he even does more damage as well before falling back. Leo will molly off pit. There are 2 players here to worry about.
Oh man, Leo will get caught off there. For a second, I thought ZTR might be in some trouble, but Rolf was able to get the frag. All the frags rolling through here for the CT side. Feels like 00 Nation aren't, really playing incredibly, not really playing as a unit here on the T side. Lots of individual peaks coming through and lots of frags, all the frags for the CT side. The bomb awkwardly placed on the TDA site as well. Should be no chance for mobs to make anything happen.
It's a nice tap toward Rolf. Actually does at least take 1 kill with him, so that's at least something. It's better than nothing, but it's only the 1 kill in the end, and Young Ninjas get a good start to their CT side. Mobs is up to 20-11, but Fuzi and Linus are now playing very well as a duo on this map. Of course, the 2 players, including ZTR, who have been at least once or twice involved with the main NIP roster. And Fuzi has been showing his recent experience with that team in this series so far. He's been quite impressive and overall, including the end of the first map especially. Unfortunately, it was in vain, but now they can have a chance to build up a run, especially with 00 Nation only on a couple of Deagles and a Tech 9 here on this one.
Yeah, should be a great opportunity, as you say, for the CT side to reduce the deficit to just 2 rounds. Miles going to get forced forward, only has a Glock, so I mean, not much we can expect coming through from 00 Nation in this round. And this is also just a testament to the amount of damage that Young Ninjas were doing in the first few rounds that they were losing, right? Like, still, we saw, that Desert Eagle round where they stacked up on A, able to get all the kills there, and then even in the eco round after that, I think they found 3 kills. So that's why 00 Nation have had to eco, even though they had a good start to the half. Coming back to bite them.
Indeed. Try again. I mean, he'd love to get at least 1 kill because the money's not been built up yet on the CT side so early on. Nice cross placement for that first shot, but the Deagle is a cruel mistress, I'm afraid. And even though he's aware of that flank possibility, he can't get the 1, and Young Ninja survived with all 5 players alive. Odds still ever so slightly in 00 Nation's favour, of course, because they are a map up. But it's getting closer and closer, this one. It was overtime on map 1. Wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar on map 2, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, the entire game has been back and forth, right? Maybe a little bit one-sided at one point here in the first half when there was 7-1 up for 00 Nation, but it's been back and forth for the most part, I would say. Very tightly contested affair. 2 closely contested teams just knocking it back and forth here. Who can break loose? Who can tear ahead? Young Ninjas desperately looking to take this to a decider, otherwise they're eliminated altogether.
They are indeed. As we said a number of times now, this is the 0 and 2 matchup. Whoever loses is out of the event. Whoever wins is through to that 1 and 2 bracket, and we're having one more chance to get through to that decider match. Big round coming in. Ninjas at full strength, but 00 Nation have their bye. But they only have 2 players with util at the moment. 2 smokes, a Molotov, and a nade available, with a couple of flashes. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Interesting.
That's a huge find. Fuzi was so far forward there, looking to try and get some control or information or catch them off guard. Either way, the problem with him going down is it's now just cut off a big line of information and communication for the CTs, right? They've kind of been starved of that forward position, and they actually try and cheat an extra player across towards B, but looks like 00 Nation are going to try and go A here. What's the timing like for ZTR? He could catch them in middle if it works out.
Oh, look at this angle he's holding.
Oh my god.
We can snap on that one. Both got the same idea. Both say the same words.
He did two players, right?
He did, and they have no idea. This is so smart from ZTR. I love that play. I love it, and it works out for 3 kills. It activates VSM to trade him, but it's a 1 versus 4 in total for VSM. He needs the ace, actually, to win this round. I don't think it's going to be possible. He does have the bomb and he can get it planted. And I'll get onto the smartness of ZTR's play in a second before we see VSM attempt this play. 2 players coming in from long. They're taking their time here. They're waiting for the 3rd player to come in. And that's the way to do it. Don't want to take any risks here, do Young Ninjas. VSM taking an open peek to try and get at least 1 kill before the flank comes in. They're going to keep baiting him out though. The time that they're taking to actually go for this is basically making him doubt himself, VSM. First kill needs to come in, but it can't. The patience works out, and that play from ZTR is one to remember.
Yeah, definitely needed to be clean on the first kill there if VSM was going to stand any chance. But as you say, ZTR, absolutely the hero of the round in the end, getting himself 3 kills. I mean, the 3rd frag was even just like ridiculous because the first 2 were almost for free for his efforts, right? For his 6th position taken up there in the balcony room. Also, just note that he's not really concerned about his being shot in the back at that point because it's so late in the round and he can hear somebody jumping up if they do come through. And then he just, discreetly shifts, walks his way, gets those 2 kills. The 3rd kill on Cold Zero was, really the cherry on the top.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. And the thing that makes that play even better and that angle even smarter, I actually haven't seen that one too often. I think it has been played a few times, but it's not as common. Because if you just play in the cubby in Boiler, you're just instantly checked and pre-fireable in that corner. It's not a very good angle for you because usually T's run up and have a good close look at that one. If you don't, then it's the T's mistake, not your mistake. But to play that angle, they would have checked it, seen it's clear. But, of course, ZTR knows they're there. That's the whole point of it. They don't know ZTR's there. He can just creep up as soon as he sees the arms past the doorway. And, yeah, they had no idea. That was just so, so clever.
It's also like it goes deeper because if ZTR doesn't make that play and get those 3 kills, his team probably loses the round.
Oh, yeah,
and,
absolutely.
Then it's 12-9, and who knows what ends up happening from there. Like, he was alone on that side of the map completely, so he had to make some sort of ridiculous play there to actually keep his team in contention. All right. Back into the present. Looking easy as here for Young Ninjas in the anti-eco. Even though there's some potential pitfalls with upgraded pistols and Kevlar, they haven't had any trouble in finding the kills up until this point, and they're absolutely on course to level up the scoreline.
They are indeed. Fuzi gets the last. It was almost a team ace, but well, probably stolen from that one. Fuzi will get the last kill, up to 17 kills now, and we have an even game on Inferno. 0-0 Nation, of course, won the pistol, won their conversions, just as we saw, famously, with Morbs holding his teammate in that ridiculous pistol buy round that went back and forth from one side to the other. But 4 in a row since for Young Ninjas. Looking very good, looking solid, building up a run again, thanks to the smarts of ZTR.
Scores level. Where do we go from here? Young Ninjas probably kicking themselves or a bit of grief that they weren't able to close that map out on Nuke, right? Considering they were ahead 14-8. To be facing the prospect of a 2-0 victory here, but I mean, can't dwell on that. Obviously, they're just going to want to try and keep their eyes on the prize, and that's Mirage right now.
It is indeed. Almost has control top banana again, and Fuzi has a line with the AWP. Sort of an angle which you can get a pick and fall back toward the site, but also an angle where you can just get completely wide swung and pre-fired.
Yeah, and the flash normally just destroys you here as well, and the rifler can chase you down because you don't normally have the best pathing to get to safety. Happy to fall back there. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Completely out in the open.
Psychic.
Fuzi goes down.
Psychic Haze knows what's happening.
I've never really been a fan of that angle, so it was quite an easy one for me to criticize.
Fair enough. Good for response back from Linus, though. At least it does get one as they try and cross the back of the site. That's Leo down. So, 4 versus 4. They have retake utility, of course. They have all 4 kits, and they've got plenty of money. So, I was going to say they'd go for it if it was still a 4 versus 4, but that pick from try might put their mind against it now. I think Rolf is already falling away. They're using utility to get away, so it will be a save. They're going to have plenty of money to reinvest, so it's the right choice.
Okay. Well, 2-0 not completely off the cards, just in favor of 0-0 Nation. Going to be damage to the smoke. At least ZTR gets a couple departing frags, or one and some damage, but still. 0-0 Nation, they reclaim themselves the lead here on the T side, and they keep themselves alive. The ember still burns on Inferno.
It does indeed. And that's just the right time to win the round, isn't it? You've just been pegged back from 11-7 to 11-all, and then you finally win that all-important round to retake the lead again, just to relax yourself a little bit more.
Yeah, I think still a long way before there's any like room of comfort or room for breathing here for 0-0 Nation. Just look at the money on the CP side. Lucia, they've got more than enough cash to buy in the next round, and
Exactly.
maybe even a round after that they could eke it out to save a couple guns.
Yep.
Let's
indeed.
see. 2-0 or third map, Trav? I'm thinking third map.
I'm thinking third. I'm still feeling third map, even though 0-0 Nation just won that round. I'm feeling third map. Let's see. Oh, Linus needs to be careful. Just gets away in time. Gold is stuck behind that smoke, so he had really no play on that, to be honest. With Morbs there as well. Beaky will give that a look before he falls away too. A boost towards CT on the half wall, on the flower bed. Very pretty. Probably the only thing they can do at this stage. They're going to keep 2 players here, though, actually. I thought they might just boost him there and rotate a player back toward A, but Linus is going to be here in support still. Has got that chance to pick up all the utility, of course. He picks up that re-smoke immediately off the ground after throwing one of his own.
I still kind of back 0-0 Nation here right now, considering the fact that there's only 2 players and the fact that they're both towards CT doesn't really bode well for the defense either. They can be isolated. Obviously, it's going to be a bit of a bait and switch with the boost in play. ESM trying to take as much attention towards the opposite side of the map right now. Going to go back to join his teammates. A fresh smoke does keep these T players at bay. Oh my god, Linus looking to avoid the flashes. There we go. He wants to get in on the act himself, and BQ, what can he get done? BQ's been taken down. Linus does a bit of chip damage, but it's unconfirmed. They might even commit to the save here, considering it's a 5v4. ESM on an off angle as well. Takes down the sniper, and that should be enough to secure the round, surely.
0-0 Nation seem to have found the answer. Try holding the angle as well for ZTR creeping in toward ruins, and he's gotten taken out as well. And Linus is kind of stuck. He can't really retreat at any point here. He doesn't have a smoke to retreat. So basically he just has to win his duel and hope for the best. Rolf will be saving probably as well. He's already miles away from the action. And Linus has to fight his way out. Gets one, but we'll go down to the bomb here. So we'll need to push at some point. Time's ticking.
Yeah, and I mean, 0-0 Nation, I think, are happy to try and get this kill if it's going to cost them their life as well. Even though when you look at the money, yeah, I mean, Linus will still comfortably be able to afford to buy, so it's not the end of the world that he goes down. 0-0 Nation, it's not like they have a much impact getting that kill. You know, they don't want to lose too many players either when you see their money, but they're ahead 13-11, Trav, so they're injecting some life back into this game.
They are. And it's in a weird state right now where I feel like this series really deserves a third map, and it felt like it was going that way. Like, it really felt like we were on that path with Young Ninjas on the CT side especially. They're doing really well, as we've said, of keeping their economy at a really healthy state. I mean, Rolf still has 6,950. I know that's very different to the rest of his team, but that's plenty enough to keep going for the next round, at least for a semi-decent force buy. And yeah, but if they lose it, 0-0 Nation are only going to be 2 away from a 2-0.
Not only that, but it's going to be probably not enough money in the bank for them to justify a buy if they're not able to save any guns, Trav. So 14-11 sees 15-11, and that would just be disastrous for Young Ninjas. These are just kind of the realities we're hypothesizing, but yeah, let's see what's going to end up being the case as Young Ninjas I've got a bit of a lean over towards B right now. Seems like they want to get information, though. They realize that they can't just hard commit 3 players towards the B side without actually knowing what's going on. So they get that information. Is that Fuzi? I think he's peering down with the AWP right now, and they're cheating those extra 2 players across. What's the timing going to be like?
Yeah.
Apps burst about to come through from the T side as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for 0-0 Nation, you would think, because there are so many players here. Lovely peek from Leo. Oh, he takes Rolf as well. What a brilliant second headshot that is. That was so unlikely. That's like a 1 in 10 shot. And Morbs has taken ZTR as well. It's now down to Fuzi and BQ, and they are not really in the action at all. We saw Fuzi in the position toward Banana. He rotated in, but Try has positioned himself toward Boiler and has taken him out easily. And 0-0 Nation, I am so impressed with their last few T rounds. They have been completely different. They have been so much more cohesive, so much more well put together, and it forces BQ to save again.
I couldn't agree with you more, Trav. It's not like they broke after that like little 4 consecutive round streak came through from the CT side and they got control of the economy and they were winning rounds convincingly. 0-0 Nation still just kept their heads down, and now it looks like they want to hunt BQ as well. They desperately want to try and stop him from being able to save this M4. They're not going to commit all the way though, but what a sick round coming through from Leo. I can't actually sing his praises enough. I mean, the first kill was actually insane. That tap that he had on the player towards the cubby there next to library, but then playing around the smoke to get the pit player. It's not only about the fact that he gets a kill before he goes down, it's the fact that he kills the player in pit, because then that allows his teammates to completely shift their focus towards the sides. They don't have to, freak out about that player and try and deal with him as well, which would have made things so much more difficult if he was alive.
Yeah, so true, man. So true. It's any truers? It's so difficult to get those sort of situations in your favor, and Leo just made it happen. Like, you don't expect to get that second kill. That's what the second pit player is for, right? Well, not even the second pit player, the only pit player is for. Like, if a drop comes in and they somehow get a pick toward a player on the site or a player on long, because that headshot angle is so hard to find, the pit player swings wide and takes that kill and recovers the situation. But
exactly,
with Morbs getting that frag as well, and the second kill wins the round, plain and simple.
Isn't that huge? What a big impact coming through from Leo DRK. And it is going to
Leo
be
Drunky.
14-11. No.
Not drunk today.
He actually, he's actively changed the name from that.
Yeah.
It used to be Leo Drunky, and he's actually, messaged the commentators and analysts and content creators to actually ask them to, try shift away from calling him that, so I think it's fair enough.
It's good. It's a good choice. I agree.
I
have to say, I really prefer calling him Leo anyway. I really like Leo.
Yeah, me too.
It's just so much nicer. It rolls off the tongue, and
that
rolls off the head as well. Rolf is gone. Roll, Rolf. Goodbye.
Roll your Rolf gently down the corridor of apartments. It looks like they want to still consider going B here though, Trav, after getting that kill, hoping they've pulled rotations, but there's actually 3 players on the site right now. This could get ugly very quickly for the T side.
Oh yeah, this time they are. I mean, actually, to be fair, they picked the wrong site in the previous round as well. Fuzi tries to block that smoke, and he actually might have a line thanks to it. Would he pull the trigger? Oh, he just misses the player crossing. But look at BQ! What a beautiful lineup that is. That smoke was a little bit of a misthrown one. Huge gap that he just felt like he could run through, and he did exactly that. Young Ninjas trying to stay alive here. It's 30 seconds to go in a 3 versus 4. VSM is trying to take control of the A bomb site. But there is still one player here, of course, in ZTR with the MP9. He's going to try and flank, actually. In the end, he tries it. But BQ's even got his number for that one as well. BQ knows everything.
Oh, that might change their mind. 8 seconds left remaining. No. Oh, my God. Cold Zero lands a beautiful shot there on the Coffins player. Might not even be able to save their guns, though. It depends how deep ZTR wants to go. But he's not going to commit. He's going back for a gun. I think there's one at Archers for him. Yeah, there we go. He gets an AK-47. Nice upgrade. 14-12. The game goes on. And overtime lurks and murks in the wings.
It was similar before, wasn't it? We saw one team on 14 for a while. It was obviously Young Ninjas. And then 0-0 Nation brought it back to a 15-14 advantage for them. Then they have finally got one back, Young Ninjas, to peg it back to overtime, 15-all. And it feels like the same pattern could be happening, because this is probably, even with try on 4600, it might be the last buy here for 0-0 Nation in this round. But it goes both ways. Money's low on both teams.
Yeah, that's true. Big round here. More so for Young Ninjas than 0-0 Nation, just when you consider the context of the scoreline in the game right now as things stand. Does look like 0-0 Nation. I mean, they've been playing some very numbers-based Counter-Strike so far, getting the middle with 4 or banana with 4, and then normally actually just committing. Haven't really been too many moving parts to their T side so far here on Inferno.
Yeah. It's really what I call the swing round at this stage. And Ninjas will be out of money if they lose this round with 0-0 Nation on match points. But 0-0 Nation are also on the edge. Could be 14-all, could be 15-12. That's sort of what we're looking at right now. Excellent flash toward mid will force Fuzi away from the angle. He's going to go back for more.
14 or 16-12. That's kind of the two different score lines that are inevitable depending on the way that this round goes. And it does look like it's going to be, well, still pretty open-ended, still pretty even. 35 seconds left on the clock. Good util usage from the T side has forced Fuzi out of the A side itself. He can't really assist his teammates.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, how does this execute go?
It's double pit this time, though. Even though Rolf gets taken down, it's double pit. Actually, I tell a lie. It's not anymore. This is a very tough one now for ZTI. He has to get this one kill, but Leo, he's not showing himself. Now he does. Falls down, gets the kill. 4 versus 2. Try does answer back, but that's a great trade from Fuzi. Now it's all down to VSM, and Fuzi has the line. And with the money, even with this bomb plot from 00 Nation, let's see. Try's going to have 4,700. In comes the defuse. He has 7,400. And VSM can buy. Oh, what a weird call this could be at 14-13. Oh my goodness, Hayes, what do you do here?
Half buy. You got the hero AK on Try. He can still afford to buy in the next round. You get a couple Tech 9s, some utility around that. Your VSM goes Deagle Armor.
There we go.
But you buy in the next round. You definitely don't commit to the buy here if you're the T side. Okay. Man, oh man, Trav. What a way for Young Ninjas to win that round as well. I mean, it was in the balance at one point there over towards the A side. ZTR gets a huge kill on Leo, who drops down, and then Fuzi goes huge.
Fuzi again, so consistent. 20 kills in this game, making it 21. He will. Try goes down, and that's a hero AK gone already. That was the only set of armor they had as well. So it should be a clean-up. Even when Mobs picked up that AK, it seems to be a bit of a poison chalice at the moment, because whenever you pick it up, you're gone out of the round immediately.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we've seen that happen a number of times. I think Ted and I had a game, a moment like that earlier in our cast as well. The poison chalice. And unfortunately for 00 Nation, maybe they would have been inspired to try and make something happen in this round along with that hero AK, but they've just been very swiftly picked apart. Stern, robust defense coming through from the CT side. 14-14, the imminent scoreline. And there we go.
It's a carbon copy of map 1, except just the other way round at this stage. Can Young Ninjas be the one to come back to 14-all and then make it 15-14 and have a chance at a map point? Or will 00 Nation have one match point to work with? Round 30 guaranteed. That's what we're about to find out in the next 2 minutes. No timeout, interestingly. I would have expected to see one maybe at this stage. They got any left? I think they do. Saving them perhaps for overtime, maybe.
I mean, yeah, the long-term investment coming through here potentially from both of these teams. We'll see. We will see. Oh, man. I mean, you could almost say that this round is for the map. I mean, maybe Young Ninjas will be able to afford a buy, I suppose, when I look over to their cash. A couple players low, but 14-14. Who's going to be reaching the chosen land of map points? For 00 Nation,
lucky boy.
It will be series points, and Linus is a lucky boy. He should be watching this round from the spectator slot. Or the death cam.
You should. 3 HP to spare. VSM in toward Boiler. Going to try and take some control of mid, but Young Ninjas, they are playing incredibly defensively on this round. They can sort of feel that defensiveness has sort of worked in the last few, so they're not going to change it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the classic saying.
They do keep going for that information as well, and this is something that 00 Nation have missed out on. And once Young Ninjas do retake top banana, they rotate both those players back, and that's exactly what's happened. Fuzi's here by himself. It looks like Mobs is there with the Galil, though. He's going to be hearing the jump spots. Fuzi has also seen him, so that means that Young Ninjas can't necessarily rotate that extra player. Oh, Fuzi, huge peek. Gets the kill. Man advantage in play for the CT side. BQ spots are going towards Archers. Linus was the lucky player to be alive earlier on in the round, and he's going to come back to haunt them as well.
Oh, can you believe it? This is going to force Try and Leo to save as well with 30 seconds to go. They're going to have nothing in the next round if they don't save these 2 rifles. Oh boy, oh boy. Young Ninjas, that was a really well played round when it comes to their rotations. Fuzi took a shot toward A early on, then he rotated back toward B, then he was back toward A again, then he went back toward B to play solo banana again, spotted out Morbs, played aggressively, found the kill, took the initiative, and he's about to take 15 for his team as well. Even though 00 Nation crept 2 players through Arch, or at least attempted it, Linus was there with both the kills.
Makes sense to go for the save on that occasion, right? Because you're going to be fully investing coming into this next round, and you definitely wouldn't have been able to afford 2 AKs and sets of armor on those players as well. Excuse me, a molly for Leo.
Yeah.
Try can afford some utility. 15-14. Was also Young Ninjas who got to map point on Nuke, was it not? Or did they take it to OT?
It was 00 Nation who got it to 15-14, and then Young Ninjas pulled it back.
So actually, roles reversed.
It is. Oh, another tag. VSM with one of the guns down to basically squishy HP. Look at that. Even the grenade puts him down even lower. 5 HP to spare. It's going to be a fast play toward A, top mid, I believe. Here we go.
Are they going to go through the molly? Do they try to smoke it out? Seems like Bulb's gone straight through with the Mac-10. He's isolated from his teammates, so will be able to use the wagon as cover, but the rotations are coming through from the CT side, so still going to be a pretty stern defense here. Zetiar looking to try and play around the smokes instead of in the pits, and he's able to find the kill combination for Linus as well. Means that they've got themselves a big advantage. Finally, some frags come back for the T side, so let's not count them out from taking this to overtime just yet, but big kill there from Fuzi. Resecures the advantage for his team. Now it's try and Cold Zero to try and save the day.
Oh, Cold Zero somehow needs a kill here, and he can't find it. Fuzi spots him on the edge of the site, and Rolf will take try. They've been inseparable, these two teams, in this series, and in another very close matchup that once again goes to full 30, it's Young Ninjas to get it through, 16-14. They're off for a break. We are too. Mirage is coming up next. Should be a barn burner. Don't go anywhere.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup. We have a third map decider between 00 Nation and Young Ninjas about to play out. But first, the knife round. It's been a fascinating series so far, hasn't it, BLUEJAYS?
Mate, this has been a great series. I mean, back and forth throughout, really tough to call on both of the maps. They could have gone either way. In the end, it's the team who picked the map that actually got across the line. Nuke won out by 00 Nation in overtime 1916. We then went to Inferno, picked by Young Ninjas. They won there in the maximum amount of rounds in regulation. It was 16-14. So, Trav, we have one map left remaining. Loser of the map is eliminated from the entire tournament, and that is not what we want to see.
Exactly. There are the scores in the top right of your screen. You can see the picks going in the favour of the team who picked the map, to be fair, but very close either which way of it. And now we get to see Mirage as a decider. And this is a map where both teams have been pretty even on as of late. They've both got a 50% record in the last 3 months. I think 12 and 6 maps played, or 8 maps played respectively between the two of them. So they're pretty 50-50 in general, but will they be 50-50 in the map itself? That's the question. It has been a pretty 50-50 series overall, so I wouldn't be surprised to see this one go all the way. First pistol round coming in. ZTR creeping up with the P250, not checking window, spotted by coldzera, and he hits the headshot. P250 gone already.
Yeah, and I mean, that was kind of the one extra dimension of this attack to try and take attention away from the B-bomb site, which is where BQ is leading the charge right now. Actually going to be able to get in pretty easily for the most part. Linus gets the kill as well. Flash is not really good. Leo's got a very tough time of it. He's going to go down after getting a kill. So 3 versus 3, retake will ensue.
There's a kit and a smoke on VSM. They can take their time with this one, but if Linus finds a way to take it out of the round, then that could be the way they seal it. Patience has to be the name of the game here for 00 Nation. They don't need to rush too much, but with the bomb down, they only have around 15-20 seconds to really push in here. VSM's looking for an early pick. I think they know there's a player close right, and in they go the kills. It's way too much to handle. Try gets one back, but he can't swing round quick enough, and also doesn't have enough bullets for the last 2 kills. And Young Ninjas will take the pistol in quite clean fashion in the end, actually.
Talking a little bit about individuals, how sick has Fuzi been here in the series so far? He's got 54 kills and 38 deaths, so he's plus 16 after the first 2 maps. He was huge on Nuke to try and get them across the line, and he was... it wasn't like he was mega throughout the whole of Inferno, and it felt like Young Ninjas were actually on course to lose Inferno at one point, but didn't he really just step his game up with the AWP towards the end of that CT side?
He did, and remarkably, he's the only one positive in the entire series for Young Ninjas so far, and also remarkably, him and Morbs, despite the fact they play completely different roles, have exactly the same amount of kills over these first 2 maps. So that's the sort of fight we're seeing so far between these talented young players. I'm about to see a talented play come in as well from VSM, but he only gets the 1 eagle shot in the end, and coldzera will automatically get spammed when you push that bench smoke. So it looks like Young Ninjas are going to resolve this force buy pretty nicely here.
Yeah, I mean, did look a little bit precarious at one point with the T side pushing themselves in towards what was a bit of a stack on the A side, but they've navigated their way through the round perfectly. I don't even think 00 Nation want to contest this any further. Happy to just do a little bit more damage. They want to take these 4-stop guns into the next round. But yeah, look a little bit scary. We're still able to find the kills necessary, though, for Young Ninjas. So let's talk a little bit more about Mirage here, Trav, between these 2 teams. Now, obviously, it feels like... It feels like this must be the most middle of the road map between the 2 teams in the series so far.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, 00 Nation did lose it against Into the Breach in the match we casted the other day. They lost it 16-8 quite comfortably.
They picked it there, by the way, didn't they?
And they picked it, I believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right on that one. So,
yeah, yes, they did. Just to confirm, yeah.
That was a rough one. They did beat BLUEJAYS, though, who are a very well-versed Mirage team in this very event, 16-11, but overall they did lose their last 2. Movistar Riders, tough team to face in that Blast Premier qualifier. Lost it 16-12, not too bad, that was yesterday. And when it comes to Young Ninjas, they also lost their last 2 in this very event, but to good teams, Copenhagen Flames and MADLions. So it's hard to really tell, isn't it?
Yeah, difficult to call, difficult to split these 2 teams coming into the match. Not only based on history, but based on what we've seen so far as well. It's been such a back and forth series. Even when we've had like momentum for a team, it's looked like they were going to go on to maybe win a map or, dominate proceedings. Things have completely gone the opposite direction. So who knows? I mean, both these teams could have won the series 2-0. Both of them.
Indeed, it was that close. I predicted a 00 Nation 2-1. at the beginning of today. At least we got the third map prediction correct, considering our previous 7 in these events have all been 2-0s. But it's fine.
And we're seeing mirrored Mirage, which is normal Mirage.
Don't even. For those of you who are confused, we did a charity event yesterday for a great cause, and one of the maps in the pool was mirrored Mirage. It's literally like a backwards version. I'm sure some of you in chat may have seen that played before, or at least for fun, seen mirrored maps around and about. And that was a brain warp, that's for sure. Just for example, Cold Zero would now be looking left into Murder Hole, which is just
he'd
wrong.
be looking towards like ladder room, right?
Yeah. Exactly. Actually scary, but it's fine. We're back on normal playing field.
Well, yeah, it was a lot of fun, but it's good to be somewhere I'm familiar again.
Exactly.
Cold Zero not gonna be able to do. Okay, never mind. I take that back. Good kill comes through from that P250. Clean 3-0 starter for Young Ninjas on the T side. How far can they take this, Trav? First gun round is upon us.
Let's see. Don't forget you can scroll down and visit all our partners below the stream, clicking all the panels. AstroPay is one. You can see it on your screen right there. We've got MSI, of course, do some good products. And, of course, if you do our CCT_EN grid survey, Relog Media survey, we can get some good feedback for you. And also you have a chance of winning some skins if you do that for us. So appreciate that, and we'll appreciate you. And hopefully we'll get some extra things we can do for these events in the future to make them better for you. Try gets a lovely opening pick with the AWP. And that actually might force one of the players into B pretty quickly. Rolf actually gives up his life for free there, actually. And that means it's a 5v3 for 00 Nation early on.
Yeah, it should be a first round coming through based on how this round has started for 00 Nation. The fact that they've been able to get the kill from Try. He actually found a second frag there in towards middle as well, just playing around that smoke which he obstructed with the early incendiary in towards snipers. And then, as you say, Rolf tried to make something happen and he got smoked off, became very awkward, barely had any health, and yeah, before they knew it, they're already down 3 versus 5. I feel like 3 versus 5s are such a big part of Counter-Strike as well, right? Like you really need to be able to convert a couple 3 versus 5s in the games that you play.
Oh, Try goes to... I mean, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about him going aggressive, but they had no info on mid. So that is the thought process behind Try peeking there. He gets punished for it, but thankfully VSM is there to bail him out. He does good damage as well. BQ, very low. I wouldn't have been surprised if one of those bullets took him out. BQ's living a charmed life at the moment. Linus is going to try and make a play with those grenades to try and at least flash BQ into a position. And Linus actually does spam down VSM in the end. Of course, they knew he was toward that position. So, 2v3, 17 seconds to go. Big flank from short. So much damage done. Good frag from Morbs and good damage too. There's around, I think, 100 in total, to be fair, with the damage done to Linus. And it's going to force him to save with 5 seconds to go.
Not a bad option. They'll be able to buy up in the next round. Still a good temp from Young Ninjas, considering they're down to the 5 versus 3. I kind of like the way they go about things, getting the kill onto Try. Almost fake as though they're rushing up Catwalk. They try go through Connector, but 00 Nation didn't really take the bait. They were able to get the kill necessary. And Cold Zero was still tucked in towards Sandwich as well. So even if Young Ninjas did try and traverse in towards A, they would have just gotten shut down. So 3-1. The Brazilian squad on the board.
Yeah, I would say that the situation that we find ourselves in right now is already in such an early situation, with it being, I don't know, it's hard to say, but on round 5, no one can obviously build up an economy yet. That's just the way it works. But we're sort of, both teams are sort of on breaking point. So we're looking at an even game, or Young Ninjas perhaps pulling away.
Yeah, it's a good point. Economic reset looms for whoever loses this round. Does look like Cold Zero is aggressively poised towards the top of middle. He's going to keep going here. Dry actually will dink Rolf down. So Rolf lucky to be alive right now. Still going to maintain his position. Got a support coming, a bit of support coming through for him here as well. But look at the control that the CTs have.
A lot of control, and Rolf down to 8 HP as well. Hard to deal with. Try. Oh, that actually looks spot on. That crosshair looks so accurate toward that player on ramp. And actually, in the end, Fuzi catches him from Palace. Great find. 4v4. With BQ taken down by Cold in the meantime. ZTR just spotting under at the moment. But there's going to be no aggression coming toward there for a good 30 seconds. Maybe not ever in this round. Cold will go looking for it. I'm telling a lie. He doesn't listen to me. He does not listen to me one jot. And ZTR will punish it. Maybe he should have. You're right. Always listen to Travis. Golden rule. Don't. It's not a golden rule. I'm joking.
I was getting on board with that there, mate. 4 versus 3. ZTR could be in a bit of trouble here as well about whether he spots the gun barrel first. Doesn't matter. Even though he gets the first shots off, VSM will be able to respond in time. Have a look at Leo, though. He's the only player on the side of the map. He's going to be seeing the best they face through the smoke. And oh my god. With one foul swoop, he tears his mouse across his screen and he just finds all 3 kills.
Yeah, he had no idea about the second one coming in directly behind him. That was just luck. Yeah, didn't know there was all 3 was there. And in the end, he manages to get all of them. Very nicely done. And the odds now, for the first time in a long time, oh, never mind. They've just switched back again. Of course, that's the live odds for you. I was about to say Young Ninjas are considered the favourites, but now it's back in 0-0 Nation's favour. Very close game, of course. It's absolutely been anyone's. We have not been able to predict it in any way, really. Both maps going in the way of the picks, but at the end of the day, to be fair, they were incredibly close. Perez says in chat, I love these casters. Their English is very polished. Well, we love you too, man. We love you too.
Yeah. Much appreciated. Work hard on speaking very good English.
Pasha London School.
Yeah, there we go. Pasha London School, man. That's the end goal in life, really.
any school. Oh, hang on a second.
Wait, Trav.
What's happened? What's happened? A Deagle's got a 1D. They had Glocks. They had Glocks. Rolf only has a Glock still, and it's a 4v2. What's going on?
It's fairly low. ZTR's caught Melps with his back turned over the beat bomb sides. The round's over. It's done. It's done. It's over. VSM doesn't even go for this.
Right. We're talking
about... We're busy making jokes about, our English and all the rest, and appreciating comments. And, Young Ninjas have just gone and won an eco round. VSM could win this, but I don't even think he wants to completely commit. It's almost like he's going to feel it out before he does commit.
I mean, I want to see him. I do want to see him go for it because he'll know that there's no armor involved. He'll know that there's a chance he can maybe pop a smoke onto the bomb and have a defuse at some point. But honestly, it makes me sad. I just so want to see players go for these rounds because they're rounds that should have been won, and they're so important to recover as well. He takes a dink, and that's going to be his way out. But yeah, if he was faster, he probably wins the round. Because look at the health.
I think he was just sort of looking to see if there was any more aggression that might come through from the T side, and he was sort of playing it that if he's able to get a kill from somebody who's pushing through, then that will set the retake in motion. But if nothing gets offered up, then he's going to call it a day. Yeah. And Young Ninjas win one of the most unlikely rounds so far here in the series, and that's a tough one for the CT side because it's even broken them economically.
That makes it even worse. Yeah, it makes it even worse. That's another reason why I think VSM should go for that, just in general, to keep the money afloat. But anyway, yeah, we were just talking about English having fun because we saw the buy that Young Ninjas had. They were just going toward mid dry basically. The early duel came in, it was won by 0-0 Nation, and out of nowhere they get one pick with a deagle, recover a rifle, and the round just spirals out of control after that, with ZTR having control of market as well. A lovely boost into an underpass gets Morbs an opening in this one with that saved M4. That actually forced M4, I should say. VSM still has that rifle, of course.
It kind of felt like 0-0 Nation in that previous anti-eco round were much like you and I, just taking it too lightly. Not really concerned about the prospects of Young Ninjas doing damage. And they got caught off guard taking lots of individual fights. Just to shift the focus back there for one last moment, I think that they were too individualistic in going about their business and kind of just expected everybody to get the kills, but no. 4-2, at least they've been able to find the opening pick in this round, negated by ZTR's trade later in the round though, and now the focus is going to be over on the safe side of the map.
VSM stuck though. He needs to find a way to get out. Okay. He's not stuck anymore. Try swings right with the scout and just destroys Linus. Bombs dropped in the open as well. Fuzi can possibly just run over there and grab that, but with 40 seconds to go, it's going to be basically impossible to at least find their way onto a site at this stage. He's going to go out solo as Fuzi right now. Just looking for the duel straight up. Tries to flick round, but no, it's too strong. Try even finishes off the round with another scout headshot. Beautiful. So I guess a bit of karma for that previous round. Can strike gods and making things even once again.
I mean, somewhat. That was a force buy. They did invest quite a lot more compared to what Young Ninjas had, but it does kind of just restore normality a little bit with 0-0 Nation getting back to winning ways. It's going to be a force buy in response here. So we had a bit of ping pong being played on Nuke in that first half. We might see something similar play out here as well in the first half from Mirage. 0-0 Nation, I mean, they just won big gunfights. Mobs got boosted up in this very position last round. This time he's boosting Cold Zero. I like that, I guess. Fair enough, right? 1 for 1.
Indeed. I scratch your back. You scratch mine. That sort of thing. Orp will
Try.
try. This is the first shot, but he re-peeks beautifully and rips the head off of Rolf. Lovely frag from Fuzi, but VSM's still here and Morbs is there too. There's too many players on the A-bomb site for Young Ninjas to get their way past. Rolf can be recovered, and Bomb can possibly be recovered as well, actually. Surely ZTR will just nab this and walk away, but no, he's actually going to walk past it. Now, I don't mind that, because if they shoulder pick the bomb right now and then see it's not picked up, they'll know they'll think, at least, there's no one there. But in fact, ZTR is already on Tetris and could catch a player off if they go aggressive, but at the moment, nothing's being shown.
Yeah, good discipline coming through from 00 Nation right now to make sure they don't give any chances to Young Ninjas to try and make something happen in the round, and they've also identified Linus's position, so should be no way for him to make anything happen. I feel like both these teams have, been a little bit ill-disciplined in some situations where they've maybe given away kills that haven't been necessary, and maybe sometimes that's actually what given, lifelines to their opponents. I'd say 00 Nation have probably been guilty of doing that a little bit more than Young Ninjas, but both teams have had instances of it. Linus, well, how many kills can he get? Yeah, surely winning the round is just an impracticability. Impracticability. What's the word?
Impracticability. I mean, it's just impractical.
Impracticability.
I don't think that's a word actually. It's just impractical. Full stop. I would say.
Okay, so it's almost like yeah.
What was that word I created the other day? Was it like? Oh God, I can't remember. But I created a word out of nowhere. And I was like, is that a word? See, listen, we know how to speak English, but sometimes creating words is fun. So
I mean, I have wordsmith in my Twitter bio, so
true.
I kind of like.
Good point. I even read that 2 days ago, and I was like, yeah,
that's
he is a wordsmith. Indeed.
For all eco round. Oh, what that means? What that means rather? Young Ninjas go up 5-4, right?
Well, this time they don't have a deagle. They only have 2 PT-50s, so there's no real way to get into this round with just a cheeky headshot to get one gun and maybe do something about it. So this time I do not see this one. If this one goes in the way of Young Ninjas, I'm not going to say I'm going to do anything, but I won't do a shoey, as we spoke about yesterday. But I'll tell you what, I'll be incredibly shocked, that's for sure.
Oh, wow. Don't be incredibly shocked, Trav, please. That would just be too much to handle. Doesn't
look
like
I'm not shocked.
In fact,
wow.
The only shocking thing is that, yeah, 00 Nation make it look as clean and easy as they possibly did compared to what we saw out of them in the previous anti-eco round. This time they say, let's just fight middle together with 3 players, and they get all the kills.
Indeed.
5 of the past 4 as well, by the way.
Yeah, it's looking good for your 00 Nation at the moment. So a bite to face, of course. Fuzi, again, doesn't really have enough money for the AWP, despite that save, so he's going to be kept with the rifle in this one. Fast playing toward mid coming in. Molotovs will be, obviously, extinguished by those already put up smokes, and one of those smokes actually helps out Try get that opening pick toward his fellow AWPer. This time, of course, no AWP to face him directly. And that's what gives Try the significant advantage. I'm sure the AWP of Fuzi wouldn't have been doing that, or the rifle of Fuzi wouldn't have been doing that if he did have the AWP, but yeah, that's just a bit of control they wanted, right? They wanted one player toward top mid to at least make 00 Nation worried about it. But as it is right now, they're just happy with that pick and just can just play defensively. So they're not worried about it at all at this stage.
Yeah, I think they've kind of realized as well when they get these early advantages that they don't really want to make any unnecessary plays in which they maybe gift that advantage back to their opponents or kind of negate having that advantage as well. Does look like it's going to be a bit of a bait set up here in towards apartments right now. Look at Vio playing the fringe of the smoke as they come through. He's got an AK as well. Only 1 kill though. More smoke phases coming through. This time it's going to work out for the CT side, and Molbs will mop up over on the B side of the map. 2 good kills coming through from him. Means 00 Nation continue their run here on the CT side. That's 6-4. 6 of the past 7. Yeah.
Yeah. A couple of interesting rounds there with a couple of interesting instances of players on the T side walking through smokes. We're going to see a replay actually of that. There we go. That flash was perfect. That was the one. That flash from Try to take ZTR down, thanks to Cold, was absolutely spot on. And it's lovely to see the M4A4 still getting multi-kills. I miss it. Slightly.
Just
too much silence. Too much silenced work at this stage. Oh my god.
The only thing that I have with the A1S is that it makes the game feel too easy.
Yeah, it does. You're right.
We just see all the kills rolling through here. Looked like for a moment, and maybe still a moment, there's a chance. Oh my god, that flick shot through the smoke is just absolutely insane onto Cold Zero. Problem is, Leo's just got such a good position right now to catch Fuzi in the back. Oh,
Wow.
man, another misflick Fuzi. Actually now knows where both of these players are.
Okay.
He's going to hit the shot onto Bulbs. Oh, man, it's only Leo left remaining. Bomb still to be retrieved, and Fuzi looks like a live wire the way that he's moving around the map.
Okay, this is going to be one of the most unlikely clutches of all time if he pulls this off. Sure, he has the AWP on 1 HP, but the factors that went into it make it unbelievable. Fuzi, he had no chance in that round, no chance whatsoever. He got tagged by coldzera from what? 10 HP to 1 HP. The one USP bullet in the bullets that he had remaining, obviously. None in the rifle. Went to the pistol. Got taken down to 1 HP. Death by paper cuts. No. He survives with 1. The lowest health available. 1. Oh my... How? How?
Well, 0-0 Nation were reduced to Zolch, that is for sure. I mean, I have no idea. Like I said, it seemed like a live wire. Just flicking left, right, and center, running around, taking fights all over. There was a molly that came in somewhere there as well. I just heard the molly and I thought, all right, he's going to burn out here, right? 1 tick to the molly and he's dead. That shot that he hit on Mulbs was insane. Mulbs almost looked like he was just like, he was so scared. Here we go. We see it from Fuzi. Take 9. Why? I mean, Mulbs is still in the middle of nowhere in towards mid. And then in the 1v1, he's got the advantage, even though he's got 1 point of health because he has an AWP. So damn sick coming through from the sniper. The Swedish sniper. The NIP star. Get this man back in the main team.
That is unbelievable. I'm baffled. There's just, again, there's like so many situations which make that win so unlikely. The fact he tags Morbs through the edge of connector. And then just peeks him dry from window anyway. And then goes straight in for the kill on the fellow running player as well. Taking the initiative with the AWP, that's what you need to do when you're so low, so he doesn't get naded. He's out of the round this time thanks to Try, but it's an excellent trade from Rolf, and look at NTR lurking in the smoke toward bottom connector. coldzera caught out by that one. 2v3, make that a 2v2. That's a pick and a half from Linus. Okay, that could be a duel towards stairs. He wins another one as well. Second kill of the round, taking matters into his own hands right now is Linus. It's all down to Leo.
Young Ninjas can really start to build themselves into a strong position here on the map if they win this round. Anti-eco in the next means 7-6, and from there, they're in the ascendancy. All off the back of Fuzi's ridiculous clutch in the previous round. Leo trying to find a way to get into this one right here, right now. He's been spotted out by BQ. He has got a kit, he's got a flashbang as well. He's looking hesitant though, looking reluctant to go for this one, and you can understand why. He has absolutely no idea where the second player is. BQ does ever so slightly overextend though, and Leo's just going to look to try and stick to the defuse. Makes it too easy for Linus as he comes around the corner, and Young Ninjas get themselves the round.
Yeah, that's a very good find, and that clutch has given them some impetus, it's given them some momentum, it's given them some fire, some fight. You're right, look at the money on 0-0 Nation. They only have enough money to buy on 2 players, and you don't usually invest in that situation. Fuzi could have just recovered this map, or this first half at least, for his team. He was the man who's done such great work so far. He was had 54 kills in 2 maps so far. Same as Morbs, of course, we said beforehand. Look at this push, though. Look at this push. coldzera MP9 behind the Molotov. Mac 10 takes him down, but in comes a second MP9. Tries AWP here as well, and it works out perfectly. 3 players holding a tight line. They try and pounce on it, though. Linus picks from Palace, doing damage. Tries in a horrible spot for the AWP, and he gets taken out. 3v3. Back in Young Ninja's favour, especially with VSM getting taken out. Only a Mag 7 available. It has to be Morbs to go in with the rifle, and he makes it happen. Absolute madness coming in on this round. Smoke plays, pushes, random stuff happening, but it's now resolved into an even situation.
I mean, a really sick effort so far from Young Ninjas to actually get themselves into this 2 versus 2. There was so much adversity in this round that they had to overcome, so many different layers which they could have slipped up on. And that triple push towards ramp trades favorably for the CT side. Linus is actually able to get that kill coming out of Palace, and that's almost the difference maker in the round. Back into the 2v2, and just because all that chaos ensues in such a short amount of time, there's still so much time left on the clock here as well for Young Ninjas to play with.
It's wild, isn't it? There's 45 seconds to go, and it feels like we've been playing this round forever because the action all happened literally with still over a minute on the clock. Lovely flank from Fuzi. They had actually no clue at all. They'd gone for the full rotation. He's actually still in the middle of nowhere there, unfortunately, as Morbs. Leo can thankfully swap the Mag 7 for an AK. And that affords him his kill. But that's the bomb. What a great call. Why is the bomb in the middle of nowhere? Fuzi has to come back, but at least he hears Leo, and he finishes off the kill. It's another clutch for Fuzi, but that one was a lot easier.
Yeah, that's the easiest clutch of his life. He didn't even have to do anything at all. The audio cues. Leo had his goddamn knife out jumping across his screen. Boozy just breathed a huge sigh of relief because he was probably sweating bullets at that point as to how he was going to go about his business. That was a full force that comes through from 0-0 Nation, Trav. And it's a round which looked pretty good at one point, but in the end, it's not going to go their way. So no cash here means almost a guaranteed 8-6 halftime scoreline, and it could even be 9 on the half for the T side as well.
You see a replay of that as well. Fuzi creeping in. That was the flank that basically won the round in the end, but almost, as you say, the bomb being so disconnected and being so late almost came back to haunt the young ninjas, but managed to recover it, and recover it well. They should be pretty content with their T-half so far. Very stern faces, of course, at the moment. Job's not done yet. Yeah, 0-0 Nation. They're going to be kicking themselves on the CT side. They've lost basically against a full eco with 1 Deagle and some Glocks. They've lost against a player who's 1 HP in a 1 versus 3 when they knew where he was. Oh, good dear. It should have been like a 10-5 to 0-0 Nation, honestly. Or at least an 8-7.
I know. It's so crazy to see how those small sort of differences can actually have like such large impacts on the game. Like the butterfly effect is very real in Counter-Strike, man.
Yeah. And this eco means that it should be Young Ninjas confirming the lead on the half. coldzera's got a flank on. Could have a frag at least in the back. 1 bullet needed. Oh, somehow he doesn't get that kill. But Leo got 2. Make that 3 in the meantime. Leo's having a round here. And look at the HP on Rolf. He's 1 bullet from death. Leo's creeping round, spots the edge, but he still takes VSM first. Can it be an ace? No, it can't. What a round from Leo, though. It's all down to ZTR versus Try, but Try only has a USP. This surely is all in ZTR's favour with a minute to go.
It's just all about the timing. It's where the try catches him off guard. Coming through from Absence. ZTR spotted him. It doesn't look like he's got the information. Doesn't matter. Missed spray. Not great accuracy at all. He's going to have another opportunity. Didn't have too many bullets left in the magazine, but he still gets the kill. Young Ninjas, by the skin of their teeth, will be able to win that round. My God, this is exactly what we wanted in the decider as well. What a tight series this has been. 19-16 on the first map, 16-14 on the second, and it can almost be as close as it possibly can in the first half here as well. 8-7 on the cards.
Oh my goodness. Imagine if coldzera got his kill, right? Like, he would have been alive in that one. Again, literally a 1 bullet difference has made the difference in this round for 0-0 Nation. They've lost a 1 HP clutch, as we said. That was 1 bullet away from making a difference. coldzera, if he hit 1 more shot toward that flank from Underpass, and we're flying through right now, he could have easily taken the pressure off of Leo and ZTR on that flank. That could have been an easy win for 0-0 Nation. Of course, it was Try, who was coming in on that big flank with just the USP. ZTR just about sealing it. And if coldzera was alive, it could have been a whole different story to tell.
I mean, great effort from Leo in that round
4
as well,
kills,
doing so much damage with that Desert Eagle. Fantastic accuracy. That running 1D when he comes out of market is just outrageously disgusting. That should be illegal. We need to turn this into a mature broadcast only when he's landing shots like that. Can't have minors seeing that type of, those types of shots. That was crazy. Right now, though, final round of the first half of the final map, Trav. What a journey this has been between these two teams.
Yeah, and it's a 0-2 match as well. Don't forget, we've been reminding you that throughout the series, because whoever loses it is out of the Pinnacle Cup. Boss playing toward A coming in. Mac 10 of Rolf going in first, and he clears out VSM perfectly. Of course, lack of a helmet comes back to bite him. Cold could only get 1. Try has to peek in front of the smoke. He does get the kill. There's more to face. Lovely flick close up to take Fuzi. That's the bomb as well. Drop next to stairs. Fuzi went too aggressive for that one, I have to say. And Try can just fall back toward the bottom of Connector now and play a more advantageous angle. But he falls away. And Morbs doesn't really know that angle is still a possibility. 2v2 again. How many of those have we had?
Yeah, so many. That was an overextension for sure from Mulps. Didn't need to take that fight at all. And it's given Young Ninjas away potentially to get back into the round. Does Linus want to try and flank all the way through B, through CT spawn? It does look like that's the option. They need to recover the bomb. So how they go about that is a different conversation altogether, and ZTR has been caught by Try. What a huge round coming through from the Argentinian sniper. 3 kills, shouldn't play any further impact in the round. Linus, though, has missed the opportunity, unfortunately, and Try gets around the corner, which means Linus can't actually get that kill, and he's going to have to make noise here as well, Trav. So he's going to be giving his position away. It doesn't get worse than this for Linus. and he's been legged down and taken down 8-7. 0-0 Nation deserved that, to be fair.
They do. If 0-0 Nation found a way to lose that round, snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, as you like to say, I tell you what, that would have been an absolute heartbreaker. But in the end, they make it happen. It was a painful one to watch. Just try sneaking round from connected to jungle. That was such a weird one to look at. I just didn't pull the trigger soon enough. Should have probably, of course, hindsight is 2020, but if you took that kill, maybe you would have had enough time to at least go for the 1 versus 1 with 25 seconds to go. Not to be in the end. Last half of the match underway. coldzera has the util as usual.
Does look like they're going to be trying to get the job done towards the B site. As you say, one smoke, one flashbang. It's on the IGL himself. Looks like it's just going to be the classic market window smoke flash over the top at ZTR. One bullet fired, one frag found, and now 0-0 Nation try and get themselves into the site.
Rolf from short on the pillar. Best place to play from. Leo does take ZTR down, but Rolf's doing all the damage, and the time wasted has activated Linus to rotate in. It's all down to Try on this flank. Usually he's a player boosted up with the PT-50 and the Kevlar. And he is so again, but even in a 1 versus 4, there's not really much for him to do in this one. He knows where one player is, he knows where two players are. I think he knows where three players are. He just doesn't know the information on Linus at the moment. He's waiting to try and find Fuzi. He does check Linus, and now he knows where all four players are, but unfortunately, Fuzi taps him down, and that's a critical pistol for the CT side.
It feels like they quite often send Try as the lurker in their pistol rounds on the T side with the P250. Yeah. I kind of wish that they gave him a little bit more time to play with there, though. It feels like they try to just like commit into that B bomb site, you know, in the first 20 seconds in the round. And I feel like just with him there, that he didn't catch if he came through lowers or top mid, but either way, I feel like just should have given him a few more seconds there to see if he can find the kill. Maybe get someone to turn their back on that B bomb site before you end up committing or something like that. There's still a lot of time to play with, so yeah, maybe would have been a better option. 9-7 though. Young Ninjas win the second pistol round. The last pistol round of the series, and Trav, they're up 9-7 on the CT side. I'd back them to win from here, you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree, and it's probably going to be 10-7 as well, because 0-0 Nation are actually, of course, with the lack of the bomb plant, going to commit to a full eco here and get the AKs in the third. A much better option, and I prefer that one in this situation entirely. We've seen a round lost with this sort of buy before this game already, but this one's slightly different. So early on in the half, should be a nice skin up for the MP9 in action as well. There's the M4, all the kills coming through, and it's a wipeout. All 5 players stay up for Young Ninjas, as you would expect. And now it's time for 0-0 Nation's T side to get going, and they need to get going quick.
Yeah, it has to be sort of like hit the ground running type of thing. They can't let this go too far and then begin to get into the occasion. You know, 10-7 becomes 11-7 if they lose, 12-7 after the anti-eco. Probably not too far gone considering it's T-side Mirage, but in the decider with the pressure looming of the fact that you're eliminated from the entire event, if you lose this map and series, it's not a position you want to find yourself in. So first gun round of the second half underway. 0-0 Nation looking for some middle control. And it seems like they got a bit of a spring in their step as well.
Feels like it, doesn't it? They will be bolstered by so many of those close clutch rounds won on the first half. In a different universe, this could have been 10-7 to 0-0 Nation instead, looking at an 11-7 themselves. But that's a critical start for Leo. Linus goes a little bit aggressive toward the B apartments, and that's a bit of a weird one. To push that far on the first actual gun round, sure, you're playing a bonus round with the 2 MP9s still, but to lose your rifle immediately, not sure about that one.
Yeah, I think maybe, as you say, you're probably on the money there, considering the fact it's a bonus round. He feels compelled to try and make some sort of a play like that and try and catch the T side off guard.
Yeah, I guess.
It does look like 0-0 Nation are going to be grouping up outside of the apartments here and trying to execute in towards B, but Young Ninjas, they are perfectly poised to deal with this, and a lot of this is predicated off of the information that BQ's got right now coming through from T-Spawn. Could still be a switch up through mid, but they're going to commit, and Young Ninjas already.
They're committing into the 3 players. This is nightmarish for 0-0 Nation. If they can find a way to clear this one out, it'll be a miracle, and all the kills are going to come through. The player boosted up on default as well is too much to handle, and just like that, it's a 2v3 with the bomb dropped.
Yeah. It's all on Mulbs, right? To see if he can make something happen coming through from Market right now. Low HP on Rolf. Let's see if there's a chance. 22 seconds left remaining. It's more about whether they can get the kills, but it seems like Try is going high and dry. He doesn't want any further role to play in the round. And there we go. Fuzi gets Mulbs. 11-7. And that was just all off of BQ's big push.
Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Because that obviously does come into play. like, I completely agree with you, because pushing that rifle there sort of makes them think, okay, well, maybe there's one less player on B right now. But remarkably, Young Ninjas just pull the double fake, pull the bamboozle, and say, okay, well, we're just going to stack 3 players here now. We're going to have a player boosted on site, a player bench, a player van. That's an impenetrable crossfire. You have to peek like, what, like, feels like 25 angles or something ridiculous when you push as a T anyway, let alone when there are actually players in 3 of those 25 positions. And, yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare in the end for 0-0 Nation. Despite the fact they got the opening pick, Young Ninjas counter it perfectly.
Oh god,
okay.
What a way for the T-side
Okay.
to start off the round. What's essentially an eco.
Alrighty then.
Yes, there's a Hero AK in play, but the Hero AK hasn't done anything. It's the 2 Jet
then.
Eagles. Alrighty then. You do that. It is Mulbs and Leo who have just landed some ridiculous shots to open up the round. Haven't picked up the guns, but still. Surely they convert from here, right?
Yeah, you make a good point that they haven't picked up the gun, so that could be something that could come back to haunt them. They're obviously not in a position to actually pick them up, but 2 players who got the kills both have no armor, only 2 sets of armor in the round. Cold has one of those with just a Deagle, with that Hero AK of Try, of course. They rotated 3 players around toward Palace and 1 toward Ramp. They have 1 solitary flashbang, it's going to be used, and a smoke for top con. BQ from jungle spots the first and takes the duel against Try and wins it beautifully. That's the Hero AK gone. That could be the way back in.
No more rifles in play at all for the T-side. It's only the Desert Eagles. 3 versus 4. Cold Zero's coming through with a really big flank here. It's all about whether he catches the timing on BQ, who's tucked in towards CT. Rolf has a big flank coming through of his own right now. So flanks on flanks. And in fact, Cold Zero decided to go through jungle. So might not be able to catch the CT player off guard. Hits on all 3 of these remaining players as well. I mean, this is actually doable for Young Ninjas all of a sudden.
Okay, that's a wallbang victory for Linus there. Takes Morbs out of the round, and there's Rolf's flank coming into the action. Somehow, it's all down to Cole, but of course they have no idea where he was. Makes up the AK immediately. Is this some classic Cold Zero? No, it's not. I was feeling it for a second, but as you said, the bomb not planted for him forced him to swing immediately to try and find 1 kill back. And in the end, Young Ninjas recover the situation. A nice opening for 0-0 Nation, but again, they recover it well to the CT side. Showing the experience they're now starting to build up. 3 well-known players, of course, on this team, and BQ being an addition as well, of course, on formerly from Little Mix, that roster. He played on that team for quite a long time. There were some experienced boys on this Young Ninja side now. They're building it up and they're showing it.
Man, oh man, I can't believe that Young Ninjas are able to get across the line in that round. It was just absolutely insane. I mean, after losing those first 2 picks with the Desert Eagles, I thought it was done, but they dropped that 1 rifle, and Linus with that spray through the box was just, yeah, I think as you mentioned, a crazy kill. Try, going to be able to open up with the AWP. Vital round here for the T-side to try keep themselves in the hunt. Trav lose this without a plant, and we could be heading in towards the end of the series at that point with actually what would ironically be in the most one-sided map we've had so far. Seems like this has been so close, though. I mean, all these rounds have been back and forth, 50-50.
Oh,
what's
what?
that transfer onto the second?
What? Since when do you ever see a spray transfer from there? From a push Palace? Okay, it might not matter because look where Morbs is. Is it being watched? It is being watched. Never mind. ZTO, I thought he was for a second looking toward mid, but no. He was checking the jungle flank. Thankfully, Cold will find him again.
He's open for business.
Is this like the 6th 2v2 in the last 10 rounds? I swear. It's been so ridiculously close. It's recovered into a winnable one for 0-0 Nation. Cold has control of ladder. VSM's walking toward the B side. B is technically open, but now Rolf is coming back to give it a look.
Oh man, unfortunately he hasn't gotten there in time to spot the player crossing, but maybe that works in his favor. I wonder if VSM thinks he can go for the bomb plancher, and that might allow Rolf to actually get himself the kill, but he's actually starting to think that there's nothing here altogether. And unfortunately VSM, I don't know if he did either way, he's going to be able to get the plant. Okay, he did become very confident all of a sudden. 2v2, plant is down, let the chaos begin.
No after plant utility for 0-0 Nation in this one. It just has to be Cold and VSM. They have to hit the headshots, and, well, there's one of them. Fusi can't afford to retake anymore with just the AWP. He's out of there. He was miles away anyway, and he's going to choose to save. 0-0 Nation keeping themselves alive. There's, in fact, another AWP in spawn there for Fusi, but doesn't need it. Or even need to throw them out the map or anything, because there's probably going to be no one coming back toward T-Spawn at this stage. So keep the AWP and go next. They need to. Money's not that great. Only really BQ and Rolf have leftover cash at the moment.
Yeah, that's true. We'll definitely see a buy coming up in the next year. Fuzi can afford to drop an M4, BQ can buy his, and then Rolf can buy one as well. So they'll be all fine. But if they lose this round, economically strapped will the Young Ninjas be? And with that, we probably see 0-0 Nation come pretty close to leveling up the scoreline. So we'd be fools to think that there weren't any twists left in the tail. Surely. There has to be more to come. It can't just be the end of it that Young Ninjas coast to the victory from here. That would be just too vanilla.
It would. It would. I mean,
what does the script say, Trav? I didn't get the edition this morning.
No. I didn't either. Don't worry about it.
Oh.
It's fine. We'll have to push for an update at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe we can actually sound smart then if we actually get it.
I think Micha kept it to himself this time. Just wanted to leave us in the dark. Classic.
Cheeky producer
12-8.
move. You got
Might
control
not
of
be
mid.
for 0-0 Nation either, by the way, if they lose here.
Yeah, it's not. No, right. All these rounds have been so close. Have control of mid, at least. Once again, looking to try and get an opening. He did in the previous with that AWP.
Does look like 0-0 Nation are just trying to take their time in the round. We saw how passively they approached their T side on Nuke. Definitely been a bit more, I'd say, proactive on Inferno.
Yeah.
Still early days here on Mirage, and seen too many gun rounds yet. Been able to get themselves into top of Connector, and Cold Zero appearing above the smoke will actually get the AWPer. And that leaves the A side vulnerable.
That's a really big pick. There's actually 4 players grouping up toward Con right now. They can just burst and try and take down BQ. Gets one. Not the double kill that he got in that previous spray down in a couple of rounds ago from Palace, but he's still alive. We need to worry about him. VSM toward Palace, trying to shoulder peek him out, but they're just going to plant the bomb in the meantime. Has to reload. That's actually really... This play from VSM, it might look like he's just done nothing there, but that was incredibly smart to stop them from facing, stop BQ from facing toward the bomb planter. He's continuing to do it as well, just being a nuisance, but they still could have a way back into this round in a 4 versus 4. Damage being done, they're going to get caught in the open. VSM does swing wide in the end and takes one. Try gets another as well. Leo finds Rolf. It's all down to Linus, and he's stuck toward Ticket. Nothing to do.
Once the Ninja, is there an opportunity is the question. VSM is going to be the player to check it just to make sure there's nobody in the vicinity. And, well, thankfully, he does make sure Linus doesn't have any chance to try and make some shenanigans happen. He shouldn't even save his gun. Leo denies that prospect. And 0-0 Nation are just fighting their way through here. I mean, neither of these teams have ever just, thrown in the towel when the going has gotten tough and they've sort of fallen behind and it seemed like they're probably on course to lose the map. They've still just given it everything they've got, and that's exactly what 0-0 Nation are doing right now.
It's unbelievable. They forced him onto an eco as well. What a game. What a game. And yeah, as I said, I can't underestimate how important VSM's role was in that round, despite the fact he only really got 1 kill. Just the constant shoulder peeking, making himself a nuisance, meaning they can't get the swing toward the bomb for BQ. It's so good. Message in chat says, from Matt, where are casters from? Well, I'm from London. In the UK, and my good mate Hayes is from, I believe, Johannesburg in South Africa, right?
Yes, the polar opposite side of the world, pretty much.
Pretty wild, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm actually upside down right now, if you think about it. In South Africa, we're just chilling upside down. We're hanging like bats.
Bing chilling, maybe.
Bing chilling. Do you know what that means?
Well, I mean, it's an ice cream advert, isn't it? Or like a gelato advert?
Yeah, nice. All right, there we go. It means ice cream in Chinese.
Lovely.
So.
By the way, this round's getting a little bit scary. Morbs had to get 2 really quick fire headshots there. Make that 3.
Nah, Morbs is alive, bro.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, okay, make it 4. Okay, just ace then. Just ace,
wow.
ace. Okay, just ace. Okay, kill everyone then. Whatever. I'm predicting nothing anymore.
I can't believe you were stressing.
I mean, he's been nuts so far in this game. Morbs gets the anti-eco ace. Beautiful stuff from him. Recovering a somewhat dangerous situation in mid there, just switching between the angles. That puts him back to a positive KD again. He was one of the top fragger for his team over the first 2 maps. He had 54, so did Fuzi. They were the 2 top fraggers in the series, equalizing each other. And once again, he's going to pad his stats a bit more. Looking clean.
I kind of feel like, I caution to say it, but this might be Morbs' full best of 3 performance in the 0-0 Nation outfit so far.
I think you're right.
Does look like they're going to be trying to get themselves in towards B side. And once again, Rolf does drop the incendiary. Going to be doing some damage as they find their way across. Linus finds himself with 2 kills. The flash is really good from Fuzi. And 0-0 Nation have been repelled. And the problem, Travis, they've got nothing to show for it in the round. ZTR's even circumvented them by coming through from lowers.
Okay, it's a 2v4. It's not beyond the realms of possibility just yet, but Yeah, that was. I feel like that was a little bit of a misstep from 00 Nation. I feel like at this stage of the game, can you really afford just to try and pop 2 players into B? That feels like it's
Especially
such a
based on what's been working, based on what's been working for you so far.
Like, maybe they want to change something up, right, after having so much success with what they've been doing. But as I said earlier, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, that seems like such a 2 out of 10 play, jumping out toward B the way they did it.
All right, so, I mean, 00 Nation, I think, looking to see if they can find any further kills. Of course, that happens so early on in the round that there's a lot of time left. Yeah, damage is important. When you look at the economic game right now for the CT side, they don't have cash. 0. Zilch, Squat, Diddley, Nix. Any other words?
I'm not smart enough. Sorry.
You need some other languages.
Yeah, I mean...
Naught. That's one.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. That'll work. We'll take it. But yeah, genuinely, there's $600, so $900 combined right now between all 5 players before the round ends. So, I mean, it's going to be a T-side save, obviously. So they're going to build that up now. But it's still, surviving with 4 players live is good, but it's still really a buy and a half, really, in the back pocket. So if 00 Nation can somehow find a little streak again, you can see the streaks at the top of your screen. It was Young Ninjas to get a really good start to the CT half. Then the hit back came, and we thought we could have a game on our hands again. But Young Ninjas have cancelled it just at the right time. 00 Nation perhaps choosing the wrong play in that round, just jumping out toward B.
$13-10. Young Ninjas 3 rounds away from you closing out the series. 00 Nation going to be trying to charge themselves. This time it's more aggression just towards the opposite side of the map. BQ, the man in position to try and buy as much time and space and kills as possible, but he won't be getting any of those factors. Still work to be done in the round, and it's the kills rolling through for the T side. VSM steamrolls Linus. Fuzi wants to try and make a play back in the round for his team, but he's been discovered on the angle. Cold Zero takes him down. He did try in the process, but that doesn't matter. And there's no money in the bank for the CT side either, so this is a huge round for 00 Nation to win in as dominant fashion as they have.
Yeah, I mentioned it. If they just win a couple of rounds in a row again, they're going to put a lot of pressure on Young Ninjas. The 00 Nation are not going away. They're sticking around for the long haul. And the frag that came in from VSM top mid as well toward Linus. Linus was sort of betwixt in between there. He was just about to jump down toward mid, then spots the player, and he's sort of mid-jump going for that duel, gets caught off. So, ever so slight pieces of inexperience and unlucky timings combined, right, can sort of set these sort of situations off, and 00 Nation will take advantage of it. Obviously, they have young guns in their team, Morbs, Try, but they've got the old wise heads as well, which really, for Young Ninjas, they don't necessarily have at this stage. Am I right in saying BQ, their most recent addition, is the oldest player? Am I wrong in saying that, or am I right? I can't remember. I did look at it earlier.
That BQ is the oldest player?
Oldest player, yeah. Is that right?
I think he might be. Is he 22?
It shows the young. I mean, they're called Young Ninjas for a reason.
I know. I think in the Academy League. Okay, he's only 20 actually. So I know that in the Academy League rules, you're only allowed to have 1 player older than 21.
Ah, that's fair. Okay, fair enough then. That's probably the main reason they picked him up. Nice run boost in toward mid. Try almost getting that pick actually. There's only 1 AK saved, of course, in this round for Young Ninjas. They're going to go for a full pistol round around it. Just a CZ, P250, 5.7. So we're looking at a 1-round game again. Chat says, caster's voice, whisper, hope, and dread at the same time. Well, that's what we aim to provide. We aim to provide suspense and excitement. So I'm glad you feel that way.
A little bit of hope in between maybe there as well. There's going to be Rolf, who gives a bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, perhaps here for Young Ninjas in a round, which should be practically unwinnable when you see the weaponry that they've got. Sub 1 minute left on the clock, and 00 Nation are putting all their eggs in one basket, and by God, they're hoping there's no holes in this basket either. They're just going to be committing in towards the Zay bomb site with the 4 remaining players. Young Ninjas not far away from responding with force either, with 4 players towards mid. They can rotate quickly.
Oh, flashbang comes in, but no. It's not going to work out for BQ. I think that might have been an opposite flash anyway. So it's going to be fine, you'd imagine. Even though VSM's low, he has control of Palace, so I think he'll be okay. Fuzi's got that AK picked up now, of course, as well. So there are 2 AKs in play. He needs to be careful. Oh, he guesses Linus perfectly. That was just a guess pre-fire there, expecting someone to push through that smoke, and he got the timing correct. ZTR is about to find VSM in the back. There we go. Another free AK to find. All 3 CTs have AKs now. They can buy next round. They're going to be going for this.
One from CT. Does Cold Zero hear that audio cue as a question? Does seem like he is aware of the potential. Who can find the kill? They're all waiting for somebody else to take contact. The lack of bomb is prevalent as well. Kills do come through. It's only Rolf left remaining, and unfortunately, excuse me, not Rolf. He got traded up by Cold. It was Fuzi left trying to rush him up from CT, but Cold's had enough cover there to get the audio cues and turn and burn. 13-12. 0-0 Nation breathing life back into this game by winning 5 of the past 6 rounds, and there's only 1 round in it. Yes, that was an eco though for the CT side, so definitely has to be considered a success, the amount of damage that they do.
Yeah, it feels like every round has a scary aspect to it, hasn't it? Even on the ones with barely anything invested. What do we do in this round if we're 0-0 Nation? Last time we got ourselves to just a 1 round difference, or at least a closer situation. And sort of just jumped in toward B. They didn't do what had been working for them already. I want to see something a little bit more calculated this time. Cold pushing toward mid. He's having a pretty decent series so far as Cold. You covered on Nuke really well. Had a bit of a slow start on map 2. Even though they lost it in the end, he did have some critical moments. I think he's got even KD for the series so far.
Taking some control here in towards middle, but doubling back with the bomb, so it doesn't look like they're going to be committing with too many players from mid. They've got Mulbs actually in towards ladder already, and Cold who's on the ledge outside of Sniper's window, so they've been able to get themselves into some really nice positions here towards middle, and it looks like the B split's going to be the option.
Last time they went toward B, it failed. There are 2 players here. Need to be careful. That close position, if they're a bit too close, that barrel of the Silence M4 could stick out and give them some information, but I think he's going to be finding that cubby. Grenade is thrown, and Linus can have a chance to swing at any point here. Smoke is at a good time. He could get a couple of kills on his plate. Do they check him? Do they check him? They're not checking him. There's one, but Linus pulls the trigger immediately. This could be an easy trade for VSM, and he finds it. Morbs taking ZTO in the meantime means it's a tough one now for Young Ninjas, but Rolf is still here, and he drops the bomb with 25 seconds to go. But look where Cold is! Look where Cold is! So dirty. His lurk plays have been so important so far in this game. So many rounds won by him just being in awkward spots, getting 1 kill and dying and basically sealing an afterplant. But BQ has a 1 versus 2 that's genuinely winnable here.
Cold, calm, and collected was Cold Zero as he got himself in that position. And as you say, maybe done enough to win the round. Let's see if BQ can have a crack at this. We'll spot the 1 player in towards apartments, but that gives his position away as well. Of course, this is a full investment from Young Ninjas, so him committing here means he doesn't have an AK to work with in the next round if he goes down. Spots Melts out. Oh, he brings him down as low as 14 points of health, but he isn't actually able to finish off the kill. And 0-0 Nation have leveled up the scoreline 13-13, and they've actually got control of the economic game here as well. My God.
Is this just destined to be 3 full 30-round plus maps? It feels like it.
What a series this has been, right? It's been a while since you and I have had an absolute banger of this fashion. Back and
we
forth,
spoke about
impossible
it,
to call. Yeah.
You
this is
had
what
a long,
we've been yearning for.
You had a really long series early this morning with Ted, so your voice is going to be tired right now, that's for sure. But
it's okay, we got tomorrow off, so it's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, the fact that, our 7, I think it was 7 best of 3s before this in these events, like the Pinnacle Winter Series and the Pinnacle Cup, have all been 2-0s, at least for me and you together. This one is literally the direct opposite. This is absolutely anyone's guess as to where this game goes. You'd expect to see 0-0 Nation make it to 14. They're being ultra careful in this round. You can just tell. They know the money's low. They know they don't want to walk into Deagles again. They have a chance to get 2 rounds away from staying alive in this event.
You know what I will say about this 0-0 Nation team is they're a lot more impressive than the previous 0-0 Nation squad in dealing with these super close games. It feels like the other 0-0 Nation team would just go bust a lot more sooner. They didn't really have the same big match temperament. They didn't really have that same tenacity to keep themselves in games where things are going really, really badly. I feel like Cold Zero probably brings a lot of momentum, and then, both Mulbs and Try, who are super young players. Okay, I mean, Try is a lot younger than Mulbs. I think Mulbs is 20 or so. Either way, the point is that they're not going to be the ones who are going to throw, emotional tantrums and bring the team down emotionally.
Mulbs is 19, by the way.
19, okay. So it's not like they want to actually, they don't want to be emotional detriments to the team. So I feel like this 0-0 Nation team is just a lot better at, I don't know, keeping themselves in close games and remaining competitive even when things are rough. Now, I think that might be the Cold effect.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, obviously, like, Cold is literally a whole decade older than Try. Like, that's just the difference in ages, of course. And the experience and the young talent combined can often work out really well. That's why Cold has reinvented himself these days. We spoke about it in our previous game that we casted 0-0 Nation, of course, against Into the Breach. They fell by the wayside quite easily, unfortunately, in that game. But Cold has had to reinvent himself. He's not the star player that can be put into positions into the star player roles anymore. Even though he can probably still perform at a decent level, he has to re-profile himself to be involved in a good tier 2 team, right? Now he's the IGL, of course, and doing the best work he possibly can to build up the careers of these new players. A bit like Taco. You made that point the other day, right? In Godsend.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like he's doing such a good job, bringing up the future talent, kind of redefined himself as a player. It's kind of like the contrast to what we're seeing from the Last Dance project, where, Fallen, Fur, FNX, the boys, Bolts and Vinny coming all together.
Yeah.
You rather cycling through your talent that's been around for a while, instead of trying to bring new talent to the table, which I'm always a lot more of a fan of. Either way, 14-13, 0-0 Nation have got themselves the lead for the first time in what feels like forever here on Mirage.
Yeah, exactly. A lead that could be a precious one. Young Ninjas, or Fuzi, he goes aggressive with the AWP. One of the main men of the series so far, with that experience from the main roster. Once again, getting an opening pick.
And that was by design. He got boosted up there in towards apartments so that he could try and get that early pick. So really well done there coming through. BQ will get a kill back to try and maintain control of ramp. Lots of information found here as well. And in fact, wait, there's just kills going left, right, and center. The T's have just been picked apart. There's only 2 of them left remaining.
Well, this is easy. Surprisingly easy as well. 5
just trying too
2.
much. Just trying too much at the same time, I think, for the T side.
Yeah. I wouldn't disagree.
So we're going the full distance then, Trav. This is going to be 14-14.
Again. Guaranteed round
maps?
30 again. Again, all 3 maps, yeah. Unbelievable. Let's try and VSM can make something ridiculous happen here. They got the money, of course. They don't need to save on the T side here. They're definitely going to be going for this. Damage to the CT economy is more important in this state.
Wow, I just can't believe how this is. It's just like the gift that just keeps on giving. What we got here between Young Ninjas and 0-0 Nation. Mulbs just kind of like crouch peeked into the angle in apartments there, gave the fight away quite easily. We then had the kill towards ramp for BQ, and then after that, another frag bottom of lowers, and the 5 versus 3 pretty much just sealed the deal at that point. Tries been spotted and taken down. There we go.
Yeah, all good. And that's good for Young Ninjas. But yeah, as we say.
God.
I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, first map, right? We got to overtime. We said, okay, it was like, what was it? Young Ninjas had a pretty decent lead. Then 0-0 Nation came back to 15-14. Then Young Ninjas just plucked the file around out of nowhere, basically, to recover it to overtime. In the end, 0-0 Nation made it through their map pick. Young Ninjas had to 16-14 come back their way to their own map pick. And now we're here again.
Yeah, what a journey, what a roller coaster, what a ride, what a way to spend our day. Actually, Human Rights Day in South Africa.
Is it really? That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're going to go partying?
No. This is my party. This is my love.
Excellent.
My life.
We love
the day with my bae.
Okay. That's cute. That's actually really cute. Thank you.
Oh, what a massive round to see out for both of these teams. 0-0 Nation have been able to secure a little bit of control here in towards middle, as has been a theme throughout their half here so far on the T side. Does look like they're going to be grouping outside of B once again. I've kind of fancied them towards A throughout this half more than B, Trav. Let's see if they can make it work this time.
Let's see. A minute to go.
Oh, Fuzi's dead. That flash is going to be perfect, right? He's going to eat this flash up like it's a meal. Yum.
Easy. Easy kill. Great play from Mulbs and Cole to get that opening pick. First damage of the round goes in the way of 0-0 Nation. 14-0, they're going to pounce toward B. Rolf's in a very rough spot right now. Gets run shot by VSM, but Linus gets both back. Great trade by Cole, though, long range. But ZTR just picks straight through, and that's a huge miss shot from Try. That could be the difference between winning and losing this map. Look where Mulbs is. He's being looked for by BQ, and BQ's found him. Oh, no. It's not an easy shot to hit if you're Try, I'll be honest. I'm not going to beat up on him about it. It was not easy whatsoever. But as I said, could be the difference between going out of this entire event and staying in.
My goodness gracious me. What a crazy round that was. There were so many trades going on. It was the trade train over towards the B side of the map. And in the end, it was the difference, as you say, Try misses that shot. That ends the train. The train stops there. And it's Young Ninjas, well, they jump off and they get the round in their favor. One more round and they seal the series. One more round for the Brazilian team. And the first 3 maps mean nothing, Travis. Just one set of overtime to see who's eliminated from the Pinnacle Cup and who will go through to tomorrow's action.
Oh dear. Exactly correct. We're looking at a 0-3 for 0-0 Nation in the Pinnacle Cup. That's not what I would have been hoping for going into this event whatsoever. Young Ninjas about to stay alive if they win this round. There's 2 rifles, an AWP, and 2 pistols. In we go. Molly toward bench. It's going to be an A play.
Oh my god, they're just putting all 5 players in towards the site right now. BQ with a fantastic boost. I love this boost. We haven't seen it throughout the whole half so far. AK in hand will get the first kill. Beautiful. And that's all that they needed, Trav. That's all they needed from that boost, was to get the advantage here in the retake. Does look like 0-0 Nation are trying to get aggressive here, closing the gap, getting a bit of control, but they take damage.
They do take lots of damage. Leo's down to 22 points of health. Bomb at least will go down, but BQ could just peek with a flash here, and never mind. Mobs will go down. ZTR takes the kill. It has to be really all on Try and Cold here, with Leo so low, only on a pistol. Has got control of Murder Hole, though. Murder Holes can be so powerful, but not this time. Low HP comes back to bite him. Try gets one, but now it's all down to Cold Zera. Gets one, looking for a second. Oh, I felt it. I felt perhaps we'd go back in time and see a Cold Zera clutch to save a series, but in the end, it's a 16-14. It's 2 16-14s for Young Ninjas to stay alive in the 3rd edition of the Pinnacle Cup.
Well, it doesn't get better than that. It doesn't get more entertaining than that. That is some blockbuster Counter-Strike between Young Ninjas and 0-0 Nation. Heartbreaking for the Brazilian squad, who won the first map in overtime 19-16. They then lose the series after that. What a reverse sweep coming through from Young Ninjas. Absolutely superb effort out of them. I love that game so much, Trav. And I hope everybody watching did as well.
Yeah, that was so much fun. Really, really enjoyable. So much crazy stuff happened in the series. I'm sure so many of you will have enjoyed watching that one. That was a whole lot of fun. And that means it is confirmed now. 0-0 Nation are out 0-3. And Young Ninjas stay alive in the 1-2 bracket. They have still got a chance to make the playoffs of the Pinnacle Cup. But we've been here for a long time. The next game is due to start. We need to get out of here quickly. It's over to Exner and Anthran to take you through the next matchup, which I believe is Finest versus Endpoint, if I'm not mistaken. So stick around. Another fantastic match to come. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for all the support in chat, guys. Really appreciate it. Follow us on Twitter. Peace.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup. My name is Anthony, and I'm joined by Exner to finish out what's so far been a pretty exciting day. 3 mappers all around, Double O Nation dropping a couple of crucial map points. Look, there have been a lot of close games, and I don't think that'll be slowing down anytime soon, especially coming into this one where we've got a somewhat new finest roster against the Gatekeepers and Endpoint.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an incredibly exciting matchup. Like you said, potential to go the distance as well, given that these two teams should be incredibly competitive. We got international rosters on both sides of things, so we get to see who's going to come out on top in that sense. But, I mean, I'm incredibly excited to see this new, kind of newish, I guess, team finest versus what is kind of a rising in form Endpoint. I have to say, I have to give them so much credit. I believe they made it through that RMR and we're looking pretty solid, and I feel like they've gathered a whole lot of steam off of that success.
100% right, and it also just goes to show the importance of having all of these stars, because when you look at a roster like Endpoint, yeah, you've obviously got the elephants in the room of like Nerds, Crucial, both players that can frag out of their mind, but I could say the same about absolutely anybody on that roster. It is a toss-up as to who's going to be carrying, who's going to be top fragging, who's going to be the star of the show, and I think that's a big reason as to why they are becoming these gatekeepers, why they're making a name for themselves, and why they're becoming a very tough team to take down and a very good opponent. For the opposite side of Team Finest, I'm not going to say they're bad by any stretch of the imagination, and I'm not even going to say they're not favored here, because I quite frankly think it's a bit closer than the odds even say, especially with how Finest have been looking. But when Anarchas and Shocks don't show up, usually it's a pretty one-sided affair, and I think we saw a little bit of that against For Glory the other day, but for the most part, it did seem like we were seeing Finest at their peak.
Yeah, I mean, again, like we said, they do have to test out this roster just a little bit, right? Because they have 2 new players, I believe, Blessing and Twist, hopping into the server for them, and while things have been looking on the up and up, they're sitting at 1-1 right now in pretty good fashion as well. I mean, they've taken a victory over Centers, which is no easy task. Granted, they've had so many rematches between these two teams in the last couple of weeks. Their victory over the likes of Centers was convincing, 2-0, and showing that this roster is going to have some serious firepower. They did struggle, like you said, against For Glory, but taking on Endpoint is going to be another one of those challenges, and a chance to really prove this roster to be incredibly strong. I mean, you mentioned it. Anarchas going to be one of the heavy hitters on the sniper rifle, and then there's a lot of supporting players here as well. Shocks, like you said, is going to be a huge secondary factor, and I think overall, I think Pleasant is going to be a nice little bit of firepower increase to this team that could really help them pull across the finish line and move up in the rankings.
I'm with you, but it feels like we haven't really seen that as of late, really. I mean, it's usually just been those two in Anarchas and Shocks fragging. Everybody else is kind of a mix towards the bottom of the scoreboard, which kind of alarms me for what we're going to see for the future, but also keeps me hopeful, because maybe it is still a little bit of new blood, obviously, in this lineup. It is going to take a second to adjust, but you're not really going to have that time against Endpoint, a team that's been together for so very long. I absolutely love watching Nerds play. Same with Bodos. Both of these guys are absolute stars when they're in their own form, and I mean, the same goes for the rest of the roster. It's not like anybody lacks the firepower to be here or even lags behind. That's why I think they are these just titans of the tier 2 scene sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. Boris has always impressed me so much, and then you have that secondary star, like you said, Nerds, and then on top of that, you have that op presence coming through from Crucial, and I feel like, if he is hitting, we can really see him thrive and see him take over games single-handedly and just be an incredible factor. There is times when he doesn't fire on all cylinders, and that's a bit problematic, but nonetheless, I mean, if he comes in with the same sort of energy he did in past matches where Endpoints look strong, then they should be in good standing. But I believe we do have some vetoes here for you all, and one thing that I noticed is that both of these teams' likelihood that they're going to try and get rid of Nuke is definitely there, so I'm wondering who's going to end up banning that, and they did elect to ban that.
Now, look, here's why I think that Team Finest have way closer odds in this matchup than you may initially think. Just because Dust 2 and Mirage are some of their strong suits. Maybe Dust 2 not so much, obviously, but still, it's like you're picking into Finest favored maps. You don't really get to something super comfortable of Endpoint until that third map of Overpass, and it's still not even like you shut out the likes of Finest. It should still be a very close map if we get there, and I'm worried for what we're going to see on Dust 2. On Mirage, because yeah, for Finest it really hasn't been great. Let's not pull any punches. They haven't taken any super convincing wins. They played Entropiq on the map. They weren't able to come anywhere close to them. It was 16-9. But for Mirage, that's really where I'm worried, because Finest have not looked good on that map as of recent, not taking many convincing wins, if any at all. When you look at them and you look at their lineup, there's really no wins to go riding home about. There's no results that you can say, you know what, maybe this should lead to some confidence. The only confidence, at least in my eyes, for Endpoint on that map just lies in the amount of times they played it at 23, but still, for that many times, it shouldn't be as safe as they make it seem.
Yeah, no, I think that one should be a pretty locked down map for Finest. I think this should go the distance, just give the map pull. With all that being said, we will hop into the game here, starting things off. I mean, surprising to see these sort of Pinnacle odds favoring Endpoint this heavily. Again, I mean, both you and I think that this could be a closer game than what Pinnacle gives credit for. Nonetheless, we do have some fast cat aggression coming through from Anarkez pushing forward, and he's going to be tested here, but smoke comes just in time.
Xbox smoke, but that's actually going to do them more harm than good, because Anarkez is going to use it to spot out all the way deep in the middle. And yeah, they know that they could be creeping through in lower tunnels, but the only reason this is bad is because now he has an isolated 1v1 and a Mighty Max. He won't hit the shots, but it will force them to go straight out into this mid to B hit. But two members lie in wait on the B site. Blessin', oh no. That's definitely not a hot way to start this game, and now it's up to Shox at the middle of the site. He's picked up a double, and he's just delaying for time at this point, but through his smoke falls another. The nade goes to the back of the site where the bomb currently lies. And Shox, well, that's also where he's going to be lying, but his grave, no less. As Anarkez and co look to make the 2-on-2 retake, both of them now accounted for, but the kills need to be delivered before this bomb goes down.
To collect it first, and they're just pushing the issue before they ever even get a chance to plant. Anarkez running straight through the doors is going to finish the job with a 3K. We've seen him tested early on. He wasn't able to find anything, but then the fast reaction from Team Finest, they boosted up and towards CT very quickly. They were able to find some of those mid players where I believe it was Riaz was not, and just resounding success afterwards in that kind of 3v3 scenario they've left themselves in.
I just think it's funny because Exer and I are talking before the game in our team speak, and we're like, yeah, you know, it's pretty much going to rely on what Anarkez and Shox can do. Well, you know, between the two of them, they are the people winning the pistol. It was 3 kills for Anarkez, 2 for Shox.
There you go. I mean, definitely going to be the case, I feel like, in the grand scheme of this match, right? Because they are the ones that are going to be more comfortable than some of the potential heavy hitters that we can see. Again, Blessin probably going to need some time before he's able to really shine a little bit brighter than what he has before on this roster. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is just going to be a quick mop up in middle, isn't it? I mean, the most you can really hope for is 1 or 2 kills with these rifles, but block speed 250s, but that's all you really got. I mean, what can you really hope to accomplish? Yeah, good backup from Kriaz. Nobody falls. Good stuff from Finest.
So done. Very clean. It looked a little bit scary, that initial dink coming forward with the P250, but they had a game plan. They just all collapsed in upon that mid control there. Made it look very easy. Now, that was kind of a full eco there, so not too much invested. Will allow for quite a bit of utility, some AKs to be brought out. So with these sort of long spawns, it does feel like they're just going to try to hit that early control here. You see a lot of players heading that way early on. They will commit to it, but look how many players on Team Finest are stacking here.
I love it. I love it. It's a perfect read, and it's going to work out well. Double on the MP9. Blessin shut down the planter, or rather just the bomb in general. And for his troubles, upgrades to the AK-47. It's not usually the pace you see on Modern Dust 2, but we'll take it. 20 seconds into the round, and it already seems like Finest have mopped it up to a 3-0 start. This is the rifle investment, too, from Endpoint. This is where they were hoping to make a quick mark in the server.
That's such a good read right there, whether it was just a little bit of fortune dealing with that sort of stack. Twist has a little bit of a sound cue here. Mighty Max still able to nail the shot. It's Twist falling. I don't know how much else he'll find here. The positions are far too strong, and bomb is in their hands.
I like this from Shox either. He's not quickly vacating. He knows there is still one player that's at least gone unknown. There's Twist up Catwalk. You don't know about the other, rather Mighty Max. But if you're Shox, you really don't want to give away anything that you have to. I mean, just keep your guns. Let the bonus come your way. They're continuing to add on tags onto these long players.
Ooh.
And it does look like Crucial will walk away with another, but now with a combined total of 50 health, it does seem more of a fallacy than anything else. Flash comes over, and Kriaz isn't blind to it at all. Rather, Anarkez, that is, on top of the bin. And it does look like this one's just all said and done. 1v3 for Crucial. And if you want to put on any economic damage, you'll need one, but that's impossible to find.
Go for the coin flip right there for that long control endpoint. They had a lot of good spawns, but they weren't. I would have gathered. Now the money's broken.
What did you say they went for?
Long play?
A coin flip, right?
Oh, yeah, they did.
Oh, wow. It's almost like this map isn't good. Flip a coin. That's dictating whether you win a round or not.
Well, and to be fair, in this case, it was a little bit more of a, you know, one-sided coin flip because they did have 4 players there. It was a gamble from Team Finest, and so they did read onto it correctly. But I definitely agree. It is a bit chaotic, and oftentimes it can swing either way depending on whoever collects the spam through the smoke, right? So in this case, they did kind of swing those odds in their favor.
Did both of them just miss their mid-nade? Okay, no, Anarchist hit his. I was gonna say. Again, it's all about damage mitigation right now if you're Finest, but Twist, it doesn't look like he wants to let you have anything. Swinging through a triple on the A1S, and it's quickly dealt with. It's another one of these rounds where Finest are going to start to build up one hell of an economy. And Endpoint, they need to respond here soon, right? Because it is just 4-0, and anything can happen in the remainder of this game, but this is supposed to be Finest's worst map, and it's looking far from that right now.
Yeah, they're looking very clean in the early stages. They definitely are coming through with a nice little game plan on their CT side. Once those rifle rounds have come on out here. Still a lot to deal with and still pretty early on in the game, so you know, time here potentially to bounce back. One may smoke here. Anarchist doesn't really seem like he's too interested in peeking mid, but he's hovering for quite some time. What is his game plan here? What is he going for exactly?
What is Finest going for here, man? Because it does look like they're just having a dance party in CT spawn. And now Anarchist is just going to try to pull in a bait for Kriez on Catwalk. They are completely neglecting long right now, so really hoping that if Endpoint come out in that direction, they make at least a footstep of noise. But again, they've read correctly. The nades placed perfectly under the head of Boros, but I guess 39 damage. Probably some of the most you can get from a lonely HE. And they're lucky that wasn't a double in tunnels, man. Let me tell you, that could have gone a multitude of ways, not in the favor of Finest. But now, again, it looks like this utility usage is just going to post them up for a potential 5th.
It's a lot of information gathered. You can see that Endpoint now looking to regather some of that tunnels control after they've stuck a man in there and they've just simply lost it quickly afterwards. Offengle held from Twist and he has recovery. Flashman coming through. It's going to be so perfect. Everyone blinded, but not Nerds.
Yeah, man, there was just too many targets to try to take down there. It's going to come down to a lucky spam. If it does not connect through smoke, depends on the success I feel for Finest as Shocks sits under window. They know there's still a B player in play. 30 seconds to go, and now he peeks his head out from the back of the site. Even doubles down. A 1-for-1 trade leads it to the Opera and Anarchist. He's already crept up, but through the wall he nails the shot. Nerds, no dice on the rifle, and Endpoint are sent back to square one.
Oh my god, 8-0 right now for him. What a round right there. What a clutch. Able to take that shot off before the flash comes forward. That is incredible stuff.
You can just see how quickly these odds have spun back in the favor of Team Finest, right? I mean, look, it is a somewhat more CT-sided map now with the changes made in middle, but not this much. I mean, again, they just can't get anything going right now. That was the closest they've had to a converted round. Obviously, it was one of the rifle investments, but now you're right back to pistols where it could be another mop-up from Finest, which it is so far bent. Though how long they go to find the opening pick, it's a 1-for-1 trade.
A little bit of fumbled nades there with the mollies and such, so he is going to take the worst end of that one. Now, there's still long-range angles to be held here. You can see Twist is denying that pick control very effectively, and they have an upper ton push as well, so Team Finest is still in relatively good standing here, despite that 4v4 that the T's have.
This is pretty big. They're just going to keep the AK posted up here because maybe at some point Team Finest decide, you know what, let's try some re-aggression into long. Or maybe not, as they've just spotted out the mid play. Full control of tunnels as well. It doesn't look like this one's just starting to go the way you'd expect. Twist. Bit of a labored kill, but a kill no less, as Anarchist is now pressured on the site. They're still trying to hunt him down to his first death, but that just won't happen here.
Yeah, money's starting to build up as well for Team Finest. Looking like they're using AstroPay. Right, how easy it is to make those online purchases. So they're making online purchases of the op here, and
it's easy, does it too?
Yeah.
Can't get simpler than it.
Doubt,
Them funds
no
keep going up and up thanks to you, AstroPay.
Oh my god.
Oh,
he's 9-0, just moving in through the molly, in towards lower. This is wild.
Raw confidence right here. No surprise whatsoever. Even dropping down. Anarchist has heard the other player, or maybe he hasn't. No! His teammate behind him can't find the trade. And Anarchist, I thought for certain he heard a player drop. Oh, that's a big one to take down. Not only is it a 4-on-3, but with your star fragger now gone, somebody's going to have to pick up the pieces. Shocks has also fallen as well, so hopefully Pleasant can be that firepower that we discussed in the pregame. He's delivered on at least one, but now the burden of this round falls on to Korea as he needs at least one over in long, and it does look like he's going to get hard cleared. Shadow advantage will give him a little bit of an angle. Trades instantaneous, though, and now it's probably going to be a 2-on-2 retake at the A site with Twist going for a long flank.
I actually really love this. If Twist continues to pull the pin on this one, they're able to deter that bomb plant. Now they've already made it in towards site, and now no, he's falling back towards Catwalk instead.
He's the only one with a really decent set of utilities, so you can't really blame him. Forcing Mighty Max down to 60 health. I mean, yeah, it's not going to be close to a kill, but still impactful enough so as to make him a bit uncomfortable. The Op brings in its scope in the middle of the site. There's no extra smoke, or rather there is, but it's not going to be thrown through. Guys, this is the biggest smoke of the retake. You kind of need it. And now it's just going to be a farm up from Endpoint on the post plan. A 2-on-2 goes absolutely nowhere, like coast to the way of Finest. And I feel like they definitely should have set up that extra lurk smoke. Try to isolate the 1v1 on site and work from there, because it wasn't really even planted for long in a way that it would have been super uncomfortable to defend.
I have to agree with you right there. That would have been a perfect reaction. You have that player playing in towards car, the other in towards ramp. I believe that one way landed on top of the dumpster. So there's a lot of possibilities, but just not really executing. This team Finest. Now this is the first one they've gathered here off of the surreal, early 1-for-2 trade that they were able to gather. So see if they can replicate any sort of success. They've finally been able to shut down an Arquez, so that has to feel like a freeing factor.
Yes, sir, it does. But more work still needing to be done as you found yourselves in a 5-round deficit. The A site is a very, very strong place to take right now, as there is only the man in Anarchist to defend, and I mean, some say man, some say beast, but still the fact is a 1-on-3 seems a bit out of the pay grade.
I agree with you, and on top of that, you have to worry at some point about the scat control, even if one smoke is dropped here by the T side to try and lurk out, and it's just been dropped here, so does that ever draw out any attention? Are they willing to concede this 5v5 retake? Potentially, but no. Smokes, he falls off. He's going to adjust his aim towards Catwalk. They're trying to funnel them in towards this mid to B side attack, but Cat is definitely prime for the picking here for Endpoint.
Look, if they take one casualty actually going up to the site, then it's worth it for Finest to play a setup like this. But now as the smokes bloom through once again, it's going to be a bit more tricky to try to find one of these picks. Up elbow they go, trying to hold on the one way. The flash allows some form of coverage, but still missing the initial shot. The flashbang will blind him up, but it won't be enough to stop him from finding the kill. And this is what I'm talking about. 5-on-4 retake. It's a bit unfavorable for you with only an HE to go. You're really relying on the rifles to carry you through it.
Incredibly limited as well in that map control here. Long's not in your control. You don't have CT. The only thing you really are working with Cat, and maybe that's a good thing here. He's just called it clear. He's going to help out his teammates, and this is going to be a hard path across.
Just playing a headshot angle. They continue to pick him apart one by one. They all fall. A 5-on-4 turns 4v none. Endpoint level out Finest.
Oh my god, that's what I'm talking about right there. Once you have that catwalk control and you know that no one's heading that direction, you know exactly what you need to watch. You need to cover that CT spawn, which is so many different angles for those CTs to clear. And then on top of that, you need to cover long control, in which you had Crucial locking things down. That's a phenomenal recovery in the 4v5 for Endpoint.
I definitely think Finest need to fight for Cat there. I mean, I do get the risk of maybe trying to take a fight in a couple of those mid angles where it's super tough to clear. Like if somebody's holding for a push through mid doors and lower tunnels, usually that's just going to be a free kill, if not 1-for-1 trade. Then you've got to worry about Catwalk, but still, think about it this way. When you're only coming in from CT and long, that is a one-way funnel for that op to work with.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff right there. Endpoint stringing 2 rounds together is exactly what you need to try and gather some T-side success. They've done just that. Now, still good money here. Shox maybe deciding on exactly what the game plan is. But you see a scout in play for an Arquez. I feel like the Dust 2 scout just hits different. I don't know what it is about it. Maybe it's the mid peaks that you can go for.
True. Well, it certainly doesn't look like we're going to be seeing any of that scout magic on Dusty this time. Never mind. Awesome. Cool. You go ahead. Go ahead, X-Go. You got it.
That's exactly what I'm talking about right there. You can't. I mean, come on, Crucial. I'm sure he's been in that situation where you're like, 3rd time's a charm. I surely get him here, and then you just get wide swung like that. Oh, we've all been there. What a lovely start.
Stupid, man. They better take that distance. Like, I'm not going to forgive them if they can't close out the round from this point.
Might Be the case,
Also-
though. I mean, if you consider the map control here, losing long, they're gonna boost up one towards dumpster. That's a freebie.
Come on, man. How are you hitting those mid-door shots like it's nothing? Then you just fall like that over it long. I mean, there is still a potential for a kill to come through on the
Ooh,
gap player.
yeah.
There it is. Korea has the Swedish Stewie 2K trying to bring this one back to a more workable standpoint with the AK now recovered. He's going to try to fight his own hands over it long.
On things up here just a little bit, but the cross smokes are going to make things incredibly difficult. Luckily, he is the player with armor here. A lot of time to be bought at Molly's. A little
Does he just
premature.
save?
Potentially. Should have enough money to buy up the next, right?
Well, I mean, the AK is going to be a bit easier to use on the CT side. Yeah, sure. I think that Molotov's going to force him away, too. Oh, actually, wait. There are the two AKs. Okay. No, I
There you go.
actually see this a lot more now because Shocks could invest the AWP, but you'd be missing a lot of utility. So I think just having one of these saved rifles, either drop an extra gun to Shocks, well, maybe not even that, but just buying the AWP in general, is going to make your buy a lot easier and more complete than it would if you didn't. Rather save these AKs.
Yeah, I like the read. Utility is very important on this map as well, especially if you talk about some of that early long control and
Yep.
gathering that. So definitely nice to have in your back pocket. Sure. The one thing I was wondering is, you know, was Kriaz going to try and maybe play that time, right? There's 30 seconds as they were trying to gather and maneuver up long. He had a molly, but he threw it as soon as he saw those crosswalks. Maybe if he would have saved onto that and threw it on site, maybe there was a chance. But other than that, I don't think there's much really to offer up there.
I mean, if Korea I think going cat's the play there. With the smokes they're throwing out long, I honestly think maybe you would just tuck into Goose or something, try to pick off one or two players as they come up in long, leave it to the retaking 1v1. I mean, all is said and done, but still, like, 2 kills, like, it's not too shabby.
No, you'll take that with the investments with nice scout shots as well. Early lower aggression working out for Shocks, and I feel like that was a bit of a miscall or misread right there, right? You'd not expecting that level of aggression potentially here. Surreal getting smoked off that. And he just can't offer up any support for Burrows.
I mean, it was a perfectly timed plug pull from Endpoint because the next man to go in would have been Surreal with the bomb, and that could have been round defining right there. But a very good start from Finest. That smoke may fake a fade off, but I guess Blessed gives it to him, so hats off to you. You ruined the fake play, man. Nah, it's just the safer one of the two. Mid control still dominated by Endpoint, but they are soon going to need to bring this pick back. Yeah, they've got utility, but still with how offensive these positions are from Finest, there's really not a way to get back into it in this 4v5. Oh my god! Dude, Shocks does not fear anything, dude. He runs through one of their own Molotovs to try to find that pick, and even though it's 1-for-1, it definitely sends shockwaves through the remaining Endpoint T side who say, you know what, they are just not giving us any respect.
Yeah, this is a great way to get back with the rifle rounds. Shadow advantage. Oh my god! He still found the kill. Now that's a lot of damage done. Anarquez is alone with the op. If he misses a shot here, he could be dead to rights, and he's just done it. Missing that first shot, turning his attention towards long, but won't miss the second one. Getting flanked in upon it is Mighty Max. He can't find any success, and Anarquez just continues to be the driving force here for Team Finest.
You know, I'm going to throw a bit of a hot take out there. When I look at Anarquez, I don't think he's a flashy opera, and I don't think he's, like, a good opera in that respect. In fact, I usually don't see him doing anything flashy. Like, usually when it comes to flicks, it seems like he's a bit off of the mark, but I think his excellence comes in his consistency. When he's holding angles like that, when he delivers on kills like that, and he just plays so well to buy time for flanks, to put you in situations where you're going to have an advantage, and it's maybe not the most interesting of opting to watch, like your simples, like your OG Kenny S's and such, but it is still super good and consistent.
Yeah, they're looking fantastic right now. Anarquez is doing so much for them at the moment, and he is hitting those, you know, just consistent shots, and not even that, just being able to buy time as well instead of going for that cat re-peek. But look at the setup here. It's just been so consistent. This upper aggression, Shucks seems to be prepared for it here. Mighty Max, rather. Oh, he's getting his nades out. This is going to be so free.
They're not going to clear this. I doubt they're going to clear this. Yup, first man comes through with the smoke pulled out. Pleasant to find the trade, but still, a 2-for-2 is going to open up that B site wide open. Anarchez, as I said, not really your flicking opper, and he misses both of them. And now that advantage falls to the hands of Endpoint, who want to make some noise going into CT and deny a retake. This is just done. Boros, yeah, he hasn't been the most impactful this game. In fact, 1 in 10, but still, the impact is found no less. 7-3, turn 7-4 as Endpoint send them packing once more.
No doubt. Able to answer back there and deny some of that, aggression, that disrespect plays that have consistently come on through there. Very clean stuff here. Both players saving onto their rifles. Leave them in good standing maybe to get out another investment.
I mean, yeah, okay. I thought Shots was way lower than he was, and I was wondering, like, if you really wanted to throw an investment out, but a lot's going to start to come onto the line here if Finest can't continue the success that they had earlier. With the pace that they had, it was what, 5-0, 6-1, 6-0 actually before they actually got started. It's really just been one-sided since then. That one round that Finest got, I'm not going to say it was close. It was like a 4 players left alive. But most of these rounds since then have been fairly one-sided, usually favoring Endpoint, maybe close at the beginning, but closing out very, hard for me to imagine a way that Finest could come back into it. And I wonder, what's the big issue here? Because it does seem like they're not finding as many openers as they were before. The respect is starting to be given. They're starting to slow it down a bit more. And they aren't really taking much map control, if you know what I mean. Like, they're not really contesting for Catwalk in the early round. They're not really taking long. They're putting a lot of pressure on tunnels, but they don't really have an accurate response to it. If things were to go wrong like they have been.
Yeah, I mean, that right there was an attempt to try and press the issue quickly. Just didn't pan out the way that they'd hoped trade-wise. Going for 2-for-2s. Giving up that B control is something you just really can't afford to do in this map. You do have some pretty forward positioning. Not often that you see this sort of spot from Cart. It's a little bit dangerous here, potentially. He gets mollied out, and that molly will come on through. He's aggressing, though. Crucial's waiting for this.
That's a big duel to take, and it's going to succeed their play out towards the A site. Now boosting a man up. Kriaz, you've got a lot of work to try and deliver on as every single man from Endpoint right now is slowly scaling up the long wall. Crucial with the op wanting to work a pick maneuver with it. It's been dinked up, but still good enough for a double as the A play is in full effect. Nade is so chunky, but it can't get them a kill. Even running back to the Molotov, it looks like they've already called this one off.
Very nice. What a great round from Crucial right there. That's what I'm talking about, where he can just take rounds into the palm of his hands. Now, Nert's trying to drop some of these saved rifles, in which they've already very early called things off, but why not? I feel like you pretty much are going to be locked out of things with current positioning. It's planted along flat here. You have one in pit. There's no real cracking back into this retake, so very nice. If Crucial can carry some of that same energy here forward and forward, Endpoint starting to resurge just a little bit in the late half off of some lovely adjustments.
Yeah, man, it just looks like Endpoint, after being down 6-0, plugged in those MSI monitors, and since then it's just been unreactable from Finest. An untrumpable advantage for Endpoint now with those. It's not fair. You gotta plug them back in, Finest. What are you doing?
That 2020 vision. There's a MSI monitor giveaway, I believe. The NXG 235R. Which you can enter in on the giveaways.
That's the 360 hertz. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Dang, it is the 360 hertz. 1 millisecond response time. That is clean. That is very clean.
Shoot first.
We'll check out that giveaway over on their socials or at MSI. All that being said here, see if they can continue their success here. Endpoint making a real statement with these rounds strung together. Again, they've been adjusting nicely here. They've been able to punish some of the aggression. I mean, last round was a good example of it, where Anarchez was trying to re-aggress towards long control, but Crucial was patiently waiting. Some early utility out towards mid. Trying to press the issue here. Boros looking like he's interested in doing some of the entry work at the moment. Hasn't been able to fire on all cylinders just yet.
I mean, it's a good way to try to get your confidence up, but rightfully so. It does look like Crucial wants to be the man to take an opening pick, or at least it looked like it for a second. With how laser sharp his op has been in the past couple of rounds, you'd be a fool to not let him try to maneuver with these. And now 50 seconds to go, and Endpoint, look at all the map control they have. They've kept Finest out of tunnels. They've kept them out of middle. They have no vision of what's going on there, so the response is going to be everything. With a Molotov thrown in, it'll stall them for a little bit of time, but now it just changes their attention back in towards a mid to B, hit smoke thrown on the B doors, and it's going to make this take just a little bit harder with Surreal being the only man in tunnels. Could be a very big kill to deliver on if they're lesson right now, but very, very inconsistent it seems is the attack from Endpoint, who have once again changed their sights, this time up towards Catwalk into the A site's going to be intention. And Anarchist, did you just forget that somebody's crossed up in Gandalf? Like, he took a fight with someone and then just neglected anybody's presence.
Oh my god, yeah, I don't know what happened there. Just a complete collapse. Nice adjustment, though, I will say. From Endpoint again, they were trying to press the issue in towards B. That smoke landed towards doors, and like you said, it just made it just enough difficulty to make them fall off and move up towards the catwalk there. And it's exactly what the doctor ordered in terms of closing out that round, because if they did walk in towards B, there was still 2 players to deal with, one in car, one in that under window position, and that would have been really tricky. Instead, they only had to deal with the scout and Anarchas and Krias on the flank, which went down 1 for 1.
I mean, that round should have been done. It should not have been anywhere close to Endpoint. Like, they choked that round hard, but Finest choked it harder. Like, you go up catwalk with 40 seconds to go. A Molotov comes through, and it forces them to go for a bit of a tangled mid to B hit. It doesn't initially go the way they hoped. They see a smoke on B doors. They say, you know what? Let's just go back up catwalk and see what we can't do on A. And Twist even delivers a kill back in long. So we're back into a 4-on-4. There's 20 seconds left, and Anarchist has even spotted a man on the cross. The fact that that round is not converted from there is a big problem.
I agree. There's plenty of opportunities there for Finest to close that one down, but not able to do so here. And so now Endpoint making a real name for themselves on this T side, which is kind of more so what we expected here. I mean, not to put too much pressure on Anarchas. He's the reason why they have so many of these rounds, but he's slowing down just a little bit, not being able to carry forward some of that same energy. So overall, definitely start to wonder, you know, as you enter into that second half, Endpoint should be able to lock things down. Very much so.
I mean, I'm with you. You think of the kill counts, and Anarchist has slowed down. The team right behind him have done the exact same. And it's an issue that I feel like Team Finest have had as of recent, where, again, if Anarchist or Shocks isn't pulling these rounds up, then nobody really is.
They're here, plus, and taking a couple of pop shots. Oh my god, not being able to connect just yet. And continuing to do so. How is he still alive here? So much resistance offered up, and Kriya's able to land one through the smoke. Is there anything else offered up onto the table? They missed one of the cross smokes, or just haven't thrown it in, so that's free firing range for Finest. As Mighty Max, last man standing, is spotted ahead. This is too much to ask for. Surely one. And anything else, he does find the second. Third on the site. He does deliver a third. One more to go. Oh my god, they pulled it back. Mighty Max so low in HP, has a molly in a smoke, but caught by Shocks just in time. And Finest to recover.
Bit too close for my liking at the end there, but still it is an eco win, no less, for Team Finest to go very happily into the final round of the first half. They're really well put together by, including a double AWP. They haven't showed this the entire game.
Good time to bring it back out here. Maybe close things out with a 9-6 half. I'd say that's very much workable. Try and head into it again. We have to talk about comfortability, though, and that's Endpoint that are overwhelmingly more comfortable, but Plus starting things off in the right way. Anarchist, the double up already showing its full effect here. Continued success as he reaggresses. One more. He will find it. That's the Anarchist that we know and love from that early first half. They're closing things down as Kriya's 9-6 half for Team Finest.
Where was that for, like, the long streak that Endpoint were just dumpstering on you? Like, imagine they take one more save, and I even think there was a point in time where they could have afforded a double up setup. Imagine you bring that out earlier. Look at how well that just went. Anarchist single-handedly disperses of the mid-take that's been getting the best of you for the majority of this T side. You bring that out 2-3 rounds earlier, this half turns from 9-6 to 11-4 to 12-3. Something even more one-sided than it seemed like at the start. But now it's Endpoint taking a piece of the aggression with full tons control. It's a bit of a misread. Team Finest get full control along with the bomb starting to make its way to the A site. And rotations are going to be a bit strained, so if they continue with this pace, it'll be a retake scenario.
Game plan here for these two lurking players on the extremity here. They're starting to move in towards the safe bomb site. Mighty Max is the sole defender, and he's already found 1 kill. Has that deterred them enough? The fake out coming through with that bomb, showing face and then falling off. Now the re-aggression coming through tunnels. Potential to catch one off guard here.
Yeah, but you gotta do that without a trade being delivered. You need this 4-on-4 to go your way, or things are gonna get a bit hairy. Well, yeah, they got it for a second, but not long enough, says Krias, doubling down on the P250 with still another man to tag up through the B doors. And this bomb has been an absolute adventure around the world. It's gone through long, it's gone in tunnels, I feel, or rather at least it was going towards tunnels, and now it goes up cat. To an open site, it should be a 2-on-3, but Twist still sticks around for some extra credit as they all come pushing in the middle, and he goes uncleared! You can't miss this shot, Twist! No way! They don't clear him! They give him every advantage in the book, but it's not enough, and now Shox has to pull a 1v3 with no armor and a P250.
Has he got in store for us? Is it planted for play? I don't know if he simply has it here in this position. Yeah, he's just going to have to call it off, and Endpoint, they close out that round. Oh my god, what a heartbreaker. The adventure that bomb went on. It was a good idea from Team Finest, but I will say that you kind of mentioned it. You know, Boros going 1 for 1, but doing so much damage to that secondary player on the site was everything right there. Even though he only has 2 kills, he does kind of deliver that this around to them.
I mean, look, man. I feel like Twist is just slowing down this game. Straight up. That's kind of a prime example of it. Yeah, he's had his impactful kills throughout. Oh, well, okay.
Oh, ho, ho.
6 start. You're nuts. But, like that can't happen. As plain put as it gets. That kill needs to be delivered, but he at least makes up for it with a pick in middle here. A lot of chaos drawn onto the CT side, who completely neglect the B site for the time being. Nerds. That smoke comes out, and it does look like he's just playing away from it. Maybe even going for a retake if need be, but a 3-on-5 no less. It's tricky, right? It's really tough. How do you piece together this round? How do you bring it back into a somewhat winnable point? Well, this is a way to do so, is usually you have 2 B defenders, and it can easily shut down a full brunt of an attack. Well, now they set up the crossfire. They've read properly as the smokes and nades come blistering through. The kills need to come soon behind it, which have been delivered by Nerds, almost getting a troll. But now you've got to worry about Boros and Car, and with the amount of players that were alive, I don't know if you're ever going to expect this. Absolutely not. Not even considering another man to be on the site. Anarchaz even adds a tag to the tally mark. And now Krias is all by his lonesome, with a bit of a low HP Boros behind him. You gotta go against a Molotov and a flash. He's been quiet the whole game, but he becomes loud as soon as he's needed. 8-9. Team Finest just barely aren't able to hit the mark, and Endpoint avoid devastation to be 1 round away from a tie.
I mean, that's Boros just doubling his kills right there. He started that round off with 2. He finishes it off with 5. Very late into the game, but like you said, he's quiet. But when he's required right there in a 1v2 clutch, he's able to close out and save Endpoint really from what could have been a very disastrous situation. Figuring things out there nicely. What a great reposition this was.
I mean, Anarchaz does everything he possibly can. I believe he rained on 2 tags to the remaining players. Yeah. He gets a kill through the mid doors. Twist even finds a frag in middle onto one of the non-tagged players. It's like, what more can you ask of your teammates?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm with you right there. He did so much in that round. I mean, I can't even believe he was able to find that scout tag onto, it was Boros in car, right? That was just through the wall. So he's just trying to pull this one across the finish line here. Doesn't seem to be too much worry over in the Team Finest camp. They seem to be relatively calm, relatively chill, and they should be. They're still in decent standing. They're losing a couple of those 2v3s and pistol, 1v2 right there. But it was still a very good kind of force by eke around that they were able to put down the range.
I mean, also remember this. This is Finest's statistically worst map, like, by a long shot. They have not, well, they do have 1 win on it, but nothing convincing. That's even a good start from Anarchaz. They've gone for another investment here, and I guess rightfully so, right? It comes down to a very close 1v1. Can't really get it closer. Maybe just re-roll the dice and see if it pans out in your favor this time.
This tag's been nailed through the wall there early on. Of course, it can be pressured here just a little bit. They've kind of conceded this cat control. This is very much free for the taking here. I do like this re-aggression coming through towards B, and on top of that, Crucial has figured out a kill towards middle, so that's going to help out plenty. But still, that site's going to be compromised. Kriaz, I think a lot of it's going to come down to what he can do on this lurk, and he has a prime opportunity with 2 players flanking through lower.
Do they clear this, though? I mean, look, Twist went or at least unchecked one time. Do they double down on that fact? Doesn't look like they do. Yeah, Nerds is going to hard clear the angle. A dink even comes through, but it's just not enough. And you re-roll the dice, but the dealer says, hell no. You got closer than you should have last time. This one, you're going to get mowed down. Twist ends it off with a dink of his own, but nobody finds a kill in the feed. And Endpoint, they only let a bomb plant slip through the cracks. It's a perfect retake for a tie game.
So very smart right there from Endpoint. Even just clearing that corner, whether it was Nert's decision or the game plan on the retake alone right there, to clear out that corner, it buys so much time. It has so much potential offered up there for Kriaz, but you can't even blame him for going down, right? Because he made the right play. He was holding that angle for the push-up cat. Nert's was just so aware of it.
I mean, it's just what happens. They've already set the precedent that they're going to try to linger in these corners around middle, especially when they go in for A takes. So now Endpoint, they make sure they clear all their little nooks and crannies, and that cranny's going to be it long this time around as the first 2 picks instantly go their way. Does look like they're on cruise control to find themselves the lead for the first time in this entire game.
Even that way here has to feel good to turn things around. So definitely Crucial with that aggression coming through there. Marcus continues to do amazing damage in this round. Just can't find some of those kills. 2v5. They can continue to find these flawless rounds. That'll bode very well for them.
That's crazy, man. The low HP on Mighty Max, Bodo's Crucial. All players that took fights repeatedly in that round. But it's just the lackluster weaponry that can't carry them to their own deaths. And so far, looking flawless on this CT side. Finest finally put their foot down and say, you know what? What's going wrong? We need to fix this now.
I think for the most part, some of those fixes can just be from having a decent investment. And, you know, finally you're seeing Anarchis off of the scouts, which granted he's done amazing damage with, onto an AWP. So that could be an easy way to adjust here after this timeout's being called and finished up. Maybe that can help them get some rounds rolling here on the second half. But nonetheless, you've given over 2 flawless in a row for Endpoint. They're looking really good on the CT side as expected.
I gotta say, I gotta break the 4th wall for this one. I do think it is a bit funny that that Shushan is cheering for Endpoint, considering he's played for Finest.
Yeah.
That is kind of funny. I mean, to each their own. Obviously, you can like your own teams, but it does still have a little bit of comedic irony to it. But right back on the aggression, Endpoint completely take control of these tunnels, and it makes this take so much more one-dimensional. You could see they only leave one player in the lower tunnels. They pull everybody back into an A attack. They've got some vision over on middle and know that it's not coming up catwalk. So process of elimination, where's this coming? Well, it's going to be long.
Yeah. Ooh, that nade's so very good. Crispy 150 damage done right there. Now they're going to maneuver out towards. He has to do a whole lot. He's going to get in towards pit. No, he's denied Twist with a stellar opener. Still a lot to deal with on this site. Finding that first is the first piece of the puzzle they need.
Very true. But they once again slow it down. They haven't baited out too much utility, so it still is going to be relying on them taking and winning these aim duels with some of the heavy work already done.
Down here. I mean, Crucial's kind of thrived in this position before. You can see he's lining up a one-way smoke. He'll throw that down whenever. Waiting for those cross smokes potentially. First one thrown in. Second one thrown in just yet. There is still a smoke, but it's in the hands of Shocks, who's over towards middle, so they cannot cross safely. Lesson will help them out, though, with that blinding shot through the smoke.
It's a lucky shot, but it's one they'll take no less because it saves the round from utter devastation. Flash comes through and Bodos isn't satisfied. He wants a peek and long, and walking away with one there is incredible. These 1-for-1s won't help you out for very much longer as Mighty Max continues to deliver back on catwalk. Knowing where the remainder of this force is, you've got to deliver the kills, and it's 1-for-1s the entire round, but it comes out with Finest on top.
Oh my god, they do clawed across the finish line right there, just barely. I have to be happy with the result nonetheless, considering the fact that they didn't have that secondary long smoke, right? I mean, you only had one going down. That is unreal that they're able to close that round down still. into the 4v5, and now they're kind of in that trap once again. Look at this. The money's all over the place here.
Well, it needs to be consistent success still, because look, Finest, it's not the end of the road yet. Shocks, they both lined up for him. But it's just not enough for the kill. So much damage inflicted, but we've seen rounds like this easily swing the way of Endpoint, so we can't even ride on that.
Much damage. So close. It was such an aggressive play from Shocks. It just doesn't pan out at the end of the day. So now you walk into this round with Endpoint, the man advantage instead. We'll see how much of a factor that plays here, as you'll find us like to go for those trades here. Try and work up to retake this mid control, but you can see how labored it is after that lacking presence and lacking map control here. Smoke gets recycled. They are going to try and test Boros, but he's really come alive in the second half, hasn't he?
100%, man. And look, this goes to show you, slow starts don't mean everything. He's proven that right now. Because without him showing up and delivering, where does this half lie for Endpoint? Well, probably still about the exact same. But still, I guess it's better he starts than anybody else, though Pleston says absolutely not. And finally puts a kill onto the board for the likes of Finest, but 30 seconds to go, and it looks like the timer's going to be their biggest inhibitor trying to get to this A site. You don't really have much more fake potential. Somebody's got to deliver on these kills, and with Twist spotting out too quickly on mid-rotation, they've got to make their move here shortly. Crucial. Drops to the Molotov. And is there even a smoke to extinguish it? No. You've got to go through it. You don't really have time to continue playing around with this. That fire spreading would lead to the death of Quez. What is going on? Even from the flank, Twist is double down. 9 seconds to go. The bomb needs to be planted in the open. Defending it against the Opper. How does it happen? No! A collab from Crucial. It's just saved the round. Oh my lord, Anarchez. You can't get it done. And even falls after time. Finest. That's a big way to drop it.
Oh my god, they even planted in the most awkward position right there, just trying to get the numbers punched in through the flames, and it's not enough. The jumping shots hit from Surreal, and then on top of that, the op presence coming through from Crucial. Despite that best efforts of Twist on that lurk, it was so quick, it was so aggressive. They had that prime opportunity, just couldn't pull it across the finish line. The clock. Worst enemy here of the Finest. This, oh my god, Nerds is feeling so very confident after that round victory.
Oh man, Nerd's gone completely undetected up middle. And even though they've delivered that kind of kill, the bombs dropped in their laps. Kriaz 1-on-4, wondering where his team has gone to. And it does look like Endpoint are about to start taking this one the distance. Look, again, it was Finest's worst map, but it has been a drastic fall off. You think of the first half where this game starts 6-0. Ever since then, it has been one-sided. It's been 11-4 in counting and about to be 12. So the question is, where is that initial Finest gone? Did they become more readable? Did Endpoint finally catch on and start to play against that game plan? Because if that's the case, then we just need to see more adjustments from Finest. At Endpoint, they're adjusting. Around the map, they're not really doing the same thing over and over again. They're just hard countering Finest almost every round.
Yeah, I mean, they're all over the place, right? I mean, they're pushing up middle. They have really sick long setups right now that are going forward. So it seems like everything is kind of working in their favor. I guess I shouldn't say necessarily long setups. I should say A-site setups more so, because that's where they've been doing most of the thriving. Is it when they allow for that control to be taken from Team Finest? They really don't allow it to be theirs for too long, or at least the utility has kept them at bay quite nicely. This is quite nice here from Boros as well. He's been punished in this position before, and it will continue, and Arcaz is waiting for that sort of play, and that's the right read.
Another good start from him, but can it be pushed the distance? Well, who knows? As a flash is now thrown over into middle. Endpoint want to try to pull a response here, but the only response is Shocks catching the jump of Nerds in that CT spawn region. And now Surreal is left to the only defense of the B site, sitting over at Card, trying to pull the off angle. He spots a gun barrel and he'll walk away with 1 and extra damage. But trades plentifully in amounts, very much so for the likes of Finest. Damage continues to rain through. Flashbang misses the mark, and Kriaz has now dropped the Opera. It does look like Endpoint are at least going to bleed for one more round, but take a look, quick glance over at the money. Maybe there's going to be an investment after this from Endpoint, but Mighty Max, you really can't fall here.
There's a sick headshot right there, but you're right. If he drops, that might discourage them from going for that investment. Letting out that head, he lands that beautiful second shot here, turning his attention elsewhere.
Oh my god.
Oh, you can't afford to go for these levels of hunts. Now Pleasant left last man standing. They find the flank in time here. He's picked up the AWP. Thinks he's safe here for now. Pleasant's turning the corner. Can he drop him? He's wanting him out. Okay, Pleasant will put an end to things here. Grab that AWP as well.
Teammates.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, can they really afford to buy here? I think if you're fine, or rather if you're Endpoint right now, you take a save. Look, I get the investment. I don't think it's that bad of an idea, but considering you can, you know, give up one round, let them have the tie game, and then go into a really well put together buy with the op, with utility, the whole 9 yards, I definitely think it would have been worth it to go for like a half buy-esque play here.
Yeah, I think the encouragement here for the investment was off of all that economical damage that Mighty Max did, but now, you know, some of that lacking utility and firepower is going to come through. Surreal has to do a whole lot with just a rifle.
Burst out onto the B site, and the lackluster amount of utility to counter them is really the reason that Endpoint gets shut out here. A trade's brought back through, but it's not enough. This Blessing continues to dome players down left, right, and center. The damage now being delivered in Endpoint's favor. It's still not amounting up for a kill just yet. Bomb needs to be planted, and there's no more Molotovs to stop it from going down. And if you're Endpoint here, I feel like you just call this a save.
100%. The thing that's really rough about this is that they're saving onto a UMP and an MP9. I mean, how rough is that, right? You lose 2 of your rifles that are kind of irrecoverable at the moment, and it's a bit of a punishing blow right there. Delivered from Team Finest off that B play. Lovely stuff. You have Twist finding that entry. I mean, Surreal even gets that smoke down to buy time, but he goes down so quickly because I think Twist actually found it through the smoke.
Yeah, it's really just unfortunate the way it goes. You can't really expect things like that to happen, but again, I do think if the utility was a bit stronger for the likes of Endpoint, it's a completely separate round. Maybe they dump an extra couple of nades over on tunnels, walk away with one more kill. It's only on 3, and who knows where it changes from there. But without any Molotovs, any flashes to go into the B site on a retake, usually in a 3-on-3, it's already called off, but there, it is super called off. You just get the hell out of there before you get hunted down.
No doubt. Fortunate draw of the cards, now losing 2 in a row. That is going to be the save. Not enough money, not even Astro Pay can bail them out.
No. And usually they can. You know, they're homies.
Yeah, I mean, you can always buy with Astro Pay. They have a 1,000 different companies that accept them. You're interested in that?
Nerds, he's identified a gap in this offense right now, because time and time again they have been able to get some form of aggression in towards middle, whether it's gone for the kill, whether they've fallen because of it. There is a gap to be exploited there, and they try to run the gauntlet once again into it, but the flashbang won't yield them with a kill. In fact, it's only Twist walking away with a smile on his face. His Finest now can just relax, wait for the response on Endpoint. They haven't dropped the rifle, but they might force somebody to make an overzealous peek.
Big pickup right there to stay alive here, and on top of that, punish some of the aggression. We have some long retakes being put on forward here from the T side of Team Finest here, getting that utility down as well. This has been where they've thrived before. Mighty Max has gone for this play many times. He's going to try it once again, this time with the UMP at hand and some support from Nerds.
Got the right read, but maybe not the right angle. Still walking away with a kill there is Nerds, and that is one of the rifles. Still baiting in for Mighty Max, who's yet to be cleared behind these sandbags. Twist, though, doubling down with a very low HP margin, continues to frag out as he sits atop the site. A 2-on-4 now fielded. Nerds the only one who can attempt to respond. The bomb dropped at least, and he's got a headshot angle onto Shocks, but now as it's left to Surreal, it does look a bit unwinnable, lest he can quickly find this kill onto Pleasant. I guess they are both a little bit tagged up. I think from this USP, he can find 2 kills.
He's got to make a move here soon. Oh, no. Never mind.
Slam dunk.
Yep, that'll put an end to things right then and there. The HE to finish the job, and Team Finest, you're going to take that lead right back away from Endpoint here with 3 rounds strung together now, looking very good. Polar opposite to what we've seen here in that early stages of the second half. We're getting some nice little adjustments nailed from them. And they're doing a great job of dealing with Mighty Max, I will say. That they're figuring out and staying composed, giving themselves more time as well to try and hit that A-bomb site. All really 3 key things that we didn't see in those early stages.
Oh, It does look like a little bit of desperation now taking the wheel for Endpoint as they continue to give these 1v1s over at long. Yeah, the nades found the trade. But it's still 3-on-3 fielded no less. Surreal with the smoke blooming in tunnels causes the end of Plesson's run. And it does look like for a second there, Finest had a bit of a hold on things. Now instantly ripped away from them as Endpoint are ready to contest for this round.
Alright, figuring things out here nicely. Endpoint trying to recover here. They've completely gambled off of that B-bomb site. That smoke recycled. Is looking to keep them at bay. Keep them drawn in towards maybe an A or mid attack here. Marquez going to be tested. So many different angles he has to cover. It all comes down to a game of timing in which we do see Crucial win out.
Shock's met by a smoke gun. Catwalk buys extra time for Endpoint to work their fingers in the middle.
No.
Timing is the worst it can be. And that could have been a big pick to find back. Maybe even an open B site was Twist as he was starting to clear out through tunnels. But it does look like Endpoint, after being down in what, wasn't it 5-on-3, 4-on-3, have yet to drop a single player since. And I think that's going to be the case for the remainder of the round as Twist has to walk through a fight at every single angle. Even taking a sweet time with that final kill, says Nertz, who upgrades to an AK. And a level ups the score once again.
Pinnacle odds shifting a little bit or so in favor of Team Finest here. Now we'll see if that remains true. It's one more to really crack that code of economy here. If Endpoint can grab this one, they'll be setting themselves up for a map pick victory. And again, Dust 2, not the greatest map in terms of Team Finest's camp, but Endpoint recovering in this way. You know, being able to deal with Anarchas is incredible. Helping so far in this throughout the series is a good sign, at least for what's to come.
Oh man, today's games have been so close, and you can't ask for a closer one than this right now. Plesson, though, that is such a sick shot. And he continues his play to the A site. Twist and him have both woken up in this second half. Starting to deliver for these rounds on Finest. A 2-on-3, rather a 5-on-3. Only 2 men coming through from CT to assist on the initial A defense. They continue to be picked apart left, right, center. Mighty Max. How has he been allowed to double down? The bomb's still yet to cross, and I even think it's been spotted. Krias has given up the gambit there. Nade dropped in CT, and they have a little bit of an inkling suspicion that somebody's here, but you've still got to deal with him. There's not a smoke to cover this cross just yet, or maybe there is. Timing spray through the smoke? No, won't come through. They will just play the honest to God 2-on-3 retake with a Molotov to deny this plant from coming through, but with the timer that they have, they've just decided to stick the fuse on that one, even swinging right behind it. Krias traded 1 for 1, but now it's Surreal needing a 1-on-3 clutch as he tries to spam, or at least pull the distraction that he's not dropped in CT, but Anarquez is too wise to the opinion and takes a 14th.
Oh, man, what a round right there. Able to close things down. Anarquez finishing the job there, and a secondary smoke. I'm Nertz, there's so much potential offered up, but he gets hunted down. And look where this leaves Endpoint off at. And, I mean, this is likelihood of conceding map point on your map pick. Not a fun position to be in. We still have that 100% win rate over on Mirage as of recent, and Anarchez looking to solidify that. Maybe they cannot deal with his AWP presence because there's nothing you can do there when you're crossing safely, and he nails a pencil-thin headshot right there.
Good stuff from him, and he has been delivering on these openers now somewhat consistently, and it's led to a lot of rounds for Team Finest's T side. Now they're just going to try to scale their way up through long. It is only against pistols, so you shouldn't really be too worried. As Zeus sits in elevator and Photos hopes for a lucky unclear, or at least a player to luckily jump into CT. Does jumping Zeus have accuracy? That's something I actually
I feel like
don't
it
know.
does.
It might.
I don't think it's
No way. No way.
Yes.
Oh, let's go!
Nice.
Yes! Love it! Even though Nertz is just out of the running for this one, I absolutely love seeing that. That gets me hyped up for Endpoint.
Beautiful. Absolutely. Amazing. With the Zeus. Man, this is still a bit scary here. Nonetheless, you're rocking at map point right now for Team Finest. I feel like, you know, while Boris just turned it around in the second half, is it enough? Oh, he's usually that player that is kind of leading the charge now. You have Nertz doing a good job here. You have Mighty Max, who's actually filled in some of the gaps. It's been a full team effort, like you kind of mentioned in the pregame here. But your start is just a little bit quiet, and maybe that's the reason why we do see Endpoint struggle just a little bit here in this map. What is that
sick
shot?
Man. Anarchist has been pulling shenanigans like that this whole game, bro. That's what, his third shot through mid doors?
Yeah, I don't even know how many tags he's found.
Oh my god, why was I worried that he was going to do it again?
Yeah.
He wasn't even there. I was still worried, man.
It's like I thought I got that patched, right? You know, where you can't necessarily get that sort of damage done. You know, the headshots are kind of not a thing anymore. You have to boost. But he just, like, proves it wrong. He's like, what's that Dust 2 update? I just shoot lower and killed him.
Imagine if you could wallbang through that. Imagine just some of the kills that'd lead to.
Oh, man.
It'd just be so sick. Uh-oh.
The perfect setup here for Endpoint, though.
Yeah, you can't read for this. I mean, even Baldos, what do you do to clear him? First of all, Mighty Max hasn't been checked, but now you've got to deal with Baldos, and he goes double down. Anarchist finding a trade. A lot falls onto the shoulders. It sucks! And I told you in the pregame, you need Sox, you need Anarchist. And right now, it's a two-man show. Shox wants to ensure no rotations come through CT. With the low HP that Anarchist has, you want to ensure a safe plan on that B site. Make sure he's fine on that retreat. And Shox is even going to hear these footsteps if he decides to endeavor towards CT, but it won't matter. He closes that out himself. A triple from one of the stars from Finest leads them to a Dust 2 win. Their worst map comes out victorious against Endpoint. You have to go back to the drawing board, heading to the home turf of Finest.
I mean, we'll see if they're able to close that one out here after this short break.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
welcome back to a matchup that has currently been through a roller coaster of events, with Finest taking an early lead on Dust 2, then barely able to close it out. Now send us to their own home turf, looking at potentially 2-0 the favorites.
That would be a big accomplishment for them. Again, trying to move up through the Swiss stage here. You need to gather yourself 3 victories. This moves around in action, though, and Mighty Max. Oh, no, he's caught in the pillar. He can't escape in time, and they're closing in quickly. He was able to nail the headshot here. The recovery is coming through towards Market, and they do find a successful counter frag here.
Wait,
What's going on here towards Cat? Are they back-to-back right now? How has this happened? Anarch is finally going to put an end to things here, but Boris has done his job.
So much damage inflicted onto the Doors player. Anarchez is now doubled down, and that's not even the low man. Anarchez is a pistol god, even getting a 4th.
Oh my.
You can't deal with him. You get 1 entry from Twist out onto the B site. Since then, it is the Anarchez show, baby. Picking up where he left off.
Right back at it, right? I mean, 4 kills on the pistol. I believe he had a big pistol round as well over on Dust 2, as just continues to thrive for this roster, living and dying upon his shoulders right now. He's doing incredible work for Team Finest. Even that back-to-back cap play, I was about to say, you know, he's not activating, he's not finding that kill in time, and he recovers, he redeems himself by finding 3 more afterwards, so you just can't ask any more from this guy.
You really can't, man. He's firing off on all cylinders with every weapon. We've seen him make highlight reels with now the USP, the AK, the AWP, the Scout. What can't this man do? Well, maybe carry a team solo dolo, as 16-13 is still pretty damn close.
Yeah, but that was on their opponent's map pick, right? Now you're on your home turf where you don't take any losses as of recent.
Yep.
And up against, you know, I believe it was multiple Sinners games that they've been able to take down, right? And
3 in a row.
yeah, that's a big accomplishment. Some tough teams that you've had to play on that map here. Plus, and kicking things off the right way here is taking down Nerds. Good start. Recovery on that flank. Shocks find it in time, and so that information goes a little bit dark here, but still moving into Surreal in a nice angle. Oh.
Yeah, no surprise to see them start to path up to the B side. A kill on B is way more impactful than one on A. It's usually a weekend upside at that point, so they just take their business in. They get a free bomb plant and a free site opened as well. Kriaz doesn't want to let it end there, though. Shadow advantage given, so Boros at least takes a dig for himself before all is said and done. Trade should be found by Plessin. And now it's crucial just trying to save the Scout in from Palace. There's a lot of damage to be inflicted onto the remaining force of Team Finest, but Plessin's map 10's too difficult to overcome, finding a triple entry. And now Team Finest find themselves up 2-0, soon to be 3.
Look at those Pinnacle odds shifting heavily in favor now of Team Finest, man. What a turnaround right there. Absolutely wild.
This is where you start to see those odds go on a bit of a journey, right? When it was initially like what, 2.5 to 1.7 or something. It was somewhat one-sided for the standpoint of a game that should be closer. And then, you know, with that monstrous lead Endpoint had, it was still barely, or rather, Finest had, it was barely Finest favorite. It was like still 1-3, 1-2. Then, you know, it somewhat leveled out for the remainder of the game. Now you're going to start to see it sway to very big proportions depending on how far Finest are able to escape with this one. Twist 35 bullets just apparently is enough for more than 1 kill. They're pushing him down, and they walk away with a Galil. I respect the knife attempt, but it's not going to lead to a conversion.
Oh,
hold on, maybe it will.
Still not trusting in the round closing out just yet, but
uh-oh,
in the action that we're getting. Oh yeah, you're exactly
Are you kidding?
right. You made a footstep.
What?
Oh.
Did I just watch?
I made a slight sound cue right there, and that was the reason Anarchist turned. Oh no.
Now look, if I'm not mistaken, he got 10 kills before he found his first death. I'm not gonna say anything because I don't want to jinx it, but I wonder how far will that get?
You think he can one-up himself?
I'm not gonna say it because whatever I say, the opposite's gonna happen.
Good point. Nice awareness. Control being gathered here. Just a double fight towards window, and I guess this works out nicely. Although Enriquez is going to continue his reign of terror upon him.
No way!
What?
That is so huge! Look, a 3-on-4 with a low HP Anarchaz. It looked like that was going to lead to the end of the round right there, but now, as we're thrown back into an even Stevens advantage, anybody could start to walk away with this round. The op still on the back of Plus, and surprisingly even, as they just wait for something to be done in middle. Anybody could start swinging through, and it's going to be Bodos to give up the pick. Catwalk and Connector, they both continue their mid-fight, but that leads to Shox walking out onto a completely open bomb site right now, not making a single audio cue. He tucks into Sandwich. Obviously, you can't know it's open right now. But if he were to keep going, if he were to walk into Connector, Crucial would have been another man and just be a free kill for this T side. They're going to start to transition into the A site for the time being. A smoke thrown on top com with Mighty Max getting a bit info hungry up Catwalk. Could be on a quick flank.
How patient is Shox going to be in this position? He's waiting for his teammates to join up. Forces here. Mighty Max has just cleared the top mid and potentially could join him in rotation towards this A side of things, but no, he actually commits up the Catwalk here, so it's going to be all on Crucial's shoulders. There's flashes to force him up the line. There's utility, get him out of position here, and that utility will rain on in.
Oh, fully blinded up. What a shot from Shox. Perfectly timed on the peak, leaves it to Mighty Max. We've seen him pull big kills before, and he may just spam 2 of them down. No, just barely won't be able to do enough to the bomb planter. But that would have been round winning, round defining. His Mighty Max still looks to stand tall, mighty even against the remaining finest players. Anarchez is tucked into CT with a crossfire established from Palace. Case things go awry, timing is everything as Anarchez posts up for a stairs peek, which Mighty Max was almost inclined to give him, as now he works closer to the site. He doesn't have a kit, so time is going to be his enemy. Smoke thrown onto the bomb. He's still not necessarily going to clear Anarchez, who just holds line for another shot. Walks away with a double in finest. An almost unrecoverable round is brought back instantly.
Like you said, man, just kicking that round off in an immediate 3v4. You put yourself in a good position, but Plesson hits a crazy shot as he tries to fade away through the smoke, and then followed up by another kill as the window re-aggression comes on out. And that's when the gaps start to be created right there in that 3v2. And you can see the setup. Shox so patiently waiting in that sandwich position, waiting for that flashbang to come through. There's nothing Crucial can do to bring that one back. Absolutely wild stuff coming through from Team Finest here. An answer back in attempts with the underpass aggression. That's panned out. He's maneuvered pretty quickly here as Nerds. They seem aware of it still.
I like this angle from him, though. Right? I mean, look, sometimes it goes uncleared. Sometimes they're able to walk away with a kill, and that's really all you're hoping for in this angle, right? You get the 1 kill under the underpass player. Maybe if you're lucky, you get a gun and put some pressure on middle. But right now, Endpoint just seem comfortable with what they've been granted, which is a lot of room to work with here. Molly now thrown into window. Anarchez with the op could potentially be first blood, depending on how he peaks this.
They're out on A right now is the real issue. They've got full control of the map. Full control of the bomb site here. It's called clear. They're pushing up Connector as well. Again, Nerds could activate on this fight, but he's just been spotted out by the AWP and turned around. Oh, this could be flawless here. What an answer from Team Finest, who hop into Mirage with a 5-0 lead after robbing the map pick of Endpoint. They're looking incredible.
Yeah, this is really well done from them so far. Again, getting off to another one of these really hot starts. It's going to be different, though, right? Last time when it was 6-0, it was actually Endpoint going to a rifle round when they started to contest. Now it's going to be at least 5 before that happens. On the CT side, that obviously could still lead to even worse deficits to be in. Right now, even if you dropped every single round for the remainder of this half, remember how Finest CT side looked at some stages. It's not that bad. And it's only going to keep going worse from here. And same with the odds that now favor Finest 1-5.
Wow. Absolutely bizarre right there. And I mean, on top of that, we talked about their CT sides just a little bit before. I mean, you hop into it, you've already seen what Plesson could do on the AWP, you know. Anarchez is back to wielding that. But if he's just going to be rocking that op on the secondary, that can even be more of an effective presence there in that second half when it comes around. So you got to buckle down here and now at the moment. Your Endpoint.
I like this angle from Crucial, getting a bit info hungry. Spots all the way deep into the apartments, but he won't commit to the angle just yet. Instead, oh, did he spot him? I'm actually not too sure if he saw him on the cross there. Kriaz keeps jiggling on through. Somebody wants to be able to find this opening pick. But we've seen how far they're able to extend those, so Endpoint this time, they don't even get overzealous with it. They just spot some of these angles, play it safe, play it cautiously. But Shox now has a lot of info in the fact that they've just taken A ramp control.
Still a lot of presence here towards the A-bomb. Looks like they have an incredibly good read of the situation here off the back of Crucial's information with the op. But he has fallen back more towards a passive approach, so that could be cause for concern.
Like, they just dumped 2 Molotovs in connector. They didn't hear a tag from the first one, then just throw one desperately into the smoke. So much utility is just being thrown away right now. When they go into the A site, past that initial utility set, there's going to be absolutely nothing. So when they actually come out of the site, when they first try to take these fights, that's what's going to define whether they win the round or not. And it looks like it's already going to be a fat L. Nerds has dropped 2 of them in the A ramp. Shocks maybe not giving the call clear enough. This should just be the end of the round. 20 seconds to go. They've mollied off the bomb. A smoke would have to be deployed on it, and that's if they even had one. Crossfire setup from CT as Muddy Matt stacks away for the head of Shocks, and it does look like this is the end. 11 seconds to go. And I feel like worst case scenario is you staying alive. You want to try to find these kills, or at least just, I don't know, recovering off, work with something. But it does also look like Anarchez will not be triumphing his 10-0 start.
At least we know he didn't curse him, right? So that's a good sign there. But nonetheless, nice round to be gathered right there. Dirt stepping up to the plate. That big multi-kill in towards A. I don't think there's any winning that round after he finds those 2 kills with the positioning that Team Finest were left in. So phenomenal work from him. Much needed to get the ball moving, coming through from Endpoint. Clean stuff. And they need to follow it up here. Crucial still has that op, and he was able to get a lot of information off of it. He's taking a different approach in this round. More so towards jungle is where he's starting. They have found a tag as well, I believe, onto one of those players crossing connector.
Another adjustment's going to have to be made now, because Endpoint are starting to read onto what Finest are doing. It's been a whole hell of a lot of mid-control. So, the response from Endpoint was, well, let's start taking other avenues of the map where they have Nerds be just sitting in A ramp. He's the reason they won that previous round. Alongside that, Crucial took full control of apartments just by spotting deep with the op. And it's stuff that you're given for free by Finest that is used against you to win the round. And now it's going to be about identifying the weakness. Well, actually, there is still a gap in the likes of A ramp. But Crucial's just walked away with the opening pick over in middle. So much damage inflicted on early, but it's just not enough.
I mean, now they're in a man disadvantage here. You have some solid angles held. Surreal should be good for at least one from this position if they do want to exit out towards apartments. Instead, they do adjust here elsewhere. Focusing their attention towards the A-bomb set at the moment. Nerds is still left to deal with inside of that window room, so that's going to be a tricky position. They have mollies, though. Will they ever end up mulling it? Oh, timing.
Oh, what a peek from Nerds. Perfectly timed for a double. Yeah, the trade's in by Shocks, but 2-on-4 starts to get out of the realm of reality through the smoke. And Arquez! Oh my god. The game sense is immaculate, but not good enough as he now just needs to retreat with the op. Oh no, you missed it! You fumbled the bag, and he's just going to be lucky to get out of dodge. Flashing in the middle, they want this op gone. You know, if anybody can make an impactful mark with it, it's him, so keeping it is an absolute win condition for Finest in this upcoming round. Yeah, you've still got cash to play with, but why not try to take it out of his hands? Why not start to limit the money that they have?
Oh, you want Crucial to drop here. That is terrifying. Although, Anarchist knows the risk of going for that peak. If he goes down, that could be kind of a disaster scenario. Those situations, like I said earlier, Entropiq can't even get you out of.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe the monitors can. Maybe that's why they call it timeout.
Got to plug in the new monitors, the MSIs.
Yep.
Maybe they're trying to enter in the giveaway as soon as possible. That's going on for that 360 hertz, 1 millisecond response time.
That retweet going. That tag 2 friends going.
Yo.
I don't know if the tag 2 friends is a thing there. I know the retweet is.
Man, who doesn't want it? 360 hertz. You can smell color with that monitor.
Did you just say you can spell color? Or did you say you can smell color? I'm interested. Clarify.
Smell color.
What the? Come on, man.
I mean, I don't know. You know how the movie theaters are getting more and more advanced. You know, you got the 3D, the 4D.
You could have just said C sounds, and that would have made a lot more sense.
That's a good point. I'll write that one down for next time, right?
Jesus. This guy needs to get himself a new monitor or something. I got no clue, bro. Oh, what a bait. Muddy Max starting to put the team on his back with some of these info plays, man.
It really is. Can't underrate the value of just, getting that jump spot and at least gathering that there is some sort of presence here from Team Finest. Really important that you can find that, and just getting that smoke down keeping them at bay for a little while longer, and taking an opening kill as well is beautiful for that B-hold.
Oh, Twist has been able to find his way up to net. He's managed to slip the net, and he's found a good trade. Radars, rather, alarm bells going off in the heads of Endpoint, who now know that somebody's flanking, but he's going to try to use this to maybe help crunch into the B side. Anarchez, a rare miss from him. That could have been their ace in the hole, still spotting out Mighty Max over in Van. They know where both of these defenders are, but what can they do about it? Twist, he's yet to actually activate because, look, he just thinks that he's going to be able to play this retake. Thankfully for him, he'll be able to. That's exactly going to work, but imagine his teammates fall on B. His position would be completely useless. Very big risk is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, big risk, but it ends up paying out for that one of those exit kills, right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, you're in good standing still. At least you do close out round and end. But I love that sort of lurking position. It definitely offers up a lot of value. I mean, just in that last series, you know, despite 0-0 Nation not closing things out, you did see Cold Zera or Malbs lurking in that position, offering up a lot of successful B-side takes, because it becomes almost, you know, impossible to hold if you're just 2 players up against 4 and you have no support offered up. And that's exactly what that sort of position from Twist can offer, you know, denying those rotates.
But yeah, of course, it was just a big risk, you know, to be that disconnected from your boys. If something went wrong, man, oh man, that would have hurt.
Yeah, good point.
Still, though, these odds don't really shift too much back in the favor of Endpoint with that one conversion. You're going to need to show the Pinnacle gods a bit more if you want to convince them. And you so far have not done that.
The CT side's a bit lackey right now. Again, you start to worry once you see Team Finest hit that second half, right? There's going to be individuals needing to really shine here. Nertz has already proven himself to be one of those. You need some supporting staff here. What is that? Instant kill coming on forward. They're on the site. Already, Nertz getting blindsided as well, and the flank continues. Blessin, so aggressive, and finishes things off with a 3K. It's Mighty Max, just clueless to where his team has gone here. They're all dropped to the ground. Maybe he has a chance to do something or maybe find a kill or 2 on his way out, but surely not. Anarch is just going to put an end to things as his reign of terror continues. Oh my god.
That was so smart from Team Finest, because so far in this game, it's been such a slow default that they've been working. Whether it is, you know, taking a pick in the apartments, or maybe trying to work a pick with that AWP, or working up middle, taking underpass, lurking in palace. It hasn't been anything that fast out of the gate. And you can just see how awestruck they are when the take actually comes through. The fact that Pliston walked through his smoke in con and finds 2 players with backs turned just goes to show that.
Yeah, that was a really sick base change. You're exactly right, man. What a call to be made right there for Team Finest. Absolutely incredible stuff. And now that, I mean, they look to maybe keep up some of that same quick energy right here. They're lining up for, seems to be, and they execute into a lacking presence inside the bomb site. If they get those jungle smokes down, the stair smokes, they should be golden. And that's exactly what they've just done here.
Yeah, it is only up against pistols, so you can't really hope for too much if you're an Endpoint fan in this round. Maybe a couple of lucky 1Ds, but Boros is really the first man to look to deliver that. And as he spammed down above the smoke, it does just look like Finest are going to start to sweep away this round. And this is 8-2. I told you at 5-0, it was already a good half if Finest had dropped literally every round from there. Now it's pretty immaculate, because every rifle round you get equivalates to 2 rounds in conversions. You're already walking away with 8. 8-7 already isn't that bad with the CT side Endpoint have, rather, of Finest. So, what do you do here? How do you stop this bleeding? How do you look upwards if you are Endpoint right now? Because right now, everything looks bleak.
Yeah, and you have to imagine that the 2 rounds that they've gathered, right, have been Nertz finding 1 multi-kill towards A ramp, where he drops a bomb and pretty much wins it in that direction, and then another multi-kill towards mid, where he finds 2 and on 15 HP. So he's been the one to really deliver them in both of the rounds that Endpoint have gathered here. I feel like you do need some support here. You need someone to step up on some of the rounds that they've won here.
Yeah.
Oh, if that flash was for window or what? It was, so he might have hit a wall or something. Oh, but another opening kill. There's real trapped early. Oh my god.
That's even one of the B players. It looks like they're throwing in the utility to potentially put their foot on the gas. Mighty Max an overextension would lead to another round for the likes of Finest, but Anarchez, at least for the likes of Endpoint, have luckily missed. So now he can start to farm them up, coming 1 by 1 into the apartments. He doesn't need rotations.
Amax has done his darndest to try and hold down that B-bomb site, and he has succeeded this round, keeping them at bay, finding a multi-kill to swing things back his direction. Now it's desperation here for Plessin, who's 14-2 at the moment, so you'd have to imagine that he's feeling absurdly confident, but the spam through the walls seems like a little too far-fetched. Catwalk aggression. That is going to come on through, though. Could be promising here. They've got to double up towards the ramp side of things, so Twist is going to have a massive gap.
That rotation hasn't actually been pulled onto the site, so Mighty Max could be a dead man walking as Amali forces him out of van. He is going to hard clear Catwalk and find the head of Twist. Ends it with a body shot, but still the kill no less as the remainder of them stomp their way out of the apartments. Farmed up by nerds, it does look like Endpoint. Recuperate the round, and look, usually you don't know, or you don't see one player having that much impact on a round. And obviously, you know, you see multi-kills all the time. By that much impact, I mean, the first kill comes through on B. He swings into Anarch's angle, so much so the fact that if he hits that shot, the round is done. It's 9-2, potentially 10, and then it just continues to go downhill from there. The fact that Mighty Max just delivers those 2 frags in their own single-handedly shifts the tides massively of that round.
Yeah, it completely changed up the game plan right there as the 2 players go down. I mean, I imagine they were looking to hit the brakes, but Anarcha making an aggressive play. We'll kick things off the right way here now. They have to recover once again in a man disadvantage here, and now who's going to step up to the plate? You've got Crucial drop. You got Poros dropped as well. How are you going to recover? Where's Shock's been? He's all the way onto the site already, flanking in connector. How does this sort of gap exist for Endpoint?
I mean, it's a round that shouldn't have been Endpoint's previously, so Finest just decided to lay it and take this one instead. And you're also dead in CT. Twist is coming on a very, very fast-paced flank. And they're just trying to keep this man on top ticket, even stealing the kill away from their own teammate. So that 9th kill comes a bit later than expected, but still comes no less.
Bomb has been planted.
No, what you do at this point, right? If you're Endpoint, I mean, again, you get that quick pace change, a little bit of conditioning towards B in that last round, and now you have someone diving out of Palace, you have someone diving through a ramp, coupled with the fact that Anarchis has already pushed up Cat, picking off your mid-opper, and forcing you to recover that space towards connector, so you can see the push and pull that Team Finest are going for, and it works resoundingly here. I mean, it's completely creating gaps in this Endpoint defense, and they just know how to exploit it.
Yeah, this is just, I mean, more reasons as to why we see Team Finest so comfortable on this map. They haven't really taken a loss on it in the past couple of months, and it doesn't look like they're going to take one yet. Endpoint, who are usually gatekeepers of the Tier 2 scene, usually gatekeepers in stages like this in your main Swiss brackets. It just looks so weak from them. They're about to fall to elimination point. Remember, the loser of this game turns 1 and 2, means they have no more room for errors. And I'm not even saying Team Finest is weak, but they certainly aren't the strongest team in the bracket. So the fact that it's already looking this bleak leads me to wonder, are we even going to see them advance to the next stage, let alone go 2 and 3 at the worst, or at the best?
Yeah, it's a bit worrying, right? I mean, you kind of ended things off with a very hot closer in the RMR. I was expecting maybe that same sort of form to be carried over here in this matchup, right? You know, where sure you take a tough loss to open things up to the likes of the Copenhagen Flames, but there's really no harm in that, right? They're looking like a pretty good team. So now, I mean, you're heading into this as your potential elimination point. If you do drop it, it's not going to feel good whatsoever. Turnaround.
Team Finest, absolutely no respect given to the opponents as they just continue this fast-paced play. They're lucky to deal with Korea as he committed to that spray hardcore, but still found an opener no less as they want to entry into the B site. There is only one man to defend, but that only one man is Mighty Max, who has single-handedly won Endpoint a couple of these rounds, not even in just Mirage, but the series in general. You've got one more chance to shut him down, Mr. Max. If you can't, well, you're going right back to eco territory.
A very awkward position here. If he makes, or hears any noise rather, he should be able to turn at least for 1 kill in. Jox has just made it, so the alarm bells start to ring here. Now, how does he play around it? How does he isolate these duels? One's already slipped by the bench. Always misses opportunity, and look who comes in. Twist for the recovery here. 1 kill forward. He almost finds a second, and has bought enough time here. Nerts coming through the recovery, but up towards mid. A lot of it comes down to Anarchas, and his flank might be just too little too late here.
Oh, man, that looked on. That would have been a clean way to get yourselves into the A site, but again, Mighty Max delivers. Yeah, it is only one pick, but look at how long he delays that force. He finds another player spotting over towards bench. He doesn't take the shot. He takes care of the van player, meaning there's only one guy on site, and then he just keeps the distractions rolling and rolling until the rotations get pulled through. This guy is an absolute animal, and maybe it's not even because of his fragging power, but he is just so solid all around as a player.
Yeah, you just love to see it, right? I mean, he's locking things down incredibly so. And like you said, 1-for-1 trade, but the impact that he has throughout that round is so much more. Here again, Anarch is going for a patented mid-aggression. This time, the flashes come back, and he's actually the one that gets opened up upon. Now the A play coming on board, but there's more players ready for this.
Finest trying to avoid that double 9-6 half, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen, at least in this round, as they're starting to get mowed down at the seams once more. Through that jungle smoke lies the AWP, but Shox just can't counter it. It leaves it to Kriaz, one of the more quiet players for Finest. This game, 1-on-3, seems unwinnable as Endpoint mount up to 5 rounds. 6th doesn't even seem all that unlikely when you look at the cash of Finest. They're not going to have you off. They're going to be missing utility. Now, not even with the momentum on their side, Endpoint can at least end this half off on a high note.
Should be able to, right? At least you can close things out with a 9-6. That is really workable, to be honest. I mean, it's not ideal, right? Mirage can be very much a CT-sided map if you do get that double op rolling early. That can be tricky to deal with, and we've already seen the success that it's had on Dust 2. 9-6 best case scenario. Walk away with here, and back to an A-side execute. This time lacking some of that early mid presence that they've once gone for here, and just going for the straight-up execution power. A little bit of a retake going on as well for Endpoint, as they'll concede that control.
Oh, behind the smoke. Oh my God. Be able to find that kill onto the MAC-10. Kriaz usually finds those. I mean, we've seen him a couple of times now this game get cheeky frags like that. With one of your weapons being dropped, I guess you do still have the 3 rifles, but make that 2. Man, things are starting to look downhill for Finest, at least in this round. 2-on-4. And unless Twist can bring something back, it looks like it will be another 9-6 repetition. Now, spotting the head above the box, Nerds delivers the final kill. And at least Endpoint, right? They looked down and out. It was 9-3. Was really seeming like Finest were going to start to close this game out. There is something to grab onto if you're Endpoint. You win the pistol and the shenanigans. From there, it's 9-9. And then all bets are off.
Yeah, you can really turn this around quickly here, depending on what sort of pace you're going to bring in, what sort of a level are you going to have on your T side now. If you can start things off the right way, like you said, anything is possible. Third map could be in the cards. As utility brought up in this pistol, though, you can see a couple smoke Somali in Mighty Max's hands. A lot of pressure being applied potentially towards speed. I have a little bit of alert towards middle. Actually, bomb is hitting in towards middle. Atypical, but a bit atypical is this underpass aggression as well.
Finest. It seems like they've got a bit of a trick up their sleeve, but not good enough to deal with Bodos. We saw him have a second half resurgence over on Dust 2. It looks like it's already starting off here. You can even call this much of a resurgence. It wasn't like he was useless on that first half. He did have a lot of impact. But it does look like Endpoint are once again going to start to sweep away this T-sided pistol. Yeah, 1-on-5 for Kriaz. Not a single kill delivered by them on the initial take, and they even hard countered what Endpoint were trying to do. It was an underplay. They had only one man there. It was a full mid attack, and then Bodos just deals with them both like it's nothing. Kriaz trying to save this armor into the next round, but honestly, look, if they were to give him one more kill, I'd definitely just be charging in, seeing if I can't get this 1v2.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it out for any kits, so I'm not sure if there's any down, but I don't think it's possible at this point here. Time to stick too far gone. Nice kills on your way out here, Kriaz. What? It looked like he wasn't even peeking yet, right? Like, that was how fast that swing came through.
Sit him down.
Huh. Nicely done from Nerds. Looking absolutely phenomenal there. I mean, just carrying it over from the first half where he was kind of a crucial factor alongside Mighty Max. That duo has won them so many rounds on that first half that you have to hope that maybe, a Boros can step up once we head into the T side. And, well, for Pistol, he certainly has.
Finest, they're usually no strangers to force buying, but this time around it seems like that little fragile lead they could mount is going to potentially be enough to sway them away from it. Just USPs here, not even a flashbang bought up. It's a full-on B stack too. It won't work out seemingly as Endpoint are just toying with the idea of working some mid-control. The USP yet to even spot out their shoulder of Mighty Max. Maybe it has. Shox does seem on high alert of a man being at the top mid boxes. How's that not a... Alright, whatever. I mean, look, I thought that was a dink for certain.
Some jumping Galil attempts there from Surreal, who will eventually close out the kill on the twist, that is. Opening goes in the way of Endpoint here, and a movement up towards the A-bomb site. I think potentially trying to fake a catwalk split at the start, but finishing the job towards the A side of things is definitely the right read to avoid this USP stack. Crucial's heading that way.
Well, it's not really a round you expected Finest to contend for, so I'm not surprised that they're just starting to get swept out of it. We're really looking towards the next round to see if Finest are or are not going to close out Mirage, because I always feel like the first rifle round is such a big dictator on what this team is going to show for a series, rather just for a map in general. You win that first rifle, well, probably looks like you're looking pretty comfy, cozy to start to finish out this map. If you don't, you let them take it. If it gets tied up, it just goes to show that they have what it takes to continue contending on this opposite side.
It all comes down to this round right here. I talked about that double op being a big factor, right? And so in this one, they're going to have potentially 0 ops, and I think that's just been solidified by Kriaz flying into the rifles here. So, I mean, this is a lot on the line for this round. Like you said, you can close the distance, you can tie things up here and now, or you can allow for Finest to start the CT side right. Exactly how they'd hoped for. It's not too much of a bonus. There's still a lot of rifles, just that MAC-10 in play on the T side. So they have a lot of firepower to bring in forward, but Anarchist, he doesn't need an op to kick off proceedings. He's going back for seconds as well. Catwalk aggression coming on forward as everyone is down low. And that's exactly the start that Team Finest were hoping for.
And this wasn't even close. Sometimes you can make arguments and say, you know what, if this kill goes their way, then it would have been a different story, but that's just not the case here. 2 on 5, and even holding the proper angle. Anarchist is going to get a triple. I don't even know if there's an AK down for him to recover, but still, he doesn't need it with how he looks right now. 1 on 5 for Surreal as he moves in through Underpass. He'd be lucky to walk away with a single kill.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. That's what I'm talking about right there. There's 2 different outcomes for this round. You know, if you're Endpoint, you can close things out. You can start things off the right way. Or you can just drop it immediately in the fashion in which they just did with 3 amazing kills from Anarchist, who, again, is just such a driving force at the moment. He just doesn't seem to let off the gas.
Of course not. This guy is just too good. It's not fair. Double digits for Finest as they continue to try to elevate this score. It's a weakened up buy for Endpoint from what was once a bonus. Ready to try and invest off of it. He even lost there, but with just how dominant it was, with no extra cash being fielded up by a bomb plant or a kill. You've got Boto stuck to a deagle, a couple of Galils in play, lackluster utility, but it doesn't seem like it's an issue. The beast is fallen in window, the AK's dropped, and that could be a potential weapon to recover if you're Endpoint. Maybe you boost him up, try to press E on that baby, and see if you can't walk away with it. That's exactly what they're doing.
Ooh.
That'll be a big pickup, too. Pleasant expects somebody to be here, but just barely won't spot out the tippy toes. And now he might, as he walks up through the smoke. The opening kill goes blind in the grand scheme of the round.
Yeah, Pleasant saw that light go out there for just a second and realized that there was someone boosted up. So now they have themselves a man advantage, coupled with that aggression coming through from Twist. There's good map control for Endpoint. Maybe there's something to work upon this one. The issue is, you got Palace control for shocks. And that's everything in this round. If he just finds 1 kill and they allow that bomb play to go down, that's going to make a near impossibility. Unless they can find some sort of big kill. They're moving in that direction. You can see movements in towards A, so it will come down to shocks and what he can do in towards Palace. They seem aware of it, though. That's a good sign.
Twist has got to pull a distraction. They're going to plant inside of this smoke, so it's not like Shock's is going to have that much of an impact. The bomb plant's good, no less, so it could actually lead to an Endpoint buy in the next round if they want to pull that risk. But I'm not even going to stray this one away from a possibility of a win here. Endpoint, yeah, it's a 3 on 4. Yeah, they don't have much utility, but these post plants are going to be so strong to try to counter.
Yeah, with connector jungle, none of them exposed to Palace, so that position's a little bit nullified. Oh no. Yeah, it's only played it for ramp at the moment.
They've just spotted another man in connector, and now pretty much knowing that the last one's going to be over towards ramp, but somebody's going to have to get on this bomb. Guys, you can't let him spam you down. Look at him right now. Oh, Shocks was so low. There was a very good possibility that if he finds that initial kill, then this round does not go find his way. But with 3 men left standing, they field a 3-round gap and send Endpoint packing to what's going to be another eco.
Doubt. See if they have their MSI gear plugged in for this one. for this eco. We'll see if they can get that quick 1 dig, 1 millisecond response time like you can get in that giveaway. Head on over to the MSI socials.
Some good stuff right there.
Oh, sure you get in on that.
Finest in these first halves so far have been lights out, man, and that's not. Never mind. Never mind. I just had to say something, didn't I?
That's an op. I think we'll recover it potentially here. I wouldn't be too interested in trying to regress here. Top of mid smoke comes through. Maybe Twist is interested.
I mean, even if you get traded out like 1 for 1, it's just about making sure they can't get that off. But eventually, you're gonna start after worrying about these numbers. Molotov thrown through. It's a 3-on-5. This round was just Eagles, Exner. And now it's looking like they're ready to make a name for themselves with it. To get yourself started, it's always the ecos, I feel, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is the turnaround moment that we've seen so often here before. Now they're trying to regress up towards the top of mid. They're patiently waiting for this, though.
What?
Oh, my God. Nertz is already out towards B. They could drop bomb, though, in the top of middle. There's no one helping out Pleasant. He'll be blindsided here shortly. Thank you very much. The support has come through the flank from Nertz, actually in towards window. And what a round right now we're gathering. They're all over the place here. Blindsided now is Kriaz as he looks to recover. He's dropped bomb and connector here once again, but figured out from Crucial. They know where Shox is, but they can't deal with him just yet. Bomb has been retrieved, and a movement back towards B is there.
Shox, he knows there was a man in Palace, and he's going to catch him running out 1v1. Crucial doesn't have armor, but he's got the op. It's his weapon of choice for 28 seconds, and Shox now needs to try to play the guessing game. Where's he going? Figure it out, buddy, because with 20 seconds to go, you're on a post-plant mission. Now you're going to have to cleanly find this kill. There's no kit, but he'll be able to recover one in top middle, luckily running over it as Crucial decides to tuck into market. The bomb planted for Catwalk, but that's exactly where Shox is coming from. So, where does he expect Crucial to be?
The bomb off.
He can, right? But it all depends on the timing. Crucial decides to take on peeking one of these angles. He doesn't know what gun he has, so it still could be a big risk to do something like that. Taps the bomb, expects him to be in apps, but he doesn't peek through. Now, when do the alarm bells ring off that he's in market? Never, apparently, is Crucial. Catches him with the back turn. A triple on the eco and Endpoint. Get themselves back off running like that.
Oh my God, man. What a round right there. They certainly did have their MSI monitors plugged in, because that was a big saving grace right there. Figuring out that 1 dig onto Anarchist in the top mid, who's been so lights out, but getting dealt with so easily. And the follow-up from Crucial is phenomenal. A double up has been answered back here. This is what I was talking about. This could be the turning point. Tested is Crucial, and he does not pass for the opening stages. This time he's down early.
Anarchist has been getting leveled out these past couple of rounds, so it's good to see a slight resurgence from him. Not the end of days just yet, though. Mighty Max still around this smoke is in a bit of a risky situation. Shox, alongside that, wants to peek alongside his teammate. The Ops now doubled down, and Pleasant even wants to add to the kill count in middle. Doubling back for the bomb, though. Mighty Max has been dropped. And still more work to be done. Anarchist does it. 1v3 for Nertz, and as he walks out, the double op shows its face. And Finest right back at them. Get 12.
A swift answer back right there. Coming through for Team Finest off the back of the double op and off the back of some big heroics from Anarchist, who, like you said, has proven that he is never out of a game. He's never going to get, deterred from aggression right there. I mean, peeking middle in that sort of play after getting punished so heavily in the last, showing that the confidence just doesn't leave him. Rather, I should say, a ramp.
Oh, okay.
Do it again.
Well, he missed the mid jump, but he still might be able to find a tag. He does. And now Bordeaux's pressure down, even takes the fight again. Anarchist, a rare miss from him. Even though I feel like I say it more often than I should. Bounced them a 4-on-5. That op once again dropped in a risky spot, and Nertz has now recovered it through the smoke. That's a big pickup. Absolutely massive with the amounts of impact that could have. We saw what Crucial did with it last time he got it in his hands. Now they're going to try to excel out into the B site where only Pleasant can try to respond.
I'm going to try and gather this underpass control here, but in the meantime, Pleasant is completely isolated from the rest of his team, and he has to offer up a big defense.
He's picked up the first with a lot of 1v1s to be taken. Playing around the catwalk angle. Pleasant, he's finding them all. Mighty Max on the deagle. He doesn't have armor, and he has the bomb. That could have been a big drop, but no. Traded back out is Crucial now. Nertz leaves the AWP on the ground. The 3-on-2 is mounted, sitting around empty pillar. That bomb yet to be planted. They've actually called the fake. And now what are they going to try to do? They know somebody's in market, but Twist has just pulled a distraction in Shox. Catches Crucial at the close angle. Again, Endpoint, they bring it so close, but no cigar this time.
Gosh, I mean, you can imagine the weight on Crucial's shoulders right there. trying to aggress through market door, knowing that you have to gather that space, because in that 2v2, you only know where one person is potentially towards market. They try and close in up on them, but they get flanked just in time, man. What a round. You got to thank Pleasant for this one, offering up an incredible defense on the B bomb site, buying so much time for those rotators to arrive onto the scene, allowing for that flank to activate early on. And look where this leaves Endpoint off at. Limited in economy here, and an attempt to just run out pallets. Shox is prepared.
Do they even clear him? I don't think they do. They don't even bother. 3 kills instantly found. 4 big guys hit the ground. 1v5 for Mighty Max, and Shox ends it with an ace. Team finest. What a statement.
4 big guys dropping. And now a big round for Team Finest as they get closer and closer to Series Point. My God, man, the Pinnacle odds completely shifting in their direction. That is just surreal.
Look at this play, dude. It's so smart. He spots the smoke coming through. He expects a fast play. Nobody clears him out. And even though it is just pistols, it's still a highlight reel of a round. That could start to be the end right there. Endpoint, you're going on to one more rifle investment minus a bomb plant. What do you really have to work with in what could be the penultimate round of the series? They're going to try another fast play. This time into the B site. Apartments there. Heard. Kriaz pulls a distraction for Twist, who's yet to be cleared on the balcony. They line up for him. He walks away with the bare minimum 1, and he continues to play his life. How is he still alive? Twist, how are you not dying in this position? 1v5 for Crucial, and again, they are leveled out.
You just see the most incredible crossfire setup right there from Twist and Placid, who find the ultimate success in that round right there, right? I mean, the multi-kills that they both gather, the amount of time that was bought, I mean, just forcing Endpoint to play a little bit rushed, a little bit, I mean, I don't even know what to call that, right? Because you just push through the B-molly right there. You get that smoke down. It's a little bit late. It's a little bit disjointed here. A Team Finest calling in a timeout as they are one to close things off, and what I imagine is just feeling so comfortable. The cruise control, you can see them, smiles on everyone's faces.
What the? Don't ever do that again, homie. What in God's name?
Was that Pleasant?
I don't know, bro, but I was too uncomfortable to keep looking.
I think that was Kriaz.
He's got a sick room, but does Anarchist have a shirt of a guy doing the nay-nay?
I don't know.
Is that what that
Trying
shirt
to catch
is?
it. Seen that one before. If it is that, you know, I would like it.
Built different.
I'd like to find out where I can get it.
Why?
Money.
Bro, 2014 gold. They want their hoodie back.
Exactly. Ooh, look at this aggression though. Just trying to drive the nail home. Shox is gonna push through the smoke potentially. That's a flashbang from his teammates, and all fully whited up is surreal. He should be dead to rights.
Once again, a fast play under the A site, and luckily enough, they aren't going to be dropped just yet through the box. I thought Crucial was definitely going to punch in a shot. Oh, in the Molotov. He might be dead. No, just barely gets the smoke off in time. It's Crucial 1v3 series on the line, and it looks like Finest are going to be sweeping away with them. 16-9 on their home turf, and it's just why they look so comfortable on Mirage. We saw it on prime display right here.
Yeah, I mean, just pure comfort right there. Laughing all the way to the bank as they close that one out in a clean series up against Endpoint, which you'd mentioned, kind of the gatekeepers here at Tier 2, trying to make sure that they can rise in the rankings, and we're looking good as of recent doing so. You know, their success was very nice, only losing to some incredible teams so far, but getting knocked into that 1-1 bracket from the likes of Copenhagen Flames and now into the 1-2, which is an incredibly scary position to be in, given the competitive nature of these teams that they're up against here in the Pinnacle Cup Swiss stage.
Yeah, drop into the 1-2 bracket would have been such a scary thing to do, especially with a team like Young Ninjas down there. I'm worried for what they're going to try to do from that point. I definitely think they're going to be one of those people that make it in equivalent from that part, but still, whatever. I won't get too far ahead of myself. It's just really well put together from Finest, closing it out on the worst map they have in their pool, confidently saying, you know what, go ahead and pick it against us. We don't care, and it works.
Yeah, and I was going to wonder, you know, what exactly was this Team Finest roster going to look like with, you know, some adjustments as of recent being made, right? But they've come into this event looking very, very strong here, only a loss to 4 Glory, and, you know, I mean, credit to them. They are slotting in these new players nicely, coming through from the likes of Lesson and I believe it is Twist that are joining into this team. So, I mean, credit to them, looking as good as they are. A qualification in towards playoffs would be a big accomplishment for them.
Of course, and now We only got one more game, at least for them, in front of us to see if that's going to be the case or not. But in front of us, we've still got one more game coming up. It's SKADE versus MADLions, so stick around.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money
welcome back in for our final matchup of the day. It's a bit of a rocky road for the two of the teams we've got in front of ourselves, which is SKADE and MADLions, and I'm joined by Axner to see who's going to be able to get themselves back into a clear patch.
Yeah, I'm excited to see who's going to be able to take this one down. I mean, SKADE, again, another team that looks to be in pretty strong form, taking a couple of wins over some impressive teams, but still we're standing at that 1-1 position right now for these two rosters. A loser today will be in a similar position to what Endpoint has just found themselves in an incredibly competitive field at the moment, with a lot of heavy hitters that you might have to deal with if you do drop this match.
I mean, it's just worrisome for me looking at both of these teams because you've got MADLions, and honestly, you take a look at the power they've got on that roster, it should be, in theory, breeding them for a somewhat Danish super team with a couple of other regions mixed into the bunch. Buzz, obviously a young star coming in from Los Reyes, a tier 3 Danish team. Other than that, you've got TMB, you've still got, I believe, Borup, who have both been on the roster for quite some time. I mean, even he came in from Heroic before that. And you got Mihu. He's been a star for quite some time, but it just hasn't really clicked. The results haven't been there. They're dropping to no-namers, and it's just, it shouldn't be this close in some of these games. Even when they're winning, it's not even that convincing.
Yeah, I have to agree. There's been some hit and miss results, that's for sure, with this roster. But like you said, man, Mihu has been such a gift to watch on this roster. He'll always be a consistency factor that is so much better than his time on EG. His stint there was a little bit lacking in results, right? But now he's headed over back in towards this European team, this international roster of sorts with a lot of Danish members in it, and has looked definitely a lot better. So it's good to see him thriving here for this MADLions team overall.
Of course, right? But then we've got to talk about the other side of things, the likes of SKADE, who honestly, look, they used to be a very good team, contending for tier 1 ship, even beating some tier 1 teams, but just seems like it's been a bit of a drop-off. I haven't really heard from them or at least seen as strong of results as I would have hoped to, especially in recent times where they're dropping at teams that they shouldn't be, barely picking up wins over people like Nexus, losing to the Bad News Eagles, who obviously aren't a bad team, but still definitely somebody they should be overcoming. Same with people like Kova. It's just been mixed, right? They beat teams you think they won't, and then they lose to teams you think they won't. And I wonder what the plan is for SKADE in the future because of how rocky these results have been. At some point, either something's got to change or something's got to start being a bit more consistent for them to keep being comfortable with this roster.
Yeah, I think they're looking for like a big victory, right? In some sort of sense, wherever they can find it at this current standing, because they haven't had that sort of consistency like you've mentioned. So, in similar case for MADLions, to try and really prove themselves as a solidified roster, they need to start winning some of these events, making into playoffs, making it a little bit deep. I think last time they dropped out to Copenhagen Flames again in the playoffs of the Pinnacle Winter Series. So now they're heading into this one. You're standing at 1-1 at the moment. You got to try and recover some of that lost ground because, again, you don't want to be put onto elimination point here. It's really important that you prove yourself in this event right now. And after what was a pretty tough loss to the Copenhagen Flames, you kind of, again, give them credit. They're looking very good right now. They're kind of thriving in their current form. I know that you're excited to hear that. You really struggle to fault SKADE for that. Now you have a chance to prove yourself in the Swiss stage, and it just has to be, a clean, potentially 3-1 run of a thing.
Of course, right? But the worrisome part for me is the fact that it's like, even if you win this game, it's not even like it's all that convincing because it's okay for both teams. They should be winning this game, which is the only reason that makes it difficult to pick one of them, because for MADLions, like, you don't expect them to be dropping to a team that's been looking as weak as SKADE has recently, and same on the counterpart. So it's hard to pick between these two teams. They've both got somewhat of a must-win scenario in front of them, because imagine if you're MADLions, you've got all this talent, you drop to that 1 and 2 bracket. What is it all for, Same with SKADE, who pick up a couple of new players recently. I believe they dropped Rainwaker and Bubble, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that, but still, like, where is this new pickup? Where are these new pickups gotten you? And it's just, to be in the main Swiss of a stage like this, of a tournament like this, where you expect them to make a deep run into the playoffs, into the quarterfinals, into the semifinals, and maybe even pulling upsets, it's just disappointing.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. They definitely need to try and research. We'll take a look at those vetoes here, and it's another one of these cases where we have both of these teams kind of interested in a similar ban here. So, we are seeing, the vetoes play out in a nice way here. I think that overall, whoever banned out Vertigo, so that came through from SKADE, leaves MADLions in a slightly better position, given that they don't have to ban that one out. They have an extra one that they can expend towards Mirage and decide into Ancient. And I've seen SKADE many times on this map. It's been kind of hit or miss results, but overall, I think that they're happy with the fact that that is going to be a decider. That will be a real last line of defense for the SKADE roster, who do have a lot of solid results on that decider.
I'm going to go ahead and say it. Dust 2 is a win condition, right? And with how hit or miss it is, that's a worrisome thing to have to put onto the table because you're picking into a map veto that very heavily favors the likes of MADLions. In fact, I believe their top 3, if not top 2, consist of Dust 2 and Inferno, and then Ancient's not too far behind. It's not like that one's going to be bad. It's a floater for both of these squads. And considering MADLions, I guess, looked a bit more put together as of recent, they might be my picks coming out of this one, but I am left with an open mind to see what's going to happen.
Me too. I'm also excited to see what, this introduction of Buzz can do for the roster, right? Because it does seem like he's going to try and be that young and up-and-coming player to maybe pull them across the line here, just help out in some of the firepower department here. Certainly going to be needed in this series. Don't want to be slow to start, but all in all, kicking things off the piss around here. And ready for some B-side movements, potentially. The first step is to clear out lower, though, for the SKADE side of things, and they do successfully.
Very, very slow on this pistol, just methodically working up this map control. The opening pick could mean a very big amount. Bubbles just trying to bait, Borup's trying to bait in for his homie. He's not too far behind him on the mid door, spotted on the cross. Bubbles giving away a little bit of an information cue. And MADLions want to try to respond to that. You can see 3 of them now prepping for a mid to B push. In fact, 4 at least on that side of the map, as TMB is just going to play a retake on A if they come that way.
That's mid to be smoke going out. The flashbangs are good, but there's still so much to deal with, right? They have so many players ready to go. 2 dualies
That's the
just around the corner. There's no getting past it right now. And they find all of the kills necessary. Bubble, sure, you'll answer back, but the swing comes through from JL. Last alive is Dreamer, who tries his luck towards B, but Buzz is good for that freebie. And what a clean read right there from MADLions.
He even upgrades to the P250 for free. A very, very convincing pistol finish there, and what looked like it could have easily turned the opposite direction, been a bit scary. Just make quick work of it.
Fantastic job right there coming through from the MADLions. Famas is bringing out here up against what is just Glocks. Nothing really to bring into this. So imagine this will be the clean 2-0 start before we see the real deal start. With the rifle rounds coming on forward.
Yeah. This should just be one of these rounds that get farmed up by MADLions. That's why I like Mihu being in this position with the MP9. You know, if they go for a long house pop, even like a 2-for-1 would be super favorable to him because that's $1,200 you're getting. You want to try to get that op out as early as possible in a map like Dust 2. So he'd probably be the one investing it over if they decided to test his angles. But no, they go to the one spot, which, unfortunately enough for MADLions, don't have a player on. It's going to be these long-range fights, though, which the rifles should be winning against the measly blocks. Couple of pieces of damage. Wow, wait, hold on. Tenisla has actually just gotten the kill raw with the Glock. Like, that's crazy.
Just the sheer amount of dinks that we just heard. Absolutely wild. Nonetheless, only one going down, so it's still relatively cleaned up. This is the first time I'm seeing these Pinnacle odds, and again, a little more favored here for SKADE, quite a bit so. Maybe MADLions could prove this wrong. This is another one of those matchups that I think could be deceptively, closer in the eye comes to it, because you saw last match, Endpoint, they were leading at the start of it, and Finest were able to 2-0 them. Look very nice.
Yeah, I mean, look, Dust 2 can be a battleground of sorts. Especially when you've got 2 teams like these back-to-back on it. MADLions, the Danish mix, usually super methodical about their play. SKADE can be very, very aggressive, can change the pace at the drop of a hat, and it's very good at catching teams off guard. But I wonder how that's going to mix against the super patient MADLions defense, who are usually prepped for something like that. And honestly, from what I've seen of SKADE's Dust 2, I feel like that's a hard counter to them, because I've seen a lot of times where they'll just, maybe start the game off a couple of rounds in quick succession, and then all of a sudden they'll start to be adapted to, and when that fast-paced play doesn't work, it usually just starts to go downhill for them.
So far, they do have a big gap, though, right now, and slow defaulting has created some sort of space here towards the A-bomb site. Retake scenario going on.
This is actually really bad for SKADE, or rather for MADLions, because not only do they have to go into a 5-on-5 retake, but they're missing the AWP. They're going to have to go against one bubble. You uncrouch, that'll probably lead to the end of your lifespan, but he just chills behind the site, waits for the response to be made. Denislaw picks up the first, and things are going to start to get a bit chaotic and unfortunate for MADLions from this point going forward. The op is just going to be too difficult to counter, and they decide to call it off.
Yeah, and I was keeping an eye on the minimap there. You had Rainwaker, who pulled the pin on that flank at the perfect timing. Just a flawless execution coming through from SKADE. Hitting that gap towards Catwalk, having to deal with that op, or rather struggle to deal with that op, I should say, more accurately, and then closing things down with Rainwaker just all the while patiently waiting for his teammates to get things rolling, and then for him to strike from long. Really well done. Great game plan set in stone right there from SKADE. So at least in the start, you do see their ideals working out, and MADLions struggling to counter it here. But Borp is completely saving it with 4,500. They're just going to kind of throw this one away potentially. Bubbles collecting some kills, and it should be pretty clean.
Yeah, it's not really going to be one you see MADLions put their name in the hats of. You walk away with a couple of frags, you can be happy with that result. Actually, two of them have been able to slip the note over in the B doors, but thankfully that's why they've got teammates behind them. Even a nice little Kobe there to put a cherry on top of the round. Mihu on a P250. What are you trying to get done here? Saw him pull up the knife there. Maybe he was trying to get some extra cash.
Wouldn't mind it. Why not?
No siree.
That's kind of clearing out, though, the B-bomb site. Ships is still hanging around with relatively low HP compared to the rest of his team. So maybe Mihu can find an exit and head his way.
Okay, well, he had a chance to get the kill at the close range angle, but Rainwaker's just too sharp on clearing the close doors. So, SKADE right back into a tie game, and I wonder what this game looks like when both ops are in play, because that's what I feel like was really missing from that first gun round when you take up Catwalk. I like that MADLions are sticking with the precedent of taking one or two, you know, maybe having a couple of players to watch for a cat crunch. You take long with all of your A reinforcements. You play passive on B for a potential retake, look for a kill. It's not a bad setup. It's just when you don't really have an op to contest against an op of the B side, it becomes next to impossible for a setup like that to work.
Yeah. Well, here we already see some of the impacts of the op, right? You're seeing Denislaw completely clear out long control by himself, essentially. And so his op is having massive impact without limited risk at the moment. He's able to gather some of that space without any sort of damage being done here. He's going to get himself tucked in towards pit, so it's very forward, very solid positioning if he can gather that position. Been spotted, though, on the jiggle.
Taking their sweet time as they rework up Catwalk. It is going to be another long play, or at least another A play. This time up long from SKADE. It's so far shut down by TMB. A good trade's found through a smoke, but that's a lucky one at the very best. And they may just be bested in this round as the utility's a bit lackluster. I don't think there's smokes for the cross. No, there's not. So it's going to be difficult to path your way to the A site. Borup swings into lower tunnels and somehow comes out on top in that engagement. But SKADE's take all of a sudden super one-dimensional. Smoke flash combo going to be thrown through. But hell, I thought he was going to pepper in a timing shot, and that would have connected beautifully. Now, as all the utils been dumped through with 35 seconds, this bomb needs to go down, and there's already so many CTs to try to contest against it. Bobble, wait a second! He's doubled up. Low HP on board up JL. He's got to save the round, and he's just done that. Against the op of Denny, you can't expect Borup to be low in this angle. You can't. Does he even bother going for it?
To do so soon, there's only 20 seconds left on the clock. He's trying to isolate these fights. They should be available for the trade. He finds the first, able to chamber it. A second shot, and JL misses. Oh, he repeaks as well. P250's now out. It's a pistol duel between these ops missing. JL will dishonor that agreement and close things down with an op shot. A bit chaotic there, but nonetheless, MADLions able to hold on by thin margins.
Well played from him. It was a really good bait and switch. I like it. I like it.
I do too.
Good stuff. Things you love to see. It. No. We got a replay of the little bamboozling that he did, but not before TMB's MP9 play that was pretty much round winning. It stalled out their long take. It dropped the only smokes they would have had for the cross. And now it just looks like we keep that pace turned up to 11 as we head to the next round, though Denislaw and Dreamer have made clockwork of this one. The lower tons play is just not going to work.
Yeah, they're just going to play the numbers game here. They got themselves into a 5v3. They take this B-bomb site, smoke for the door, molly for the window, and I mean, what could go wrong at this point, right? Surely nothing. They need to move on forward here. Oh, I think
Instant
it's
save
call
call
already. Yeah. Oh, but make things a bit interesting. Oh, and A clear, so I don't realize where it can only be, right? You have to be out towards mid, T-spawn, catwalk. Limited positions that you have to clear if you are interested in hunt.
Well, JL will at least fight tooth and nail for now to keep that AWP in play, but still with a lot more reinforcements to come and try to take it away from him. It's going to be difficult. The barrel may be spotted indoors. The advantage taken by Bubble will lead to the kill out of the offer, and now it's about recovering. But that Dragon Lore stays exactly where it was just dropped. 1v3 for Borup as he tries to recover the impossible. Ship sat in the blue bin corner. I don't think there's anywhere close you're getting to this op.
Not like that, that's for sure. Now you can see the impact. I mean, 2 rounds prior coming down to a 1v1. And look, this is a double save territory, so you're likely going to see some investments come on forward here for MADLions. And get those pistol upgrades out. See if maybe try and AstroPay their way in towards an online purchase of maybe some upgraded armor. Some utility invested, but not too much actually, surprisingly enough.
Now they just take their business out to long. TMB's full cleared middle, so maybe they can try to put a stack in play here, or maybe not. Mihu's just holding the angle, hoping to get a nice little 1D, which he walks away with. Now with present spotted, the rotations will be made accordingly, but still, you gotta need a lot more to go your way.
She found the first piece of the puzzle. Nice shot hit from Mihu. Flashes do come on forward. They're not even gonna smoke the cross. They just want to take the fights, but maybe that's a mistake because you allowed Mihu to find a second.
Still 3-on-3. By no means is this MADLions' favor just yet. But hearing Wayne Waker through the smoke could be huge. Looking the wrong way, the offer could lead to the undoing, but timing is not going to be in Mishu's favor. CZ slipped the net too, but Denislaw just keeps getting these timing shots off. First Mihu, now Borup. Maybe even soon to be Buzz, as there's a gap in that smoke for a SKADE lead.
And what a nice round there from Mihu. Those are his first 2 kills. Definitely had his definitely took that time to plug in those MSI monitors, that's for sure, with those shots. That was absolutely wild.
Well, now we need to see what MADLions are made of. This CT side's been a bit too inconsistent for my liking, so we're about to see if SKADE are going to rip this away from them. Or if MADLions can contest. They throw a pistol into the mix beforehand. But it's the rifles that I'm going to be worried about. That's what I'm concerned for.
Yeah, this one shouldn't be too much of a concern. Relative ease on the map up here. There's a lot of players to deal with, but 2 AKs is quite a bit. And the transfer there was really nice. TMB now collected. One with the USP, as there's a lot of low HP bars, but that's all he'll gather. And Buzz hanging around for a kill of his own here, but Catwalk is coming through. Not in time does he turn his attention there. SKADE sending the lead up to 2 now.
And now is where the men are separated from the boys. You've seen this op invested once. JL had done fairly well with it, even winning a 1v1 to close out that round. But you can start to see Pinnacle are favoring the likes of SKADE as they continue to extend on this lead that's a bit scary to try to bring back.
I mean, this round could be very scary if you're dropping this one. And oh, shoot, starts the story early. I need the opening pick with the op that's been dropped over to him. Going for another peek is Mihu, who drops as well. And immediately starting such a critical gun round in a 3v5 is so scary, and Ships does not stop there. He finds himself a third. Is there anything else he can gather? There's one more on the site here. Ships finally going to be bested by Dignitas op. Rather, that's JL who drops, and Ships has spotted him.
It has been an Opera's paradise this round. You need more, and JL is there to keep you back in the round. In contendership now is the MADLions, but with the B site now falling to the hands of SKADE, it's going to get a bit more tricky to work your way into. Buzz taken down with his head turn, and JL is good and sharp as he's been this round. Attack through the doors won't kill Rainwaker just yet. Doubling the score now. SKADE's T side is starting to get a bit out of hand.
No doubt. Flash should have panned round in round number 5 right there, but other than that, 4 strung together and rallying off a lot of momentum. These gun rounds, they haven't looked too clean either, right? I mean, clean in the favor of SKADE for sure, but on the other hand, you just see Ships tear through their entire defense single-handedly, finding 3 kills. He's not even the main opper, right? He just got dropped because he had a good spawn.
Yeah, that was crazy. the fact that it worked out so well might lead SKADE to do it again. Buzz has just jiggled over in the B tunnels to spot a man, but you can pull as many rotations as you like when you've only really got pistols to defend. What are you going to hope for, man? Postponing the inevitable at this point.
Yeah, definitely feels like that. Looking to deal with a little bit of that tons aggression, throwing smokes tit for tat. I funnel them into a little bit of a cat setup that they got going on here, and that could be pretty lethal. Mihu's been known to hit a couple dig shots here and there, but the molly's too good.
Oh, TMB? Hello? Okay, well, that's a bit unfortunate. They're going to go in for a mid to B split, though, and I don't think anybody's going to be here at a time. Even 2 smokes thrown in for safe measure. TMB, bro, you're going to try to contest again? He will, and he'll actually come out on top. The better of the interaction, but I can't say the same for his brethren, who fall right beside Zambora. He'll at least add 1 to the tally mark, but with Mihu in a 1-on-3, only a deagle in hand, he might be able to get 1 or 2, but should be all said and done. SKADE 7-3. I mean, this is their map pick. I'd expect nothing less.
Yeah, they make it look very clean. The execution power is all there. They have so much to work with in terms of the game plan here. The utility setup is nice as well. So we'll see if that trend continues here. It's another one of these rounds where Ships gets the drop for long. Here he has a spawn, and can he do it once again? Actually, he does get boosted, I believe, instead. There's a lot of players heading down suicide early. Borp, that alarm bell's been rung. They are going to have to deal with this fast mid aggression. They're just going to barrel it out on in. Rainwaker taking the first point of contact, but JL deters them.
They were going to try it, you can see. Respect given to them for trying to, but against JL's op, it's a bit more difficult than you'd think to pull off these super aggressive plays. The bomb is luckily recovered, but back into a 4-on-4 we go with health nowhere near the favors of SKADE.
I'm going to try and regain this long control for JL, but little does he know, one's already out towards blue bin. You are going to see Dreamer eating a flashbang to move off of his position. Otherwise, he'll just walk into that double zoom, that scope that JL has going. And I think he might attempt it here. Catch him off guard with this angle. Peeking in from the right side here. Oh, man.
This is a bit risky for my liking on JL. All it takes is
that cat contact.
That's true. Oh, timing's going to be everything. JL even jiggling to pull out a smoke. That could cause Dreamer to actually start to activate. Head turn. JL's taken for it. He was your win condition in this round. Now you've got to go into a 3-on-3 retake to A. That already hasn't been that good. Wait a second. Is Buzz still on catwalk? Okay, no. They're both in CT spawn. But again, it does just look like they're going to call it a save, and MADLions are now forfeit on this 8th round. It's another rifle round being squeezed from them. They were the ones picking up the first 2 rounds of this game. After that, 8-1 SKADE. That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is just a simple 1-for-1 trade right there, right? Towards mid. And you can see the attention that early play drew towards that direction. You have TMB falling off of catwalk and diving in towards a more CT-sided approach. You have JL who's given up long control, and that ends up being the death of him, right? Because once he finds that kill over towards middle, he tries to rotate, he tries to grab that long control, but little does he know, he already has one to deal with, and Dreamer that's pushed through long doors and is ready to find him quickly on the flank, and it's just really well put together as he waits for that cat contact as well.
Just really well played, especially on the long player. JL was, again, the win condition. He dies, your round dies with it, and that's exactly what happened. MADLions, they need a timeout because, guys, what is going on? Where is this all going wrong? Like, it seems like we need more hero plays to win round than we need them to, rather than MADLions need them to even get close to rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to really put a pin on what exactly is going wrong, right? Because you do have, some deterrence factor here. You do have some players stepping up, like JL is your opper. On Dust 2, playing as well as he has been, having a couple of really good rounds from him, but maybe struggling to keep that consistency up. And to be fair, he's been dealt a lot of rough cards, some of these positions. So it's really SKADE, I think, playing so incredibly lights out on their map pick, which should be expected. But again, you do want to make some sort of name for yourself on your opposition's map pick here. Ooh, he's low. That one slip on by.
Are they going to try to go in for a fast B play? I mean, they only spotted 2 on the cross, and it is just a pistol round that you're really going against. So I wonder if they decide to put their pedal to the metal. But nah, they're just keeping it slow in tunnels, waiting for the first move to be made by the MADLions. And that could come through from the likes of Deagle and Borup. Two holding for it. Chip's going to take first contact, and it's slow pace across the map for SKADE, knowing that eventually MADLions will try to crack in through this boundary, and that'll lead to the lost round.
This really fancy setup going on here, but there's a flashbang for the player. He does dodge out upon it, but the trades are still there. An incredible double swing coming through to figure things out. And that's B called clear at the moment. The rotates are coming through CT spawn. They do have limited presence here. Really, there's only two on that site. He's low. That would have covered the cross potentially. Might hunt this hopper down instead of going for the retake, and that's exactly what they do. JL's hungry for that op.
Yeah, but you still got one more man to go through. JL, maybe a bit too overzealous trying to take that weapon. And it allows Rainmaker to double down because of it. TMD, he only had a rifle coming into the round, so he's probably just going to save it again. This is 9-3. We have seen a lot of 9-6 halves today, and even close ones alongside that, but this is starting to get out of control again. And it does look like SKADE may be able to use this to break that barrier. Every first half we've seen so far has been 9-6, so I kind of want something new. I want a breath of fresh air.
Yeah. I mean, this time it's a 9-6 on the T side, so that's a little bit more impressive here on Dignitas too. EMB though, allowing that to continue here. He even finds that last dink as well in the Dreamer. He will fall in the end, and it's no worries. I've just now realized, look at the money on SKADE. There was 3 players on max money at the start of this round. Oh my god, the 1-9 spree that they've gone on to. And it's been all clean rounds apparently.
Yeah, it does look like SKADE are hitting a bit of a stride. We did say this Dust 2 is very hit or miss, and right now it is hit on hit on hit. It just seems like they can do no wrong. Oh, man, JL. What a risky peek. The behind showing, and it's almost taking the distance, but now after the flashbang's thrown through, he just decides to vacate and go back towards the middle of the site. There are a couple of angles he can hold here to maybe find a pick or two. But he's got more than that he's going to have to require, right? SKADE are about to put their brunt of it all into the A site. Ooh. I like seeing that flash. It is
flashes all around.
It's just flashes right now.
Try and buy as much time as you can. You know that the long presence is coming through, right, with the aggression. So now the name of the game is deny this crossing towards site, potentially deny a position that's been the bane of your existence before this 5v5 retake that you haven't been able to work around for. Well, DMB not going to be afforded that as he's been taken down so low, and Dreamer's just taking those dry peaks.
Molly just barely going to bounce and hit him on the corner. 50 seconds remain, and this timer could go against them here shortly, because they're going to have to wait out a little bit of this CT-sided utility, which allows them to not only creep closer, but it makes the room for error ever so much more minimal. And there's not much utility left to be thrown through from SKADE to the counter of that. There's plenty of mollies to try to keep them out along, and there comes another one of them. Continuously having to wait this out. They've smoked the molly? Oh no, I feel like that would have been way better used if they used it over on the long cross instead. But now they've got to take one of these fights, and through the smoke comes Mihu. Into the open he goes, and it's not going to pan out well for him. 18 seconds. Where's this bomb? It needs to go down, and it's just been dropped by JL. Everybody about to start swinging through from the CT side. 10 seconds to go. Can they get it down? It looks like they can, but it won't matter. Shifts through the smoke, gets double digits. SKADE in a very chaotic round come out on top.
It's just blunt force right there, right? I mean, you don't even get the numbers punched in. You just trade continuously. Finding success right there for SKADE. They've just taken the battle time and time again here. MADLions struggling just a little bit to figure things out. They are boot camping, which is very nice to see.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just hard to look at any positives right now for MADLions. Even close out this half 10-5, and like, is that really even good enough at this point? Like, even if they're the most convincing rounds you've ever seen for these final two, does that matter at all?
It's just worrying, right? Because I talked about the money being so high earlier. That just shows that a lot of these rounds weren't even close. They were decided very early on here. But this one could be a little more interesting. You got aggression. Only one to deal with in Buzz.
Bubble doesn't clear the close angle. It looks like he will, even jiggling in. The right eye peak comes out as the favorite, now 4-on-5. The scout and lower hasn't actually been cleared, but the scope will give all the info away. Zborup tucks into car, the flashbangs blind him up for at least long enough for him to try to have an impact. And they'll continue to run through these choke points. Not even finding trades. It's not even looking all that bad. The Deagle of Mihu, though, once again going to be left in a 1-on-3. He's being flanked from mid, too, so the timer is now ticked onto his life. The bomb dropped on the B side. He can at least reside in some form of comforts on that. Gonna try to play around the lurk smoke thrown in by Denny himself. That's exactly what he wants him to do. Takes the free pick, takes the op, and 11th right behind it. MADLions. It has just been so bad from them. One round for the past 12, and it just doesn't look like they can think of responses.
Yeah, they've fallen flat here at every step of the way, right? And even in positions where you think they're in good standing, you're seeing some blinding mistakes. I mean, in that round, it was less so. In the 2 rounds prior, where they had the 5-man stack watching the cross, and they just kind of swing through the smoke, it was a bit bizarre. Some of the mistakes we're seeing here, and well, this trend could continue as well. They're able to find success. They've already found a big tag on a Buzz. But again, they're pushing for good information. At least they do have upper tons control. It's been a consistent factor that they've relied on.
Yeah, it's something, but a bit late for me to just say something's what they need. They need a lot more than that. And Mihu gives up the opening pick, so it continues to tick grimly for the likes of MADLions. You can stack up A as much as you want to. I'm not too sure if it's going to make a difference. Even Dennis Law with the confidence oozing from him. You can tell it through the screen. He wants to work another opening pick.
I mean, even that flash right there, just another little mistake that punishes MADLions. Now that obviously there's not much you can do to flash off the op in this Law, but you know, just not being able to fully get around that corner in time, not getting that forward positioning that you were really setting so much up for to gather, and it going wrong is huge. Now SKADE moving quickly in towards this A bomb site, having a prime opportunity to gather this control towards A. There's a lot of presence here though still to deal with, and only 35 seconds, so they do have to move quickly.
Yeah, again, that timer may just get the best of them. If anything, that's the thing you got to take out of this half and realize that you haven't necessarily played the smartest with. Or up through the smoke, catches a lucky frag and a dreamer. The bomb, oh, it's not been dropped in CT, but still dropped no less. 2-on-3. The op now dealt with. It's turned 2-on-2. TMB can't respond, and it's the young gun in Buzz, the new recruit as of this month. But 13 seconds, this kill needs to be found now. In CT it is. Ships luckily gets it for a full house between him and his opper. SKADE, a 12-3 dominance on the T side of Dust 2.
And right there you see Borup do so much, 3 blinded up kills, and then they all just swing in, trying to trade things back. They all take these forward positionings when they have to realize there's so little time left on the clock, right? That they have to push it towards sight. And in that pushing, they have to be panicked, right? So they won't be aiming in the right positions. There'll be a lot of misclears. Instead, they just kind of give up so much re-aggression with only 15-20 seconds left on the clock. And that's where SKADE just turned things around. With all of the free peaks given over here, the confidence continues in the second half as they have a player boosted up on Xbox through middle.
Oh no, they're looking to quickly make this one close out. Even lower tunnels. Oh, that would have been a big kill to find. Even though it would have been 1-for-1 at the very most. Now you give MADLions a chance to contend in for the pistol. But do we really want to say that this is what they need? Like, do we really want to say that this is going to give them a chance? Because I really don't think so. It's a 3-on-5. Yeah, the bomb's gone down. It is going to be a 4th round, more likely than not. You're going to need a lot more than the pistol to convince me. You're going to need a lot more than even the first rifle to convince me.
Yeah, and I think SKADE believe the same thing as you here. I mean, they'll go ahead and concede this, right? Like, sure, you can have a pistol. We don't care too much about this. We're going to save onto our armor, maybe get an effective force buy in the next, or just, you know, completely save for the 3rd round. See what they like to do here. The hunt is in.
Love me some pistol round hunts. Start brawling, boys. Get your hands dirty.
Ooh. Well, had no armor, so his save is less impactful here. He doesn't lose anything. The rest of the team, you know, having Dreamer and Ships both hold onto their armor is a good sign here. What do they invest into, though? Are they going to go for that 3rd round buy? Oh, said the second. Investments come quickly. Scout in the hands of Ships, and he's dropped over a scout to Dennis Law as well.
I like the force buy. Why not? Have some fun with it. You've got rounds to play with. Too many of them almost. MADLions won't be doing anything quick this round, but that's going to lead to the undoing of him. At least that's what I think. Flashbang to try to come out through the long house. Deagle farms up to Bubble. Tries to get into the corner. But in the nick of time, they're able to find that trade. Still at 3-on-4 as you've gotten long control, but at what cost? You haven't even taken down one of these scouts. It was just the Deagle that you've taken care of. Scout, I even thought that was connected onto a headshot, man. I was worried. But now as the numbers are evened out, normalcy starts to return to the likes of the MADLions, who still have a little bit of a job to do, and Sips has just delivered a one-tap. Oh boy, bomb yet to even cross. Do you boost up? It looks like they might. Deagle from Cat continues to deal the damage. Look about the smoke. TMB doubles down, and if they had their heads turned upwards, this round was lost, but it still might be Dreamer to close it. One more shot, and he's got it. SKADE, the force buy with 2 scouts and 3 Deagles is enough to overcome the Lions.
Oh my god, man. How do you drop around like that? They were looking so good. TMB putting things back into their favor, right? But then you just get your dreams broken by Dreamer, who nails the last 2 players in the 1v2 with a Deagle, man. That was absolutely absurd. SKADE, they answer right back. And this could be an even more dominant closer than what we initially thought. You know, the pistol could have given them some comfort here on Dust 2, but they've been answered back so easily, so swiftly here. But Bubbles in no man's land, he has to run away. He's helped out by Rainwaker, who they stand tall. A1S is doing so much damage.
Oh, this could just be the end of it, Exner. It does look like it's going to be a swift defeat. SKADE, a 10-round lead. And that was the force buy back from MADLions. Now they're going on to the Eco. It's going to be 15-4 before you can think to contest. And maybe I wasn't giving SKADE enough credit. It certainly looks that way right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm going to say, right? We both said that MADLions could put some potential damage done, but right now they just don't look like a unified team, a unified effort right now. It's a lot of disjointed movements here, specifically on that T side here, and on the CT side there was some similar issues. SKADE now, what is it, a 2-14 run with one of those being a pistol round victory for MADLions. They just have not looked back since losing that. They lost both pistols. Oh my god.
Yep. Imagine that. You lose both pistols, and you still win the game, potentially 16-4. Wouldn't that be something, huh?
That's one way to put it. It's definitely something. A little bit worrying is what it is for MADLions here.
I guess we can hope for something on their own turf of Inferno. But I know SKADE aren't just going to fall flat on that map. They may not be the best on it, but still not bad.
Yeah, that's just it. I mean, so much just games on Inferno alone that they should be feeling comfortable with the roster they currently have. I mean, what is it? 20 or more than 20 maps played on Inferno with a pretty decent win rate, so it doesn't look any better here for MADLions in the grand scheme of things, as this round just looks to be done and dusted. They all wait for the smoke to fade, and Rainwaker just cleaning up these ecos. That's 8 kills in the last 2 rounds.
What a banger from them. That was so perfectly played on Catwalk. He even tried facing the smoke. MADLions were hoping. They were grasping at straws on that one.
This will be their 30th Inferno match, by the way, in the last 3 months for SKADE.
Yeah. Looking a bit bleak if I gotta throw a little bit of a standpoint out there. It's not looking good. It's like 15-4 on, yeah, sure, their map pick, but how much credit are we gonna give them for having picked the map? Like,
yeah, this is more than just picking maps, right? We've seen some glaring errors here from MADLions throughout the entire map that even in any map you would see could come to fruition, you know, with either communication drawbacks or what the deal is. I'm not exactly sure, but there have been some mistakes that surely they'll capitalize if they head into Inferno here. No, JL is looking to make things a little bit delayed. And what? It was a headshot?
Wow. He ain't ready to give this one up yet. Let me tell you that right now. Could still be forced out of their hands by Bubble, who's eager to bring this kill back, hearing the scope of JLO, but he hasn't actually gone detected. No way. He's crept in through middle. JL, what are you made of right now on the scout, homie? Relax. Why waste all of your good boy tokens now? I mean, this game's already done, homie.
Well, give me one more at least. You know, make it a full clip, right? Dreamer,
Of course.
give him it.
Don't, well, I mean,
Come on
also
now.
give us some satisfaction by winning the round, but
Please turn the corner here. Dignitas start to put an end to things if they aren't careful. He does have 2 different angles he has to cover.
oh, Dennis or Dreamer's on high alert, but there falls the Titan himself. A salute to him, as he's done as much as you can ever ask of somebody on just a measly scout peeking above the smoke. Dreamer could have ended the round right then and there, still looking to contest in from window. It's Bor up on the rifle, then TMB trying to get this bomb down, but they're not actually going to fight for it before it goes in. Just going to try to flash in through the smoke. TMB won't be blind, but he spotted out the both of them. Now Dennis Law looks to go in from tunnels, but I think you're just going to call it a save. No point in trying the retake, homie. 15-5. If they want to prove they're good, they'll do it now. Thanks, Smile.
That's Anthran's curse right there.
Of course.
Give that one to you, even though. Is it Taco?
Yes.
It might be Taco's curse technically, but we'll give it to you.
Taco's washed anyway. I'll take it. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Just breaks my heart, man. Just breaks my heart is all. That's all.
Dude, how do you think I feel?
True. Hey, there's always next armor, right? That's what it really counts. To get it on home turf.
Yep. Hey, man. You sneak your way into the RMR qualifier, get dogged out in every other event. It won't matter. Won't matter.
Yeah.
Everybody, you'll only have people talking about the qualifier. That's all that matters.
Oh yeah,
W.
exactly. It's their opportunity here in Belgium, but they might be able to answer back in Rio here. But nonetheless, enough about Gods and hear more about this one in his law. Yeah, good thing he saved that up because he kicks things off the right way, taking down Burrow. There's still JL to deal with though, as last round he seems to be waking up.
Yeah, it does look like he's ready to get this game moving forward. At least the series. TMB, I guess not so much, as it is just the utility battle so far in this 4-on-4. MADLions, though, W in their way up long. Dennis Law, he's caught timing on the 3. Wants 4. He's hungry. He's got them all. TMB, the only one who's responded with a kill so far for the Lions, and it looks like he'll be the last one to fizzle out. A minute to go. It's all about stat pad and making yourself look a bit brighter going into Inferno, but Dreamer says, give me that head, boy. I'll see you on Inferno. 16-5. Can MADLions really take it back on their home turf? Well, we have only got a little time before we find out.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Well, here we find ourselves on map 2, where MADLions are a bit down in the dumps. A 16-5 stomping on the home turf of SKADE now leads to see what can they possibly get done here. It is their best map, but again, we talk about in the previous map, what does that really entail? Like, it's not going to lead to a 16-5 stomp, so maybe SKADE are just looking to be the better team. I don't know. We'll have to find out, starting with the pistol.
That's the question here. Well, they have been really good on pistols, right? In the past, they've won both on the last map, which makes things a little more worrying with that one-sided nature of the scoreline. Nonetheless, the Hulls pop is in order. They seem to be well prepped for it here, diving out of things. But there's still 4 players on A to deal with. One of them swiftly dealt with and make it a double as Buzz finds an entry as well. So the stack is meaningless as they've all found their success on the entry, leaving just bubble.
Look, it's a nice pistol conversion, I'm not going to lie. But I'm not impressed, and I think you know why. Every single pistol in this series has been converted by MADLions, and you still even see at the top right that they just got dumpstered on 16-5, so it's not everything by any stretch of the imagination. And even forcing back, SKADE converted one of these on D2.
Yeah, they converted the response very swiftly. Oh, I mean, not the end of the world, right? At least it's not a right click, just a left click.
No, it is,
on
because
the
now he's scoutable. That's not him. But still, that's
I was
even
about to
worse.
say.
Why are you taking a breath of fresh air? That's worse.
Yeah, that's a good point. I gave a sigh of relief, but that's just a high HP bar that's been nailed. I thought it was gonna punish him early on, but it still could come back to haunt him. What a nice shot from Dignitas, who's just picked up exactly where he's left off.
Oh no, don't, shut up, don't say it.
Over there, ships.
Nice gun, Buster! Nice shotgun, stupid.
You got blessed by the flash, man. Otherwise, it would have been so
What do you
free.
mean blessed by the flash? He wasn't blind.
He was full whited.
Everyone else was full
He
whited.
was literally hitting the dab right there.
We need a replay of that, Mr. Admin. We need a replay after this round.
I'm doing it sideways. Got 2 smokes still left. That Mag 7, unfortunately, is irrecoverable at this point in time.
Boo-hoo. Timer's starting to get low, though, and there are still 3 smokes to bloom around for the CT side. That's going to be one of them. A gap to potentially be exploited. Remember, with every tag any player other than Denislaw finds just increases the chance of this successful conversion, because right now, 2 players are scoutable. It essentially becomes an op on a TMB and Borup as one man goes charging through this smoke. Seems like he's lost his way. Still, 2 at the A site. Well, fortunately for them, 1 is that scoutable player in the likes of TMB. Trying to cross up Arch. It's a death sentence, though. He's going to try to use that maybe to pull a rotation into B. No, Dreamer's gone unclear too. 10 seconds to go. I think the round's just done. It looks like MADLions have once again dropped one of these rounds. 6 seconds to go, and they continue to get eaten away. The timer is their ultimate enemy, and even after the time, Denislaw finds the frag. What a beautiful conversion from him.
Oh my god, are you kidding me right there?
Please tell me you get a replay on that, by the way.
Case.
I need to see how bad this Mag 7 is. I'm gonna be stuck up on that for like ever. Oh my god, why are you buying it again?
Oh yes. If you don't see any Novas being brought out, that's for sure.
I'm kidding, Novas being brought out.
Alliance, they are gonna go for a force to try and answer things back, of course. I mean, you literally have someone on $0, so you're almost left with that as your only option here. Utility raining down banana, so that's gonna be free control here for CT side. Smoke follows suit. They're in a good position at the moment. That Mag 7 nice and close. Let it really fire away.
Just so you know, he was not blind, and everyone else was.
I saw the kill feed. You can't tell me otherwise.
Yeah, you saw a flash player of TMB kill him.
Yeah, he was an accident. DMB accidented that kill.
Oh man.
And ships, he did nothing wrong.
He can do no evil, apparently.
As long as he buys a Mag 7.
That's just not true.
He's going for the same play again, too. But there's 45 seconds left. What do you have to really show for it? I mean, right now you see that they're just now working banana control, right? So,
Yep.
I mean, what exactly is the game plan here? You have a Mag 7 jumping half wall, so you're going to be impossible to bypass that.
Oh no. Oh my God.
Yes.
Well, it is just the Deagles. And the benefit of having this shotgun is that it farms up $900 per kill. I mean, hey, whatever, man. You're only losing the shotgun. They both double swinging and trying to trade out the AK-47. Running out of bullets. Buzz, the young star of the roster, but he doesn't get it done.
You get the
Full
Mag
house
7.
between the two of them. And now SKADE find themselves up again.
Oh, I'm disappointed he didn't pick up the Mag 7. Unfortunate. Boosting that economy, just like you can with Astro Pay, with its easy online purchasing options. Accepted by over 1,000 online companies. So if you're interested in doing some online shopping, make sure you hit up Astro Pay.
Yes, sir.
So sad Ships doesn't have a Mag 7 this round. I guess this wouldn't be the best play for the Mag 7, right?
I can shake on that. Well, Rainwaker, he's already opened it up, and it's going to slow down this alt play just for enough time for Ships to come through on this flank. And he is really farming cash right now. How he just died to a Glock.
Because he didn't have the Mag.
This guy is full trolling right now.
Dude, I mean, if you take into consideration the 15 or 16-5 scoreline, right? It's almost as if, you know, you can have this fun.
Wait,
you
I
could
have a
literally
question,
do no
Exner.
wrong.
So, we know that last round he got a Mag 7, yeah? And he died half full, yeah?
Yes.
You want to explain to me how the hell he got a Mag 10?
I think his teammate dropped it.
Okay, I was very concerned as to how that happened. Oh my god!
Oh.
Dreamer, bro, you ain't doing your job. Apparently, he needs to find all of them. And oh my god, a jumping one tap from me who's at least secured a bomb plant.
Nice.
No nades to try to stop him, but he shouldn't be alive for long as he swings out afterwards. And Rainwaker, wow, dude, relax.
That's a nice little bit of damage here. You'll take that any day of the week. That's literally, I believe, all 5 players with Glocks, right? So.
Well, it's funny because not only does he get a Glock kill that round, which is already rare as hell on a full eco like this, but then he picks up a USP and gets a kill with that.
You got that's got to be some sort of achievement, right? Get a kill with both the default pistols in one round. It's not as impressive if you consider pistols, but up against rifles, it's that much crazier.
No. 3-1. SKADE. Into the rifles they go. MADLions finally have enough money to try to respond to it. Minus the AWP, though. I don't know if it's going to have that much of an impact on a map like Inferno. On the T side, rather. Defense, yeah, maybe. You know. But with how SKADE have been looking, man, there's really just not much hope to grasp onto.
Yeah, I was hoping for that here. I guess Ships was probably hoping for that as well, as he was wanting that up. He picks it up immediately after his teammate and his law drops. Already seen him have crazy rounds with the op. This time he's going to be isolated to none. And JL continues to terrorize this B bombs. Here, one more to deal with. He's through the smoke, past it, but is stopped by Bubble. Trades might be available as one's jumped up. Oh no, he's fallen off actually. Thought he was going to make the movement.
Miss spacing right there from the MADLions, and it's going to cost him. Even the barrel spotted a Borum dropping down. Buzz, can he trade? No!
Way.
A big double from Dreamer and Pit, this time picking up the slack for where he lacked off in the previous. And now an advantage instantly ripped from them, 54 seconds, and there's only a smoke flash to get them into either side of their choosing. And even though Dreamer is weak, I certainly don't think A is the play.
There's a smoke in Miyu's hands. He gets smoked that off towards CT. And that could be what works things here. But Bubble is making the movement here. Doesn't realize that Miyu's already slipped that gap, though. And that's a bit problematic here. Potentially that arch side covered off now. That could come into fruition here now. Is going to be the likes of Rainwaker catching him off guard. Finding that kill. Now it leaves that all on Mihu's shoulders. No way you push this smoke. Bubble just doesn't care. The no respect play coming through from SKADE continues. What a turnaround.
And that's even the rifle round shut down. MADLions, you needed to walk away with the bomb plant there because, yeah, eventually it will get to a point where maybe you can afford a couple of rounds in a row. But, man, at these early rounds, you gotta be, like, you're gonna be taking a save after a loss like that, is what I'm trying to hint at. You're gonna either miss utility on a rifle round, which already isn't looking good. Like, when you don't have util, you haven't found any success. Straight up. Just onto the table right there. But you can't really risk to continuously go without these put together buys. SKADE are just looking like a different animal right now.
Still will say that position on balcony is one of the best positions on A. so hard to deal with.
Yep.
You can see that Dreamer using it to full effect right there.
It's just so difficult to get up A like that, I mean, in general.
Yeah.
Without taking numerous casualties, especially when you've got a CT player like Dreamer who's very well versed in actually holding down pit. It just makes the task next to impossible.
A lot of utility baited out at least here for the key side, so that's a good sign. You've gotten 2 mollies out with
double
a
nade
little
pit.
bit of utility.
Oh, only each one of them, though, as he's starting to get flushed out by the Tech 9. Good trade from Buzz, and now it leaves the sole A defense on. Actually, Rainwave, there we go. I didn't know they got rotations in time. Still trying to find these trades, but Denislaw's got his homies back. 50 seconds left. Even through the smoke comes Bubble to try to join in on the party, with Borup left all alone, the 1v4 on a Tech 9. Doesn't really get much worse than this. He jiggles around for a nice little dink, but it seems like we can't keep saying these nice little dinks because they keep finding them, and it's just not getting them kills.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? You just need to convert at some point right there. And even, you know, you got to give MADLions credit there. They're able to find that 1-for-1 on Dreamer, who has been a very effective pit player. The issue is, on site, they have such a crazy crossfire, you know, supporting is Denislaw from the back lines. And then you have one close by in that cold box. It's just so many different positions that you have to deal with. And with pistols, you know, it's not to be expected that they close that one out. But they came very close here. Now, a peek down middle here from Denislaw. A bit risky considering there was one in that pit.
Well, SKADE, so far, they have just been raining hellfire over Banana. I mean, that's to say all over the map, but Banana in particular, it seems above the smoke ships.
Oh, man.
The fact that he gets away unscathed on that's just so big, and even throwing the Molotov into the half ball, they know JL's here. They want to spam him down. They continuously hear the tags. The Molotov is spreading, and Bubble even finds the final shot through the smoke. SKADE, they can do no wrong. A flash thrown on a boiler, but it's even missed the mark. Denislaw just continues to hold the angle.
3v5 here. I mean, we've seen these go wrong for MADLions, but SKADE, I just doubt that that's going to be the case here. They've still yet to recover bomb at the moment. Trying to do so here and now. Utility looked to be so perfectly timed. It does go a little bit short, though. With 45 seconds left, look what they have to deal with. If they want to hit this B-bomb site, it's still 2 smokes and a molly left. There's 40 seconds. That's enough to simply force them through a smoke. With just the timer on the clock alone.
Here that comes. The set of utility from CT forces the peak, but the trade comes through on the afterlife, spamming through the smoke. 1 HP is all that separates SKADE from their 6th round. Mihu, completely gray screen shadow advantage given as he walks out of it for an upgrade to an AK. SKADE continue this just steamroll.
That's what I was talking about, though, the struggles in terms of getting past that B-bomb site. You know, you might find that kill. The molly even ends up trading things to prove my point further. They just have so much to work with so late into the game. It's just wild what they can get away with. Look at all these HEs as well being brought over towards B. That is so cool.
I love it, dude. I love seeing plays like that. I feel like teams haven't really taken advantage of, like, the new nade dropping update as much as I feel like they should. On Vertigo, you see it used a bit more, where they're dropping retake utility and spawn. I even seen on Dust 2, where they dropped, like, 5 HEs in CT and just waited for a cat push. Like, they took long, had somebody sitting in CT, and as soon as he heard something cat, he just dumped nades. And it worked.
Yeah, it was Alexi B, I believe, that was doing that quite a bit, right? And it was very effective back at his times on OG. Probably depends more so on, you know, what sort of spawns you can get away with, right? Because, you know, it's nice to have that sort of HE and that game plan and likes. But you also do want to make sure that you're also having a little bit of map control as well. So there's a push and pull with it for sure. Ooh.
1-for-1, actually beneficial for MADLions in this situation, but now as the pistols start to make their way onto an actual bomb site, it's going to get a bit more tricky. Molotovs and co thrown through. That's the majority of their util now dealt with. Not even having to take these fights. Ships. It's the only one sitting on coffins, and he hears all the footsteps through it. Wonder if he decides to take the peek or just wait for the retake. He'll take one out with him, but ultimately we'll just call it off, let him get the bomb plant. Won't mean too much. You're right, HE. Is that going to connect for a kill, though? Nah, just barely missing the mark. Wait, he had the double. I forgot about that.
There's one more still. The flank's pulled off in time anyways.
Did he just not hear the shots?
Oh. Probably too much to, you know, turn to. You kind of caught in the heat of the moment here. JL. Anything you got for us here? Ooh. that? I feel like that was dead on, but it's dead. No damage done. I don't think it would matter too much anyways, but nonetheless, they close things out here. And it has been just a flawless run. Again, you know, winning every pistol round here is a MADLions, but the follow-up is not there, and the Pinnacle odds reflecting that.
I mean, yeah, we're supposed to see what the MADLions are actually made of. And 7-1. Like, is this really what you're gonna show us for the rest of the event? It's just saddening to see a once so triumphant team and their downfall right now. The thing is, like, I kind of want to stick with the point that SKADE, this isn't a convincing win for them if they were to take it. I mean, I guess score-wise it is, but I'm saying, just matchup, they should be the ones taking it home. Look on paper. It's the future and the teams that they're going to face in the future that still keeps me worried because they don't have those convincing results. So is this the SKADE that we've been waiting to see? Is this the SKADE that's been missing? Or is this just MADLions not performing, not showing up, maybe an off day? And that's the hardest part to depict of this series.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit of both, right? Because we've talked about the errors in MADLions' game plans here quite a bit. You know, failure to convert off a couple 3v5s, you know, 3v4 situations. That shows some serious issues in MADLions' trade potential. But then you follow it up with SKADE seemingly hitting every stride with this one-sided nature of the matchup, and that's where things really start to turn positive for them and the punishment here. But I mean, look at this, TMB just completely unaware of the possibility that they could, you know, come that direction, and it seems like that's more miscommunication in the mix.
Maybe that was all intentional though, because Dreamer is still waiting to potentially go uncleared. Borup is exactly what he does. Still even holds the angle. Mihu peeks in, and what a shot! Doubling down, that was the only way to get back into this round, but both of them are now stacked up on the A site. What's going on? They're looking towards Arch. Did they want to go for a wrap and a B? I'm not sure, but now, not even knowing if somebody's Speedway or not, with 20 seconds to go, you've really just got to go hopefully charging into the A site, and the jumping and accuracy is what chips will take you out on. 8-1. Only the pistol converted for MADLions.
If you're MADLions right there, think about what you just ran into, right? TMB aggressing down middle and found out there early on. He goes 1-for-1 and he baits him into that A-bomb site, thinking that it's a little bit weaker now that he's been taken down. But little does he know that that was a complete gamble stack coming through from SKADE. They had every last member in the 4v4 tucked in towards the A side of things, and then they just walk into a heavy stack, and that is just so crazy.
At least they have a buyback. I mean, that's a plus you can look forward to, right?
Yeah, that's
but
true.
I feel like they have to do something about Banana, because that was like, what, the third, fourth time that SKADE have actually just had a stacked up A site on the attack. And that's just because every time SKADE has somebody in car, like, they're just uncontestable. They find the opening pick, MADLions call it off, and just end up going into A and super readable. And now they're just going to try a full-on A attack as is. Stanislaus collided him up, and it looks like he can farm them. A bit of a miss on the flick, but still good enough to find those two. Now they're trapped in lane. You can't exit. You've got a flank coming through. Banana. Sure, you got low HP out of the Opera, and actually that's another hill to work with. Mihu has just given them a leeway right back into the round. TMB above the smoke catches the Opera and leaves it all into the 1v1, knowing that he's coming from the flank. Ships has a pin pull. This should be a second for the Lions. It will. TMB has saved the day for at least a double, but with recovering the op, that's gonna need to see more. It's a good start, don't get me wrong. That was really well played by Mihu, who's looking to start to turn up. In the past couple of rounds, he's hit some impeccable shots, but now we need to see more from his teammates. We need to see people add to that, complement it, and maybe MADLions can start to reel this one back.
Yeah, Mihu put up a great fight, an amazing spray transfer to find that pullback right there when things were going really wrong. I mean, you talk about stars aligning right there for SKADE, and that defense, it's Stanislaus able to hit a nasty collateral. Then you need to make that success a common trend here. It can't be a flash in the pan. Aggression coming on through towards middle. Stanislaus forced off the line, and they're going to continue trying to pin on this fast A tank where Dreamer is holding things down so effectively. Trades coming through as well, and Dreamer good for 3 as he continues to solidify himself as such an anchor player in that balcony position. A nice flick from JL. That's still just a consolation prize, but maybe it can encourage a B movement here.
Yeah, they know that guy is usually the one either in Banana, getting that opening kill, or deciding to flank in the late rounds, so I kind of like the play coming through from JL. It's just a bit risky because he doesn't have a smoke, so he is going to have to fight raw, this player in CT. Which, Bubble, he's not being quiet about it whatsoever. I don't think JL heard the footsteps, though.
Quite.
And most certainly on the response, Bubbles heard the scope, trying to get this bomb down. Well, I don't know if you'll be able to spam him through in time, but still, you'll find him as soon as he peeks his head back up. So, answering right back, SKADE only let 2 slip through the cracks so far.
And here's Streamer's lockdown hold right here. You gotta give him so much credit again. I mean, pressured in such a wild position, right? And walking away with those 3 kills, making that A defense what it was. Absolutely incredible stuff from him. Full team damage in the mix there. No big deal to end the day right there. That's just continued success here for SKADE. Back to normalcy.
Yeah, man, like, it's almost rinse and repeat of what we saw in Dust 2. Where, you know, MADLions found the opening couple of rounds, then SKADE go on this massive 9-round streak, or, I'm sorry, a 7, 8, 9-round streak, and at some point in the mix, MADLions take a nice little round back. It looks like maybe they can get started, but it's just not an answer. SKADE instantly respond, and now it's back to the drawing board for the MADLions. Throw what I'd consider to be a somewhat half buy into the mix, but look at all the utility damage already dealt on, man. Nades galore continue to ring over into Banana as they just try to excel just straight up into the site. The retake util forces them to do so, but now walking into the crossfire, it seems like this round's going to be done as quickly as it started. Not even a CT smoke gets bloomed through just yet. A bit late, but I guess better late than never. As Mihu on 1 HP gets that piece of utility off before he falls TMB with the bomb, wants to push the back of the site, but there's still just so many CTs to deal with that it's impossible. 1v5 for Mihu on 1 HP, and it doesn't get more unwinnable than this.
No, not at all. Love the way Bubble plays that round as well. I mean, doesn't even have to show his face to have his impact in the round. Doesn't even need to find a kill. He just sits, tucks in towards Nubot, and is showing a little bit of presence, but never really gives up his life there, and never allows for MADLions to really turn their attention towards that boosting player here. Timeout's called in. I mean, yeah, sure, it's nice, but does it feel a little too late? I think so, because the same sort of mistakes that we're seeing go over on Dust 2, you know, the failure to capitalize on some of these, you know, man advantage situations that you're finding early on are still becoming a problem. And you can see some frustration. You use cameras right there. It's just all over the place.
Yeah, this is definitely by far not the result MADLions were looking for. Like, even if they weren't expecting to win the series, this is just a different level of getting dominated, right? Because on Dust 2, maybe you can, you know, wipe it off of your shoulder, say, you know what, maybe not our best map, it's supposed to be for SKADE, we just looked a bit off, now we, you know, are a bit more warmed up, we got to play a little bit, we can work on Inferno. But that just hasn't happened. In fact, it's almost looking like deja vu what we saw on that map, if not worse.
This trend just keeps on continuing here. SKADE just capitalize off of it every step of the way, so you got to give them so much credit. They're able to punish what is the mistakes in MADLions' trade potential. Going for a more passive B-side setup, this has to be a breath of fresh air for MADLions, able to gather it pretty much free of charge. Just expending a little bit of utility, but that might not remain true. The retake utility's in, and they're going to gather it right back.
I mean, what do you even do for MADLions? Because the thing is, there hasn't been somewhat of a glimmer of hope. If we look over towards Dust 2, MADLions, for a big majority of the game, were successful in taking mid control, so at least that was something to build off of. But here on Inferno, they're losing brackets every time they fight. Apps, Banana, mid. Anywhere SKADE go and they go behind them, they just lose. So it's like, what is that building block that's been missing?
So do find something, make it a double. JL with a beautiful headshot onto what is an Opera that's been demising him every single step of the way, but Dreamer, he's always good for 2, isn't he, on that A hold, and that's where the turnaround comes. There's always another player around the corner for MADLions to deal with. Once you find a little bit of success, it's so short-lived. We're up now. Apartments. There's a chance for an adjustment here, maybe, but he's so low on HP.
The last half was what? 12-3? And it even looks like it's going to get worse. How do you go from Dust 2, SKADE's map pick, where you're not going to be comfortable, to your turf, to where you're going to be the ones really setting the pace, and it gets worse? Again, I come into this map saying SKADE are not bad on Inferno by any stretch of the imagination. Convincing results behind them. Fairly, like, well played. They've played it, what did you say, 23 times?
Yeah, this is their 30th. right here.
30th, right? So obviously they're going to be somewhat well versed. But still, this is bad. You've got like tier 1 experienced pros in the likes of Borup, in the likes of Mew, JL, and it's just not enough to deal with anybody on SKADE right now. Remember, they've won every pistol this series.
Yeah, that's a glaring issue, that's for sure here. Well, they're just getting locked down by Rainwaker, who finds another big multi-kill from the same position. He's done it before. Lurker, their last player, traded out as well. And look who's recovered in time here. It's just Bubble going in forces. Full house between those two to deal with the rest of those players. And SKADE just extending their lead continuously. Is it going to be another, 13-2, 12-3 scoreline here for MADLions on their map pick? I mean, I don't know what to say at this point. It's, you got to give them a little bit of grace, given that you do see Buzz kind of brand new to the roster, right? So they're taking some time to bring him in, give him comfortability. But other than that, man, yeah, this is scary results.
Yeah. I don't even know what more we can really say about this series to try to make a difference. It's all really been laid out in front of us. MADLions, it's not even a game of trying to contest for the series anymore. It's about pride. It's about being able to get a result that you can pick yourselves back up from, because, like, you still have more of this event to play, including, I believe, tomorrow, whereas you walk in 16-5, 16-4, something amongst those results. Like, what do you build yourselves up to in the next game, right? To try to stay in the event.
That's a good point. You gotta really set yourself up for success tomorrow, I think, at this point, if you are the MADLions. And now they're going to try and walk into this brick wall B setup here. The utility has done so much damage, coupled with the fact that they've already found 2 opening kills off the back of that util. Another rotator has arrived onto the scene, and Ships might not even let him have any fun here, as he's just completely denied entry.
It's going to be 13-2. I mean, from the way I look at it, no more utility. Not even your star boy and me who is alive. Going up against the opposite back of the site, and Ships even sitting in a Molotov can't be dealt with. 11-round disparity between SKADE and MADLions heading to their T side. I mean, no, I'm not even going to say that. I'm not going to try to say anything. Like, this is just done. Like, by far, the biggest blowout I think we have seen of the event.
Yeah, I think series-wise, you might be onto something there. This is incredibly one-sided. Not to be expected either. I mean, the pathway to get here for both teams, it wasn't easy, right? There's a lot of competitive teams playing in the Pinnacle Cup at the moment, and MADLions made it through those play-in stages, taking down Astralis Talent, taking down Enterprise. They hit the brick wall of Endpoint, but Young Ninjas is no easy task, as 0-0 Nation have just found out, and they were able to best them. So I mean, the fact that SKADE are looking this good is exactly the result that they'd hoped for. In MADLions, it's the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even like this is the MADLions we're used to seeing. Again, you say they took down Astralis Talent, Enterprise, both some names that they, took care of to get to where they are now. And those aren't weak teams by any stretch of the imagination. They're decently prepared. Usually, even Astralis Talent, they're a really good team to watch. Man, this is just the dumpster fire of a series right now. And it is poetic justice that the end of the series is going to come off of a pistol conversion from SKADE.
Yeah, isn't it? This is the first pistol they've figured out here, and they've only lost 7 rounds. I mean, that's just something you can almost never say, right? That is essentially, you've won 1 gun round, right? Maybe 2 at best, which is mind-boggling to me here. That is SKADE dominating, and more so than just that. I mean, I don't even know what to say about it, right? Yeah. This is like a level ahead.
I mean, look, we see this SKADE for the rest of the event. I would not be surprised they make it through to playoffs, let alone a semifinal, even grand final berth. This is a SKADE I am excited to see in the future. That looks explosive, super hard to contest, and it probably is going to deal with a lot of the teams that may stand up in their way. This playstyle they've had has just hard countered everything. It's reactionary, it's adaptive, and alongside that, they've got the aimers to put up the fights behind it.
I mean, if you take a look at what Dust 2 looked like, the kill distribution with everyone besides Bubble was in between 18 to 21, right? So that's just all of your stars showing up is exactly as expected. Now you head into this one, and the kill distribution, including Bubble, is just as close. Like you said, I mean, later down the line here, if they do end up making playoffs, which in this current form they certainly should, it becomes one of those dark horse rosters to make a deep run in playoffs here. So they do have to close this one out, and they might do it swiftly. 14-2 and up against a force buy.
Yep. Watch they get up middle, JLOF, and that's going to lead to the undoing of him. Still 2 defenders on the A side, but at completely opposite angles. They're going to have to regroup here shortly. Given a way to do so by Mihu Steagles, we're back into a 4-on-4. And you talked about this angle earlier when SKADE were using it to their advantage. Clearing this bracket spot is just so difficult. And it doesn't look like SKADE want to continue toying with it. In fact, they're going to transition to B, where there's only one man waiting. That's TMB.
Just the perfect mid-round call in this current positioning here. That smoke's going to fade away, and you might see this re-aggression come through from apartments, which will bring in a second rotator rather towards B. But they've just now thrown a Molotov off, and now with those smokes down, you can see TMB's alone with it. It's easy. That's all he'll have to work with.
Moving up, Bubble doesn't even need the standing accuracy to get the kill. He just jumps, runs around, whatever he pleases to find the frag. Through the smoke comes Borup. It's desperate. And you can see that reflected in the kill feed. 15-2, man. This is probably the most match points I have ever seen in my day. 13 chances to close this series out. On the T side of Inferno, obviously, it's, you know, some people like to favor this map towards the CT side, which is probably wrong. But, like, still, this is supposed to be the 50-50 map of the pool, man.
Yep. I mean, definitely the case. And you know, you consider it more CT-sided once the rifle rounds come out. You know, once you're dealing with, like, scouts, MP9s, then, you know, you think that SKADE are soon to finish the job here in that MADLions. I'd have to imagine their only way they could call this one back is a miracle, right? And I think already kind of checked out of this one.
You know what boggles my mind, and this isn't necessarily about the series, but about Inferno?
What's that?
So, Talon, for those of you who don't know Talon, he's, you know,
No
team
way.
leader for currently a playoff advanced team in North America. I was having a discussion with him about Inferno, and he told me and, you know, showed me and proved to me that both sites on Inferno have a less success rate to retake than B site does too.
Yeah, I mean, A has to be one of the hardest sites to retake, I think,
In the game,
in the
yeah.
entire. I've always said that. But yeah, I mean, it feels near impossible, and B is almost just as hard, right? So you need a lot of utility for sure. This is a good start though for this round. To gather some of that control towards Banana, and TMB showing himself in quite its force with the MP9. Maybe they can make things a little more respectable, grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it's more confidence than anything for the MADLions. And it sucks because Mihu hasn't even really been doing that poorly. 10 and 15, obviously it could be better, but you tune to him and it's not like he's been struggling to win his 1v1s. So I feel like it's literally just the supporting cast that hasn't delivered. JL, he's gone quiet on this map. We're not seeing anything from Bora. Buzz has been quiet too. And since Dust 2, TMB has also slowed down. So it's like, you really just need more of a supporting role behind your one-star player in Mihu.
Yeah, I mean, at this point with these sort of results, it is like a team effort in which you are losing in.
This is a win by MADLions, by the way. Like, this round, there's no way that I can see SKADE like winning this round.
Yeah, I mean, the one win condition here is if they do hit the B bomb site in time. Now, there's a fast flank coming forward, and Borup should be putting it in here.
No way.
Oh, please tell me that does not go wrong. They found the
No
answer.
way, he
Just
got
wasn't
it!
Enough. You have definitely cursed him right there with this one, because Mihu and Buzz, how have they found themselves in a 2v1 against
I'm
2v2?
so sorry. I'm so sorry, MADLions. This one's on me. Well, I guess it is still super winnable. There's a combined total of 15. Help! But how do they do? Like, what the hell, man? Oh my god. That hurts. That's
I don't know.
painful.
I can't believe you've just cursed him like that, man.
That's
Unbelievable right there. I mean, you just have no words right at that point. you know, MADLions feeling like nothing could go wrong right there, and they do end on that really cursed, you know,
Don't give me
7
SKADE.
rounds.
I want to see the
total.
emotions. Give me this. Give me these MADLions player cams, bro. I know that SKADE are gonna be laughing their way to the bank, bro, having a good ass time over there. But I want to see what MADLions are up to, bro. Like, damn, dude, that hurts, bro. Like, you got a combined total of 7 rounds that series. 7 rounds, and it definitely looks like that was a returning to form for SKADE, no question.
Yeah, that's just it right there. I mean, you got to say MADLions, obviously, that was an underperformance from them in a big way. There's some glaring issues. There's a couple of big rounds where they just couldn't capitalize off them. I mean, one of them, I remember back to it, was when JL just walks in and double entries in Banana. It's 3v5 immediately, right? How do you not capitalize off of a round like that with that sort of impact? It's definitely MADLions underperforming, but also SKADE showing that, you know, they are ready to be a team that is incredibly lethal in the Pinnacle Cup and try and move forward. And again, if you carry through that same energy later down in the playoffs, if you're able to close out in tomorrow's match and move forward into that stage, it's going to be terrifying for so many of these teams, even invited teams potentially, as SKADE looking to prove themselves as a dark horse in this event.
And you know what's scary to think? What if SKADE's pistols weren't as bad? What if they were the ones taking all the pistols? Would we have seen one of them? Would we have seen it? I don't know if I want to go that far, but like, certainly seems like it at 16-2. It would not have surprised me, but SKADE definitely earning their spot in the 2-1 slot.
No doubt. A lot of tough competition that they could have to take on tomorrow. I believe that would actually leave them up against Team Finest, right? In the current standings, or else maybe Mouse NXT or Kova, depending on how those results shake out at the end of the day. Overall, I mean, again, there's no easy pathway in the Swiss stage into the playoffs here. It's a lot of tough competition, but SKADE, I think, have really solidified themselves as a team that's looking to make it forward.
Yes, sir, they definitely have. But now it's time we wrap up our day. It's been a long one for the Pinnacle Cup, but we'll be back tomorrow bright and early, so come back soon.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay's withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.